with the Intellion. She's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for turn.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn. And the Palafin is gonna join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Mindfield wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Good morning, Pokemon trainers. We are here in sunny Orlando, Florida for what should be a fantastic weekend of competitive Pokemon, talking about the video game championship form as well. We see the venue, over 2,500 trainers in GCG in the Master Division, over 900 in the video game as well in the Masters Division. So we are jam-packed down here in Florida. I am your host, Joe Brown, for this weekend. We're gonna have a lot of fun as we showcase all of the fun things we have in store on the video game end of Pokemon. I am joined by Dweeha and the terrestrialized Len Duel. Thank you for showing up, Len.
Yeah,
Great to be here.
excited for the weekend.
Yeah, so we get Len. You were for everybody who was watching, you followed the season along. We had the European International Championships last week, and Len, how's your sleep schedule looking like?
Yeah, got back from London on Monday. I feel like I went to the West Coast, back to the East Coast, got a little bit closer to London time again, so I'm feeling good about it.
And Dwee, how's it been?
I was not in London, so my sleep schedule's more along the lines of the West Coast, so I'm feeling a little tired, but you know what? I'm excited to be here, Joe. It's great to be here. I mean, there's so many people. I'm just thriving off their energy right now.
Yeah, absolutely. The venue is electric right now. Everybody still has all their hopes. We're still about to start round 3. People still feeling like they're confident going into this match. But we talk about the schedule and we talk about London and everything that happened there. But we're in Orlando. There's only a few events left in the season at this point. I think this is there are 3 regionals remaining at this point. Orlando currently happening, Indianapolis at the beginning of May, and then Los Angeles. So we're in the the latter third of the season, Len.
Yeah, we're closing out those opportunities to win a regional championship, get that auto invite, and just a few more of these big events on the calendar.
And you know what? Even if you don't get that auto invite from winning a regional championship, those championship points are starting to come down to the wire, right? You always hate to be in this part of the season where you're like frantically trying to find as many championship points as you possibly can to try to qualify, as we see here with the World Championships qualification structure.
Yeah, so as you can see, first place this weekend will be going home with not just 200 championship points awarded, but of course that automatic invite. But that's one person that no matter what, will get the world's invite to Honolulu. It's those other spots, second through, top 64. I know that there are players out there, they've tweeted, they've said, all I need is a top 64 and I can go to Honolulu. So obviously everyone wants to win, Len. They want to get the first place, but not everyone is trying to get the same goal this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, the flip side of the stress is everyone starts to count up to 500, try to figure out how to get there, is that a lot of players are kind of crossing that threshold week by week now, so I would expect to see a lot of players qualifying this weekend.
Yeah, and if you don't get the points here, then of course there's always your local tournaments that you can go to try to, accumulate the last points that are required for you to get to the World Championships. Love a good mid-season showdown. Love a good Premier Challenge. Those are just so fun to just gather with your locals and play and compete.
Yeah, well, the last event we held here in North America just a few weeks ago, feels like forever ago with all the stuff going on in VGC, but it was only like 3 weeks ago, was the Vancouver Regional Championships up in Canada, and that was an absolute blast. So here's our recap if you didn't get to watch.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here. The 2024 Vancouver Regional Championships were the final North American event prior to the European International Championships. But would trainers try something new or stick with the tried and true? Let's find out. There were 401 masters competing this weekend, and only 36 moved on to compete in day 2, relying on defensive picks like Hisui Ngudra or Porygon 2 to break the metagame wide open. James Evans, using an evolution of the team that got him to the finals in Knoxville just a few weeks prior, was the first finalist for Vancouver. His opponent was Brady Smith and his trusty partner Incineroar, the most popular Pokemon in Day 2 of the competition. Games 1 and 2 of the finals saw a revolving door of Pokemon, as both James and Brady switched their Pokemon in and out, vying for the upper hand. In Game 1, James found the advantage thanks to Gouging Fire. In Game 2, Brady found the advantage thanks to Raging Bolt. With the score tied 1-1, the first Game 3 of the entire Top Cut began. Raging Bolt and Gouging Fire both returned to the field to face off one final time. With a breaking swipe from Gouging Fire and an Earth Power from Landorus Incarnate, James Evans was able to knock out Brady's Raging Bolt and, for the first time, take home the title of Regional Champion.
Brady's just gonna throw in the towel.
He knows with the Raging Bolt gone, the chance is gone as well. And with that, James Evan to claim victory here in the finals of Vancouver, becoming Regional Champion. Such an accomplished list of titles he has earned, but Regional Champion here in the Master Division for the first time, and it was so well deserved.
Do you think you have what it takes to battle alongside the best of the best? Check out Pokemon.com/compete to find out what you need to know to become the next Regional Champion.
Congratulations to James Evans, my fellow Jersey boy, by the way, getting his first regional in the Masters division. But honestly, Len, that was one of the best finals we've had so far this season, you know, through all of the events that we've covered.
Yeah, it was an incredibly fun match to watch. So much push and pull between these teams, constantly feeling like the momentum was shifting.
And Dwee, I think Brady is a Florida player, right? So
yeah, Brady's from here. He's actually, I believe he's in the field this weekend as well, competing to try to get from finalist to champion. James Evans, of course, came off of a Knoxville runner-up or finalist and won the next regional championship. So maybe that's going to be what's going to happen with Brady this weekend.
Yeah, if it happens once, it's a coincidence. If it happens twice, it's a trend for sure. Let's see what's happening on the other side of the scene here in the European standings. The North America Regionals first. We'll cover everybody else that's qualified besides James Evans. Oh, there's also a spoiler. I guess we have some pesky little Sableyes that are going to perform well this weekend.
Tricky little pranksters out there. Tricky little pranksters.
Yeah, so there's only 3 spots remaining, Len, on this graphic. Remember, the first start of the season in Pittsburgh, we're like, wow, it's going to take so long, but we're already here in Orlando.
Yeah, we're getting close to the end. Still no duplicate face up there. No one's managed to win 2 of these so far. Just a really impressive slate of players who have picked up regional championships this season.
Yeah, and then I think on Dwee, when you look at these players, your anticipation, like there's 3 chances left. Will one of these trainers get their photo up there for a second time?
There are a few trainers out there in the field competing this weekend that are vying for the title of being able to get their picture up there twice, right? There's a chance. I believe this is the weekend. I'm calling it right now. This is the weekend.
Wow, I love the confidence from Dwee there. We'll see what happens as we progress throughout the weekend and if Dwee will be correct or not. But now we can check on the other side of the pond to see the European Regional Champions. All of these trainers as well have won regionals and special events to get their automatic qualification to Honolulu this summer.
Yeah, another impressive slate of players. Just 2 more regional championships over there as well. A lot up from the line on those last couple tournaments.
Yeah, it's going to be really important to try to get, again, like getting those championship points is really important. With 2 big events left over in the European region, it's going to come down the wire over there.
And the way I'm thinking about it, if Nikhil Reddy can win a regional with Articuno, I don't see why somebody couldn't win a regional with Sableye this weekend. What are your thoughts on that Articuno run?
Oh, the Articuno run was super impressive. I'm a little bit less convinced by the idea of a Sableye run. But yeah, I mean, such a cool team to innovate and prove the consistency of it because of those couple of Articunos who had so much success that weekend.
Those are awfully kind words for a weather that's not sand, Len.
Oh, I mean, I have plenty of history with hail and snow as well. But yeah, I just thought the team construction showed such a great analysis of where the metagame was at, how to beat it. And then the execution on that to go and actually take home the tournament with that team, just so impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been applauding Nikhil for about a month now for that Articuno performance. I think I was hoping he would have a better showing at EUIC. I was hoping maybe more trainers would try to bring the Articuno run, but maybe it's just one of those things you got to be really practiced with the team. But I know everybody that was watching those streams really enjoyed it, and if you're going to enjoy the stream this weekend, you're going to want to participate in our community choice polls. We're going to have 2 separate community choice rounds here on day 1, so make sure you're always tuning in at the beginning of every round, because on Twitch we're gonna have a little poll go up where you choose between 4 potential matches. And honestly, I think they're fun. I think Twitch enjoys them, but I like it as a caster too because the stress is off of our back.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about picking the right match anymore. We'll put it in the community's hand, and be excited to see what they pick.
Yeah, I think honestly that's the way to go. And then it's always just a happy little accident. If you get that game 3, if you get a really exciting thing, Twitch chat, they can pat themselves on the back and know that they did a great job. But it's always hot and rainy in Orlando. But let's talk about the weather forecast this weekend. Or let's talk about the forecast of what we're going to expect to see from the field this weekend. And I think the most important thing for us to honestly talk about is Regulation F is finally coming to an end. This is the farewell tour at the regional level in North America. It started in the beginning of January. Here we are in April, and Len, this is going to be the last Regulation F tournament in North America.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that means is I wouldn't expect to see any kind of seismic shift in the metagame. I think a lot of players are already looking ahead to Regulation G. Plenty of conversation about Calyrex and Miraidon and all those other Pokemon. And so I think it's sometimes easier than to look at those last-minute developments from EUIC and the previous regional, so much Porygon 2 all of a sudden, and expect to kind of continue to see that trend moving forward.
Yeah, I think going into Regulation F, there was always this talk about like how's Incineroar gonna do, and then the first regional Incineroar didn't win, and I was like, all right, maybe Incineroar's done, and then of course Incineroar just corrected for the course and won practically almost every single event after that. Yeah, I was wrong. Okay, I get it. My EUIC hot take completely wrong, but I was close. I'm calling that out right now. I was wrong. My bad. But I was close.
You were almost correct. Just
almost.
Like in horseshoes, right?
Junior
there.
and senior finalists had no Incineroar on the finalist team, and then I believe top 8 was where the last non-Incineroar team dropped out of EUIC. So, my bad, Incineroar. I apologize. I believe.
Now you finally become an Incineroar believer. But I think what's so fascinating with Regulation F is if we all remember how it started, Len and I, we were together when Alex Underhill won that championship in Portland with 5 Pokemon with priority attacks and choice band and just trying to get as much damage as fast as possible. Yet as the events have gone on all the way up to EUIC, the format, now we just had Trick Room winning EUIC, Incineroar Moongus combination back at it again like previous formats. Like the format has definitely slowed down Calm Mind Thunder Raging Bolt as well. Like it's not just spam extreme speed anymore.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And I think we've seen that trend in a lot of formats where it's a lot easier to first build that kind of intense offense and then wait and see how people react to it and things start to slow down. But we saw plenty of that in this format. Things really slowed down with the Incineroar, Rillaboom, Raging Bolt core becoming very common throughout the metagame. And then that's hard to break through with just priority attacks, with just trying to take speed control, but a lot easier to break through with sheer offense. And so I thought we saw some reaction to that as well, where if you can get things out like the Ursaluna, that even maybe if it's at -1 attack, can still try to take big KOs. That's how you break through those cores. So I think things like Landorus became very popular as well, because they can do such consistent damage through those cores.
Now the other thing, Dwee, that's been interesting with Regulation F on the Urshifu front, where we had Single Strike and Rapid Strike, all of Regulation D, Regulation E, it was was an Urshifu minefield out there for Rapid Strike, right? But then Single Strike became much higher in usage at a lot of events, especially in Europe, I believe. And then Rapid Strike has come back with a vengeance, back up to like 44% usage when it was down to almost 20% at some events. So what's been going on with this heart palpitation that Urshifu Rapid Strike has gone on through this format?
It's tough for me to say, Joe. I think Rapid Strike has just always been really good. I mean, it's a part of that fire, water, grass core that a lot of players really look for when they team build. Yeah, you can get that with Ogerpon, but you know, Wellspring Ogerpon is a little bit more defensive and doesn't really put on that offensive pressure that Urshifu does, right? We saw it in Charlotte where Wolf's Rapid Strike Urshifu just kind of set up for end games where it would just come in and sweep at the end. So I think that's one really important thing that really separates Rapid Strike versus Single Strike.
I think even with Rapid Strike being at the top and then kind of shifting down and coming back, you also saw a shift in the role that Rapid Strike plays. You know, back in the previous regulation, it was kind of the focus. You might have Tailwind and Mystic Water and Rain Dance to support it and really try to chew through teams. A lot more often now, it is a Choice Scarf or a Focus Sash, and it's playing more of a particular role to answer certain threats. And in the middle there, we had this like mirage of a metagame where Urshifu Single Strike was the best Pokemon in the format. But you can also see the reactions that happened because of that caused its usage to start dropping back down. Fairy Terastallizations became the predominant use of Terastallization. I mean, how many times did we see a Raging Bolt turn into a Fairy type last weekend? And those Fairy Terastallizations make life very difficult for the Urshifu Single Strike, who's usually just carrying Dark and fighting offense. But for a moment there, it was like the entire metagame revolved around Urshifu Single Strike.
Yeah.
And a lot of times now, like Len said, the Urshifu Rapid Strike, you know, role is different. Like the Terastallization is a lot different too. Like a lot of people like to add on that water Terastallization, but now a lot of people are going for more defensive Terastallizations or even poison, so that the way it could like use a really powerful poison jab into the Ogerpons.
Yeah, I think that's a great point how the metagame has evolved. Even within this 4-month stretch, it's the same rules, it's the same Pokemon that are available, but the archetypes and the roles that the Pokemon are filling have changed throughout these last couple of months. But you mentioned defense, and definitely one of the more defensive options is Trick Room. And if Len is a big Tyranitar player, he's known for that. There are people like myself and Gabby that love the Trick Room. And finally, at EUIC, we've been preaching the entire format that Trick Room was the way. And Porygon 2 and Ursaluna showed us the truth.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of offer two very different things so that they complement each other well. Porygon 2 can offer a lot of sustainability, a little bit of control within the match. You saw other teams like Scott Iwafuchi's runner-up team, our top 4 team in Vancouver, that use Porygon 2 that way. But then the Ursaluna offers just sheer offense that can really help break these balance cores.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Trick Room teams is that you need to set up Trick Room, and then you need to get your sweepers in and start just doing as much damage as you possibly can. And Ursaluna is one of those options that just, with the Guts, with the Flame Orb, with the Facade, with the Headlong Rush, it just offers so much power in a Trick Room sweeper that it just, if you don't have an answer for it and you allow this ideal setup of, hey, Trick Room's up, hey, Ursaluna's burned and now is about to just, you know, just run through all 4 of your Pokemon, you know, it's an old school tactic that I like to call knock out their Pokemon before they can knock out mine. And that's what this team does.
I think what we've seen out of Trick Room has shifted during the metagame as well a little bit. We saw a lot more expanding force focus, kind of teams where all 6 Pokemon were trying to have a Trick Room game plan succeed. And with the last few successful Trick Room teams, that's not been quite the case. There's been a little bit more mixed speed. I thought Niels had some really beautiful play of what I like to call the speed sandwich, where you have a fast Pokemon on the field, you have the Ursaluna threatening really well, and so that means that your opponent can't really decide what area they want to play with the speeds. You can try to beat them on either side of it, and it means that you can really control the game plan. And I think we've seen a few teams constructed that way. So Aaron Traylor on stream in Vancouver as well, who had the ability to go fast or slow with Ursaluna. wouldn't be surprised to see more of that as we continue to see Porygon and Ursaluna in the metagame.
And you guys are, you're discussing Guts and Flame Orb, Ursaluna, and how strong it is. But the other form of Ursaluna, Blood Moon Ursaluna, was also very popular as in this format. You're being introduced in the DLC through that storyline where multiple times Nicholas Donnelly, right? He had the second place finish against Wolf with Ursaluna. There were multiple European events where Ursaluna, Blood Moon Ursaluna, I should say, almost came out on top. So what do you think, it sounds like you guys both like the physical attacking version better, but what do you think the special attacking version, Blood Moon Ursaluna, can bring to a Trick Room team?
Yeah, I mean, I think they both offer a lot. Both of them are just sheer offensive attackers. I think one critical thing right now is that if you've let a Raging Bolt get a Calm Mind or two, then you're a little bit more worried about how your Blood Moon Ursaluna is going to find the damage. You don't necessarily have that same problem with the physical Ursaluna. Even if you take an Intimidate, you're still going to be doing so much damage. You can try to cycle and get out of that Intimidate. That would probably be what would be leaning me as a player right now, looking at the physical Ursaluna, but I absolutely expect to see some really well-piloted Blood Moon Ursaluna in the field this weekend.
I'm not a believer in the Blood Moon Ursaluna, unfortunately.
Not a believer
I'm not
in
a believer.
Blood
Len mentioned it. The Calm Mind Raging Bolts are kind of problematic for it because, it sets up one Calm Mind and then, well, does Ursaluna have anything that can boost it, right? Or, sorry, the Blood Moon Ursaluna, does it have anything that can boost it? Unfortunately not. Even the Raging Bolt, a lot of them are running that Fairy Terrestrialization, Bug Terrestrialization. That gets away from being able to hit with the ground typing of the Ursaluna, but, a Guts Flame Orb boosted Facade just hits right into it. And then also, the nice thing about the Guts and the physical Ursalunas with the Flame Orb that you kind of sometimes block Amoonguss as long as you time it right and it hits the field at the correct time, so then Amoonguss cannot put your kind of sweeper to sleep. So I'm much more of a believer in the normal Ursaluna more so than the Blood Moon Ursaluna.
There's pros and cons to each of the versions, right? Because obviously physical, you get hindered by Intimidate from the Incineroar, but then of course as a special attacker you don't have the Flame Orb to make yourself immune to Spore, and Amoonguss is traditionally slower under Trick Room than it. But they say great minds think alike, and now it's time to head over to our caster predictions for the weekend. And I think in that case it's certainly true, as we're all on the P2 train here.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of diversity in Ursaluna. Oh, you just have both Ursaluna there.
I was very indecisive, I'm not going to lie. And then also, for anyone who doesn't know, our little agreement we have as casters is you can't use the top 12 Pokemon that just went in the previous event. So we all looked at EUIC's top 12 usage, and Farigiraf was 12th, so that's why I put Cresselia there.
Okay.
It's supposed to be a Farigiraf, but I wasn't allowed to.
Well, I think Cresselia is not a bad choice either. I think it pairs really well with yours. It's kind of been the more traditional partner for the Ursaluna.
Classic little Earthquake Levitate combo.
Yes.
Earthquake Levitate, also the synergy of the Lunar Dance, healing off the burn for turns. You take a little bit less damage. So wouldn't be surprised to see that pairing again used this weekend. Yeah, you definitely have a Trick Room focus with your 4 Pokemon there.
I just think, I don't know, I think it's fun when you get involved with an archetype that you enjoy playing, Dwee. You just go all in,
Yeah, I mean, you play with your favorites, right? That's one of the things that was really cool about Scott Uefuchi's team when he said that Porygon 2 is one of his favorite Pokemon, and he is probably one of the best Porygon 2 players in the world at the moment, right? I like to just sidestep this right now. Len, I like your picks a lot.
Yeah, I like your picks as well. I think it's a really great set of 4 Pokemon.
Yeah, we think alike. I like it.
Okay, so why did Clefairy just make it onto the graphic here, right? Because obviously, we all know its viability, but I think its usage it's never really getting as high as you probably could expect it to be as such a strong supportive Pokemon.
Well, I want to use Clefairy to talk about Raging Bolt.
Okay.
I think that the predominance of this Incineroar, Rillaboom, and Raging Bolt core is really interesting because it is so exploitable. It's really like a puzzle for team builders to try to solve because Raging Bolt is so specific in the offense that it uses. Just having the Dragon Pulse and the Thunderclap that you can't use if something's not attacking. We've seen people adjust to it in a lot of different ways. A lot more Terra Fairy Amoonguss, which can take the Dragon Pulse, but also redirect Thunderclaps away. Well, the Clefairy does something similar. Doesn't have to use a Terrestrialization, can also support the partner to try to be bulky enough to deal with some of these big hitters that we started to see come around. And so I think it has an opportunity there to try to exploit the weaknesses in that core.
It also has access to Sing, 55% accuracy right there? 55% chance to put a Pokemon to sleep. Sometimes if Clefairy's just sitting on the field, your partner Pokemon are feeling pretty safe, why not? Be a rock star.
Go for it.
Hit that Sing button. 55% chance to take out a Pokemon for at least one turn.
Or like the old
Pretty good.
Gothitelle hypnosis plays, right?
Yeah.
It's 65% of the time it works every time, right?
Yeah, except this one's 55% of the time. A little worse.
a little harder to work every time at 55%. Shout outs to Jake, of course, as the resident Floridian on the team, putting the Skeledirge into his predictions. Has to represent his culture. Komodo, fingers crossed. Hopefully, Gabby can get some fun out of Komodo this weekend. But let's move on to our next topic of discussion as we're getting ready to start our round 3 coverage here of the Orlando Regional Championships. And there's 2 really strong special attackers in this format. And I ain't talking about Fluttermane. I'm talking about Raging Bolt and Landorus Incarnate. Both of them at 47% usage at EUIC last weekend. They're really difficult to deal with. So why are those 2 specifically just dominating the meta as special attackers?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Landorus is pretty easy to answer because it is a specific counter to other Pokemon that are at high usage. Landorus probably, in a vacuum of all the Pokemon, doesn't hit that level of usage. But when you start to expect to see Incineroar, Raging Bolt, and Rillaboom on so many teams, well, Landorus Incarnate does so well against them. You really have to avoid your Incineroar ever taking Earth Power. It can force Terastallizations, kind of try to break up the pivoting that your team would like to use. And of course, Rillaboom can't take a Sludge Bomb either. So it's easy to try to break up those cycles that the other team is trying to use. And you really just put one hole in that style of team, and then the whole loop starts to fall apart. So Landorus is a lot of players' first choice when they're trying to find a way to break that cycle.
Yeah, I mean, ground and poison is really good coverage, right? It can hit a lot of the format for at least neutral. It can hit those Ogrepons if they don't, or at least even force Terastallization on those Ogrepons, and then still be able to deal neutral damage with Earth Powers. And like you said, Len, like a lot of these Raging Bolts, they Terastallize into Fairy, and well, hey, guess what? Landorus, how do you want to hit this Raging Bolt? Do you want to hit it with the Earth Power? Or if you think it's going to Terastallize, then you can hit it with a Sludge Bomb. Sheer Force is such a strong ability paired with that Life Orb that it just amplifies the amount of damage that Landorus can do. I've been a believer in Landorus since 2012.
Wow.
2012/13. It didn't even have Sheer Force back then.
That's a long time.
I think as long as Raging Bolt is this heavily used as well, we're going to continue to see so many Fairy Terastallizations, and Landorus Incarnate is just benefiting off of that. When so many players are having to use their Terastallization for the game to just create another Sludge Bomb weakness, Landorus loves it.
And as we often see how team construction works in Pokemon, it's not Landorus versus Raging Bolt, it's Landorus with Raging Bolt. Because as you mentioned, the Ogerpon Wellspring, it does not want to get hit by a Sludge Bomb, so then you Terastallize into a Water type, now you're weak to Thunderclap. So a lot of times you can actually put these high uses. That's why you see the memes of like, oh, here's bringing my Orlando regional team as the top 6 usage on the graphic, right? Because some of those overwhelming Pokemon, they can just synergize well together.
Yeah, they're just 6 great Pokemon. Like a lot of times, a lot of people when they go into team building, they think to themselves, well, I need very good set of 6 that like really interact well. Guess what? The top 6 Pokemon interact really well with each other, right? They have very good typing. They have very good just abilities. They have very good synergy, right? Like Rillaboom's gonna help boost everything back up with its grassy terrain healing. Also has access to Fake Out, can like switch in and out. Incineroar, do I have to say anything? Yeah, I doubted him. Doubted Incineroar, but it does its thing. Parting Shot, Fake Out. It can have access to do so many things to allow a Pokemon like Raging Bolt to set up, and that's one of the reasons why Raging Bolt is such a strong Pokemon, right? Like, Raging Bolt has access to Calm Mind. All right, I'm gonna tell you all something right now. When Raging Bolt was released, I wasn't a believer.
I believe you said Raging Mid, was the exact words.
I said a lot of things were mid, but I did not believe in Raging Bolt. Now I'm a believer in Raging Bolt.
Well, I think part of the reason that Raging Bolt is seeing so much success is it is the beneficiary of that balanced cycle core.
Yeah.
There has to be something in kind of the nugget in the middle of the Incineroar and the Rillaboom and the cycling that's happening. And I think there are multiple options of what it could have been. Golden Go could see success there, but I think the fact that Raging Bolt beats so many of the other Pokemon that could have been at the middle of that core, that has helped lead it to the top. You don't want to have your Golden Go out there trying to make it rain its way through an electric type, Calm Mind boosted Raging Bolt. By the way, that is why we've seen some Dazzling Gleam, Nasty Plot Golden Goes have some success, because you have to have a way to get through Raging Bolt eventually, and if you can get a Dazzling Gleam, you can force a Terra, and of course you love to make it rain then. But I think Raging Bolt is kind of emblematic. There are some that we see with Assault Vest and other sets, but emblematic of the success of that broader balanced core.
Yeah, and again, like it has such a an arsenal of possible teammates, right? Like Incineroar just being able to provide fake out, allowing safe turns for Raging Bolt to be able to calm mine. You got Rillaboom to do the exact same thing, and the healing again from the Grassy Surge. So like Raging Bolt, it's got a lot of tools in its toolbox.
It's got a lot going on.
Yeah.
Personally, I would love to see a segment where we definitively learn what Dewey believes in and what he, in fact, does not believe in, because I think the scale is ever-changing at this point. But we don't have time for that for now. Let's focus on our players to watch this weekend, because we have some fun storylines to showcase here. Obviously, the most important one, the 8-time regional champion Wolf Glick, the reigning Orlando regional champion from last season, beat Ashton Cox in the final. So Ashton, of course, is on that list. And then Tim Edwards, the newcomer, gets second at the European International Championships. Could he get first in Orlando the next weekend?
Yeah, I'm really fascinated to see how well he plays this weekend. To come roaring out of nowhere into that second place finish in UIC is so impressive. And then to have a tournament just a week later to continue to build on that momentum, I'm expecting great things out of this weekend.
I was able to watch Tim's matches when I was recapping it, and Tim played exceptionally well. Like in his top 4 match versus Alex Gomez, like Alex Gomez is one of the greatest players of all time, right? Like we can all say it. Like Alex Gomez is one of the greatest players of all time, and Tim Edwards like put Alex in positions that just really solidified. And when I was watching Tim play, I was like, wow, this is just great play from Tim to just recognize what is needed to win the set.
Yeah, exactly. It was a very technical match between two very similar teams, and Tim was able to identify what little advantages in the team builder had allowed and to eke out the small advantages to finally close out those games in Raging Bolt versus Raging Bolt. And I thought it was really impressive.
Yeah, I think this is a great list of, or a great trio to watch as we start our coverage here on day one, because Ashton had that great matchup against Marco Silva, the 4IC title matchup in the USC last week, where he won game 3 with just a 1 HP Chien Pao left. Like, that's how close the set was. But then we got to give Wolf his shine, right? I think Wolf is just like a perennial Florida champion at this point. Hasn't he won 3 of those 8 regionals in the state of Florida, I believe?
He's won a few. I don't know what the exact count is for his regional championships in Florida, but it's up there.
And just looking at this season on a hot streak as well, was it top 16 in the UIC himself last weekend? Of course, won a regional championships in Charlotte just a couple months ago. And so both on a hot streak in Florida and a hot streak generally this season. So expecting to see a lot of great play out of him this weekend.
Yep, and of course Ashton, a player that's always fun to watch. He always has some really interesting teams. I was taking a quick look to see what he was running this weekend. Chestnut.
Yes, that's
Chestnut
awesome.
is on the team sheet. So I want to see what Chestnut does.
I mean, if anybody can showcase what Chestnut is capable of doing, it certainly is Ashton Cox. But yeah, those will be the 3 people that we'll be focusing on, seeing how their day is going here. We are getting close to our start of our round 3 match here in Orlando. So if you are watching along at home, if you're enjoying the stream, if you want to stay updated, make sure you follow along on all of our social media channels. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon as well, so we can hear the conversation. And gentlemen, we've an open challenge to people here in the venue. We have competitive Pokemon trivia that I gave you guys the questions. They're not toss-ups. They're a little difficult.
No, tricky questions for sure.
There's definitely some where you had to think back a long time ago, like 15 years worth of data to process, Joe.
Yeah, so if you want to participate in some competitive VGC history trivia, there is a prize on the line. Let me know. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Let us know in the venue as well. And if you want to go back and watch any of the matches that you were not able to catch live from broadcast, check out the VODs on YouTube and Twitch. But honestly, I think it should be a pretty exciting day. We have, I think it's over 900 trainers in the Masters division. So really, this can go in any direction.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many people out in the field. There are probably so many fascinating teams out there just waiting to kind of have their last chance at Regulation F and prove that some different construction can take it all home.
The last tournament of a format's always the most fascinating to me, just because, no secret text anymore. The format's going to rotate, so time to bring out everything that you've been working on. Dig down deep into your thoughts and be like, all right, let's just try this idea and then see if it works or not.
Yeah, and I do think something you brought up, a while ago, Len, was that some people might just be using their Vancouver team. They might just be using something they brought recently because they're investing their time into Regulation G and to the new format. So as a trainer, obviously, you go through this just like all the other trainers out there. What is your preferred play style, or what is your approach when you're getting into the last event of a format?
Well, I kind of touched on it a second ago, but with the last event of the format, I'm always looking to have that last moment of success for a team that you've worked hard on over the last few months. You've made incremental changes, you've tried different things. You've put one Pokemon in, taken it out, put it back again, and you're just trying to put the final finished version of that team together and have its final big moment of success. And I think there's probably a lot of players out in the field who are looking for one last chance with a team before we shift over and start it all over again with a bunch of restricted Pokemon next month.
So you're still running Tyranitar next format?
It's a whole brand new start next month. We'll see.
Hey, we'll see how Tyranitar does into Calyrex and Miraidon and all these exciting new additions to the metagame. But that is for later on this weekend. We can talk about Regulation G and everything. That'll be for next month as well. But for now, it's finally time to start round 3 here at the Orlando Regional Championships. So we're going to head over to the casters. Gabby and Jake, take it away.
Thank you so much, Joe. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Orlando, Florida. I am Jake Muller. I'm joined by Gabby Snyder, and I'm so excited to bring you the Orlando Regional Championships. My very first time casting from my hometown, Gabby. So happy to be here. What do you think about this weekend so far?
So far it's been a lot of fun. I think that we've been very fortunate that we can sort of watch the standings updates while we are waiting for our round 3 pairings to officially kick off in just a little bit. And so far it seems like a lot of people are just kind of picking the comfort picks,
Yeah.
What team did you run at the last event? Oh, well, I've used Ursaluna this entire format. Might as well just keep going on that train. And it's always really fun to see just how that last event of the format will shake up. So not to echo what everybody else just talked about, but I too am very excited to see what this weekend will hold.
That's a fun little quirk of how the tournament series works, right? We have all of our different regulation sets. The rule set changes a few times throughout the season, so we get a bunch of condensed metagames and we see how they develop and then turn over, because each metagame from one to the next is really not a huge difference either, maybe like a few shakeups. Obviously, Regulation G is going to be a big difference. We have a lot of new Pokemon joining, but we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. That's for next month. We're saving that for later.
Yeah. For now, though, if you are new to watching these tournaments, we have a quick video outlining what you'll see this weekend.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon VG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All matches are best of 3 and will utilize an open team list format. This means that each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are available to the opponent. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until top cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single regional champion is crowned. Who is taking home the title of regional champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
And I can't stress enough how important it is to check out the Pokemon website if you'd like to join some of our incredible trainers. We have only 16 of them on this screen right now, but I can guarantee you there are at least 200 people currently 2-0 in this tournament. There's over 900 people competing. It's just such a large field, and you could be one of them too at a future event.
Absolutely. Definitely check out that website. Get that schedule into your head. Join your first tournament whenever you can. Here in Orlando, though, like you said, Gabby, plenty of trainers still at 2-0 with a great start to the day, I believe including Wolf Glick, one of our players to watch. But of course, even if you are 1-1 or unfortunately 0-2 right now going into round 3, your tournament is still very much alive. If you get those 7 wins on this first day of competition, that is your goal to make it to day 2. And no matter what happens those first 2 rounds, you are always still in the running.
Yeah, and even with such a large field as well, if you go with maybe a 6-3 at the end of the day, you still have a great opportunity for championship points. And let's be real, now that the world's dates have finally been released, I think everybody is looking towards Honolulu and wanting to punch their ticket to compete this summer, August 16th through 18th.
Of course. Let's take a look at our round number 3 here in Orlando, though, to see some of those trainers vying for those spots in day 2 for those championship points. Of course, we do have Wolf Glick playing against Keanu Inosanto, Zhejiang and Rajan Gary, Aria Black and James Beck, another name we've seen on that regional championship graphic throughout the year. Joshua Lorsey, who's had some big finishes playing against Surya Maktal. But our featured match, Stephen Morioka and Rajan Ball.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this match play out as well, because I think both these trainers have made a comfort pick coming into this tournament. And, you know, later on in the day, I'm sure we can look back and see, oh, this is how the metagame shaked out, and this is the Pokemon that, you know, we'll be seeing a lot of tomorrow. But to start things off this morning, I think we're getting a little bit spicy, a little bit spicy.
Kinda.
Just to, you know, put some little extra oomph in your step as we get started with a day of fun Pokemon.
Yeah, it's Pokemon we've seen before, but maybe some different combinations of them. Maybe some different, you know, trainings, maybe some, you know, throwbacks to prior regulations with some certain strategies. But that's kind of the joy of this final format, or final event of the format, rather. This is the last major for Regulation F in North America. And at this point, if you're sitting on any secrets for this format, there is no better time to use them, because if you don't, they will just go to waste.
They will. All right, well, let's go ahead down to the stage and take a look at our 2 competitors, Stephen Morioka and Rajan Ball. No strangers to competitive Pokemon, but take a look at those teams. I'm loving the Dondozo Tatsugiri throwback there, and we have an Ursaluna, but a Trick Room setter that I don't think any of us predicted on the graphic, which kind of surprising, honestly.
It is. You know, we did see so much success with Ursaluna and Porygon 2 in EUIC just a week ago, especially with Nils taking home the title with it. But we see Rajan opt for the Indeedee female instead, which is very much a supportive Pokemon, does have access to Trick Room. But when you usually think about Indeedee, I think a lot of times you're not thinking, okay, primary Trick Room setter for my team that's going to enable the rest of my Pokemon to operate in Trick Room. Usually it's with the Follow Me, the Helping Hand, and the Psychic Surge, which I think the use of that Psychic Surge, maybe not as great in this coming match. We'll come back to that, though. Let's talk about Steven's team right now, though, Gabby.
Yeah, well, being able to block priority, I think, is going to be important for Rajan, given that Stephen Morioka has this combination of the Dondozo Tatsugiri curly form, Dragonite and Chien-Pao, who have great synergy together as well, and then a bit of a twist. You know, Glimmora, I think, was very popular on Dondozo teams because it allows you to poison the opponent, slow the gameplay down, but then Gouging Fire is that final support Pokemon. Also, fun fact, Stephen Morioka, one of the original VGC competitors, I believe, and I did not fact check this, but I'm going to say it anyways, I believe he was also one of the people who qualified for the Journey Across America Tour in 2006, which predates VGC technically. So shout outs to the OG over there. Let's take a look at Rajan's team, though, as these trainers are already in team preview. They're ready to go.
Yeah, we are no shortage of action here in Orlando. Rajan is running the Indeedee female, Urshifu Rapid Strike, Tornadus Incarnate, Ogerpon Hearthflame, Fluttermane, and Ursaluna. And like we kind of hinted at earlier, Indeedee is not kind of the premier Trick Room setter you might expect with this Ursaluna. And even looking at the team sheet there, it's not even Trick Room. There is actually no Trick Room here.
Yeah, and that's the surprise, right?
Yeah.
Like, typically you would expect an Ursaluna Indeedee female to just have that Trick Room mode on the team, but instead it's purely Tailwind, Icy Wind speed control between the Tornadus Incarnate and the Fluttermane. And that Urshifu Rapid Strike as well, a little bit different with the Choice Band, with the Terra Poison and Poison Jab. So great damage into any Terra Fairy type Pokemon, just like Raging Bolt, like we were talking about earlier on in the pre-show. But in this matchup in particular, I don't think you necessarily bring the Ursaluna. I think it would be too much of a liability with all the water type Pokemon on Steven's side of the field.
That Urshifu set is really cool. If you look at Rajan's team, and if you specifically look at the Ursaluna, Ursaluna really does not enjoy playing against Rillaboom.
I'm sorry.
Can we ignore that?
It's too early for a pun that strong, my people. Whoever wrote that, was that an Evan? I feel like that's an Evan.
See that, yeah.
Evan, we love you, but it's too early for to be a very reliever. I'm sorry.
The Urshifu, it's really cool. It's Terra Poison, which is great defensively, and it also helps a lot against Rillaboom, which, again, Ursaluna really hates going up against. You can see there's a lot of like anti-Rillaboom techs on Rajan's team between the Psychic Surge, the Tornadus, the Ogerpon Hearthflame. So there's a lot of things that kind of deter it. Luckily for Rajan, there is no Rillaboom on Steven's side of the field, but you do have to worry about the potential Dondozo-Tatsugiri combination. Not coming off right off the bat, though. Dragonite and Glamora, the leads of choice into Rajan's Urshifu and Fluttermane.
Yeah, a bit of a unique take, I think, for both these trainers. You know, looking at Rajan's team, on paper at least, I would have expected to see that Urshifu and the Tornadus come out on turn 1 of game 1, just because they're such, you know, tried and true partners together.
Right.
But that Fluttermane still offers that speed control, offers some great damage into the Dragonite in particular for Steven, so may force a Terastallization or an early switch. The Glamora as well, I feel like, is in a very good position here to either set up those Toxic Spikes after a couple of hits from that Urshifu, or just go straight for a Mortal Spin to get that poison down early.
Getting that poison in early would be great. We did kind of see on the screen there, Steven does have the Dondozo and Tatsugiri in the back, so potentially getting some Toxic Debris, Toxic Spikes set up in the face of this physical Urshifu, or getting a Mortal Spin off to poison the 2 on the field could be useful. Not just yet, though, an Icy Wind.
Yeah, and a good thing to note here, that is an Assault Vest on that Dragonite if you missed it earlier on during Team Preview, not taking any damage from that Icy Wind. Here comes a Rapid Strikes, though. It will connect twice, which means the Glamora will be able to set up both layers of those Toxic Spikes needed to get the strong poison whenever Rajan sends in a Pokemon that will make contact with the ground. So that's a very important thing to keep an eye on later, especially knowing that Steven could slow down the game's pace earlier on, or later on.
Great call out there. The fact that these first Rapid Surging Strikes did not KO is big, and also a critical hit Aerial Ace, not able to KO that Urshifu as well, so a huge clutch survival there from that Urshifu. Rajan maintains his Pokemon advantage 4-3, and now the Dondozo comes in to replace the fallen Glamora. Unfortunately, didn't get much done other than setting up those 2 layers of Toxic Spikes, but again, because it did have to connect twice, that Surging Strikes, the Pokemon coming in on Rajan's side will be Toxic Poisoned. I think only the Tornadus on Rajan's end is not touching the ground, and I guess the Ursaluna doesn't really mind because he got Guts anyway, but nothing else really wants to take that Toxic Poison.
No, and I think what's also important here to note is that because the Urshifu lived with such little health, Rajan can't necessarily switch it back out and in unless he would wait until a Pokemon fainted to switch it back on the field. Because if you were to switch it in mid-turn, it would become poisoned, and then the poison would knock it out in the in-between phase.
And you also have to worry about the Rocky Helmet on this Dondozo.
That too.
It is not running leftovers like you might expect. It is Rocky Helmet instead to punish physical attackers, much like this Urshifu.
All right, well, Dragonite will leave the field, which means there's only one Pokemon that can take its place. It's the Tatsugiri making its glorious return once again, going to immediately take command of that Dondozo for some hefty stat boosts.
The attack, the special attack, the special defense, the speed, the defense, all go up by 2 stages thanks to the commander ability in that Tatsugiri. Dondozo now has the option to be attacking for some very strong damage, but Icy Wind coming out first, immediately negating one of those speed boosts.
Yeah, but it only did about 7, 8 damage points, so not going to be taking a lot of damage there. And here's the fun calculation. I believe if that Urshifu was at full health, it would have taken more recoil from the Rocky Helmet than damage it dealt with the critical hit there. Dondozo, especially once Commander has been activated and it gets those stat boosts, is such a scary Pokemon. And if Rajan didn't bring something that can counter it, you know, I think he's going to really struggle coming up. And looking at his team, you have to assume the Ogerpon's the next one to come out onto the field.
Quite possibly, yeah. I actually think that was a kind of a clever play by Rajan, though. You go for the Surging Strikes. Like you said, Gabby, you really can't switch it out and back in because of those Toxic Spikes that have been set up. And by going for Surging Strikes and knocking itself out, you're not giving Dondozo the chance to go for Order Up, which we did see Steven actually opt for. So the Dondozo is still at +2 attack. Order Up did not connect, so the attack boost does not come through. Now the Indeedee comes in to try and possibly support this Fluttermane. Maybe, you know, try and get some damage down on the weaker special defense side of this Dondozo sitting on Steven's side of the field.
And you also have your own Rocky helmet, so
True.
you know
Yeah.
that might actually be doing more damage at this point. You never know. But what I do also find interesting here about this board state is that there was a technical difficulty. That wasn't the interesting thing I was going to talk about, but I just got word in my ear that there has been a bit of a technical difficulty, so we are going to just take a moment here, see what the judges rule and see what will happen moving forwards in this set. But, you know, having the Ndidi and the Fluttermane on the field against Dondozo, the point I actually wanted to make was that you could just keep redirecting damage. I mean, yes, the Dondozo has access to Earthquake, so if it wanted to, it could hit both of the Pokemon for damage, but if you expect an order up, if you expect a Wave Crash or the other attacks there, Fluttermane can just kind of sit on the field and do whatever it wants, really. You're going to need a few critical hits and maybe like 5 or 6 turns, but you can get through there.
I think the next couple of turns were probably going to be a bit of a slog. The Dondozo, again, it does have access to Earthquake, so you can attack around the Follow Me, but if you're using an Earthquake without the same type attack bonus, probably not going to be the most, you know, greatest of damage output coming out, especially considering Ndidi, and in this case, a speed boosting, bulkier Fluttermane, probably trained to be more defensively oriented. So it might have taken a few turns for damage to come out, which might have allowed Rajan some time to trade back as well. So it would have been interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, so while we're waiting for an update on how this match will proceed, let's take a look at our crowd, as this is one of the biggest regional events so far. I don't know if it's bigger than Charlotte, but it's certainly up there.
Probably pretty close.
I think it's very close. I think it might be slightly less people just because Charlotte was very huge. But it's incredible to see just how many trainers have come out here this weekend to compete, to spectate, to hang out. I saw some people hitting up the GameCubes over in the free play area earlier on my way in. Like, it's a good time.
That's funny. I mean, it's crazy. Orlando is always one of the bigger regionals.
Yeah.
It's a pretty accessible place to get to, and obviously a very fun location. You know, everyone loves a nice little Orlando vacation. And I was talking to a friend about that the other day, and he said something to the effect of, well, Orlando is just the biggest event of all time every year.
It really is.
Which, I mean, like last year, I know for a fact it was. I think Charlotte this year beat it, and we're very close to that number this year. So it's just always fun to see everyone come out. Especially, I think it's even more impressive now that we're like at the very end of Regulation F. I think that might be a time people sometimes tend to take breaks in their schedule, you know, especially after a big international championship like at UIC we just had. But everyone loves Orlando, loves VGC so much that they always come back.
I mean, I think I'm a criminal Orlando Regionals attender.
Oh, yeah.
Because I think I've gone to almost every single one, if not every single one. So, yeah, I feel that.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun. How could you not? Disney's right down the road.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot to do here. And what I want to shout out as well is that there are some really fun side events happening this weekend, too. You know, I felt very fortunate that at EUIC last weekend, I got my one side event in. I was able to play a box draft.
Oh, cool.
So have you ever done like a trading card game draft?
I have, yeah.
Okay. So for those of you at home who haven't, you're basically given a booster pack of Pokemon. Not actual Pokemon cards, mind you. It lists like the Pokemon, the held item, the Terra type, the attacks, the nature, and I think one other thing that's slipping my mind.
Cool.
And you pick one, and then you pass your pack to the left, and then you pick another, and you pass to the left, and you just keep going to build a team. And I was able to build a Sun team.
Oh,
and I
really
had a lot of fun. I lost to the guy who drafted Dunsparce with Serene Grace, Rockslide, Glare. And I believe there was also a Palpitoad that had some, or not Palpitoad, excuse me, Bellybolt. The electric one.
They do look very
with
similar.
With Zap Cannon, which is guaranteed to paralyze.
Yes, it is.
And I had a very bad time in that matchup.
No.
But it was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And there's similar side events going on here as well, which is really exciting.
Have you heard of Chaos Cup?
I have.
Are you familiar with it?
I'm very familiar with Chaos Cup.
I am not. Outside the hall this morning, I heard someone, I saw someone like reading the list of side events, and they were like, what's Chaos Cup? And I thought, like, you know, I don't actually know either.
What do you think it is? I want to hear what your guess is before I tell you.
I think I have like an educated guess because I've heard of something like this before, but I think you're just given a random team of 6 Pokemon and you're told, here's your team, go have fun.
Yes, that is correct.
That does sound fun and chaotic.
They are real teams. This isn't like RNG Chaos Cup where you're given like a one-hit knockout move and it's just, whoever hits it first wins. So there was a Chaos Cup at EUIC that had teams that were based off previous VGC formats, which was really exciting.
Yeah.
Obviously, they were played in Scarlet and Violet, so you couldn't have Mega Evolution as a mechanic. You couldn't have any Z moves or anything. But the inspiration was there, which was really cool. And I believe at this tournament, I don't know what format they're running the Chaos Cup in, but I did just get confirmation from a little birdie in my ear that they're doing old format VGC side events as well here. So
that's fun.
If you are old like me, apparently, you can go play in those. Or if you just want to see, VGC history, I know that there's a lot of speculation that Megas are coming back and Legends ZA.
Please.
I mean, they showed the logo, right?
I know, it has to. They have to.
It's a great opportunity to just kind of see what those formats were like and maybe think, hey, in 2, 3, 4 years, if we're playing with Megas again, these are the kinds of strategies we can use.
Oh my gosh. I saw that trailer for Legends ZA and I was so excited at the Mega symbol. Mega Evolutions are like my favorite, just stating my bias, but I love like the old formats like 2015, 2018 with the Megas and the whole Pokedex available to us, so I'm hoping for something like that. I know maybe some people like Terrestrialization more than Megas. I think it's up there, but it's kind of fun to compare all the old formats with the different generation mechanics as well.
It is. I think Terrestrialization is my favorite competitive mechanic, just because it feels very balanced.
I have a hard time arguing against that.
Yeah.
I must admit.
But Megas is the coolest mechanic, because if I had to choose between my Pokemon wearing a cool crystallized hat, my Pokemon just becoming the best version of itself and optimizing and taking that Mega Evolution energy to go one step further beyond.
Or just being big.
Or just doing like a dance or being big.
Yeah.
I'd pick the perfect evolution.
I agree, for sure.
Okay, cool. Glad we're on the same page. See, this is why we're working together this weekend.
Of course.
But yeah, I believe we're taking a look at some of the video game players who are currently in the middle of their round 3. It looks like there's a lot of people who have finished up. Prize wall. I wish I had time to hit up the prize wall this weekend.
The prize wall is always really well stocked. A lot of cool plushes, a lot of booster packs, a lot of like unique merchandise. And that's how when you play the side events that we were talking about earlier, you get your points and you go take it to the prize wall, and you get some cool stuff to take home.
Yeah, I was at EUIC, and I remember looking at the prize wall there, and they had a bunch of stuff from the Pokemon Center that isn't necessarily in stock anymore in the US.
Oh.
I missed it, but they had Porygon, Porygon 2, and Porygon Z pins.
Oh.
And I wish that I would have seen that.
That would have been good for EUIC specifically, too.
I know, right? Very thematic, all things considered. But I know at the prize walls here, it's a nice mix of like Pokemon Center merchandise, they'll have playmats from previous tournaments.
Yeah.
A lot of plushies, a lot of like hats and stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Always fun. Again, like, anytime you attend a Pokemon tournament, whether it's in a city like Orlando with a bunch to offer, or some other different city that may or may not have, giant theme parks right outside your door, there's always things to do right here inside the venue as well. Between side events, there's a bunch of different, trading card game things going on. They have the retro game setups, which are always really fun. You get to play some like Pokemon Stadium mini games. If you ever see us doing that on stream in between rounds and you want to partake, there's the gaming generation set up right outside here.
And not only that, it's like the OG hardware too.
Oh yeah.
Like I know you can play them with the Nintendo Switch Online subscription.
Yeah.
But that all being said, it looks like we are starting to tune in back to our match as players are currently getting reconnected for battle. So before we talk about this matchup in particular, and while we wait to hear the judges' ruling on how we're going to continue this match, it looks like we're just starting over, but I would like to get some confirmation on that, please. We have a couple of new 3-0s. Olivia Molizinski, Lucas Paz, Ryan Almeida, and Jackson Ferris are all 3-0, and I did just get confirmation that we are just going to pretend that first game never happened. We're starting fresh, 0-0. Players probably will take information that they learned in that first part of that game moving forwards into this matchup, so that could be an interesting thing for us to talk about.
Of course.
But as far as the score is concerned, we just had a nice little stroll around the venue, and now we're getting started with round 3.
Yeah, of course. Like, It is a true reset. You know, players are not obligated to lead the same 2 Pokemon. They are free to make whatever decision they choose. But of course, they do have some information. You know, we know, the Flutter Mane Urshifu lead. We know the Dragonite Glimmora lead. Those were their Game 1 plans originally. We know the Aerial Ace critical hit doesn't even KO the Urshifu, which is like...
That's nuts to me, honestly.
It is nuts, and it's also just really good for Rajan to know. Of course, it was very close. Possibly a roll can change that. But like, worst case scenario, your Urshifu is around 80%. You know you need to take an Aerial Ace. You can probably survive it, which might be big info going into this match.
Yeah, and I think the thing that I want to take away from that in particular is that this Urshifu, it seems very fast.
Yeah.
It seems very bulky, which means it's probably not as invested in its physical attack as some of the other Urshifus, which could make sense if you look at the choice band item in particular, which would make up for, not going full in on those base stats for your attack.
Right, yeah, when you got that choice band, you maybe don't need to fully index into that attack stat. You got some help with your item. You got some help with the helping hand in DD as well. I believe the Torrent has Rain Dance, so you can even further boost up those Surging Strikes. And possibly, I mean, there might be a world where you want to like helping hand or Rain Dance before you Surging Strikes the Glimmora, so you only set up 1 layer of Toxic Spikes as well. It's also some info Rajan got that, no matter what, I have this very, very strong Urshifu. It will still take 2 hits, which means the double Toxic Spikes going up.
Yeah, and while it doesn't seem like a lot necessarily in the moment, the way that toxic poison works compared to normal poison is normal poison does a set amount of damage every single turn.
Yes.
Whereas the toxic poison, the 2 layers of spikes, the icon actually is like a black to dark purple gradient, which is really, honestly, unnerving to me. You will take more damage every single turn. But it looks like we are getting an adjustment from Rajan here with that Ursaluna and the Tornadus as the lead. That's not a Trick Room setup.
It sure is not. That is an Ursaluna right next to a Tornadus. Makes a lot of sense because you are running Earthquake, a spread move that hits everything on the field, other than flying types, of course, both of which Tornadus and Dragonite are, but heavily threatening this Glimmora with a big Earthquake or Headlong Rush right off the bat, which again, would activate the Toxic Debris, but considering Glimmora is double weak to that ground move, only 1 hit, surely enough to knock it out, unless there is some Terrestrialization going on as well.
Yeah, Ursaluna also would benefit from a Mortal Spin being the attack of Glimmora here, just because it would poison it most likely before it could attack this turn, which means it would potentially get the Guts activation a turn sooner. Instead, though, Steven not going to risk the Glimmora's health at this stage in the game. We'll switch immediately into the Dondozo, which does have a more favorable type matchup against the Ursaluna, and it's actually a double switch, so just going straight for that Dondozo-Tatsugiri combination we saw earlier on.
You don't see this too often. A lot of times you kind of want to take advantage of the fact that Tatsugiri will kind of clear out that 1 slot and get that immediate boost for Dondozo right off the bat. But Steven knowing, possibly not in a great position right now, Dragonite not threatening too much damage, and Glimmora really hates facing down that Ursaluna. Knowing that Dondozo can swap in here without taking a whole lot of damage, especially considering the special attacker just used Protect.
Yeah, and it's possible here a double Protect means that Steven was able to rotate that Dondozo into the field and really get a favorable positioning already in turn number 2 for free.
Yeah, that worked out really well. Dondozo now on the field. It has that boost from the Commander ability. You have to respect the play from Rajan as well. You really want to protect your Ursaluna before it can, start doing any damage, start taking any damage itself, to activate the Flame Orb, get the Guts boost going with the burn.
So this is what I want to see here. So we have a Tailwind now behind this Ursaluna, and it is able to outspeed the Dondozo. Isn't able to do a lot of damage because of that Commander boost, but still great information for Steven moving forwards. This might not be a minimum speed Ursaluna, and also Order Up, missing the knockout onto that Tornadus. Of course, now the Dondozo has an additional stage of attack boost, so that's something that you have to be very careful about.
Well, that Facade still did a lot of damage. That is a +2 defense Dondozo. That just kind of goes to show you the raw power of Ursaluna. The double power, base power Facade because it's burned, the attack from Guts, and now 1 or 2 more Facades, plus possibly a Bleak Wind Storm to hit the Dondozo on its weaker special defense. Could be enough damage here.
Yeah, no attacks though from the Dondozo this turn. Instead, both the Ursaluna and Dondozo protecting as Bleak Wind Storm misses its target.
One thing I'd also love to point out here, because of the Rocky Helmet on the Dondozo, a lot of times people running Dondozo will love to protect, possibly stall out Tailwinds, and get some leftovers recovery, which is really big for such a bulky Pokemon like Dondozo with those boosts. Unfortunately for Steven, even though the Rocky Helmet does come in handy against the Ursaluna, against the Urshifu, both of which have contact moves that will get some chip damage on them because of that Rocky Helmet, you no longer have access to leftovers. There's no grassy terrain, there's no Heal Pulse, Pollen Puff anywhere on this team, so any damage into Dondozo sticks, which when you're placing against a Dondozo is very important.
Here comes that Bleak Wind Storm, bringing the Dondozo down to just below half of its health, which means with a Facade, Dondozo is able to hold on with just a little HP left. Wave Crash will connect with the Ursaluna and take that KO.
It might KO itself too, though. That Wave Crash does recoil, and with only 13 HP remaining, this Dondozo is no longer part of the game. Trading KOs here, so the whole boosted Dondozo, you did a bunch of damage to Tornadus, you knocked out your Saluna, but now you're just left with your Tatsugiri, Glamora, and Dragonite, and you haven't even seen Ridon's third Pokemon yet.
Yeah, that's a really interesting trade, I think, for Steven, given that the Dondozo seemed like it was trying to set itself up for the long end game in the first time we watched these two players play. But now in this pseudo game 2, if you will, it does seem like the Dondozo was able to do what it needed to do. It got rid of Rajan's most threatening attacker, and now that the Urshifu is on the field for Rajan, the Dragonite is able to find alignment against it, and with 2 Aerial Aces, it should be able to pick up the KO, and I don't think that the the Urshifu can match that amount of damage pressure.
I agree. This Dragonite is definitely the thing that Steven has on his team that is most well equipped to face this Urshifu, obviously resisting both the fighting and water type stab moves. There's no Ice Spinner on it. Its Poison Jab is the coverage move of choice. Instead of going straight for extreme speed, though, not wanting to focus on the Urshifu just yet, picking off this Tornadus.
Yeah, no more speed control for Rajan, assuming that the Tornadus was his only choice in that regard. But close combat is enough to secure the one-hit knockout onto Steven's Tatsugiri before it can attack.
I'm so used to Urshifu running like Mystic Water or Choice Scarf or Focus Sash that the close combat damage is never boosted. It's always, the water type moves, even like the dark type ones, sometimes with like Black Glasses or something, but this is a choice banned Urshifu. Every single attack it uses will be boosted, and because Tailwind was still up, easily able to outspeed that Tatsugiri and cleanly knock it out. That's a big turn for Rajan there, because he did lose his Tornadus as well, and now this Urshifu is locked on the field against Glamora, which also just might not be able to survive a close combat with that choice band. But Dragonite still actually in a very strong position, especially now that Urshifu is lowering its defense with that close combat. One Aerial Ace possibly takes it out, and Dragonite is also one of the best Pokemon against Ogerpon, resisting both fire and grass, and being immune to the Stomping Tantrum it carries as well. So even though this Urshifu has been doing a lot of damage, Dragonite here might still be enough for Steven to close out this game.
Yeah, it's a tough spot for Rajan to be in, especially knowing that it was the Ogerpon Hearthflame form as his final Pokemon. I think if it was the Fluttermane instead, like we saw earlier, it would be able to deal some super effective damage to that Dragonite or force it to Terrastalize into the normal type that it carries, which would have meant that close combat did do super effective damage and sort of gets him out of that hole. Unfortunately, though, we'll have to lock in the Terrastalization on the Ogerpon so that it doesn't take a lot of poison type damage, but Steven could easily go for rock type damage as well, and I think that's what we'll see after this Ivy Cudgel connects with the Dragonite. It's not very effective, but it does a ton of damage. Close combat into the Glamora will be a one-hit knockout, and therefore, it's Dragonite against the world.
It is Dragonite against the world, and unfortunately for Dragonite, it has already taken a lot of damage. There's Urshifu claiming so many KOs with this huge close combat. I think Choice Band close combat just not something on people's radar too many times. Stomping Tantrum coming through here into the Urshifu, even with the 2 stages of reduced defense, is not enough to KO it. And it looks like Rajan now, with this +1 attack Ogerpon, actually will be able to break through this Dragonite. I forgot sometimes that type charts don't matter when you're a Terrafire Ogerpon with the +1 Embody Aspect boost, Gabby.
I mean, you're absolutely right that type charts don't matter in that situation. I think we also got a good confirmation of just how the speeds of these Pokemon play out as well. And extreme speed, obviously enough to pick up the KO on that Urshifu after all of those defensive drops, but it should take one more Ivy Cudgel from the Ogerpon to knock out the Dragonite and put Rajan up 1-0 in the set.
And I guess for some context there, the Stomping Tantrum into the Urshifu, I bet was probably trying to predict the poison type terrestrialization into Urshifu.
Yep.
At this point, there is so much damage coming out from Rajan's side that I think even I continue to underestimate with that choice band Urshifu, that you kind of have to try and make a call like that. You know, possibly trying to catch Rajan going for a spiky shield on Ogerpon, so you're not taking that little chip damage. Terrestrializing the Urshifu so you don't get knocked out by Aerial Ace, but Rajan seeing right through that, I think made the smarter play and just going for what was more straightforward. Probably knowing close combat just straight up clears out the Glamora, and then at that point you're already at 2-1. You can probably try and, you know, play your odds that way.
Yeah, I also think that Rajan just had a very offensive back line to the four that he brought here, and if you were to try and slow things down at that point in time, you'd almost be playing against how those Pokemon want to be positioned on the field. I mean, going back to the early part of this game number 1, you know, we saw that Dondozo find a really great spot, but because there was no leftovers, because there was no grassy terrain, when it was down into the red, yes, it got the KO on the Ursaluna, but it knocked itself out in return. And I think what we almost saw there was Steven trying to decide, do you go for the wave crash and just hope that you can survive the recoil, or do you order up and hope that you still do enough damage?
Dondozo is much less forgiving when you're not running leftovers or some kind of recovery, just because, you know, it is such a bulky Pokemon once it has those boosts, especially considering the unaware ability. Like, your opponent can't boost its own Pokemon to try and get through those defense boosts. But once you do start taking so much damage, even like uniquely, Rajan's team is 3 very strong physical attackers, which is usually kind of a great spot for Dondozo to be in, but Rajan immediately just breaking through with that Facade. Like, Facade doing about 40% to Dondozo while it's boosted without like a helping hand or a Swords Dance or anything. That is massive, massive damage in context for Dondozo. So I think maybe Steven just didn't like have a great calculation in his head, you know, underestimating how much damage that Ursaluna could do. Possibly, you know, maybe wanting to go for that wave crash into it the prior turn, so you're not taking 2 Facades. There's some adjustments that can be made there for sure.
I think there's also the adjustment of the Gouging Fire, which is a Pokemon that is typically known to punish physical attackers on the opposing side of the field. A lot of people run it with booster energy that boosts the speed, then it's the fastest thing on the field, and you go for breaking swipes, outspeed Urshifus, outspeed Ogerpons, and get those attack drops in early. You also can have the option of then boosting up your own Pokemon with Howl, which is what Steven has chosen to do, and then also threaten some burns with Burning Bulwark, though honestly Ursaluna attacking into Gouging Fire to like proc the burn early would be a really cool play. Don't think we'll see that happen here. But I do think that's a good adjustment for Steven if he is expecting Rajan to bring 3 physical attackers again in this game number 2.
I agree that Gouging Fire could help, especially with that breaking swipe, but even just looking at Rajan's physical attackers, the Ursaluna wants to be burned. The Urshifu breaks through Burning Bulwark anyway. The Ogerpon can't be burned. And so you're kind of relying on breaking swipe, but then you might be taking spiky shield damage. Like, it could be a little bit tough there. No Gouging Fire right off the bat, though. Chien-Pao is an adjustment, not something we've seen from Steven in either of the first 1 1/4 games we've seen so far. So I like that adjustment. Immediately threaten this Tornadus and the Ursaluna, which we saw in that first game from Rajan. Unfortunately, though, Urshifu on the field instead.
I was going to say, you know, yes, you do threaten the Tornadus with those very powerful Ice-type attacks. Ice Spinner, the one of choice for this Chien-Pao. But then with the Sword of Ruin ability, you're also further boosting the damage of this Urshifu. And since Urshifu locked in alignment against the Dondozo earlier on in this game, you know, I don't think there's going to be as easy of a trade here to go for Dondozo and for the Ursaluna. And I think getting the Chien-Pao off the field here is really the best thing you can do to try and protect your Dondozo. But this is going to be a tough turn, even with the Commander boost once again.
Yeah, it is. Chien-Pao wanting to preserve its Focus Sash and also want to give the Dondozo this Commander boost. Again, all 5 of Dondozo's stats being boosted by 2 stages. You've seen it many times over the past 2 years. We're all familiar with Dondozo Tatsugiri, but we're going to have to see how Rajan responds.
It's been a while, though.
It has, you're right.
I'm trying to think of the last time I sat down and watched a Dondozo match, and it has been a hot minute, I would say. Order Up doing about 50% damage to that Urshifu, and getting Dondozo an attack boost of its own. Close combat!
That's still so much damage.
You say that so much, but it really isn't.
It is, okay, it is and it isn't, right?
Yeah.
So, like, it's not in the sense that it did, you know, maybe 35% 5% of Dondozo's total HP. When you're considering that's a +2 defense Dondozo, which has a massively high like base defense stat, like that is a lot of damage for something that is essentially just neutral damage, right? It's that choice band coming through again, and now again there's no recovery on this Dondozo. You have to attack, you know, single target moves right now because Earthquake will only hit one of the Pokemon, considering Torn is a flying type. If you're allowing Tornadus to continue staying on the field, you get it to, you know, fire off some Bleak Wind Storms, set up Tailwinds, possibly lower your speed with Bleak Wind Storm as well. So you like have to manage these two Pokemon on the other side of the field, and Rajan's doing a great job threatening damage this whole time.
Tailwind means that the Urshifu will outspeed the Dondozo, bring it down into the yellow. Dondozo now the final Pokemon to attack, could score a knockout easily onto this Urshifu with another order up, leaving it with it's about as much health as it could expect in this situation, and I think more importantly as well, further boosting its attack one stage. Whatever Pokemon Rajan sends in next, he has to be very careful about it because yes, you could just target the Tornadus, probably get a one-hit knockout, but if I had to pick between targeting the Pokemon that's going to Bleak Wind Storm and potentially miss its attacks, or maybe try to set up Rain for some reason, I'm going to choose the other Pokemon, because if it's that Fluttermane, if it's the Ursaluna, if it's the Ogerpon, that is really the Pokemon in this situation that's going to be looking to break through the Dondozo.
It is. It's a great point. You kind of do have to target the slot that's not the Tornadus in this case. The Ursaluna now coming in does not have its Guts boost just yet, so Rajan will have to take a turn to either protect it or try and possibly bait an attack into the Tornadus and not waste a turn on protect. But now this Dondozo at +4 attack. It is relatively low health, I believe. A Guts boosted Facade probably knocks it out from here. And we've seen the Ursaluna and Dondozo interact in Tailwind. We know Ursaluna should be faster, but again, it does not have its Guts boost just yet. There's no way Ursaluna can KO. You might have to rely on hitting a Bleak Wind Storm at the same time, but if you opt to protect Ursaluna, that could be a window for Steven to open up and attack the Tornadus instead. So it's rough. Like you said, Gabby, I do think Ursaluna is a bigger threat. You maybe don't want to target Tornadus with your Dondozo here, but maybe it's the best play.
It's a tough call, and the Tornadus is the Pokemon to use Protect. We'll have to see if Ursaluna is right behind it. Once again, Rajan going for a double Protect on the turn that you use Flame Orb to activate Guts. Order up will not connect with the Tornadus as a result.
I mean, that's just smart from Rajan, I think. Like, sometimes it might be a little questionable to double Protect while your own Tailwind is up, but in this case, it is certainly the best play. You don't open yourself up to getting red, you know, Steven targeting the one slot you don't protect. And in this case, again, I think Facade should be enough to KO this Dondozo, especially when you consider the possibility of some Bleak Wind Storm chip damage, and then the Tornadus will be sticking around later on into this game, which could reset up Tailwind later on.
Yeah, I was gonna say, even if the Tornadus, you know, took damage that turn, or if Tailwind ran out, as long as it's not knocked out, it is going to be the fastest Pokemon on the field since Dondozo doesn't have access to priority, which means you can easily just set Tailwind up once again. But Dondozo was the Pokemon to protect last turn, and now with one turn of Tailwind remaining, looks like Steven is opting to target that Tornadus. We'll have to see if he gets the opportunity.
It's going to be tough. Again, I think Facade maybe is enough, but if it's not, the Bleak Wind Storm damage should make up the difference. And that would bring Steven down to just 3 Pokemon remaining to match Rajan's 3. We did see the Chien-Pao. We did catch a glimpse of the Gouging Fire, which did get brought to this second game, which actually, if the Gouging Fire and Chien-Pao can hit the field at the same time, that is actually a pretty big threat of damage, especially considering Howl.
Yeah, well, there's the little bit of chip from the Bleak Wind Storm onto that Dondozo, getting a speed drop as well, and Facade from the Ursaluna following up for the knockout.
Yeah, Facade enough to take out Dondozo. You do get some more Rocky Helmet chip damage, and of course the burn is starting to add up as well, so Ursaluna not possibly as healthy as you might want it to be just after taking a KO. Tatsugiri pops out of Dondozo and is there on the field to help out its friends. It is running Helping Hand, which is interesting too.
Yeah.
Gives both the Gouging Fire and the Chien-Pao the option for some greater firepower. But again, Tailwind is just going to be set up again, I imagine, if you're Rajan there, to set up both the Ursaluna and the unrevealed 4th Pokemon.
Yeah, you know, this Tatsugiri is interesting to me as well for its held item with that Citrus Berry. I almost want it to have a Choice Scarf in this situation, because then you don't have to worry as much about speed control. That's most likely the Tatsugiri would outspeed the Ursaluna and Tailwind at that point in time. And even though you're attacking with Muddy Water at that point, at least you can deal some super effective damage and just hope that the accuracy rolls in your favor. This is a tough call for Steven here, though. You know, on the one hand, if you send in the Gouging fire. You can start lowering the Ursaluna's attack power. You can try and slow down the game pace a little bit to allow Tatsugiri to get caught up. But if you send in the Chien-Pao, then you're basically forcing the Tailwind this turn, as it is a very fast Pokemon. And you have the Focus Sash to ensure that your opponent would have to attack you twice for the knockout. So I do think Chien-Pao is the right Pokemon to be on the field here, but it's still a very tough spot for Steven.
It is, and I have to wonder whether or not the Ursaluna even outspeeds Chien-Pao and Tailwind. Ursaluna not the fastest of Pokemon, and so unless Rajan has trained it to be as fast as it possibly can be, it might still underspeed this Chien-Pao and be threatened by either Ice Spinner or Sacred Sword, or even Sucker Punch if you're trying to call the possible Ghost Terastallization, or maybe even like a max speed Ursaluna isn't enough for Chien-Pao. It's going to be a speed interaction. It's going to be very important for this game going forward.
Well, here is the first Terastallization of this game number 2, and it's the Tornadus into a Steel-type Terastallization, so no longer taking super effective Ice-type damage, but that might not stop this Chien-Pao since it does have Sacred Sword on its roster. Protect from the Tatsugiri will ensure it won't take any damage this turn, and Ursaluna matches it with its own Protect, waiting for Tailwind to be fully set up before going on the offense. Ice Spinner into the protecting Ursaluna, and there was no attack from that Tornadus just yet, which means it's going for a Bleak Wind Storm, trying to break that Focus Sash. Will it get it? It does.
It is enough damage to break Focus Sash, obviously, bringing Chien-Pao down to under half of its remaining HP. Importantly, the speed drop does not come through. Chien-Pao still at its neutral speed, and if the speed drop did come through, I imagine that is easily enough for a Tailwind to make up that speed difference. Now, I do think you still have to worry about whether or not Ursaluna is faster than Chien-Pao in Tailwind. As we did see the Tornadus Terastallize, there is no longer an option for Rajan to do the same with Ursaluna. You have to keep this Ice Spinner and Sacred Sword weakness for the rest of the game, and if Chien-Pao is attacking before Ursaluna, that's going to be really, really difficult for Ursaluna to get an attack in.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult indeed, but looking at the damage that the Tornadus did that previous turn with Bleak Wind Storm, I can't help but wonder if you just have these two Pokemon attack here, and if Bleak Wind Storm connects, you might get it. It looks like it's going to be a damage roll, honestly. And then if the Chien-Pao is faster, which it was, but it was because of Sucker Punch. Sucker Punch missing the knockout as well, which means that this Ursaluna can go straight for an Earthquake, going to knock out all three Pokemon on the field. That was a one-hit knockout on the Tornadus.
Yes.
On the Chien-Pao, or not the Chien-Pao, on the Tatsugiri. And then Chien-Pao as well gets the KO.
So funny.
But Raja not only clearing the field, giving him an opportunity to send in his own final Pokemon, and we'll just have to see how that's going to match up against the Gouging Fire we know that Steven has in the back.
Honestly, optimal, right? Like, a lot of the times, we talk about on stream sometimes, if you set up Tailwind to get knocked out at the same turn, that can be a really good thing for you. And Rajan took that into his own hands and said, I'll just knock it out myself. I mean, I'm a Steel type now. I can Earthquake myself.
Honestly, I was looking at the team sheet, and I was like, okay, Covert Cloak with Terra Steel, that makes a lot of sense. You don't necessarily need Terra Ghost if you're running Covert Cloak, but then that synergy as well. Tornadus is a flying type Pokemon. It does not have the Levitate ability, so as long as you lose that flying typing, you can just hit it with your own Earthquakes, and it worked out very well for him there. Now Ogerpon is on the field at full health, ready to go on the offense against this Gouging Fire. I'm not sure if it's necessarily going to match the damage that a Heat Crash would put out, but I'm assuming that 2 Stomping Tantrums should be enough.
It's going to be close, I think. Breaking Swipe is a great option here. You're going to be lowering the attack of this Ogerpon, which cannot Terastallize, get that Embody Aspect boost, and importantly, you have the option for Burning Bulwark, which will stall out a turn, possibly allow this Ursaluna to knock itself out with one more turn of burn. I think it might be 2 turns away. It'll be very close. Stomping Tantrum, though, does go into the Burning Bulwark, as does Facade. No burns coming through, obviously, because Ursaluna already burned. Ogerpon, Fire type, can't be burned. And Ursaluna here takes another turn of burn damage.
It's able to hold on!
It does survive, which means that Gouging Fire now pretty much has to go for Breaking Swipe, which is much, much less damage than this Heat Crash. You might not have enough time to get damage into this Ogerpon before it can Stomping Tantrum you down.
It's going to be very, very close, and it's all going to come down to just how these Pokemon are trained. How many Stomping Tantrums will it take to knock out the Gouging Fire? The Ursaluna has done such a great job for Rajan in this matchup in all his previous events, but goes for the Ivy Cudgel into the Gouging Fire, does outspeed the Gouging Fire as well, which is important to note for the remainder of the Tailwind turn, at least. And then Steven able to get the KO onto the Ursaluna before it can attack.
I believe Steven has not terastallized this game, which is exactly why Rajan went for the Ivy Cudgel, possibly trying to predict that fairy-type terastallization, which would mitigate damage from Stomping Tantrum, but unfortunately going a little bit too far there. Stomping Tantrum into the Burning Bulwark on this turn obviously will not be enough, and especially now that Ogerpon is at -1 attack, this might actually be pretty well in Steven's favor going forward.
I was going to say, it's a tough endgame. You know, do you terastallize, do you not? Personally, if I were Steven and I were confident that I can take a single Stomping Tantrum, I would wait as long as humanly possible to terastallize, because then that mind game is up on the field for as long as you can. As long as Gouging Fire hasn't terastallized, Rajan's going to have to guess, do I Stomping Tantrum? Do I go for an Ivy Cudgel?
Yeah.
That all being said, if I were in Rajan's shoes, I would also click Stomping Tantrum until I see the terastallization. So
it's tough too,
it's
because
a very tough call.
If you're Rajan, I think you want to be using Ivy Cudgel if you can, because you are at -1 attack. You want to try and go for those boosted critical hit chances. Stomping Tantrum here doing very little damage, especially now that Gouging Fire is at +1 attack. You know, Heat Crash is a great option. Breaking Swipe will be doing a lot of damage. You do have to kind of worry about Spiky Shield. You don't want to be taking too much of that chip damage in return, but now -2 attack on this Ogerpon, and Stomping Tantrum coming through here without a crit should not be nearly enough.
I was going to say that was a great use of Howl there from Steven. Typically a move used to boost your partner Pokemon's attack power. Works fine on yourself as well.
Yeah.
And actually makes Breaking Swipe what appears to be a 2-hit knockout onto this Ogerpon. So Ogerpon does go for Spiky Shield this turn, which means that the Gouging Fire will take a little bit of recoil damage from that. But it's a tough call to say if that's going to put it within knockout range of a Stomping Tantrum. Instead, just will outspeed and pick up the KO with a Breaking Swipe, and we have ourselves a game number 3.
All right, Gouging Fire coming through there with some really nice plays. I think Rajan might have been in a much better position had he gone for the Stomping Tantrum right off the bat. I think he maybe got a little bit too ahead of himself trying to predict Steven's terastallization in a scenario where if you do get it wrong, you're so far behind.
Yeah,
and again,
I agree.
maybe if you do a little bit more damage with Ivy Cudgel, that can be a worthwhile trade-off later on, especially if you try and weave in some, you know, Spiky Shields to get some more chip damage, catching Steven going for those Breaking Swipes. But because Steven held on to that terastallization, didn't even use it throughout the entire game, we saw him able to come out on top thanks to those Breaking Swipes, lowering Ogerpon's attack, and the Howl, like you called out, Gabby, making Breaking Swipe a 2-hit KO in the very end.
Yeah, I can't help but wonder as well what the endgame would have looked like for Rajan if he hadn't gone for the terastallization on the Tornadus. I feel like it was a really cool play. It really opened up the field for him to allow him to get that Ogerpon on the field. However, once you do that, you can't then terastallize your Ogerpon to offset one attack drop from that Breaking Swipe. And I think at the ultimate end of the game, that was the more important thing for Rajan. You know, I loved the strategy here. You know, seeing this Ursaluna, quite frankly, outspeed a ton of Pokemon and deal some really good damage here is a great approach for Rajan in this matchup. Just really wanted to keep that Tornadus around on the field at full health, threaten those Bleakwind Storms, and then save that terastallization for the Ogerpon.
I think specifically what the terastallization on that Tornadus did for Rajan was that if Steven opted to go for Ice Spinner into that slot, instead of it getting KO'd, it easily survives an Ice Spinner with that Steel typing. Assuming you hit the Bleakwind Storm, which can be a big assumption, you do break that Focus Sash. And that's exactly what Rajan got out of that turn as well. Just didn't pay off in the end like he wanted it to.
Yeah, and that's a tough call to make as well at the end of the day. Like, do you want to try and survive this turn, or do you want to preserve your terastallization for an end game? And I think going into this game number 3, that's really the conversation that Rajan should be having with himself. You know, how do I approach this matchup? You know, I know that my opponent's probably going to bring Dondozo Tatsugiri again because Steven's been very comfortable with starting the game off with that mode, and really just starting things off very aggressively with those turn 1 commander boost activations. How do I best match that? And I think that the choice band on the Urshifu is probably a good place to start with that. And maybe a little bit of an earlier Ogerpon as well, but you do have to watch out for the water type attacks that Dondozo has.
I do have a question for you, Gabby.
Yes.
We talked earlier that Steven is one of the OG players. He's been playing for a long time.
Yes.
I don't think we've seen him terastallize yet this match.
Yes.
Do we think he knows that terastallization exists?
I think
are we
he
sure?
knows.
No, I mean, certainly, I don't think there were many scenarios where he needed to. So like, it was obviously a very conscious choice for him not to throughout those first 2 games. It's just funny that we're in a game 3 and we have seen one player terastallize both games and one player terastallize neither game yet.
I think this is a plus point though for terastallization being a really balanced mechanic, because sometimes the absence of it is just as powerful as the presence of it.
And the mere threat of it, like we saw in the last game, going for the Ivy Cudgel into the Fire Dragon type, that was because terastallization was on the field. So it's a tool whether you're using it or not.
All right, well, game number 3, Steven, turn 1, once again, will switch in that Tatsugiri to activate the Commander stat boost onto that Dondozo. We saw it able to take a close combat from that Choice Band Urshifu very comfortably in games number, actually, I think 1 and 2, honestly. So I'm very curious if we're going to see that play out here again, or if maybe we'll see some Rain Dance action? Nope, just to protect from that Tornadus.
Rain Dancing in front of a Dondozo seems a little bit risky. You really don't want to be boosting those wave crashes. Steven going for order up straight into Urshifu again, not attacking into that protect, which is crucial. You still get the attack boost from that order up. You deal some good damage to Urshifu. Between the attack boost and the defense drop, one more order up should be enough damage to KO Urshifu as well. I think that's kind of exactly the same trade we saw at the beginning of game 2 as well.
Yeah, and trading the Dondozo for the Urshifu in particular, I think works out very well for Steven, as Urshifu, again, Choice Band, close combat, one of the most powerful attacks in the game on sheer damage alone, and just being able to have that pressure and remove one of your opponent's biggest attackers from the beginning is so important. While Tornadus is still at full health, it can provide support for the Urshifu, but Tailwind not going to be as relevant at this point in time. Does make me wonder if he'll wait and just opt to keep using Fleetwind Storm to slowly chip down on that Dondozo's health instead.
Slowly chip down on Dondozo's health, possibly get some speed drops, which would come in handy. Maybe one speed drop might be enough for Urshifu to still attack first. Tailwind, though, coming out right away from Tornadus, ensuring that Urshifu is going to be attacking before one more order up. Close combat will do another good chunk of damage into that Dondozo. Again, take some Rocky Helmet chip damage, lower its defense down to -2 stages, and Dondozo will have the opportunity to attack once more.
Yeah, but Rajan, I think, making a great call here, opting to Tailwind on the final turn that Tornadus is on the field. Not KO'd by its own partner Pokemon this time. Instead, Wave Crash is the move to take it out, and because it was at full health, the recoil damage it does to that Dondozo is absolutely critical. It looks like it might be within range of one more close combat knocking it out.
And we're now in an interesting spot where, for the first time in this set, Rajan has the opportunity to KO Dondozo and damage Tatsugiri at the same time. For the whole match so far, we've seen something knock out Dondozo as like the last action of the turn, which means Tatsugiri just kind of pops out and sits there having a jolly good time. But now, just to remind everyone at home, if you do KO Dondozo, the Tatsugiri immediately pops out of its mouth, is vulnerable to taking an attack. We see Fluttermane come in here with the speed boosting Photosynthesis. A Moonblast will KO Dondozo. A close combat we've seen will KO Tatsugiri. This is a clean 2 knockouts just sitting on a plate for Rajan. Steven cannot switch. He cannot protect against, well, he could protect against the Fluttermane. Actually, that's a nice way to possibly make sure that doesn't happen, is if you protect the Moonblast and to get knocked out by close combat instead. But it's a really nice offensive position for Rajan to be in here.
Yeah, Rajan is guaranteed to knock out the Dondozo this turn. It's just a matter of how much damage he can put down onto that Tatsugiri in the same turn. But because Steven goes for protect here, like you said, the Fluttermane will move next. Moonblast will not be able to break through that protect, and then it's all down to Urshifu with its Unseen Fist ability to attack through the protect.
He didn't.
No.
No, that's so smart. Wait, okay.
Okay, break that down, break that down.
Dondozo, okay, Unseen Fist. You attack through protect, contact moves.
Yes.
Steven knows that he can protect the Moonblast from Fluttermane. Dondozo will not be knocked out, so that Dondozo gets knocked out by Urshifu instead, which means Tatsugiri doesn't take an attack this turn.
Yes.
Rajan, knowing that, opts to go for the Moonblast into the Dondozo. If Steven doesn't protect, it gets knocked out. Tatsugiri gets close combated, it's fine. By targeting the Tatsugiri slot with the Urshifu, that is such a smart play because you're not giving Steven that option to just not, take the damage of Tatsugiri. Now, and this is a play Rajan can repeat too. You can immediately just Moonblast the Dondozo slot and select the Tatsugiri slot with your Urshifu ad nauseum. If the Dondozo gets 5 protects in a row, that can't go wrong. That's such a good play from Rajan.
That was an incredible play from Rajan. Now, this time around, though, is opting to switch in the Ursa Luna. Dondozo fails the double protect, which means that Moonblast will connect and will knock out, but because Tatsugiri was hiding at the beginning of this turn, it will not be able to attack. So doesn't get the opportunity to connect the close combat with it, but does get the opportunity to switch in the Ursa Luna and activate Flame Orb. Again, incredible mechanics know-how from Rajan. Just one turn, timing or targeting everything perfectly to ensure that the Tatsugiri would have been hit by something eventually, and then turn 2 just deciding to take advantage of that once again to set up the Ursa Luna.
Absolutely another heads-up play to get the Ursa Luna in there. If you switch it in on a turn, the Flame Orb does activate at the very end of the turn, so we get the Guts boost right off the bat. We have the option for some very, very strong facades, headlong rushes, earthquakes as well. And now Fluttermane is on the field. Again, it does have the speed boosting photosynthesis when it should be outspeeding Gouging Fire, even though it also has the speed boost from photosynthesis, just because Fluttermane does have naturally a much higher speed stat. We do have one turn of Tailwind remaining as well on Rajan's side of the field, so if another Icy Wind comes through here, that could possibly allow Ursa Luna to take advantage of that Flame Orb, get a big attack off before Tailwind expires.
Rajan taking a moment here to select his moves, trying to find the optimal path to victory. It is worth noting that both these trainers have 3 Pokemon remaining at this point in time. Though it does feel like Steven is on a bit of the back foot, knowing that his Pokemon are not as offensive as Fluttermane, Ursa Luna with the Flame Orb activated, and that Urshifu. Burning Bulwark will protect the Gouging Fire for this next turn, and Tatsugiri as well opting for Protect here, just trying to scout out what Rajan is thinking. Moonblast would have targeted the Tatsugiri. That most likely would have been a one-hit knockout onto that Dragon-type Pokemon, and then Facade was the move of choice to target down the Gouging Fire.
The Tatsugiri and Gouging Fire, I think a smart protect there from both slots. Again, the Tailwind is now expiring for Rajan's end, and because Tornadus is knocked out, there is no option to possibly set that back up. You get a little bit of chip damage from that burn as well, but most importantly, you know that the Gouging Fire, if it does take an Icy Wind, should still be able to act before the Ursa Luna and get off possibly a Breaking Swipe, maybe even like a Heat Crash or some damage into Fluttermane. And now, if you're Rajan, I think you're still in a pretty strong offensive spot.
Yeah.
You've got your Icy Wind Fluttermane, a Moonblast should threaten a KO and Tatsugiri. And the Tatsugiri's defensive Terrestrialization being Steel means it is very vulnerable to that Ursa Luna if it does opt to use that. Let's say Rajan goes for like a Moonblast and Earthquake or something, it still gets knocked out regardless. The Tatsugiri's speed might be interesting here just because it is naturally faster than Ursa Luna, but Icy Wind could change that. We'll have to consider here, and finally a Terrestrialization from Stephen Morioka.
Yeah, I think using the knowledge he gained on that previous turn to opt to Terrestrialize the Tatsugiri into that Steel typing, hoping that it can take a Moonblast and retaliate with a Muddy Water to deal some big damage to Ursa Luna, but Fluttermane changing its attack of choice into Icy Wind to drop the speed of the Gouging Fire and Tatsugiri by 1 stage each. Heat Crash will still move next, crashing into that Fluttermane, bringing it down into the yellow. Facade now outspeeding the Tatsugiri. It's able to hold on through all of that damage and eat its Citrus Berry to heal itself back up, and will get the opportunity to use Muddy Water for the knockout on the Fluttermane and bring Ursa Luna down below half its health.
That was still resisted Facade. That did so much damage, Gabby. That Steel Terrestrialization coming in huge, though, allowing the Tatsugiri to resist both the Icy Wind and the Facade, keeping it around to KO Fluttermane after a big Heat Crash and allow Steven to have the Pokemon advantage. Notably, the Gouging Fire, again, should still be faster than both Urshifu and Ursa Luna. Actually, the Urshifu might be outspeeding just because, you know, some of those speed training on the Urshifu can be a little bit faster sometimes. Gouging Fire with the speed boosting for the synthesis might not be max speed, so Urshifu could attack first, which might be, you know, very useful here, except both these Pokemon are still very low. We see the Chien-Pao at full HP in the back for Steven. I think he's set up this endgame very well for himself with a really nice Terrestrialization on Tatsugiri.
Yeah, I think all you really need to do here is go for a Breaking Swipe, possibly even helping Hand Boosted to ensure the KO onto that Ursa Luna, but Steven doesn't think he needs it, goes for a Protect. Surging Strikes from that Urshifu will outspeed the Gouging Fire and deal 3 hits worth of damage, but it is not going to be enough to knock it out.
Gouging Fire should be the next Pokemon to attack, and it goes for Breaking Swipe, and it's not enough to pick up the KO onto that Urshifu or that Ursaluna. Let's see who Rajan targeted down with the Facade. It was the Tatsugiri.
It was Tatsugiri, and I think that's probably the best case there. Not taking a KO means that Chanpao does not yet hit the field. And this Urshifu, now it is down to very, very low HP, but it is the fastest thing on the field. Should be able to KO either of these Pokemon with the Surging Strikes. And because of the Tatsugiri taking the Icy Wind, it should still be slower than this Ursaluna. But I think even if you're able to take these 2 KOs, like we saw the Urshifu outspeed Gouging Fire, which kind of goes to show, like you mentioned earlier, Gabby, it's got the Choice Band. Maybe you're indexing more into speed in your training. Even if you take 2 KOs here, the Chanpao in the back is probably still able to close out the game. I think especially with that Focus Sash and especially access to that priority Sucker Punch if you need to rely on that. It means that it's going to be really tough for Steven to, or rather for Rajan to dispatch it, even though he has the Pokemon advantage here still and can probably take 2 knockouts.
Yeah, I think as soon as Chanpao hits the field, you Sucker Punch the Urshifu, you know it's going to connect because it's Choice Band locked into Surging Strikes, which coincidentally will also KO the Gouging Fire this turn. The Ursaluna then attacks the Chanpao, brings it down to Focus Sash, and then you just naturally outspeed for that KO.
Exactly.
We will see the Ursaluna move next, I believe, like we saw in the previous turn, going for the Facade into the Tatsugiri for that knockout as well. So we are officially in the Chanpao endgame.
It is the Chanpao endgame. The Ursaluna and the Urshifu on Rajan's side trying to stare it down. Again, Chanpao does not have any of those spread attacks. It is single target attacks only, but thanks to the Tailwind being gone, thanks to the Urshifu being locked into Surging Strikes, it cannot attack before this Chanpao. One attack should be able to knock it out. Exactly like you said, Gabby, the Ursaluna probably brings Chanpao down to its Focus Sash, but that will not be enough.
Yeah, and this is where I think any damage on that Chanpao earlier on in the game when it was bled would have been very important, but Steven making a great call, switching it out turn 1 of both games 2 and 3 to send in that Tatsugiri and set up the Dondozo and preserve Focus Sash for this critical endgame. Ends up not needing it as Chanpao is able to take that headlong rush pretty comfortably, all things considered, and Ursaluna will actually just be knocked out thanks to the burn damage this turn. So Steven Morioka winning this set against Rajan Ball 2-1 in round 3 of Swiss.
That was a really, really interesting set. Some really crazy back and forth. And Rajan had that really, really nice read into Steven, you know, with the Moonblast, with the close combat into the Tatsugiri slot. You kind of think to yourself, maybe, what if Rajan had done the same play on the next turn, immediately gotten the double KO onto that Dondozo and the Tatsugiri instead of swapping in the Ursaluna for the Guts boost?
Yeah.
But thinking back, that just means that the Chanpao and the Gouging Fire come in immediately. And that, like, sometimes kind of the double swap for free, especially a combination that strong where you have the option for some Howls into Ice Spinners, like maybe that wasn't actually as great for Rajan anyway. Kind of explains the choice not to take that double KO. But some really smart plays on both ends. The final terrestrialization from Steven, I think really the nail in the coffin there, allowing Tatsugiri to stay on the field, get that huge Muddy Water off, and set up that end game.
I agree, and I think what's also interesting to note is just looking at this set overall, how Dondozo forced trades for Rajan, or for Steven into Rajan, of course. Like game number 1, we saw the Dondozo trade with the Ursaluna. Games 2 and 3, we saw it trade with the Urshifu, sort of.
Right.
And at the end of the day, you really just forced Rajan's central attackers to take a huge amount of damage. And yes, you know, maybe you could have also had a little bit more offensive pressure yourself if you hadn't had that Dondozo, but I think slowing down the game to that point and just forcing your opponent to recognize that situation as well is just so important when you're playing these longer sets.
Also, really just a heads-up use of Dondozo as kind of a piece on a team. A lot of times you're really tempted, you know, if you're using Dondozo, and especially if you're bringing Dondozo to a game, with all those boosts, you kind of get the stars in your eyes, like, oh my gosh, I have all these boosts, I can take so many knockouts with this Pokemon. But Steven using it much differently, kind of starting out the game and getting some chip damage down, setting up his teammates to close out the games, and that was what won the game, was the Gouging Fire, the Chanpao in the very end, and not specifically the Dondozo, which was more of a setup Pokemon instead.
Yeah, I can't help but wonder, I mean, looking at the team composition for Steven, if there is a mode where you don't bring the Tatsugiri and you just use Howl on Gouging Fire to sort of boost up that Dondozo as well.
Yeah.
I think one of the things that's been really interesting for me to watch throughout the series, the various series of Scarlet and Violet, is how people play Dondozo when Tatsugiri isn't around. You know, I think Dondozo Ting-Lu is a very popular core right now. And I think Dondozo Gouging Fire as well has some really good synergy that I would love to hear from Steven, you know, if that was something he was considering when he was building this team.
Surely, yeah. I didn't even think about that myself, Gabby. That's a great call out because, you know, of course, you have, you know, the Unaware, which is a great defensive tool against, you know, opposing setup Pokemon. You also have your own Howl, which can boost, you know, your defenses. Fire and Water are a great combination of types together. And when Dondozo's on the field, most of the time there's nothing next to it.
Exactly.
So there's kind of a different set of pressure that comes out when you have the Gouging Fire as opposed to the Tatsugiri that is locked away inside the Dondozo. So a really cool, unique, you know, way to use that team that we didn't get to see in this round, but possibly Steven is using, you know, first couple rounds, maybe later on today as well.
Or maybe in a previous tournament. You never know.
Of course.
Fortunately, there's so much Pokemon to be played, both here this weekend and online on Battle Stadium. We had those global challenges the past few weeks. There's also, you know, just hanging out with your friends, being like, hey, you want to play some locals or whatever? Yeah.
We're both local hosts ourselves. We're very familiar.
Yeah, you know, I forgot. You're a newly crowned professor.
Yeah,
even. Congratulations.
It's really fun. Thank you. I've hosted 2 Premier Challenges so far. They're very fun. I highly recommend if you're in the DFW area. I'm happy to host you. If you're in Boston, go see Gabby.
Come to the Cheese League.
Yeah, there we go. If you're anywhere else, you know, check Pokemon.com for that event locator to get involved yourself.
Yeah, and I mean, talking about old Pokemon players, I mean, back in the day, that was really the only way to hear about these tournaments.
Yeah.
Like, I remember logging onto the Pokemon website like once a week, checking the news section to see, okay, when's the next tournament season coming? And then when they first announced back in 2006, the Journey Across America tour, where they'd have one tournament in every single state.
Oh, yeah.
I remember my mind was just blown. I was like, oh my God, I only have to drive 2 hours to compete this time around. Let's go.
Oh, yeah. No, there's so much fun. It's a great resources, Pokemon.com. You can see some resources on how to build teams, of course, how to find tournaments. You can see Gabby and Mai's lovely faces, and more than just regionals. And so we highly recommend you go check it out.
Yeah. That being said, we are waiting to get an interview set up with Steven. So while we wait, I'm very, very curious, Jake. You know, we've talked a lot about the Trick Room. We've talked a lot about predictions of Ursaluna this weekend. Did you expect to see Ursaluna and Tailwind?
No.
Yeah, I didn't either. I think that was a really interesting point from Rajan. You know, we didn't get to talk about this at the beginning, but I do want to bring it up now that we have a little bit of time. You know, he's run Ursaluna for the past 4 tournaments, according to his fun fact. And I think being able to recognize how to run Ursaluna without Trick Room is such a cool adaptation to what feels like a other very linear sort of setup. You know, you set up Trick Room, protect Flame Orb, and then you just go on the offense. But Rajan showed us that there's still room for innovation in the format.
There is. I think especially cool because we do see Ndidi on Rajan's team.
Yeah.
It's kind of its own fake out. Like I definitely, and I think also you saw the Ndidi and were like, oh, obviously there's a Trick Room like option
100%.
there.
I didn't even look at the moves.
No, yeah, because of course it runs Trick Room. Why wouldn't it? But no, it has Protect instead. And I think if you're a player facing that team as well, even though we have the team sheets available to us when we are playing, that anyone playing against Rajan today can look at the team sheet and see it doesn't have Trick Room. But it's kind of like a mental exercise you have to go through to think, okay, wait, this Ndidi doesn't have Trick Room. It doesn't have Trick Room. I can't like play around Trick Room. And it's something that I think Rajan probably is taking advantage of because a lot of times people's game plans against Ursaluna kind of assume that Trick Room is up, and maybe that makes you have to play it differently. It's kind of a cool throwback, not even throwback, but kind of reference to a lot of the Ursaluna Blood Moon teams that have kind of the dual Tailwind Trick Room options. We haven't really seen that yet with Ursaluna, like the normal forms specifically, but Rajan taking it here to Orlando, and I think it's a really cool idea.
Yeah, well, Ursaluna was not the top bear in this previous round. It was actually Dondozo, who is now officially a bear. So let's go ahead to the lounge for an interview with Steven and Joe.
Thank you very much, Jake and Gabby. We're here with our round 3 winner, Steven Morioka. A really intense match. I mean, most people play 3 games of VGC, and you and Rajan played 4. So that's where we really gotta start off there. How did you handle the mental strain that it takes to play that much VGC in one set?
It's just a lot of persistence and knowing that you're still in the game, and it's going to be a long, taxing series, and you have to just play it out. You got to play it out. There are going to be technical issues. You can expect that, and that's okay. So you just got to play your best and just see what happens in the games.
Well, I think one of the interesting things with your team composition is a lot of people, especially in Regulation F, have started to stray away from the Dondozo Tatsugiri combination. They're going Dozo, Tinglu, and Porygon, and some other strategies. So what led you back to the original combination that was so popular in the beginnings of Scarlet and Violet, where other people have kind of dropped off of that duo?
Yeah, so the biggest selling point for me, this was maybe right after Knoxville Regionals, is that Dondozo had Unaware, and Unaware, I think, is just really key to its success and its success on this team right now, mainly because I can pretty much ignore everybody's setup strategies when I have Dondozo on the field, and when Tatsugiri is the commander, we get the +2 boost to all the stats, and I think the biggest key for me is mainly just having a bunch of different options, which is kind of counterintuitive with Dondozo and Tatsugiri when I can't switch anymore. There's only one target on the field there. So there can be a lot of mind games, before they merge together. And then there's still like kind of a pregame and postgame with those two on the field. But I would say the biggest key for me was Unaware, its ability.
Okay, and I think one of the really interesting turns that we were discussing backstage as we were watching this match was there was Dondozo on the field, and then Rajan had his low health Ursaluna and the Urshifu, I believe. No, it was Urshifu and Fluttermane, excuse me. And it seemed like a really intense turn because Rajan targeted into Tatsugiri on purpose to make sure there's no Rocky Helmet damage or he doesn't hit you through Unseen Fist. And then on your end, you protected, but were you anticipating an Unseen Fist to go through your protect anyway? Backstage, we all popped off on that turn.
Yes, I was actually hoping that Rajan would, double target into Dondozo. I get a little more Rocky Helmet damage, and then Tatsugiri gets to come in safely. But Rajan is a smart player, and so purposely targeted at Tatsugiri with Urshifu, knowing that that's what I was planning on my end. So I think I just followed up with tried for another double protect, go for the same play, but he still had a safe option for that second turn anyway. So I knew after that turn, we're just gonna have to go to this later in the end game. But yeah, it's that's a play that has happened to me a few times before in practice. So after he made that play, I was expecting that, or I was ready for what's to come next.
Now, I think at the end of the game, what was interesting was it was just your Chien-Pao left on the field at low HP, in the red at that point. And we were looking a couple turns ahead, a couple turns prior to that, we saw an out that was like, okay, you get Chien-Pao in with Focus Sash, Urshifu can Ursaluna knocks itself out to the Flame Orb recoil, as well as you have Sucker Punch to outspeed the Choice Banded Urshifu there. So I think that's the thing that for any trainers at home that are new, could you talk about, kind of planning turns ahead, not just playing on the current turn, but knowing okay, if I play towards this out, 3 turns later, I have checkmate because I have Focus Sash, I knock out, and then he knocks himself out to Flame Orb. How do you plan multiple turns ahead without getting too far ahead, if that makes sense?
Right. So Urshifu with Unseen Fist can go through Protect. So I was very conscious of that and knew that Rajan's also had a choice item. So as long as I saw that it did not lock into Aqua Jet, if I could just get in Chien-Pao safely without taking any damage, I'm guaranteed a second hit on the Ursaluna. So I just needed to make sure that I get Urshifu down low enough in Sucker Punch range, and as long as I didn't make a mistake and switch in Chien-Pao into any of those attacks when Ursaluna and Urshifu were in the end game there, if I could just get it in safely, then I would feel pretty safe with the game at the end.
Yeah, and that is a major factor that it was choice banded on Urshifu, right? Instead of a Focus Sash or Life Orb or Assault, because that completely changes how your decision making, right? Because with the choice band, you knew he can't protect. There's no Sucker Punch mind game. So, can you explain the difference or how different end games can work out when you're building with your friends? How do you play matchups versus X held item versus Y held item on this Pokemon?
Yeah, so with the different held items in terms of on different Pokemon, obviously with choice items, you know that once they make a decision and lock in that move, that kind of helps make your plans a little bit easier to map out for the rest of the game. In terms of if there's a different item where Urshifu would have been able to change moves, then it would probably come down to a lot of different mind games. You know, do you protect? Do you go for an Aqua Jet? So that kind of thing. So I'm glad I didn't have to play those mind games because those can be pretty stressful. And otherwise, I just want to give credit to Rajan because we played a really long, great, fun series. There was, I felt like a lot of good plays and reads back and forth. So
yeah,
I'm wishing him the best moving forward.
Absolutely, that was a fantastic set. Now, before we let you go to get ready for your round 4 match, do you have any shout outs for anybody at home watching along?
Yeah, I'd like to shout out and thank my mom and dad, my sister, my brother who's here playing the trading card game today, and then my friends here as well, Joe, Bob, and Lissa.
All right, so congratulations, Steven, starting the day 3-0. Wish you the best of luck. Hopefully, we'll see you in day 2 tomorrow. But for now, we're going to head back over to the casters for our next matchup. So Gabby and Jake, take it away.
Thank you so much, Joe. And Steven, it's always great to hear about a family that plays Pokemon together. You know, I always found it really admirable that Steven, his brother, and his mom, you know, would all play together back in the day. And I hope to someday have that in my life, I think.
No, it's really cool. I think back when I first started playing VGC in like the early 2010s, like the Moriokas were kind of the family to beat, right? And Wesley and Steven and their mother, I believe Miroslava is her name, she competes in tournaments as well and does well. Like she keeps up. She's taken some great wins herself. I think now maybe the Coxes can compete. I know Ashton and his mom and sister all play. So
I think they're all here too.
Yeah, they are. Like, we should get some like family crew battles going on, I think.
We should do a family fight in Pokemon.
There we go.
But we're gonna take a quick break here as we get ready for round number 4 of Swiss, so please stay tuned.
My name is Alex Underhill, and I'm from Seattle. My earliest memory would be playing with my friends. We competed to see who could get the most level 100 Pokemon. That was the coolest thing you could do. I started way back in 2014 when I went to Nationals. It was just kind of like a Pokemon convention I wanted to check out. And from there, I went to the following year, got top 8, and got hooked on competing.
It's Alex Underhill. Second out of day 2 Swiss in this field. Definitely makes a name for me.
It's been a long time. I guess, yeah, it's started my 10-year anniversary. And I don't know, I think that there's so many different ways to play the game. So winning with something new feels cool. Rehashing old ideas, like there's so much to explore in the game every year. The game just has so much depth, it's so cool, and I don't ever see myself stopping. Something that I've learned about myself while playing Pokemon for so long is that I like to play something that feels unique to me. I don't like to just steal what I've been seeing do well. I want to, make it my own, and I love personalizing my own team, I guess. Some of my favorite teams I got to run back in 2017 when I won my 2 regionals. Those teams were very unique to me, going about, either going all in on a move like Discharge or a hard Trick Room strategy. Those are some things that were setting me apart from the rest of the field. Favorite moment from competitive Pokemon history is probably just attending my first Worlds in 2016 in San Francisco. It was a big Worlds. There was a lot going on. It was like just flying across the country to play Pokemon. The event was run awesome. It was so cool. Going to Japan last year, also very cool. Getting to travel, I guess, is a big part of it. There's too many to name, honestly. There's so many people that inspire me. There's a lot of players right now that, are still innovating and building cool teams. Alex Gomez, and there's like David Kutesh, some of the European players. They do some really cool stuff. For this season, I just wanted to qualify for Worlds. It's a hard year. 500 CP is a lot to get to. And I also do think I play a lot of events for like the glory. It's fun to win, like there's prize money, there's championship points, but mostly I just want people to recognize me as a strong player.
Fabian and I'm from Germany. Ich wäre gerne vom Typ Feuer, wenn ich ein Pokémon wäre. Ich bin durch meinen Bruder an Pokémon interessiert. Als wir bei der Weltmeisterschaft in London waren, wo ich meinem Bruder zugeguckt habe.
Fabian's brother Alex was actually the 2022 EUIC Junior Champion, but is it now Fabian's turn for an international title?
Und dann haben wir mal an einem Turnier teilgenommen. Da habe ich gut abgeschnitten und dann habe ich weitergespielt. Ich mache Erfahrungen mit Pokémon und ich sehe Freunde. Ich habe Spaß dabei. Also dieses Event ist sehr wichtig für mich, weil es ist auch mein allererster Sieg. Ich habe auch noch nie eine Regional gewonnen.
The whole community rooting behind this junior who has taken his first international title.
Und deswegen ist mir das sehr wichtig, weil es auch eine International war. Ich hier das allererste Mal ein Turnier gewonnen habe. Mein Ziel ist es, nach Hawaii zu fliegen diese Saison. Also Sorgen sollten Sie sich nicht machen, weil es ist ja auch mein erster Sieg und vielleicht war es auch nur Glück, weiß man ja nicht. Vielleicht hätte ich ohne den Volltreffer nicht gewonnen. Vielleicht hätte ich, wenn ich in anderen Spielen kein Glück gehabt hätte, wäre ich nicht so weit gekommen. Deswegen müssen Sie sich keine Angst vor mir machen.
Poor Quaxley there, having a bit of a rough morning with the shenanigans and the chaos that Sprigatito and Fuecoco are bringing. But what we have here at the Orlando Regional Championships so far is all fun and games.
Absolutely.
No chaos.
Even
no
4
chaos
games
cup.
even. We got more than 3 games in that first set, Gabby, which is some extra action we are graciously bringing to you here in Orlando, and it's just the first of many, many wonderful matches we'll have on stream this weekend.
Yeah, so I'm still Gabby Snyder, still joined here by Jake Muller, and I think one of the things that stands out to me the most about the Orlando Regional Championships is just the passionate staff that works these events time and time again. You know, I know that there are a lot of people who will travel from near and far to work these events in particular, and while upstate New York isn't the farthest place to fly from, I do think that one of our tournament organizers for the weekend is certainly one of the better traveled of them all.
There we go.
There we go. The words fell into place eventually. So Joe Brown had the opportunity to talk to Patrick Donegan, Articuno enthusiast?
Of course.
Of course. So why don't we go ahead and see what they all had to say.
And I am here with my good friend Patrick Donegan. P-Dons, how are you doing here in Orlando?
Joe, I am doing great. We've been running around a bit, doing some judging, and yeah, it's a definite change from being on stage how I used to be as a player.
Right, yeah. So I want to talk to you because you've been playing competitive Pokemon for well over a decade. You've traveled around the world. You've been to so many different places, played in so many different areas, and now you're transitioning. So you still play, yeah, but you're transitioning into a tournament organizer and helping out here on the judging staff in Orlando. So what has that transition been like from player to staff and support?
Well, it's definitely been a lot less stressful. Gone are the nights trying to get that last move, last mon, just trying to sort the perfect team, and now it's more running around and making sure that people are able to get their games off, and answering any questions, and honestly just providing good customer service to the community that I've been a part of for so long.
And so if there are other trainers out there, people, they might not want to play as often, but they still want to be involved in the community, so they become tournament organizers and judges and stuff. What advice would you give to some of those people that are also interested in becoming a TO just like you did?
Well, there's definitely a lot of need for tournament organizers and judges at the local level. So what I would do is to basically assess the needs of your community, and if that's a route you want to go towards, the Pokemon website has details for up and coming professors, and you'll be able to apply, put in some things, and essentially you'll be running your own tournament soon enough.
And obviously, I can't talk to you, Pat, without talking about and bringing up Articuno, your favorite Pokemon. You know, obviously, when Articuno won that regional in EU, I'm sure you were just completely elated. So when you found out that day, were you watching the stream live when it happened, or did you find out afterwards that your favorite Pokemon had finally won a regional title?
So unfortunately, due to the time zone difference, I was out doing errands and stuff, but I had heard about the top 8 Articuno mirror match, and then I saw how that bird ended up winning the tournament, taking down a 16-0 player at the time, and basically stopping the perfect run. This bird's amazing, guys.
You know, he says that bird is amazing, and he talks about the most recent accomplishment, but he doesn't talk about how he day 2 worlds with
That's
Articuno.
true.
Like,
yeah, very recently.
Very humble of you, Mr. Pedon, sir. But whenever I think of Articuno, to be 100% honest, Pedon's is honestly one of the first people that comes to mind.
Oh yeah,
Even with its recent accomplishments.
For sure, he's always been kind of the Articuno fan. There have been periods where it's been sort of usable, but he's kind of made it part of his brand. I know he's got some like online groups that are kind of branded around Articuno as well. So really cool to see him excited about it doing well. And of course, you know, big shout out to Pedons for helping out with the tournament organization aspect of VGC as well. Again, that's something both of us are involved with, and not to pat ourselves on the back, but I think it's a really important thing. Whether you can, you know, judge at your local events, try and host them, you know, help out at regionals, anything that goes, yeah, of course, stream them. Anything that can, you know, help the tournament organizers run their tournaments a little bit more smoothly, allow for an amazing player experience for everyone, both at regionals, at locals, and online as well.
Yeah, so thank you so much to all of our judges and all of our tournament staff who are working here in Orlando this weekend. Now, let's go ahead and talk about round 4 of Swiss, because y'all voted in a community poll on Twitch, and we are very excited to reveal the results. And also the names, because I believe we obfuscated the poll just a little bit to keep y'all on your toes. So the one that ended up winning will be Adam Scruggs versus Zhejiang, who's actually one of my locals, so that kind of all transitions very nicely. And this was the Crown Psy-Spam versus Mamoswine matchup. So, yeah.
I was personally pulling for Mouseape. I'm a big fan of both Mousehold and Annihilape, but Crown Psy-Spam and Mamoswine are both very interesting as well, so I forgive all of you for not making my choice.
I mean, we also had Galarian Moltres up in there. We had Malamar Trick Room up there.
That would have been cool,
like,
too.
That's what I was hoping for, because I feel like when you have all of the caster predictions go in on Trick Room,
true.
like as aggressively as we have done, which has never been done before as far as I'm aware, like you need to just show us up by bringing the cool Trick Room techs. And Malamar with Contrary, having to flip your switch upside down to evolve it. I mean, that's all the cool techs you need in one Pokemon.
Even in Pokemon Go, you gotta flip your phone upside down.
And I have mine always portrait lock, so I have to remember to unlock it and then flip it upside down.
No, we got some 2 really cool teams coming out here, though. The Mamoswine is a tech that I personally have not yet seen at all throughout like the Scarlet Violet era, not even just this regulation, but like I kind of forgot Mamoswine existed for a while, if I'm being honest.
Like, it's tough to say, because when I think of Mamoswine right now, I think of it from Pokemon Go, honestly, as one of the better Ice-type attackers. I know that Mamoswine was very popular in previous VGC formats. I want to say we even got an event distribution for it at one point in time.
I think maybe from Worlds when Arash won with it.
Yeah. But it has not made an appearance in Scarlet and Violet just yet, and I wonder if it's going to follow in Articuno's footsteps as one of the more unique Ice-type Pokemon to take the stage.
Well, I mean, we've seen Ice be very strong. Articuno did win that European Regional, and Ice has always been a very strong attacking type. Like, if you are able to run Ice Beam on a set, it's usually very good coverage. Unfortunately, unfortunately for ice types, their defensive capabilities have always been not the greatest, not the most pristine of defensive type matchups if you look at the chart there for ice types. But thankfully, we have Terrestrialization now, and a Mamoswine can become not an ice type. I believe Poison in this case, but like really just anything else is better, I think.
Yes. Yes. Unfortunately,
yes.
Let's go ahead and take to the stage, though, and dive deep into this matchup between our two Pokemon trainers. Once again, this is Adam Scruggs versus Zhejiang. Zhejiang is the Mamoswine player on the right side of your screen, but
the plush
Adam,
too.
not to be shown up, has a very unique team himself with that Indeedee Iron Crown size spam combination. You have the Ogerpon Hearthflame Mask, Tornadus Incarnate, and Urshifu Rapid Strike for some big damage. And to top it all off, Regidrago as well. You know, every time I see Regidrago, I expect to see it with a Golden-Go very close by, but it looks like instead Adam decided to use Iron Crown as that Steel-type Pokemon and maybe Tachium Cutter as that main attack instead of Make It Rain.
I mean, if you maybe squint a little bit, Iron Crown and Golden-Go kind of look similar.
No, one is on a surfboard.
One is on a surfboard and one has horns, but they're both like tall steel types.
I want to break out the Pokedex now and actually do a height comparison, but maybe we'll save that for NAIC.
There we go. Of course, we can also confirm this Indeedee does indeed have Trick Room, so we do have the option for that speed being reversed alongside the Ogerpon Hearthflame, Iron Crown, Tornadus, Urshifu Rapid Strike, and like you called out, Gabby, the Regidrago. Dragon Energy, Dragon Fang, a very, very scary move because it is very powerful. It does hit both of your opponent's Pokemon, and it does some huge damage if you have the Regidrago at full HP.
Yeah, and just to clarify one thing real quick, there were life-size cutouts at EUIC last weekend, so I'm putting a formal request in for Iron Crown and Golden-Go. Ogerpon, also shorter than you'd expect.
Ogerpon is friend size. Yeah.
But no, I think that this is a really offensive team here from Adam, and I think what's really cool about him in particular as a player is not only does he enjoy running underutilized Pokemon, in the past he went X-3 at Charlotte, so he won 6 games, lost 3, and he was using Iron Treads and Goodra, which are two very underutilized Pokemon.
They are, and the Iron Treads now is an Iron Crown, the Goodra's now a Regidrago. We traded some types out there. But again, this team it's a kind of an archetype we see a little bit, but not too often. And Adam taking that and running with it, I respect that. It's really fun to kind of pick up some unused stuff and make it into a team that can threaten deep runs in tournaments. Like a Mamoswine, for example. Not something we see too often. Again, Jay running the Mamoswine alongside the Fluttermane, Raging Bolt, Ogerpon, Hearthflame, Rillaboom, and Urshifu Rapid Strike of his own.
Yeah, and the one thing that I've learned about Shay from watching him in my local scenes a lot is that he's a very, very careful player. You know, he prefers slower end games. He prefers sort of looking at your opponent, trying to figure out what their strategy is, and then adjusting his strategy accordingly. So it's not a surprise then to look at his team and see the Assault Vest on the Raging Bolt, the Speed Control Fluttermane with Icy Wind and Taunt like we saw in the previous round, and even the Rillaboom and the Urshifu, both have Protect/Detect and are meant to sort of play a little bit slower, I think, than you would typically see. But then you have to wonder where the Mamoswine fits into all this.
Yeah.
Yes, it gets great Ice-type damage thanks to Icicle Crash. It gets priority with Ice Shard, Clear Amulet. You don't have to worry about being intimidated anymore. But still, a very unique Pokemon pick, and you have to wonder if this will pilot him to another regional championship, as he won the 2022 Milwaukee Regionals just a couple of years ago.
He won a couple of years ago and also has 2 top 16 finishes this year, both in Charlotte and Portland. So looking to go one further. Of course, no stranger to day 2 of regionals this year even, but hoping to take that first step, take that 4th win, get him over the halfway point of those 7 wins. Adam Scruggs standing in his way with his psychic types. It's going to be really cool to see. This is also the 3rd Ogerpon we've seen on stream so far between these 2 players and the last round, and none of them have Follow Me, which is interesting. I believe there's a Swords Dance on Adams and then Stomping Tantrum on Jay's, just like we saw on Rajan's. So some more offensive Ogerpons coming through instead.
some more offensive Ogerpons, which is great, I think, for us to note as a metagame adjustment. But for now, we will be taking a offensive start as well, with both Ogerpon Hearthflames out on the field. Raging Bolt staring down the Urshifu for Adam. So I think Adam's off on the back foot thanks to that water versus electric type matchup already.
And speaking of offensive Ogerpons, that's actually a big detriment to Adam right now, because Follow Me is not available to protect the Urshifu from that Raging Bolt. Thunderclap, because the Urshifu on Adam's side is Terra Water, will be super effective no matter if Adam opts to terrestrialize that Urshifu. Of course, we do have the Indeedee, which could block a possible priority Thunderclap, but that just adds another layer of danger for this Urshifu that otherwise it might not have had if the Ogerpon had Follow Me.
Yeah, I don't think Raging Bolt is necessarily threatened to go straight for the priority move as well. And, even if it did here, Indeedee comes in to save its partner Pokemon from that priority attack, or just the act of switching itself will negate any moves like Sucker Punch or Thunderclap, as you don't use an attacking move. But if you want to use an attacking move in the future, Ogerpon Hearthflame on Adam's side of the field goes straight for a Swords Dance. Woodhammer into the Indeedee to drop it below half its health, and we get the confirmation of Rocky Helmet on that Indeedee. Electro Web is the Raging Bolt's attack of choice. Indeedee able to hold on, and the speed of both that Ogerpon and Indeedee is dropped by 1 stage.
Really cool play by both players, I think. Indeedee coming in there would negate a possible Thunderclap, and of course now sets up Ogerpon to have a partner next to it that can use Follow Me, redirect a big attack after it goes for a Swords Dance. I think possibly like an Ivy Cudgel into that Ogerpon slot on Adam's side was less likely, so that is a decently free Swords Dance there, are up to +2 attack. However, I really like that Electro Web play, because now the Ogerpon on Jay's side is going to be faster than both of Adam's Pokemon. Indeedee is very low health, so it's probably not able to set up a Trick Room for the remainder of this game, which could be a possible way to take advantage of that Electro Web. However, just taking so much damage on the switch really limits that option.
Yeah, I think that if you want to try and set up a Trick Room endgame, you would also need to ensure you had Pokemon in the back that could take advantage of it, and that choice card for Shifu is not necessarily aligned here. What is aligned is the Ivy Cudgel to KO the Indeedee with a bonk to the head. It is knocked out, and Ogerpon goes for a second Swords Dance.
Oh my.
It is now at +4 attack, and assuming it can hold on through this Dragon Pulse and find an opening in the next turn, it's gonna do so much damage.
It can do so much damage, and the Choice Scarf Urshifu comes in here. Now the Psychic Terrain is up. There is no way that Jay can go for a Thunderclap to KO it unless Jay's Rillaboom is in the back. But a potential swap to Rillaboom for a Thunderclap means that you're swapping Rillaboom into this Ogerpon, which will probably just immediately get KO'd by an Ivy Cudgel. I think that was a really risky second Swords Dance there. If you're able to get out some damage that turn instead, you're trading damage from the Dragon Pulse for a possible KO into Jay's Ogerpon, or some really big damage into Raging Bolt, which I think is going to be a really big issue for Adam for the rest of this game.
Yeah, I think it was high risk, high reward. Now this Ogerpon is able to potentially one-hit knockout a majority of the Pokemon on Jay's side of the field, depending on what he brought into this matchup. We get the reveal of his third Pokemon. It is going to be the Rillaboom to set up the grassy terrain to ensure that a Thunderclap from this Raging Bolt would connect. But first, a Terrastalization. I believe this is going to be the Hearthflame Ogerpon on Adam's side of the field, terrestrializing this turn into that fire type, going to activate Embody Aspect and get another attack boost. So it's at +5 attack. That is only 1 boost away from the maximum.
Almost belly drum at this point. You've taken enough damage. Thunderclap does come through and does one-hit KO Urshifu with a critical hit. Maybe mattering, I'm not sure, based on how they're trained. That can be a very, very close damage calculation there. But Ogerpon will have the chance to go for this Terrafire boosted +5 Ivy Cudgel into the Raging Bolt.
That's a one-hit knockout.
KO. A fire-type move one-hit KOing a Raging Bolt, Gabby, that is unheard of.
It is absolutely unheard of, but that's how you have to play around Pokemon like Raging Bolt.
Yeah.
Especially when it's holding the Assault Vest. You know that its trainer has invested in that defensive, in that health stat to boost the defenses so it can stay on the field. It can go for the Electro Webs, the Thunderclaps. But trading the Urshifu for the Raging Bolt there for Adam, I think really opens up the game. You do still have to worry about the relative speeds of these Pokemon, but Regidrago does have a Dragon Fang and Dragon Energy. That's going to do a lot of damage. You still have the +5 on your Ogerpon to worry about. Even though you may not have the Pokemon advantage, you certainly have the offensive one.
Spiky Shield coming through for Adam's Ogerpon, not wanting to take any damage, not wanting to be faked out, but fake out hitting the other slot instead. Stomping Tantrum from Jay's Ogerpon into the Spiky Shield of Adam's means no damage comes through other than a little bit of Spiky Shield chip damage. And of course, Regidrago will flinch this turn. It's a really tough spot, I think, Gabby, for kind of both players, because if you're looking at the Ogerpon on Adam's side, terrifying. Like, +5, Terrifier. I think anything that takes an Ivy Cudgel gets immediately knocked out. But you do have to remember the Electro Web that came through earlier on. The Ogerpon on Jay's side should be faster for the rest of this game.
It should, and I like how Adam went for the double Spiky Shield as a result of that. I think just recognizing that the Ogerpon needs to be on the field to remain a threat. Unfortunately, does not get the double Spiky Shield / Protect there, so as a result, Stomping Tantrum is able to connect and pick up the KO onto that friend-sized Pokemon. But at the end of the day, this does leave this opportunity for a Dragon Energy from the Regidrago and brings the Ogerpon down this turn and leaves the Rillaboom in the yellow.
This actually might be pretty close. Rillaboom only has access to grass-type moves, and I believe it's probably going to be slower than this Regidrago, so only Grassy Glide will be able to come out before Regidrago can attack. Depending on the fourth Pokemon for Jay here, this could get interesting, but Urshifu coming through, I believe one close combat probably should be able to end this game, just because one close combat means that there is no more huge Dragon Energy damage coming through.
Yeah, we also have not seen a Terastallization from Jay just yet. And right on cue, goes for that Steel-type Terastallization onto the Urshifu. So Urshifu now also going to resist the Dragon-type attacks from this Regidrago. Overall, a very offensive start and endgame for Adam, bringing some of the most powerful physical attackers in the format, but Jay just able to navigate around those Pokemon and pick up the KO on Regidrago to win the first game in the set.
That was really kind of back and forth. I think the huge, obviously the big Ivy Cudgel won at KO into the Raging Bolt, which is really not something you're probably ever going to see again, just to be quite honest. That is a very rare scenario there. There sure is, but you probably had to be at +5 for that, right? Like, I don't even know if +4 does that. Raging Bolt is really bulky, and you get the 2 Swords Dances up, you get that big KO, which was all well and good, but you traded 2 Pokemon for it just to take the KO on 1 Pokemon and get a bunch of damage and a speed drop to your name in return. And like, you have to wonder, was that worth it, right? You still end up losing the game despite that big KO, despite the +5 setup. And I think if you're Adam, maybe you try to start getting some damage onto the field a little bit quicker, just so you don't find yourself so behind after you do start trying to fire off those Ivy Cudgels.
Yeah, part of me can't help but wonder if a single follow me into Sword Stance on that Ogerpon turn 1 in game number 2 would be just enough offense and just enough redirection in order to give him the advantage. But you said, you know, we might not see that KO again. We have the replay right here.
Shoot,
so.
you got me.
Game 1-0, Gabby Jake.
That's true.
Oh, and he even went for it too.
We're throwing back to the Z move dances. Now if you get an Ivy Cudgel KO, you got a bonk.
But yeah, I absolutely agree. You know, I think that Adam just had a lot of potential on his side of the field. Unfortunately, just did not find the alignment he needed. And especially knowing that the Urshifu was that last Pokemon for Jay, and he also had the Terastallization still available, I just had a very favorable matchup at that point in time.
It did. I think Adam just used a bit too many resources trying to get that Ogerpon set up, and even though it did get set up, it was in a position where it was really not set up to sweep anymore. The only setup was the +5 attack, and it was at -1 speed from the Electro Web, which meant that the Urshifu, the Ogerpon, and Jay's side were pretty much guaranteed to outspeed it. And you do have to also think that the Rillaboom is a really important Pokemon for Jay in this matchup. I think you really do not want Psychic Terrain up, which means you have to bring Rillaboom, but Rillaboom's actually kind of bad into the rest of Adam's team. So maybe trying to find a way to leverage that if you're Adam, force the Rillaboom out, then take advantage of it.
Yeah, and Adam starts game number 2 off with just another offensive start. Tornadus and the Regidrago immediately threatening super effective damage against the Raging Bolt. On the opposing side of the field, Ogerpon Hearthflame once again its partner. And I gotta say, it must be very tempting for Adam to go for that Tailwind Dragon Energy play to kick things off.
It really is. Like, I believe the Raging Bolt doesn't even have Snarl.
No, it
so
does not.
You got the Dragon Pulse, which can do some good damage, but you really have to Terastallize that Raging Bolt if you don't want it to take a huge Dragon Energy, and that does open it up later on for something like an Ivy Cudgel no longer being resisted.
Exactly, and that's exactly what we see from Jay. A turn 1 lock. I believe it was the final turn in game number 1 he Terastallized. In game number 2, starting things off with a Terastallization, and Adam opting to protect protect the Tornadus this turn, actually protect both the Pokemon on his side of the field. I think correctly scouting to see if that Terastallization would take place. Ivy Cudgel, therefore, no longer able to connect with that Tornadus, and that Raging Bolt opts for a Electro Web. So Jay relying on that speed control once again early on in the game.
I think it's a smart double protect there. You're scouting out a possible Terastallization, which Adam did get out of Jay right off the bat. That's really big, knowing that a possible Ogerpon in the back can come in and maybe just have to Swords Dance once instead of twice to get that KO. And of course, knowing that the rest of Jay's Pokemon are no longer able to Terastallize can be very, very useful going on in this game.
Well, a turn 1 Terastallization can only be followed by a turn 2 Terastallization. That's not true. There's actually many ways you can follow it up. But Regidrago is once again confirming where its head is, going for that Steel-type Terastallization. I'm sorry. This Pokemon is just one of those ones that every time I see it, it is a Pokemon of all time. But Rain Dance will protect both the Tornadus and the Regidrago from that Fire-type Ivy Cudgel.
Oh, no.
Meteor unable to connect with the opposing Ogerpon from that Regidrago, and it looks like a critical hit Electro Web.
Double critical hit.
Double critical hit. Was able to pick up the KO on that Tornadus after the Ivy Cudgel connected with it earlier.
That's a really unfortunate turn for Adam there. That would be a really big Draco Meteor combined with the Dragon Fang, probably able to just straight up one-hit KO that Ogerpon. And I think that was a smart Terastallization as well. If the Raging Bolt does opt to go for Dragon Pulse into that slot, you're mitigating so much damage. And if you happen to get caught with an Ivy Cudgel into that slot as well, I like the Rain Dance there to prevent the big damage coming through. And of course, you set up this Urshifu later on as well. Unfortunately for Adam, though, the combination of missing that Draco Meteor means that Ogerpon is still very healthy. Jay hasn't even taken damage yet at all this game, and you also have lost your Tailwind option. There's no Tailwind for the rest of this game.
There's no Tailwind, and you've also set up Rain Dance who will hinder your own Ogerpon moving forwards as well. And we do see Adam switch out the Regidrago for Ogerpon, I think partially as a result, recognizing that this Ogerpon may be not able to get to the +5 KO that we saw it get to in game number 1. Aqua Jet does a decent amount of damage to the opposing Raging Bolt. Stomping Tantrum, though, goes into the Ogerpon, which is neutral because it has not Terastallized yet. Thunderbolt into the Urshifu. That's a one-hit KO.
Critical hit. Doesn't matter this time. I promise you that Urshifu was doomed from the start. I like the Aqua Jet selection from Adam there. It does bypass Thunderclap, which operates identically to Sucker Punch if you're familiar. So if the Aqua Jet goes first, Thunderclap would have failed. But a benefit to Jay not having Snarl like we kind of expected earlier on is that it does have space for Thunderbolt instead.
Yeah.
Really safe Thunderbolt there. Even with the rain, the Choice Scarf Urshifu should not have been able to one-hit KO that Raging Bolt. And of course, it is a Choice Scarf Urshifu that cannot protect, so Thunderbolt is guaranteed damage into that slot.
Yeah, Thunderclap does miss the knockout onto the Regidrago, but a follow-up Ivy Cudgel will do enough damage to secure that KO. And Jay just playing it very safe, I think, throughout the entirety of this game number 2. You know, yes, locks in that Terastallization turn number 1, but overall a great type choicing. You know, getting that fairy typing so you don't have to worry about the dragon type damage, and now you also can stick around on the field a little bit longer. Unfortunately, it does look like Ogerpon was able to get a KO this turn with a +2 Horn Leech.
Hold on. We maybe have a game here.
Yeah, I mean, yes, Zay does still have the Pokemon advantage. It's currently 3-1, but that was a significant amount of damage from that +2 Horn Leech that I quite frankly was not expecting.
Summing Tantrum does come through here, does a little bit under half damage to Adam's Ogerpon. And we do see the speed interaction. Adam's Ogerpon should be a bit faster than Jay's, barring any kind of speed control on Jay's end of the field for the remainder of this game. And even though the rain is up, we do see Horn Leech as the grass move of choice for Adam, which might come in handy if he is able to get some more Horn Leeches off, recover up some more HP. And Jay's Urshifu comes in here. It cannot Terastallize and is a water type. So if you're able to possibly get a Horn Leech into that slot, you have to wonder.
I mean, it is worth noting here that Jay's Urshifu does have access to Detect as it's holding Splash Plate. It's not one of those choice item variants that have been ruling the metagame so far, but instead it's actually a switch. So no Horn Leech onto the Urshifu. Instead, it's going to be the Rillaboom that takes that grass type damage instead, and it'll be able to take that grass type damage a lot more comfortably. Brings in the grassy.
Wow.
I say comfortably, but it still does over half damage.
Yeah.
Ogerpon with Swords Dance is not a Pokemon to treat lightly for sure.
It
Ivy
is not.
Cudgel from the opposing Ogerpon into Adam's Ogerpon. Worth noting here that with the rain on the field, that did about the same amount of damage as the Stomping Tantrum. So now that rain is off the field, it probably will fall short of a knockout, but with any damage from the Rillaboom should be enough to secure it in.
That was well baited from Jay there, bringing the Urshifu in to try and bait that Horn Leech into the Rillaboom slot. It kind of takes the heat off of Jay's Ogerpon, which is something that I think you really need to keep up. This Ogerpon on Jay's end is kind of the last thing remaining that can possibly do some big damage with these Ivy Cudgels, especially now that the rain has ended. Ivy Cudgel now a much stronger option. A little bit of an unfortunate thing for Jay there is that because he does have Protect on the Rillaboom, he only has access to Grass-type damaging moves, which will be double resisted by the Ogerpon on Adam's side. So at this point, the Rillaboom is kind of just like a fake-out bot. Like, that's the main thing it's useful for. And if it's stuck on the field, it doesn't have the option to do much damage. But Ivy Cudgel coming out from Jay's first, actually.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Jay was able to connect the Ivy Cudgel onto Adam's Ogerpon. Ogerpon on Adam's side of the field did return with a one-hit knockout, but because Rillaboom is able to deal damage this turn, it is able to do enough damage to secure the knockout there. So an indication of a late-game speed tie, it looks like, between these two Ogerpon. Unfortunately for Adam, it looked like he was able to find an opening, try and find his way in to get a win and get us into game 3, but Zhe Zhang, calm, cool, and collected, able to take the win and is currently 4-0 in the tournament.
You have to imagine if that speed tie goes differently, that Adam could possibly have taken that game.
Yeah,
especially because that +2, you know, I believe the Swords Dance happened as Adam's third Pokemon got knocked out.
Yep.
So it truly was a 1v3 at that point, and Horn Leech coming in there, I think a lot of times with the Swords Dance Ogerpons, you see something like a Wood Hammer instead for extra damage. But unfortunately for Adam, barely just not enough, and Jay is able to weather the storm. I think really, really well done, especially with that turn swapping in the Rillaboom. You make sure that you get the fake out option on the field. You buy time to let the rain run out so your own Ivy Cudgel is much more effective, and you don't allow yourself to be taken over by this Swords Dance Ogerpon.
Yeah, I gotta say though, if you are trying to find an out in a game like this in particular, there's just so much good synergy between Swords Dance and Horn Leech, because when you use Swords Dance, you typically take damage on that turn.
Right.
Ogerpon is a naturally fast Pokemon, and especially if you have like a Tailwind up, though that wasn't the situation in this game number 2, you can then outspeed, you can heal up all that damage you took prior to your next attack, and then the turn after that, you can either just use Horn Leech for the knockout, get some more health back, or you can just start going straight for those Ivy Cudgels. So I really liked the strategy that Adam put together here. It was just unfortunate that these Pokemon were not able to break through this really oppressive lead of the Raging Bolt and the Ogerpon on Jay's side of the field until that endgame.
I think you also have to give a lot of credit to Jay for not getting caught off guard.
Yeah.
You did see the Regidrago mix up for the lead, but terrestrializing that Raging Bolt right off the bat meant that Regidrago really was not a threat to that slot at all. We saw the big Thunderbolt come through to KO the Urshifu on Adam's end, and that's another smart adjustment that Jay made, not getting faked out by a possible Aqua Jet mitigating the Thunderclap, and just remaining kind of cool, calm, collected the entire time.
Adam saluted his Ogerpon there. I don't know if you saw that.
I didn't catch that, no. I love it.
Ogerpon, the great friend indeed. And I mean, again, it just does so much damage, and I think this is exactly why Adam is currently, well, 3-1 now, but was undefeated going into this round. You have to just play very carefully around it. And unfortunately, we did not see the Mamoswine from Jay in that matchup, but Swords Dance Hearthflame Ogerpon kind of explains why at the end of the day.
I mean, even with the Poison Terrestrialization on the Mamoswine, that won't save you from a +5 Ivy Cudgel.
It won't, but still, very cool tech. I do hope that we can check in with Jay later on in the tournament and just see how that Ice-type Pokemon's working out for him. As, you know, I think this was one of the talking points I had going in for Vancouver. You know, what are the unique Ice-type Pokemon in the metagame? You know, Articuno has obviously proven that there is a perfect opportunity for that Pokemon to do well.
Yeah.
Now we have Mamoswine. What other Ice types are there?
I don't know, and even just thinking about it, I just realized Mamoswine does have Thick Fat, which reduces Fire-type damage. If you Terrestrialize into a Poison type, you're resisting Grass as well. So you actually have something that kind of uniquely resists both of Ogerpon Hearthflame's moves. Could be kind of cool.
It doesn't account for Swords Dance, but absolutely correct.
But, I don't think much can account for Swords Dance.
Yeah, that's fair. But still, and not only does it have access to all that, you know, I think having a ground type move, in this case it was high horsepower on this Mamoswine, does give it a lot more playability versus a Pokemon like Articuno, who famously had 4 Ice-type attacks. You have the priority move as well that will help you chip off damage. Like, I think there's a lot of potential for it here.
Ground Ice is actually very good type coverage.
It is.
If you think about it, like Ice types don't like facing Steel types or Fire types, both of which Ground hits super effectively. Ground types are the most scared of Flying types, which Ice covers very well. So Mamoswine, just with its 2 same type attack bonus attacks, hits most of the things in the format for at least neutral damage, if not super effective. So it's a cool call.
It's a very cool call.
Cool call. Cool call. Cool Ice. Ice is cool.
Yeah, I was wondering if you were having your own very effective or whatever that pun was from earlier.
Not on purpose, but I'm just so good I did it on accident.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, man.
All right. Well, on that note, the interview is ready for our winner of the previous round, Zhejiang. Joe, please take it away.
Thank you very much, I combined your names, Gabby and Jacob, here with Zhejiang. And congratulations, you're 4-0 to start the day here in Orlando. How does that feel?
Well, I feel is till now I think it's quite easy to get a 4-0. Although I played on the stream, but you know the process is just extraordinary. So I think my opponent just played very well, but this is too many speed ties and hexes. So I'm very glad to get a 4 right now, but I think just not a very fantastic match on stream.
Now, I don't know if you knew or not, but your match was selected as the community choice match. So that means everyone in Twitch chat chose this matchup, and it was based off of the archetypes that you and your opponent had. So when you sat down and saw the team preview, did you think, oh, this is actually an interesting matchup, how this match can kind of play out?
Yeah, I must say that because I brought Mamoswine to Orlando, and I was very willing to pick it on the stream, but the matchup doesn't allow me to do so, because my opponent was running Ironclaw and Regidrago, as well as with Scarf or Shifu Rapid Strike, and my team lacks protection to these attackers, while I pick my Mamoswine. In fact, I just played a very similar team in round 3, so I was trying to pick Mamoswine to my battle teams, but I failed, so it's just a pity. I think maybe I still got a chance to pick Mamoswine in the future.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You got 5 more rounds of Pokemon today. Hopefully, fingers crossed, you make day 2, and you got all the rounds available tomorrow as well. But this matchup is pretty interesting because you have the Mamoswine, but then of course, because of Thick Fat, Ogerpon, Hearthflame might not be as intimidating as you would think of firsthand. However, if an Ogerpon gets the +5 attack, that's still going to be scary even with Thick Fat.
I think Thick Fat with clear Almond made me quite easier to deal with the balanced team, such as the teams with Ogerpon, Hearthflame, and as well as the Incineroar. And I also tried some different archetypes on the Mamoswine, such as Cover Coat with Oblivious, but I think it fits better in the Tailwind team. So I think Mamoswine is still a very potential Pokemon in this regulation because of the return of Raging Bolt, and a bunch of ground type Pokemon got restarted in this regulation, such as Tinglu and Landorus Thurin, although it just left for a while. But I think it's a good is a good time to use Mamoswine. So.
Yeah, there's also a lot of grass types out there, right, that the ice typing would be nice into. It's kind of, you know, similar that we feel like ice is a really strong offensive type right now because a lot of the top Pokemon in the metagame, they either are weak to it or they just, you know, take neutral, so they're taking strong damage. When you talk about a team with Mamoswine on it, are you going, when you're sitting there and you got a notebook out and you're making a team, do you start number one Mamoswine and then build a whole team around it? Or are you building a team and then you're like, what's that one Pokemon that might be unconventional that could give me an edge?
I think my strategy is to seek the best archetype to running around the Mamoswine, because it's such a Pokemon to who needs abundant supports in the team. So I think there are several answers, and in Orlando Regional, I just picked this one. So I still think we have different answers about this Pokemon, especially in the upcoming Regulation G.
Well, I was actually going to ask, you know, before Regulation G, I was going to ask about Regulation F and other uncommon Pokemon. I'm sure you're building teams all the time and trying out different archetypes. Are there any Pokemon that, you know, for anyone watching at home, you think has the potential to be a viable pick that might be underrepresented or underutilized in the meta currently? It didn't even have to be on your team. Like, is there another Pokemon that you think people are sleeping on its value?
Yeah, I think the one of the most interesting things in Pokemon VGC is to dig the different potentials on the different Pokemon, especially something like Mamoswine, who achieved some you know, the Mamoswine just won the WCS 2013. So I think it's still a Pokemon with a good shape in this regulation. So the process to explore it, I think, is full of interest.
Okay, and then my last question for you: after you won that game, do you have any shout outs you want to give to any friends or family watching at home?
Sorry?
Any shout outs for friends, team?
Oh, yes. I think the first person I want to shout out is Chongjin Peng. He just won the 2022 Salt Lake City Regional, and he's currently working in China, and he cannot attend the official tournament of Pokemon right now. But I think we still have chance in the future. And I also want to shout out to Shiliang Tang and Yichun Wu and all my friends in the New England, and as well as all the people who supported me in my road to explore the Mamoswine. Although I didn't bring it on Smidge on the stream actually, but I think I still got a chance. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you still entertained everybody with that great match. So congratulations to you. You're 4-0, fingers crossed. You can get those 7 victories today. You got 5 more rounds to get 3 of them, and we wish you the best luck, and hopefully we're going to see you in day 2 tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
All right, so we're going to take a quick break here. We come back, we're going to have more coverage from the Orlando Regional Championships.
Welcome back from that very quick break. Still Gabby Snyder and Jake Muller here. And I gotta say, shout outs to New England.
Of course, that's you.
2-0.
Yeah.
2-0 in your hometown.
Oh, wait, no. Hold on.
No, I don't want to turn this into a competition. But if it were, no.
Yeah, well.
We're not going there.
It's not. Why would we even think about that?
No, we're friends. We're going to collab.
Yes. We're friends that are working together.
Yes. And on that note.
Speaking of friends, you know, when you're building a Pokemon team, you got 6 of your Pokemon friends together. Let's take a look at what some Pokemon that are being used here this weekend in Orlando are on day 1. We have our top 12 Pokemon by usage. Queen Fluttermane up at the top once again. But I think notably, like, nothing is over half. I think there have been tournaments where multiple things have been over that 50% mark.
I know, and this is day 1 of the competition, so there will be probably a shakeup here going going into day number 2. But honestly, what jumped out to me first was the return of Amoonguss. I think it was forecasted for EUIC in particular that was going to be the reign of Amoonguss, but didn't quite find its mark there, it felt like to me. I was expecting it to be a lot higher in usage, but it's a great Pokemon to shut down Trick Room. You know, typically you run it with minimum speed, regardless of what the rest of your team is trained for, in my opinion, and go for those spores in order to shut down opposing Trick Room teams. So not surprised at all to see it at 21% of the field, personally.
Me neither. I think Amoonguss is always just a very good Pokemon. Like, there's so many things you can do with it. Pollen Puff is really good, Spore is really good, Rage Powder is really good. Like, it supports a lot of things very well. I think, unfortunately for it, Incineroar is kind of its #1 public enemy, and Incineroar up there at 2nd place, just right behind Fluttermane. Sometimes makes Amoonguss kind of hard to use, especially considering I think Safety Goggles is like the most common item on Incineroar right now. We also have 2 other grass types that are immune to Spore. We've got the Rillaboom, 3 grass types rather. We have Tornadus, which runs Taunt and can like Bleak Wind Storm it. So it does have some competition there, but I think it's always kind of a nice defensive backbone Pokemon. So seeing it on this graphic also does not surprise me, Gabby.
Yeah, and I also think that it says something that Safety Goggles has been like the #1 item for Incineroar, maybe #1, #2, depending on the tournament, for a very long time, despite the fact that Amoonguss may or may not end up on these graphics every time.
Yeah.
Just the mere threat of Amoonguss, and I guess also some of the other Rage Powder users that sort of make an appearance, but not really, is enough to dictate that item choice on Incineroar, which to me, if you've been playing VGC long enough, makes a lot of sense.
For sure, yeah. Some other grass types I want to talk about are the 2 Ogerpons on the screen.
Oh, yeah.
We see Wellspring, you know, well over almost double the number of Hearthflames in the field today. But on the 4 teams we've seen so far, we've seen 3 Hearthflame Ogerpon and 0 Wellspring.
I was going to say, yeah.
So the stream, not a good sample size of the population today so far. That's kind of like an interesting choice you always have to make, Gabby. What do you make of the difference between Wellspring and Hearthflame?
Well, another interesting thing to note is that we've only seen Rapid Striker Shifu as well.
Yep.
And I do think that if you are running the Ogerpon Wellspring, you don't necessarily run Rapid Striker Shifu.
Right.
Just because having those 2 water type Pokemon, especially with the Raging Bolt literally right in between them, is just setting yourself up for some really unfavorable endgame scenarios. So I think that given more people are seemingly pivoting towards Rapid Striker Shifu, which is reflected in the sample size and on the graphic,
right.
The Hearthflame Ogerpon just has better natural synergy in that combination. But I would love to see how people are running Wellspring Ogerpon, because those are probably teams without Urshifu or with Urshifu Single Strike. And I'm very curious to see just how these things are going to shake up, because once we go into day #2, you know, I would honestly expect to see the Wellspring Ogerpon and the Hearthflame Ogerpon just swap spots.
Yeah.
Just, again, based off what we've seen so far, and just based off of, I think, where the metagame is going, I feel like you want to have that higher offense to account for the fact that there are going to be more bulky Trick Room Pokemon most likely on the field today.
It's interesting to always think about how Urshifu and Ogerpon interact too, because again, like, you can't run both Urshifus on the same team. You can't run multiple Ogerpon on the same team.
I wish you could.
That'd be kind of fun.
It would be a
you
lot
could have a very friendly team if you had all 4 Ogerpon. But if like the amount of Ogerpon Wellspring going up makes it much more difficult, not only to use Urshifu on your own team, like you said, you're kind of stacking those kind of water weaknesses, but at the same time, it's difficult to use the water type Urshifu against Wellspring Ogerpon as well, because of that water absorb. If you lock yourself into like a Choice Scarf Surging Strikes, for example, and then Ogerpon comes in, you're just healing it back up with that water absorb ability. So as Ogerpon Wellspring goes up, we might then later expect Rapid Strike Urshifu to go down, but then that in turn can like make you more likely to use Ogerpon Wellspring of your own if you're not using Rapid Strike Urshifu, and it's just kind of this circle that never ends.
Yeah, and I think that's also something really important to call out, because we are at a point in the Regulation F format where you can see the circle play out. You know, I think we've gone around it a couple of times already throughout the season, and it's just really interesting to see that, yes, you basically have the same 20 or so game pieces in play, but the way that you play them is so different depending on what's in vogue, if you will. And the one thing that I always like to look at, especially as we are about to leave a format and then progress on to Regulation G, where we start adding some of those restricted Pokemon back into play, is just where the circle will turn.
Right.
Because, you know, these Pokemon are still going to be objectively good, even with the restricted Pokemon in the format. But will we see more Amoonguss because they're more specially defensive and there's going to be a lot of Calyrex Shadow Riders everywhere? What is the Terapagos going to do?
Yeah.
I still don't know the answer to that question, but I'm going to learn it this week. There's so many changes that are coming. It's really great to sort of look at these 12 Pokemon in light of that and just get the wheels turning.
Especially considering the Regulation G format is a format that allows only one of those restricted Pokemon.
Yeah.
Some past formats we've had 2 allowed on the same team, which kind of pushes out a lot of the top, non-restricted Pokemon, but we will still see plenty of all these Pokemon on stream going into Regulation G. And like you said, Gabby, it's going to be cool to see how they stack up against these more powerful Pokemon like the Calyrex, like the Kyogre, like the Terapagos.
Yeah, so I have a mission. I have a quest for you.
Let's do it.
Maybe not you, Jake, because we have to kind of talk.
I thought we were working together, Gabby.
We are, and we could work together to do some of those blueberry quests, the BBQs.
Oh, right, to get those the snacks worth snacks going. Yeah.
Yes. So if you're at home and you have not unlocked enough BBQ points in order to unlock all the snacks and complete all the missions and whatnot that you have to catch those legendary Pokemon, I highly recommend you start thinking about it. The really awesome thing about the Blueberry quests is that if you link up with a friend via Union Circle and you do them as a group of 2, as a group of 3, as a group of 4, they're just so much easier.
They are. That's true.
It's one of those things that's the same with Ogre Ousting. Like, they really made sure to balance it towards you can play with your friends. Even if you only have 30 minutes, you will gain more Blueberry points in that 30 minutes than you would 2 hours by yourself. I've done the math. Personally, it does check out.
All right.
So something great for you to do while you're at home waiting for our round 5 of Swiss. Of course, there are also many other Pokemon games to be played as well. I think Pokemon Snap might be making an appearance in a little bit. We'll have to see.
I don't know. Well, we're going to take a quick little break, give you guys a chance to organize your BBQ groups, maybe warm up your Pokemon Snap cameras, but please stick around. We got plenty more action coming to you here in Orlando.
Giovanni Costa wins his first regional championship at the San Antonio Regional Championship.
What an incredible match for Gio there. He played that match so incredibly well.
Honestly, I didn't practice that much because I was like, we're changing formats. So I'm going to use what I'm comfortable with, which is Paradraft, Goldango, Iron Hands, Fluttermane, Ogerpon, and Urshifu. I think this team has every component I need to make everything work. I think the Paradraft was probably my biggest counter to people in this tournament. A lot of people don't see it coming when we start hitting with Hyper Voices and Psyshocks. The damage is kind of crazy, actually. And I was like, this Pokemon is very good. Not a lot of people are using it, so I'm going to keep using it until I can have a good result. I played a lot of really great players in this tournament. When I was facing Joseph Ugarte, he's a great player. That was probably the most scared I was of the top cut.
And now has to prioritize going after the Iron Hand. Is it enough damage? It is not. So well played by
It's finally time, Jake, to get into our Masters Finals here at the San Antonio Regional Championship. Giovanni Costa versus Raghav Malavia. Ichiwin does double connect onto both of Raghav's Pokemon, though.
Okay,
completely taken out. The critical hit on the Rillaboom.
The double crit!
The double crit! What? On the Rillaboom. There's the critical hit.
In Game 2, Turn 1, once I got that knockout into Landers, I knew I was going to be the champion. I think my mind just kind of exploded from there. I had no idea what was going on. My body was playing for me. It feels amazing. I've been playing Pokemon for 7 years. Being able to finally call myself a regional champion feels so good. Am I winning Worlds this year? This win proves that I have the capabilities of becoming a champion. Other players should consider me a threat because I'm kind of crazy. I'll make some weird team that nobody saw before, and I won't settle for anything less than the best.
And we are back with my good friend Marcos Perez here. How are you doing at the Orlando Regional Championships?
I'm doing great. I just lost to a belly bolt, but that sort of thing happens from time to time. You just kind of have to take it. Shout out to Bruno. Love you.
Who among us has not lost to a belly bolt now and then, right?
You just gotta accept it,
All right, so I thought you would be the perfect person to bring on for this this new segment we're gonna have here in Orlando. We're calling it Pokemon Snapshot. So how it works, we're gonna interview players. If we have the time after matches in the round, if you get your winner interview and you want to play Pokemon Snap with us, we're gonna have the original Nintendo 64 Pokemon Snap. set up, and you're gonna run through the first course on the beach. You're gonna try to take your best photos that you can, and we're going to tally up. Incineroar is gonna help me, because the game was made in 1999, so it's hard to count. So I'm gonna manually count your photos, combination of your whole score. Let's say you take photos of 8 different Pokemon, and Pidgey is worth 500 and Dodrio is worth 600, like we'll manually count it. We have a snapshot leaderboard that by the end of the weekend, we're gonna know who is the best Pokemon Snap player here in Orlando. So do you think you can handle the task, Marco?
This game was my childhood. I had very little else to do growing up. I can handle this.
All right, sweet. So we have a small monitor here, but we're gonna get you onto the big monitor as well. So basically, I'll hold your mic, so you're gonna continue to talk, and you can go return on there to get hit the B button.
Gotcha.
There you go. Obviously, you didn't have a pro controller in your go back. Yeah, that's my best shot, by the way. No big deal. It's just like 6,400 points. Who's counting, right? Anyway, go to course. And thank you for being the guinea pig on this, because this is an idea that we're really excited for.
Oh,
so you have all the bells and whistles available to you. You have this one chance at it. So we'll do a little play-by-play. You know how to talk on camera. It's the two like L3 and R3. It's not like the D-pad buttons.
Oh, it's L3 and R3?
Like, yeah. All right, hold on, press start. Just press start. Yep. And hit retry, just now that you know it's L3 and R3. Because it's like the old Nintendo 64 controller. For you kids out there who don't remember how it worked. So now you know how to move the camera. You have to zoom in and hit A to take a picture of it.
Pretty good one.
Yep. So
we don't have apples yet, do we?
No, you do. You have to let go of zoom, and you can throw A.
All right, let's see if we can get Pikachu over here on the surfboard.
Also, technically, now you have the big screen for you. So technically, they're not apples, Marcos. They are categorized as apple-shaped fruit.
An apple-shaped treat for the Pokemon.
An apple-shaped fruit is the technical. The technical name of it in Pokemon Snap. You gotta love the 90s and the N64. There's a Butterfree.
Oh, come on. Turn around for me.
Oh gosh.
Got it.
There you go. Yeah, usually you'll see, for anyone who hasn't played Pokemon Snap at home, either this one or the new game, when you do get to snap a photo of the Pokemon, you'll see on the lower, it shows up that Butterfree is there. Oh, there's the Snorlax.
Come on, wake up, buddy.
Well, he was awake.
I got a snack for you.
You put him to sleep.
That's my bad.
I guess your commentary bored him, you know?
I've been told I have a voice that's easy to fall asleep to.
There's the Meowth chilling up top. So I think the beach course, also if you ever wanted to zoom up, like at the end of the map, you know, when there's no more Pokemon left, that's the R button. I think it's R1. Yeah. But, you know, I think each course is about 2-ish minutes long. So it's going to be really exciting to see how different people approach different targets. Does everyone want to go for Pikachu? Do they want to go for the Snorlax? You know, what do you want to hit? There's hidden Pokemon throughout the
trying to get the Scyther to come out.
Throughout the course as well, but looks like Scyther is not
he's just not feeling
showing up for you. So here we're coming up on the home stretch. You'll always know when you get to, there's Doduo, but when you see Kangaskhan, I believe that's what we call the home stretch.
Yes.
Because that's like the last.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, there's Chansey. I don't want to help you, but like, yes, you can try to throw items to distract them.
There we go.
There you go.
Chansey.
You got it?
Turn around, buddy.
All right.
There you go. Okay,
yes,
that's good enough.
That's good enough.
Let's see if I can steal an EV pick here. All right.
Oh, and remember, your points you're gonna tally up. So if you get a great shot of a Pokemon but a bad shot of another one, it's all right. They're gonna be able to combine. Yeah. Kangaskhan is not interested in your chalk slander that you use on the internet. Kangaskhan does not.
I don't think chalk was as dominant as people put it out to be. I'm just gonna say that, you know.
Yeah. Oh, there's the Pidgeys using us. So sometimes special interactions or moves can give you a.
I think I can get a magic card.
Do the magic card spawn? There you go. Oh, you didn't get the shot in. Okay. So now's the hard part, because we don't want you taking 500 years because you got a match to play at some point, right?
Yeah.
So you're gonna go to Oak's thing. I'm gonna put your mic down if you want, so I can get the Incineroar to help. So I'm gonna take the cap off. Do Marcos. So choose your best slots, and it doesn't matter. Go to Oak's Mark. Yep. And then choose your best Pidgey. Now, it doesn't matter. You're not comparing it against my already shown. You're not comparing it against my original best photos. It's your best Pikachu, your best Pidgey, and we're gonna tally it through, because in the original 1999 Pokemon Snap, your points only update if you beat the original photo score. So that's why we can't just use the game's number, because sometimes your photo might not beat my original photo. Yeah, look at my Meowth flexing there. Oh, that's a nice shot of it. Okay, so, and the game is nice enough to like highlight a Pokemon for anyone who hasn't played, if you have not selected a photo of that Pokemon yet. It'll keep them all highlighted to let you know that these are available to add to your points. And Professor Oak, I'm gonna be honest with y'all, Professor Oak's a bit picky, if you ask me, on some of the photos. It looks like you still have a Chansey photo if you want, or an okay, there you go. I think you're good. Or no, don't do them. There you go. Hey, every little bit counts. So Professor Oak is a bit picky. You get categories off of, its size, posing, if they're doing special poses, and if it's in the center of the frame. So hit to Professor Oak and hit yes. Now we're gonna go slowly. Don't click too fast, so you get your final score. So you see, so we don't care about the left side. That was just me and my playthrough, and the original side, that's irrelevant to us here. So you hit A, see, so there's size, there is, keep going, pose, and then if it's in the center of the frame, so you keep going, technique, you get a ×2 multiplier. So that should go through, hit A, no, it should be ×2. So 2,900, great shot. And then now you can hit A through this. Oh, and and 2 Pokemon in the background. Okay, so it's actually 3,470. That is a great start to Pokemon Snapshot here. And now you can go a little bit quicker. Now that you know where to, yeah, I did. Now that you know where to end after technique, did you get him in the center? 1,300, is there anything special? Nope, you're good, all right. 1,300. Now this Butterfrees are tough, I'm not gonna lie to you. They're a little fickle on this course where you want them to end. 2,800 is a pretty great score, and you can, if any of your shots are better than mine, obviously you can just replace it. It doesn't actually matter. Snorlax is a toughie. That's a pretty good shot. Don't want to toot my own horn, but I got the Snorlax looking right in my face there. So yep, 2,500. And sorry, I don't have 3 arms. I can't hold a mic over for you. Here's the Meowth, the Meowth that has been knocked out by a Choice Specs Chi-Yu in the sun, it looks like, there. 3,440, what a great start. Now, so
solid 6 points.
Yeah, usually a perfect shot would be 1,000 size, 1,000 pose in the middle for technique to get you to 4,000 points. That was 220. Not every Pokemon though, fun fact, not every Pokemon can get the perfect size and perfect pose, just the compositions of how the courses are laid out. 2,960, you are crushing it, by the way. I mean, you might be on top of the leaderboards for a long time.
I hope so.
Yeah.
It's gonna do me many favors, to be honest. This EV's kind of rough.
Hey, that's all right, every little bit counts. You might win by 160 points at the end of the weekend, So is that everything? Oh no, you got one more in Kangaskhan. So this is the longest part. The course doesn't take that long. It's the tallying up the buttons, that's where they get you. 2520, okay. So we're not gonna do the math in front of you because nobody wants to, math is boring. No offense to any math people out there, but we will tally up your scores later on. You can pick your microphone back up. So how did that feel? The first person to play Pokemon Snap on the stream this weekend.
Honestly, I feel like a pioneer. Welcome back. We're ushering in the era of competitive Pokemon Snap. It's about time. 1999 was a long time ago. That's when I was born. I'm as old as this game. We need to start getting it on the big stream.
Did you play the new Pokemon Snap on the Nintendo Switch?
Shamefully not yet.
Oh,
I haven't found the time.
It's a beautiful game.
I've been a little busy clicking Matcha Gacha and everything.
That is fair. Yeah. You are a little preoccupied on the Matcha Gacha end there. So, but I don't know. Production, do we have time for anything else? I'm just trying to see. We have Marcos here. Might as well. If production give me a thumbs up or thumbs down if we have time. So okay, now this is the other thing I wanted to bring on, because you called my bluff on the internet. I said, I want people who think they know competitive Pokemon history. And I have very tough trivia questions. 3 questions each. If you get all 3 questions correct on the history of VGC, you will win a Play Pokemon t-shirt of your choice.
I'm going to wear it proudly.
Okay, so I have 5 slides. Yep, I can count correctly. Give me number 1 through 5, and I'll choose that.
4.
All right, so that should be this one. So I will put these down. All right, so the questions, now, you know, you're a historian. You cover the history of VGC and all the fun interactions and stories and things that have happened throughout the years. So the questions get harder, obviously. I'm not going to start out with a real tough one. You get some nice easy layups, and then the curveballs come in later on. All right, so you ready?
I hope so.
All right, t-shirts on the line. Question number 1. Name one of the 2 legendary Tapu Pokemon on the 2017 World Champion Ryota Atsubo's team. Obviously, you know there's the 4 Guardians of Alola from Sun and Moon. He had 2 of them. Name one of those 2.
I believe he had a Tapu Koko.
Correct. He had a Tapu Koko and Tapu Fini. Either one would have sufficed there. Are you ready for question number 2?
Yes.
All right, this one's a little tougher. At the London World Championships, 2 of the Kanto first partner Pokemon took home the titles in the juniors and seniors divisions. Which G-Max Kanto Pokemon did not win a title that year?
Ooh, that one's tough. They were all pretty good, and
all 3 of them participated in the 3 age divisions.
Statistically speaking, and this is just a complete guess, but I would say it's probably G-Max Blastoise that didn't quite get it.
That is unfortunate because G-Max Blastoise won in the juniors division. G-Max Venusaur won in the seniors division. And then, of course, Eduardo Cunha did not have a G-Max Charizard. His opponent had Charizard, I believe, if I'm not crazy. So there was a chance for all 3 of them to win. So you can't get the t-shirt, but for the fun of it, do you still want to go for the 3rd question?
Oh, yeah. Let's see if I can get this.
All right, cool. Question number 3. From the first video game championships held in 2009 through Worlds 2023 in Yokohama, which country has the most championship victories in the game's highest division? So back then it wasn't always Masters and, so the highest division, which country has the most championships?
I believe it's between the US and Japan. This is going to be another 50-50 for me. I'm going to go with Japan. It seems like they take it every other year minimum.
That is correct. So Japan has 5 championships with Shohei Kimura winning last year. Fun fact, it is 2009, the first year, and then every other odd year starting with Shoma in 2015. 2015, 17, 19, and then 23, our next odd year world championship that we had. Japan has won it. Compared to 4, Ray Rizzo has 3, and Wolf Glick has 1 in the USA.
It's an odd year. We have a shot. Or it's an even year. Even year. We have a shot.
It's our time. It's USA's time, basically, right? Yeah. So how did that feel?
It felt good. I got one wrong off a guess, but I stand by it.
What
G-Max
color?
Blastoise, not the best.
What color would your Play Pokemon shirt have been if you were able to get all 3?
I love purple.
All right. Yeah. Well, maybe next time, Marcos.
Maybe next time.
All right, we're ready. Thank you very much, Marcos, for having fun with us playing Pokemon Snap, doing the trivia. I still have a couple more cards. If anyone thinks that they're smart enough, if they're smarter than Marcos to get all 3 of our trivia questions, you got to let me know because we will test you on the air. But for now, we are going to head over to the casters for our next match. Oh, he gets the shirt anyway. What a surprise.
Oh, my God. This is the best day of my life.
All right, casters, take it away.
Thank you, Joe. That was really fun to watch some Pokemon Snap happening on the stream,
Yeah, Pokemon Snap. We made dreams come true with a Play Pokemon t-shirt.
It came out of nowhere. It just came out of nowhere.
Flew into the frame.
Flew across the screen into Marcos's lab. Congratulations for being the first player to compete in the Pokemon Snapshot competition that Joe Brown has thought up. Well, guess what, Len? It's you and me here at the table right now.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah. We're getting ready to jump into the next Swiss round. It is going to be a very exciting matchup as the players quickly take it to the stage. Len, how are you feeling so far about the tournament, and what have you seen?
Yeah, it's been so much fun to watch backstage, so many close matches. The Ogerpon trying to pull it back in that last round was a lot of fun to see.
It was close. It picked up a lot of just KOs on its own. You saw how aggressive that Ogerpon was, just I mean, it was at 5 stages increased attack at some point in game 1, right?
Yeah, that game 1 plus 5 Ivy Cudgel, just one hit KOing the Raging Bolt on the other side, not something you see every day.
Yeah, Raging Bolt didn't even terastallize. It was just still the Dragon Raging Bolt taking an attack from Ogerpon. You know, Ivy Cudgel, Horn Leash, doesn't matter. It was going to get the KO anyways, right?
Yep, was able to do just enough damage. We didn't get to see the Mamoswine, but Zay still came out on top and is looking pretty good in the standings.
Yeah, Mamoswine is a Pokemon that we had talked about being possibly very good into this last tournament. Wasn't needed, but you know, Mamoswine's a Pokemon to watch out for. So keep your eyes out there for Mamoswine. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at Swiss standings here and how Orlando is shaking out. Looks like we have a lot of undefeated still 4-0 players in the field. The goal of today, hit 7 wins in order to advance to day 2. Of course, the records will carry over, so you want to finish as strong as possible.
Yeah, every win really matters. Players are going to be looking for those 12 or 13 wins to make it into the top 8. But the first step, got to get 7 today, and every player on the screen right now already has more than half of those, sitting at 4-0.
A few interesting players to note, Wolf Glick and Toller Webb sitting there at seeds 11 and 12. Those 2 players are in the hunt to repeat a regional championship in this season and get their picture onto the list of regional champions twice. Let's go ahead and take a look at some notable matchups for this next round of Swiss here. A lot of very strong matches here. You got Luca Paz versus James Beck. James Beck, another player in the hunt to repeat and get a 2nd regional championship this season. Wolf Glick versus Mason Cutler. Stefan Mott versus Kylan Van Severen. Justin Karras versus Jinshi Zhu. And our feature match is going to be Toller Webb versus Olivia Maledki.
Yeah, should be a pretty fun one. 2 pretty interesting teams coming up against each other. Toller's got a rain team that includes Sinestria, so should be fun to see.
Yep. I apologize, it is pronounced Maledeki, so pardon me. But it is going to be an interesting match. We have the team sheets here in front of us as the players are getting ready to take the stage. Toller, of course, a lot of accomplishments to his name. Former national champion, former world champion, multi-regional champion, of course, was the Charlotte Regional Championship, Knoxville Regional Champion.
Yep.
So a lot of accomplishments there. Olivia on the other side in the hunt for a World's invite from this tournament, sitting at about 477 championship points, I believe, and has qualified for the World Championships a couple times in the past, but nothing like a championship under her belt.
Yeah, well, getting off to a 5-0 start today would look definitely on the way to it, so I'm sure that's what she's hoping for.
Yeah, absolutely. As the players are getting ready to take the stage now, we have the team sheets. Len, do you want to just start talking about their teams?
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to get into it. This Sinestria, I think, is the first thing I see on Toller's team. It provides a lot of sustain for the entire team, not only with the hospitality ability, healing on every switch in, but it also has life do, so it can have a little bit more continuous healing for the team. And I think that's going to be helpful for this Archaludon. Has the Assault Vest to stay bulky on the special side, and then of course has Stamina to get physical defense boost every single time it gets hit, has Body Press to try to take advantage of that. So that's something that a lot of teams can have difficulty kind of fighting down. If you don't have the damage quickly enough, then it can start to get boosted up. But of course, one of our Archaludon's least favorite opponents on the other side is that Landorus Incarnate. Is able to deal a ton of damage even despite the Assault Vest if that Earth Power is able to land. It is the bug terastallization on Toller's side, so he's going to have a resistance available if he wants to get out of that Earth Power. But I think that may be one of the stories of this match.
Yep, let's take a deeper dive as you see Toller's team presented to you on the screen here. Again, you know, it's a team that's a lot different than Toller's winning Knoxville team, right? It's a lot of, I mean, there's only a few pieces that are pretty similar in Incineroar, but it's completely different, and this is a team that he's been working on for a long time.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of top players kind of moving, experimenting and trying out Pelipper and Rain modes. I think this is a very interesting take on it. I think something that's been interesting to watch over the last couple of weeks of Regulation F is where Pokemon that have been high in usage the entire time, people are starting to get a little more playful with what movesets are. You can see things like the close combat missing on this Urshifu Rapid Strike, Helping Hand on the Incineroar. These kind of subtle changes can help find new options. I think having both the priority and the U-turn, which is of course going to be really helpful for the Ogerpon Wellspring on Olivia's side of the field. You love to be able to just chunk that with U-turn and get off the field without having to take a grass move. Allows it to have an impact without risking itself nearly as often, but it's being able to balance that with still having Aqua Jet and Protect.
Yep, and the Pelipper, a Pokemon that you actually had high hopes for coming into this tournament. Didn't quite make your caster prediction, but it is there, and it does provide a lot of support, being able to bring the rain as well as Pokemon that has access to Wide Guard. So Wide Guard is a very great support move that will be able to help prevent damage being dealt to your team from spread moves. And there you see it. Toller's fun fact is that he's been cooking up this team for the past 4 months, and this is his first time bringing it to competitive play. So it's currently sitting 4-0 with this team, so it must be pretty comfortable.
It's one of the things we talked about in the Open. This is the last chance. If there's a team you've been working on that you think can maybe make a break for it, this is the last major tournament in Regulation F, and so now's the time to have that come to fruition, and so far looking pretty good for Toller.
But over on the other side, Olivia does have a pretty strong team too, also 4-0. The team itself is a very physical team.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of team you have when you have the Gouging Fire, because you want as many possible targets for the Howl as you can. And so whether that's a Gouging Fire next to King Gambit or next to Qianpao, next to Rillaboom, any of these can have an impact on the match. But it means that our Chaludon has a lot of things it doesn't really mind fighting. If it can get the defense boost or two against these Pokemon that really can't do much damage in any situation, the Gouging Fire, the Rillaboom, then it can start to fight against some of the Pokemon that otherwise would be able to do okay, like the King Gambit with low kick.
Yeah, and with a lot of physical attackers, you know, one thing that Sinistcha does have is the Machagacha to potentially throw out burns, but of course, a lot of these Pokemon resist that Machagacha, so bringing Sinistcha might be a little bit tough for Toller, but getting burns would be great. Fun fact for Olivia, Gothitel's #1 fan. You can even see the Gothitelle plush right there on the table. Gothitelle, a Pokemon with some VGC history.
Yeah, for sure, some history before it got Shadow Tag, a lot more history afterwards, but not going to be in this match, unfortunately.
Gothitelle of world champion winning Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looks like both players right now are getting ready to jump into it as the players shake hands. Len, what is going to be the key for Toller to try to break through Olivia's team, and what are the keys for Olivia to look into?
Yeah, I mean, I really do think one of the keys is going to be this Archaludon, and if you can deal with the couple of really difficult options for it, the Qianpao, the Landorus Incarnate on the other side. I also think speed control could be an important factor in this match. If you can get to outpace the Landorus on the other side or the Qianpao on the other side, then it is so much easier to deal with. And that's going to be difficult to do. No, there's no Tailwind on the Pelipper to try to get faster, and the Trick Room on Sinistcha may be a little bit hard to get down. You have to worry about a Qianpao or a King Gambit, Kowtow Cleave coming in, or even something like Gouging Fire, Heat Crash if you haven't had Pelipper on the field to weaken that yet. It means that it's going to be difficult to kind of wrestle speed control in this match.
Yep, so Olivia will have options to stop the Trick Room setup for Toller here. It's going to be a very fun battle to watch, though. It's going to be exciting to watch these two 4-0 players try to move on to 5-0. You know what happens when you move on to 5-0, Len?
What's that?
You only have 2 wins until you make it to 7-0.
Yep, you get one step closer. Yep.
I'm a math guy.
You are a math guy. Our math whiz on the stream. I'm going to come to you with the first damage calculation we need an accurate result for.
Yeah, sure. I'll do it. Yeah, I'll do it. I got you. I got you. Any math that you need done, Len, I will do it. Both players now locking in their teams as we get ready to jump here into Swiss round 5 between Toller and Olivia. Len, I'm excited. I'm super stoked.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see the tone of the beginning of this match. I think what leads come out, who can get the initial pressure is going to be so important.
And Olivia will lead with Ogerpon and Landorus, while Toller will lead with Archaludon and Pelipper. So the rain is going to be falling here. We'll be able to boost Ogerpon's Ivy Cudgels, but most importantly, weaken any possible fire-type attacks that Sinistcha might not want to take at all in the back.
Yeah, so Pelipper's on the field, the rain is immediately down. That means the Electro Shot is an immediate option for the Archaludon, but not into either of these targets. Archaludon already on the back foot with the Landorus on the other side. Pelipper, though, really doesn't mind this position. I mean, it doesn't want to take a Sludge Bomb, but otherwise doesn't have too much damage coming in. And if you can land a Hurricane into that Ogerpon, that's be a ton of damage, but also a Weather Ball into Landorus, which makes it difficult for Olivia. You don't really know where the damage is coming from, and so it's hard to take a safe turn on this turn.
Archaludon will switch out. Sinistcha will take the field here, so not a terrible position. We'll be able to deal with that Ogerpon, as Ogerpon on Olivia's side will Horn Leech into the Pelipper, and here's the Sludge Bomb into the Pelipper, gets the KO, so one Pokemon taken out already on Toller's side of the field.
Yeah, and so Pelipper was in kind of a fragile but okay position. I couldn't take too much damage from either one, but that double up does have enough damage. You can see just the frailty on this Pelipper. It is holding a focus sash, probably meaning it's more invested in speed and offense, and isn't able to take that Hornleech Sludge Bomb double up. And because the Archaludon was forced off the field, that just gets traded for nothing. And immediately Toller really on the back foot here.
Toller will send in Urshifu here as Sinistcha does opt to try to set up Trick Room. And again, this Urshifu doesn't really have anything that can hit into the Ogerpon except a U-turn, but that will be a good option to pivot out and possibly set up for Archaludon to be performing under Trick Room.
Yeah, you do have to wonder if the Urshifu, though, would be the slowest Pokemon on the field right now. You don't really want to try to get a U-turn off to get off the field if you're going to have to take an Earth Power or a Hornleech first in the process.
Olivia will switch out Landorus here as it will be replaced by the Rillaboom over on Olivia's side. Going to set up that grassy terrain, going to slowly heal back all Pokemon, but also boost grass-type attacks here as, you know, now Ogerpon will get a boost of Hornleech, does not get the KO on Urshifu. Urshifu hangs on with just a sliver of health, and here is a U-turn, does 50% to that Ogerpon, and will reveal Toller's, oh, sorry, not reveal, but Archaludon will now take the field here as Sinistcha will be able to set up this Trick Room.
Yeah, I mean, this turns into a pretty good position for Archaludon. These are the two Pokemon it probably most wants to fight on Olivia's side of the field. Comes in with Trick Room up so that even if that Landorus comes back on the field, it won't have to immediately worry about an Earth Power. You know, Toller definitely very far behind in this game. Has already lost a Pokemon and has lost most of that Urshifu's health, but has clawed into a position where he's the one now pressing the attack, has the Trick Room, has the Archaludon in this great position. He's going to have to make a ton out of this in order to take back just the health bar disadvantage that he's already in. And Archaludon doesn't often do a ton of quick damage. You know, it can go for Electroshots to get boosted and do a bunch of damage, but these are not the most vulnerable targets to that, and you have to worry about Landorus coming in at any point. And with no defense boost yet, you don't have the body press option. Draco could do a ton of damage, but then you're not going to be able to press the continued attack afterwards.
There's one defense boost for the Archaludon as Sinistcha will use Machagacha here, does connect onto the Ogerpon, bringing it down into the red zone here as Archaludon will flinch, not being able to move. But here's the Ivy Cudgel from the Ogerpon, boosted by the rain, not very effective into the Sinistcha as Sinistcha will restore its HP, oh, I guess grassy terrain all throughout. So, yep. There is one defense boost right now, so it will have access to body press, at least a boosted body press, so that's what Archaludon has going for it right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it ends up, like, you can see how the two Pokemon on the field for Toller just have a type advantage that means that they are able to be bulky on the field. The best target for that Ogerpon on the other side was a resisted Ivy Cudgel, right? It didn't actually do very much damage, and so if Toller can continue to make positive trades like the one in the last turn, accumulate a few defense boosts, then there's a path back in here, but the Landorus is always going to be lurking, waiting for Trick Room to expire, waiting to be able to threaten so much damage onto Toller's side. There's not going to be a good switch in for it with Urshifu already weakened and the Terastallization not helping.
Ogerpon protects itself with the Spiky Shield as Sinistcha content to just continue to go for Machagachas here, fishing for a burn to weaken the damage output onto the Rillaboom. Does not get it as more grassy oh, sorry, it heals itself. There's the burn. Sorry for the delayed animation reactions, but the Rillaboom is burned out as Archaludon will set up its special attack with this Electro Shot.
Yeah, so starting to accumulate those stat boosts that are so important for Archaludon, has some defense, now has some special attack, and this Rillaboom is looking pretty weakened, is burnt, is down to about a third of its health bar, and is not really able to pump out much damage. That burned Wood Hammer does very little to the Sinistcha and takes a little bit of recoil back on the other side.
Yeah, even though it's boosted by that grassy terrain, that burn is paying off so much, and that's something that Toller does want to try to lay down onto a lot of Olivia's physical team. But here we go. There's still 2 turns of Trick Room remaining for Toller to take advantage. So now the game comes down to how much damage can this Archaludon continue to lay down before Trick Room expires and that Landorus comes in and starts threatening massive amounts of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Olivia's approach here is really interesting, continuing to just fight in this position, even disadvantages, forcing turns to go by. We get another turn of Trick Room spent, just dealing with these 2 Pokemon.
And another Machagacha does get the KO on the Ogerpon. Rillaboom will be brought down to extremely low health. An Electro Shot would be a pretty good option to follow into that Rillaboom slot to be able to get another special attack boost and also get the KO on the Rillaboom. So here we go to continue on the turn. Archaludon content to just use a flash cannon, maybe covering for a potential Landorus switch there. Does get the KO on the Rillaboom. No special attack boost, although I guess it could, in a way, be greedy to try to go for an electro shot there, knowing that there's Landorus in the back.
Yeah, you definitely don't want a Landorus to just come in for free. You want to make sure and redeem both of those KOs that Sinestcha and Archaludon have worked so hard for in Trick Room. But now we're getting towards the end of Trick Room, and there's going to be so much damage threatened back from Olivia. You can see how she was content to let these two Pokemon just fight it out for a while, lose that fight eventually, but now with probably a double protect coming in here, there's going to be a lot of offense afterwards.
Yeah, so the final turn of Trick Room here, Chien-Pao takes the field. That is Olivia's last Pokemon. Landorus will take the field again. So again, this last turn of Trick Room most likely just going to land into 2 double protects, as Chien-Pao will be able to threaten the Sinistcha the next turn, and the Landorus will be able to lay down a massive amount of damage onto that Archaludon. So good positioning right here for Olivia to function outside of Trick Room. So one of the things when you play against Trick Room is that how do you deal with Trick Room as Landorus does protect itself here, and here is a Chien-Pao protect as well. So as you said, just trying to burn out this Trick Room.
I think it's going to be really interesting to see how Toller spins Terastallization on the next turn. You have to imagine he's going to spend it. The Sinistcha is threatened by Icicle Crash, the Archaludon threatened by Earth Power. Maybe both of these Pokemon bulky enough that that isn't a KO. It definitely would be if it was doubled up with the other side. But if you spend a Fairy Terastallization on Sinistcha to weaken that damage, or a Bug Terastallization on Archaludon, they will weather that turn and be able to pump out a lot of damage. I think there's definitely going to be a game of prediction, because the other option is to just bring in Urshifu into one of those slots, diffuse damage coming into one spot by sacrificing the Urshifu, because if Toller can either get the Landorus traded away or get Trick Room back up again to press another 4 turns of offense afterwards, this game is in his reach absolutely, but this could be a really critical turn for Olivia to find the damage.
And how does Olivia want to spread this damage out right now? Because you're right, the Terastallization has not been spent yet, as Toller will retreat the Sinistcha. It will be the Urshifu to take the field again. That has already taken so much damage early on. Here it is, Terastallization over on, looks like it will be the Chien-Pao here to Terastallize, will be the Stellar type. So Olivia Terastallizing here, trying to get this Chien-Pao to deal some more damage.
Yeah, just trying to take the most advantage of the damage available on this turn. Toller then going to Terastallize the Archaludon, turning into a Bug type and resisting Earth Power. And Sacred Sword if that was coming in from the Chien-Pao.
Yeah, so defensive Terastallization over on Toller's side compared to a little bit more of an offensive Terastallization on Olivia's side here, as Chien-Pao does use Icicle Crash here, connects into the Urshifu, will get the KO there, really wanting to hit that Sinistcha, but Toller being content to just sacrifice that Urshifu that has already kind of done a little bit of damage, but also taken a lot of damage in its own right, as Landorus over on Olivia's side will set up a substitute here, trying to stall out and just hide behind the substitute, but it looks like Archaludon will target it down and just break that substitute.
Yeah, I think that ends up being a pretty strong turn for Olivia. She gets 1 KO with the Urshifu and finds where the Terastallization is. The Sinistcha now with no protect, no Terastallization to get away from it is looking so vulnerable. Landorus just uses the substitute like a pseudo protect. If no target goes into that slot this turn, then Landorus is able to cash it in on a future turn, but because it just gets broken, it means that Landorus doesn't have to try an Earth Power into a Bug type Archaludon.
Yep, and ooh, Sinistcha dodges the Icicle Crash right there, as Landorus on Olivia's side continues to try to hide behind a substitute. So critical miss right there for Olivia, as Archaludon will use Flash Cannon to break that Landorus sub, but now the Sinistcha will be able to go for a Trick Room and put the speed control back in Toller's hands.
Yeah, I mean, just a crucial turn. I have to wonder if the Icicle Crash actually would have been enough damage. Of course, the Stellar Charge was spent KOing Urshifu on the previous turn, and so it would have not been boosted. I almost expected an Icicle Crash plus Sludge Bomb double up to definitely take that KO, but now Sinistcha takes no damage for the turn. Landorus just gets a substitute broken and doesn't put out any damage either, and is now the thing moving second, so it just has to protect itself, but it's now looking very vulnerable to a Flash Cannon.
Yeah, so Landorus protects itself here, does not want to take a hit from the Machagacha and the Flash Cannon, as Machagacha will connect now into... Oh, actually Chien-Pao dodges the attack. No chance of a burn, but here's Archaludon's Flash Cannon into that Chien-Pao slot, bringing it down to its Focus Sash here. So, great turn right there from Toller. Unfortunate protect right there from Olivia's side, because Landorus was pretty free, and there is the Ice Crash Sinistra hangs on with just a sliver of health and will heal back with its Citrus Berry. So, oh man, that Protect on Landers, thinking that that Flash Cannon would land in that slot, but instead, Archaludon targeting down that Qianpao instead.
Yeah, but it's just looking so difficult now. I mean, the Matcha Gotcha, if Landers hadn't protected, that could have still ended. Would have done a bunch of that health because Landers spent half of its health bar just getting substitutes broken. Rage Powder makes sure that Sucker Punch doesn't pick up an easy KO onto the Sinestia, does indeed just fail, and that means that is Archaludon ready to go out on the offense with a Flash Cannon.
And the Flash Cannon hits into that Landers, will get the KO here. Olivia will have to go back to the drawing board here because this Qianpao at 1 HP does not have what it takes to be able to take on this Archaludon and that Sinistra. Of course, Toller doubling up really into that Qianpao slot with that Focus Sash earlier. It's just the Matcha Gotcha from that Sinistra miss. So Toller that turn maybe realizing, hey, let's just knock out this Qianpao. I'll deal with this Landers in the next coming turns. I'm not too worried about it. It's bug type, right?
Yeah, I think such a really well-played game by Toller. That first couple of turns really had him on the back foot, was giving up Pokemon way too easily. The Pelipper just goes down quickly, but was able to find the path back into the game, which was to get the Trick Room, get the Archaludon out on the offense, and then indeed get a second Trick Room and continue that attack. It would have been easy for all the players to kind of be too back-footed by how bad that first turn went, but Toller saw the path and made it happen. And I think for Olivia, the offense was almost there when Trick Room expired. I think she committed to this game plan of sacrificing the Rillaboom and the Ogerpon to make sure to get out of the Tailwind and have those two giant attackers, or out of the Trick Room and have those two giant attackers as it expired. But Toller just navigated well where the damage was coming, was able to sacrifice the Urshifu into the Stellar boosted Icicle Crash and then get the Trick Room afterwards.
Yeah, and this turn here was pretty crucial. You know, Ogerpon laying down a lot of damage, but that Urshifu escaping and retreating back to Toller's side of the field, being able to set up and just switch in and sacrifice later on, you know, taking that the boosted Terrestrial Stellar type Icicle Crash, you know, kind of allowed Sinistra to survive, right? So, yeah, very smart play from both players, and it's one thing that Olivia has to look out for is making sure that this Archaludon does not have the opportunity to set up as much. Don't allow it to get that special attack boost. Try not to give it. I mean, the stamina boost didn't matter too much, right?
And I'm not sure the special attack boost matters too much either, right? In the end, the Archaludon was just able to continue to put out attacks. I think, you know, if I was Olivia and looking at two things, one, I think the Rillaboom and the Ogerpon feel very important in this match because the Urshifu is such a threat, but they can't be used to just kind of diffuse the Urshifu and then be stuck on the field because they cannot fight very well against the Sinestia and the Archaludon, but it's hard for Olivia's team to switch other things in for those Pokemon. Maybe if you have something bulkier like the King Gambit that can at least try to come into a Flash Cannon or a Draco Meteor, you can try to get out of that position. But I think Olivia just got stuck in a position that was difficult to fight. And then I think the other thing is the speed control. We talked about it before the game. Both players need to be watching it very carefully. The two Trick Rooms were really the time during which Toller was pressing the attack. Outside of Trick Room, it always felt like Olivia was the one controlling the pace of the game.
Both players now locked in for game two. Rillaboom and Landorus on Olivia's side of the field, Pelipper and Archaludon for Toller's side of the field here. So a little bit of a change up here on Olivia's side of the field. You know, the Landorus and the Rillaboom, no Ogerpon to be seen just yet. Toller leading the exact same thing here, but, you know, a little bit of different circumstances. Olivia's side has that fake out pressure from that Rillaboom. Could stop Pelipper from really doing anything just with the fake out and breaking that Focus Sash, most importantly.
Yeah, you wouldn't mind landing it. You know, not too many things on Olivia's side can threaten a 1-hit KO against Pelipper anyway, so if you imagine the Focus Sash is not that high of a priority, you're probably looking at a 2-hit KO. I think it's interesting to note that Toller did just switch straight out of this position. Last time Archaludon switched out, did not use a Terrestrialization, and Olivia used that vacuum to get a KO. Both players will be thinking about that. Toller may be trying to think, maybe she won't go after it anyway, I can just stay in and attack, and Olivia will be wondering if maybe it will, on the other hand, just stay in, go for the Terrestrialization this time.
Archaludon terrestrializes into that bug type, makes the matchup significantly better against the Landorus on Olivia's side here. Will pick up the resist to that very powerful Earth Power on that Landorus, as Pelipper will protect itself here. Gonna preserve that Focus Sash, but here's Rillaboom going for the fake out into that Pelipper Protect, and Landorus could possibly be free to set up a substitute, but just goes for an Earth Power into that Archaludon instead. Not very effective, so not much damage being dealt, does get a stamina boost, which will allow it to take more physical attacks from the Rillaboom over on Olivia's side. And here's an Electro Shot from that Archaludon, will boost its special attack by 1 stage and do some damage to this Rillaboom.
Yeah, looking to get those special attack boosts, chip damage onto Rillaboom, but you also need boosts to be able to actually threaten with KOs into Landorus. Just a Flash Cannon at this point wouldn't be enough damage. Archaludon, I think Toller recognized that as that last game went on, it became more and more clear that eventually the bug terrestrialization was going to happen on Archaludon, so why not just go for it right here? Neither Rillaboom or Landorus fights that well into the bug Archaludon, and it's able to have a bunch of presence on the field.
Yep, Landorus protects itself here, does not want to take a potential Flash Cannon. Here's a Grassy Glide from the Rillaboom, hits into that Pelipper, but Pelipper hits a Hurricane instead, does big damage, it gets KO on that Rillaboom. So big damage from that Pelipper with that Hurricane, 100% accurate in the rain, and here is Archaludon going for a Flash Cannon, but it is going to land into Landorus's Protect.
Hey, I think just really smart targeting by Toller here. Understands that the Electro Shot on the previous turn gave Archaludon enough special attack to really threaten this Landorus, but also chipped the Rillaboom low enough that Hurricane is able to pick up a KO. That puts Olivia in a really difficult position because she could try to Sludge Bomb and Grassy Glide to double up on the Pelipper to prevent that Hurricane just with damage, but Landorus would have paid the price with taking a Flash Cannon. There was no great way out of that turn, so Rillaboom goes down.
Ogerpon on Olivia's side will knock out the Pelipper with a Horn Leech here. So Pelipper has been knocked out. Makes it a little bit safer for that Ogerpon to stay out onto the field with no threat of a Hurricane from the Pelipper, as Landorus on Olivia's side will use Substitute. Will be able to hide behind the Substitute for a turn here at least, because in the previous game that Landorus was continuously getting its Substitute faded, but here's another Electro Shot from the Archaludon, lands into that Ogerpon, does so much damage to it at +2 stages of increased special attack. Ogerpon does hang on and will start recovering health because of that Grassy Train, but it is hurt.
It is absolutely hurting. Now Archaludon, 2 stages of special attack, is looking so tanky. And the Rillaboom is out from Olivia's side is actually helping Toller here. You can see the resisted Earth Power. You need to accumulate damage onto this Archaludon somehow, because you're not going to pick up some instant one-hit KO against it. It's going to be a slow path. But then meanwhile, the Earth Power has been healed off, and the terrestrialization has really flipped the relationship of this Landorus and the Archaludon. There's no great offensive presence, and so it's just substituting, trying to wait and buy time, and meanwhile Archaludon is pumping out damage.
And Landorus now will terrestrialize into that Poison type, a very common terrestrialization to be able to get stronger Sludge Bombs and also just be a pretty decent way to get rid of your 4x weak to ice. But you know, here's another attack into Archaludon, will boost its stamina defenses again, and here's a Sludge Bomb from Landorus. It is gonna hit into that Archaludon. How much damage it does, but Archaludon hangs on with just a sliver of health again. So Archaludon just hanging in there and will still continue to threaten with more attacks here. Archaludon now 3 stages of increased special attack, an Electro Shot, charging up, will get this KO onto the Ogerpon, and Sinistcha will be free. Well, yeah, Sinistcha will just be free to set up another Trick Room to allow the speed control to be in Toller's hands.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking so difficult for Olivia from this point. She really needed the damage to come through that last turn and pick up the KO on Archaludon. This match looks very different if it goes down there, but instead the Trick Room goes up. We saw how pivotal that was in the last game, and this time instead of Toller needing the Trick Room to come back from a game where he's at a huge deficit, instead he's the one up in this game. Some important threats already dealt with. Still, it's the Landorus and the Chien-Pao on the field. These are the Pokemon that provide the most offensive firepower for Olivia. The Archaludon is weakened. You have to wonder if a Sucker Punch might be enough damage, but there's been 3 stamina boosts. Now it's going to mean that Sucker Punch really does not probably have the damage to pick up that KO. You also have the terrestrialization already spent. It can't be the stellar terrestrialization on Chien-Pao, and so that's going to leave Sinistcha and Archaludon free to go out and deal a ton of damage.
Chien-Pao protects itself here as Sinistcha will use Life Dew, gonna heal back health for that Archaludon. So Toller's team, a team that really values having this Archaludon stick around onto the field, get boosts, whether it's the physical defense or if it is the just special attack boost, as Archaludon will land a Flash Cannon into that Chien-Pao Protect. Here is a Sludge Bomb from that Landorus. How much damage does it do?
Oh my god!
Wow. 1 hit point remaining on this Archaludon. Crazy.
Yeah, that is so close. You have to wonder if there's a safer option to just Rage Powder away. The target's coming from the other side, but instead gets the heal off into Archaludon, maybe hoping for a double protect on Olivia's side of the field, and is able to just withstand Archaludon surviving at 1 HP. Really critical turn, because if Toller had dealt no damage on that turn, hit Flash Canning into a protect, and then just lost the Archaludon, well, this starts to look back into Olivia's favor.
Yeah, and we have not seen... Toller has not yet revealed his 4th Pokemon. There's still one more Pokemon hiding in the back there. So Olivia... It seems like Olivia still has chances.
Absolutely. I mean, the Focus Sash and the Substitute mean that there's no one-hit KOs being taken here. Instead, a double protect could really make life difficult for Toller if that's another turn just wasted into that target, especially because the Rage Powder is somewhat forced now. It means there's not a Machagacha coming out to break the Substitute either.
Yeah, so Archaludon uses Flash Cannon, though, hits into that Landers, will break that Substitute as Qianpao gets that double protect, but, you know, you hate to see it when you try to get a double protect with a Pokemon, and, well, it wasn't even targeted. Landers now will use Sludge Bomb here, is going to be redirected into that Sinistcha. Does pretty good damage, honestly, so the Citrus Berry will heal it back up to over 50%, but, you know, important thing is that the Qianpao Focus Sash is still intact. Landorus, unfortunately, not hiding behind a Substitute, so it is threatened right now.
Yeah, absolutely threatened. The Archaludon probably still low enough for a Sucker Punch, makes it scary to do anything but click Rage Powder, but if you do click Rage Powder, Archaludon can only either deal with Landorus or take Qianpao to Focus Sash. Either way, there's going to be an attack coming in. They'll probably just KO the Sinestcha, then there'll just be one turn left of Trick Room that's easy enough to double protect through, and it'll come a lot down to what that last Pokemon is for Toller.
Sinistcha forced to Rage Powder, does not want to get Sucker Punch. Qianpao does go for the Sucker Punch here, will fail because it's going to be redirected by that Sinistcha Rage Powder. Archaludon will use Flash Cannon, and that knocks out the Landorus, and now it's just this Qianpao with the Focus Sash against the Sinistcha and the Archaludon still remaining, and another Pokemon in Toller's back.
Yeah, I mean, just an absolutely massive turn, right? Both players kind of understand the 50-50 element of that turn. Sucker Punch is a move that produces 50-50s, and Olivia gets it wrong there. Fails a Sucker Punch, gets no damage out of that turn while Landorus just goes down. It means there's no trade that would have at least kept it playable, and so Toller takes the game, takes the set, just really well played.
Toller moves on to 5-0? 6-0?
5-0, yeah.
5-0. Toller moves on to 5-0. Olivia will fall to 4-1, but of course, 7 is a magic number. Olivia still has chances to hit that 7-win mark in order to advance to day 2. But what beautiful play from both of these players, right? You know, Olivia had pieces in order to try to break Toller, but Toller just adjusted just a little bit better, and that just hid behind that Sinistcha really well.
Yeah, I think the Sinistcha was like very clearly the MVP in that match. It was just a little bit too bulky, a little bit the wrong type for Olivia to ever be able to take it down in one turn. That means it was able to get up Trick Rooms and then threaten either damage. In that first game, it did so much with Machagacha spread out over all those turns, or just the Rage Powder and Life to keeping Archaludon safe, so that Archaludon was the one able to deal so much damage in the second game.
Yep, and of course, taking a quick look at the replays here, that Pelipper was able to land a huge Hurricane into the Rillaboom to open up the game, but again, that just kind of opened up the opportunity for Toller to hide behind his 2 MVPs of this match, in my opinion, the Archaludon and that Sinistcha. You know, Sinistcha, as you mentioned, just being able to provide so much support. Yeah, going into team preview, you and I had mentioned that Sinistcha is a hard Pokemon to bring just because of how many resists there are, but, you know, Sinistcha has a lot of utility. We saw the Life Dude be very important to be able to allow Archaludon to hang on with just 1 hit point. Has access to that Rage Powder, gets burns on the Machagacha. So, got a big burn on that Rillaboom from the Machagacha in game 1, so Sinistcha just doing work.
Yeah, didn't have to fight against King Gambit, which would have been the biggest problem for Sinistcha on Olivia's side. But if you're looking from Olivia's perspective, you can understand why the King Gambit was very difficult to bring. There's a Landorus Incarnate on the other side. There's an Archaludon with Body Press on the other side. These are things you do not want to have to fight against with King Gambit, and so tried to find the damage against Sinistcha in other ways and came just short.
Yeah, but you know, congratulations to Toller. This is a team that he's been cooking up for 4 months, gets to bring it, gets to showcase it on stream. I mean, a team that you bring, I mean, you've been working on this team for 4 months now, and then you bring it to your first competition, and then you're 5-0. You must be feeling pretty good about your team building skills and the fact that you get to showcase it on broadcast.
Yeah, absolutely, and showcase probably very different modes of it. This team feels very diverse in the way it can play the game. The Sinestcha Trick Room mode, just pressing offense with Rain and Urshifu. I'm hoping we get to see a little bit more of it over the weekend.
And, you know, it's just really good to hear from well, most likely there's going to be a winner's interview, and then Toller can break down the team even more than that, so you don't have to wait to watch more of it later on. But again, Olivia also had the pieces too. Let's talk a little bit more about Olivia's team. A lot of physical attackers had the pieces. Unfortunately, Toller just kind of had the better predictions, I would say. Kind of like guessed a little bit better in terms of like, okay, well, Qian Pao's going to double protect here, so if it gets it, then I might as well go for the attack onto the Landers and try to break that substitute, right? There are a lot of turns like that.
And understanding that the Landers was really what was still consistently pressuring offense, the Qian Pao, the defense boost, had meant that its damage output had been reduced because the bug terastallization, removing the option for Sacred Sword really because it would have been resisted. I think the Archelodon is so interesting to watch because the game has gotten very physical. There are a lot of these teams that look like Olivia's with 4 or 5 physical attackers on them. And Archelodon can really take advantage of that. And it felt throughout the match like Toller was finding the right ways, the right buttons to press, whether it was the Archelodon having the defensive terastallization immediately and just fighting from the early game, or finding the position to have Sinestro and understanding that the Trick Room and the speed control was the button to press in game 1, felt like he was one step ahead.
Yep, I mean, I think it was game 1 where Sinestro was down to like less than 50% health, and then I think like maybe 5 turns later, after all the matcha gachas, after I don't even think it consumed its citrus berry that game, but like through all the matcha gachas, through
Grassy Terrain was up,
just being around, I think that Sinestro healed back to full health. So that Sinestro's just a pesky Pokemon that just hung around for a very long time, and it was just hard to break, as you had mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, it has staying power for itself and produces staying power for the rest of your team as well. And the staying power mattered, right? The Sinestro being back at full health at the end game of game 1 as well. It was why Toller was able to leave it in to try to take an Icicle Crash and go for a Trick Room. The Icicle Crash missed, which meant the Trick Room was very easy, but then we saw that Icicle Crash land a turn later and not pick up the KO on Sinestro because it had gotten all the way back to full health.
Yeah, and I think it hung on with like, again, just like barely, it just barely survived, right? Like, and all because of that. It's crazy. Like, you think back, and you have to think back like turns ahead, right? Like that Urshifu that was heavily damaged came in clutch because it was able to switch in, kind of just sacrifice itself, got knocked out, but then because of that, it allowed Sinestro to be able to survive the Ice Crash next turn and then set up another Trick Room.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting part of the Stellar Terra trade-off. We haven't seen the Stellar Terastallization enough to really have a bunch of players get familiar with different moves you can make around in different ways to try to take advantage of it. But I think Toller was smart there to get that that boost burnt and make sure that Sinestro was tanky enough to take that Icicle Crash.
Yeah, great plays from both players. I'm a believer in Sinestro now.
Yeah?
I'm a believer in Sinestro.
May mean you're a believer in Toller this weekend.
Huh?
May mean that you're a believer in Toller this weekend. I'm not sure how many other Sinestros are out there in the field.
I think there's a few. I think there's not just one. There's a few. So I think we're fine. Like, I'm not just a Toller believer. I believe in the Pokemon of Sinestro.
You're a Sinestro bandwagoner now.
I'm not. Okay, not a bandwagoner. I'm not a bandwagoner.
No?
I'm a believer.
You waited to see it win at 5-0 on stream. I think that's
not a bandwagoner.
All right.
I believed in Sinestro the entire time. Don't you remember?
Mm-hmm, yeah. Oh yeah. When you were telling me this morning how much.
Sinestro, I believe. I'm excited to see where this team goes. I mean, like, you said that there's possibly other modes too. Like, we only saw this mode of like Archelodon, Pelipper, Sinestro, and Urshifu.
Well, let's not guess at it anymore. I think Toller's ready for the interview, ready to tell us a little bit more about the team.
Thank you very much, Len and Dwee. I'm joined by Toller Webb, our round 5 victor on the stream. Congratulations on the victory. How did that matchup feel?
So before the tournament, like a few days before the tournament, I was grass on Archelodon. And so those Landorus's were a lot scarier because if I terastallized, then I would just take a Sludge Bomb and faint. But switching to Bug 3 days before the event panned out in that case. It was very hard for Olivia to find an opening to get it knocked out, and the Trick Room also like is a big danger for her.
Yeah, that's exactly what Len talked about in the opening of the show, was that Lander is such a frustrating Pokemon to deal with that you know, if you're weak to ground, like Archelodon is, then you want to, try to switch it so grass resists ground. But then now you're weak to Sludge Bomb, right?
Right.
So how do you deal with Pokemon like Landorus and Raging Bolt and other Pokemon that it just seems like no matter what you terastallize into, they can still very much pressure you for a lot of damage.
Yeah, so one of the upsides of being Assault Vest Archaludon, right, is that even at +2, Raging Bolt doesn't do that much with Dragon Pulse, and they don't run Draco. So I can take a hit and heal back up with Sinistra if I need to in those kinds of circumstances. Against Landorus, Grass was a huge liability when I was running it. The upside of Grass, of course, is that I can sit in front of Amoonguss more safely. And so it's a balance with every Rain team that's built. Do you put Grass on Archaludon, or do you put Grass on Urshifu? And Water Urshifu is obviously really good in general, and Bug Archaludon or Flying Archaludon gives you a much better Landorus matchup, which is typically very tricky. You're giving them Sansear, they're faster than your whole team, all that sort of stuff. And so it was sort of a toss-up. I was Grass Archaludon and Water Urshifu for a while, and being Bug lets me circumvent all of the problems with Landorus, since you resist ground, and then you don't take too much from Sludge Bomb, and you don't take too much from Chen Pao's Icicle Crash, which Flying has the problem of.
Right.
So Bug is like a very niche Terra for Archaludon that helps against literally Chen Pao Landorus. But Grass would have helped me if I had fought an Amoonguss. So it's sort of like this tricky balance.
Well, one thing I was saying, call me crazy, Toller, but like, I was inspired by the Stellar Terra Chen Pao on the field. Like, what about Stellar Terra Archaludon? Because Archaludon uses like 7 or 8 different viable attacks. That I feel like the Stellar is a possibility.
So Assault Vest Archaludon, because it can't protect and has no real defensive resources against Landorus, it just faints to Earth Power. You almost can't survive it, even it's got such a low base special defense. So Assault Vest Archaludon, absolutely. I'm not running Stellar. Yeah. I'm sorry, Joe. I'm not running Indeed Armarouge in Charlotte last year, and I'm not running Stellar Terra Assault Vest Archaludon. However, this is not a new idea. Electroshock Power Herb Sturdy Archaludon at max speed next to a Tornadus is an existing strategy. And that Pokemon is, with Timid, is 1 point faster than Adamant Urshifu. So you can Stellar Terra that, get your Electroshot boosted up, and then drop a Stellar Terra boosted Draco, and it's pretty crazy. So
that is awesome.
All the strange Archaludon tech.
See, this is what we bring you on for, Toller. You're such a veteran of the game. You know all the ins and outs of
Archaludon.
Pokemon. Here of Archaludon, but obviously all Pokemon. So here we are at the end of Regulation F. How are you feeling? Obviously, you've had a very positive experience in this format as a regional champion. So now that we're ending this and getting ready to go on to a new style of format in VGC, what's your thoughts on the last 4 months of this format?
It's been awesome to have a format that's gone so long. I think the quick turnarounds of last year were tricky to handle. I really struggle with the Reg B to Reg C transition. For the people that you remember, that's like adding in the Ruin Pokemon was enough to throw me off. So I've really appreciated the way the meta has had time to develop. I've gotten to try a lot of different stuff. It's totally different than it was in February. We didn't even think about Raging Bolt with Calm Mind then. I really appreciated the chance to see it shine. There's still such a huge variety of teams. I do know people are sick of it, but I'm not as much. It's just hard to find games at this point. You gotta go on the in-game ladder. You wait a little longer for your next set. So yeah, it's hard to get games now because people are getting geared up for Regulation G, but this has been a really wonderful format and been really diverse and interesting. So yeah, I've been really grateful for it.
Yeah, and you're more than halfway done today. Here you are, 5-0 with 4 rounds left on the day. So obviously you're feeling positive. Just 2 more will give you that guaranteed slot into day 2. So do you have any shout outs for any friends that helped your team build, or maybe some family members watching at home?
Yeah, so I built this version of Rain. I think I said my fun fact on stream was I've been working on Rain for 4 months. So I've built lots of versions of Rain. I built this version of Rain for a friend of mine, Bukunmi, who is a pharmacist. So he's really busy. He didn't really get to practice much, but he brought it to Vancouver and it didn't pan out very well. So I wanted to say thanks to him for testing it out and seeing what some of the flaws were and what wasn't working, and giving me the chance to challenge my own beliefs about how to build Sinistra. Because that's really the big difference here. We had almost the same 6 get 10th in EUIC with Amoonguss. So big thanks to him. Big thanks to, as usual, Yotam, Justin Karras, Kazuki Kanehira, who's actually, although he keeps not bringing Rain to tournaments after he day 2'd with it, it's always been a good sounding board, and it really challenges a lot of my ideas on the team. And as always, my beautiful girlfriend Casey, and my mom Jennifer. She is awesome, and I'm so grateful for both of them.
All right, so now we've gotten through that. You can rest up have a little fun before you get ready for your round 6 match. I want to ask you your familiarity with Pokemon Snap.
None. I've never played it. I am slightly too old. I know it exists.
Okay.
Or slightly too young, excuse me.
Too young, yeah.
Too young,
You just missed the cutoff for the original.
I'm used to saying I'm old. I was counting the gray
N64.
hairs in my eyebrows earlier this morning.
Okay. So are you interested in playing Pokemon Snap?
I am happy to play Pokemon Snap. I'm not sure if the stream will be happy that I'm playing Pokemon Snap.
Okay. So I think, do we have the leaderboard, or are we waiting on a couple more people being added to that? Are we transitioning over? Here it is. Look at our Pokemon Snapshot leaderboard.
Marco's good.
So shout outs to Marcos Perez, a fantastic 19,370 points in the first person to go. So basically, if you weren't able to catch the stream before, Toller, this is how it's going to go down. We're going to we'll get the stream or the switch set up for you to play. I'll hold your microphone. Obviously, that would have been very difficult to do. So just hit any button on there. So you're going to use the 2 joysticks as the moving, left and right, and then the right one to change your angle when you're on camera. So you're going to hit A for welcome back. A, nope, there you go. So, and you go to beach, okay? So, yep. So when you want to click a Pokemon, you zoom in with R. That's like your Todd Snap is loading his camera, and then A is what takes the photo. All right. So hit A. We're gonna get ready. This is gonna be good.
No, it's not.
World champion, regional champion, Toller Webb playing Pokemon Snap for the first time ever. So there you go. Zoom in and hit A.
Oh God.
Oh, okay. Hold on. So when it's like obviously the red.
Okay, I got those 3.
Yeah. So you can use it to if you zoom in, and you can just use the other joystick to just move.
Okay.
You see, instead of the rigid movements.
Got you.
So you might want to try to get that Pikachu if you want to turn around.
I did.
Well, because it'll say their name will show up on the bottom. You see that little spot where it said Pikachu.
I'm missing all these.
It's okay. There's a Butterfree. He's pesky. Nope. Okay. Because it's only when the name shows up. There's a Lapras. Go for it. There you go. Not many people get the Lapras. That's actually huge.
I got a question mark on this.
So you can also, if you want to unzoom, you can throw apples or pester balls that can annoy the Pokemon. That's how you would have been able to wake up the Snorlax.
Oh, I get it. So it needed to be awake.
Right. That's why it was a question mark, because you can't see its face.
See, everyone who knows how to play Pokemon Snap is really disappointed.
Now get ready. There's gonna be Pokemon coming out of that grass.
Oh, there is.
There,
well,
the Pidgey, and you can take multiple photos of the same Pokemon. Like you don't have to be, I took one Pidgey, I'm good. Like you're gonna compare at the end of your course. You're gonna choose the best photo of each of the. Oh my! This Butterfree is not your friend today.
I have not had one successful Butterfree.
Yeah, this is a little rough. So, something's rustling. It's a Doduo. What are you gonna do?
I tried.
Oh God.
See, this is so bad.
There's another Pidgey, but it's only when the red is up and you hit A.
Okay,
there you go. All right, you got the Meowth at least. All right, get ready. Kangaskhan Stone. So I'll give you free help. Throw a Pester Ball at B. Get it. Get its attention. Hit it again. There you go. See if it'll turn around. There you go. All right, zoom in. Get ready. It's gonna roar.
I somehow missed a stationary Kangaskhan.
Go.
Okay. I got several of the Kangaskhan.
That's Mega Kangaskhan for you.
Oh. Yeah, come back.
Pidgeys are still there if you want to try to get, they're going to gust the Meowth.
One Pidgey so far.
All right, and then if you want, you can hold R because the map is over. The second R, or R1, or it ended. Yeah, you can zoom through the course too. You don't have to go.
I think I might have underdone 16th place
there. I don't think you're worse than Youngster Joey. I think that's the group. So you're gonna hit A. So this is the hard part, obviously. You're gonna have out of all your photos, hit A, go to Oak's Mark, and you'll be able to select one photo of each Pokemon.
Okay.
So click that one, and then you can click left and right. It'll show you all your Pidgey photos. So you just choose.
I like that one.
That one's a good one, yeah.
Yeah.
So
it's still
then now you'll see if you hit that'll show you. If you go left, it'll show you all your Meowths.
I like this one.
Looks like that one's a good one.
Yeah.
And then you can hit left again. Anything that's like highlighted like that means you haven't submitted that Pokemon. So that's a great Kangaskhan.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Now who's that one?
I actually got some Butterfree.
You got a Butterfree. Okay. Let's see. That's technically Butterfree. Oh, that one's going. Yeah.
Okay. And
All
then
right.
we got 3 pictures of Doduo.
Doduo. That one's
That
nice.
one's close.
That's a cheeky little Doduo.
I think I like this one most.
Yep.
Okay, and are there any more? This one.
Oh, that's the
One
Lapras.
Lapras.
Yeah. Not many people get the Lapras shots. And then you have a Pikachu also.
Yeah, that you reminded me to make sure I got.
Yes. So you always want to, size, pose, composition of the shot. So I believe that's everything. So you want to hit, if you can, go down to Professor Oak.
Okay.
And then, hold on, I'll take your mic down for a second, and Incineroar is going to help me keep score, because we have to tally it the old-fashioned way. So you're ready to show your photos to Professor Oak?
Okay, so I press A?
Yes. Yes. All right. So it's going to go through, and you're going to one by one you're going to one by one see your photo. So you don't worry about the photos on the left. That was, me and my normal playthrough. So keep hitting A. Keep going, and you'll see like something come up. So you got hit A. So you see you have nothing. Like keep going. You can hit it a couple times. You're gonna get a total in the end. There's size, pose, and then a multiplier for if it's in the middle of your shot.
Okay.
So.
Technique. Oh no.
Yep. So hit A. Do you get any multiplier? Keep going. No. Okay. So 11, 7. That's all right. Don't worry about it. And then just say, just hit A. So now that you know how it works, you can just spam through it, and we'll just make sure we get your number at the bottom for each photo. So you know that. Technique, 2300. That's not, no. Keep that. Just hit A. Don't worry.
All right.
Because if you had a better photo, it will automatically update over the old one. So that one, hey, you got 180 points that other people aren't going to get, because some people are straight up going to miss the Lapras. So that's something. All right, Doduo.
Here we go. It's not very good. I'm getting a lot of it's not very good.
So that was 400. And that was pairings going up. So right after this, you're gonna leave us. 3260, not bad.
Because you gave me that hint to wait until it roared.
All right, and Pidgey was using Gust, so you get a special thing there. So that's 890. And then Meowth on the ground.
Here we go. Good pose, I guess. Technique is, double.
2200, that's not bad. Yeah. First time Pokemon Snap player? 19. Well, no, so those points don't matter because that's the total accrued of each Pokemon. So these are the total points that matter. So we're gonna count this a little bit later. But so if you want to take your mic back.
Okay.
All right, so how did it feel playing Pokemon Snap?
Awful. I'm really bad at
You did it great. I think you did great.
First person camera shotters. I can't do that. I'm not good at it.
I think you did great.
I quit playing those kinds of games at a young age.
I think you have a future in Pokemon Snap.
All right.
You're already world champion at this game. You might as well move on to other games to be world champion.
I think Stream can confirm that this is a poor choice for me.
All right, so the round is over. Congratulations, Solar, being 5-0 right now. Thank you for playing. We'll check the Pokemon Snapshot leaderboards later on, but for now, we're going to toss to break to get ready for our round 6 coverage of the Orlando Regional Championships.
All right.
I have a lucky item. It's in my fanny pack. I keep it with me. It's a little incubator that has the Pokemon egg in it. It looks like the in-game incubator. And then my ritual for getting ready for these is I build a team and I take a step away. I'll take 6 hours, go hang out with friends, go get some dinner, and then I'll come back to it. And if it looks good to me, that's what I run.
I do have a pre-tournament ritual. I grab all of my Mimikyu. I also have a bag and a poncho, which is not currently with me. But we all just psych out and we just get ready for the first game.
I don't know that I have any specific good luck charms, but something I do like to do for regionals is set my mind on a deck way in advance, and then instead of worrying about trying to figure out what the best thing is that day, I'm just gonna get really good with whatever deck I chose and get a month's worth of reps in so that I know what my matchups are rather than trying to figure it out on the fly.
My good luck charm before or during a tournament are actually plushies that my daughter gave us. So we travel as a family, and they make sure that I always have my little Galarian Ponyta and my little Umbreon that go with me wherever we go.
Before the tournament, I usually just like to really
not play any Pokemon before. I want to just clear my head as much as possible, just so when I go in fresh and having fun. Burnout's the worst thing, and I like to just cleanse a little bit before. Plus, I have Tink as my good luck charm.
I always ride with my friends here, so we always try to listen to the Beach Boys on the way here, and that's always really helped us. One of the first cups my friend won, we listened to the Beach Boys for probably 2 hours straight on the way there, so that really kind of has become the ritual now.
私の名前は木村翔平です。東京出身です。
Pollen Puff will take out the GM Pow, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. That Dragapult is in a very nasty situation as Shohei still has 3 Pokemon remaining. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
まだ実感が湧いていないです。1戦目はもうその想定していた選手と違うものが出てきてしまってかなり厳しい状態になっていたんですけど、パオジアンのつらら落としに助けられて1戦目を取ることができて、2戦目は想定していた対戦内容だったので、その想定していた通りにことが進んで、勝利を収めることができて嬉しかったです。相手のパーティーのリキキリンとウーラオスをどのように倒すかが鍵となっていて、それらに対抗するためにテラスタイプを変更したモロバレルが、鍵になると考え、臨みました。なんだろう、勝利することも大事ですが、その対戦相手がいることによって、得られる、友情だったりコミュニケーションが僕の中では一番、このゲームの大切なところだと思っています。次の大会も、参加して、もう一度2度目の、ワールドチャンピオンを目指して頑張ります。
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 Pokemon Regional Championships here in Orlando, Florida. A big tournament, lots of Pokemon players competing today here at the Convention Center in Orlando. You know what? There's a lot of people here. Look at how many people are in the crowd.
Yeah, it's a full room out there. Just one massive convention hall full of, I think, 2,500 card game players, 800 video game players.
And this is just
busy day.
This is just the Masters division too.
Yeah.
That doesn't even include any of the other going-ons. Just people that are coming by to spectate, the players that are in the junior, senior division. So there's a lot of people in this room. There's a lot of people here.
A lot of people, a lot of competition, a lot of thrilling VGC action.
Dweeha, Len Duel here, ready to take you in to the next round of Swiss Round 6. So, Len, what are your thoughts so far about the tournament? What watching from backstage, watching from out in the field, what are your thoughts so far?
Yeah, I mean, I'm continuing to like this theme of teams people have worked on for a long time. I love to hear that from Toller about working on this team for months. And I'm really excited to see each team that we get on stream, what the process has been to get that team to that point.
Yeah, and again, so for those of you just tuning in, this is going to be the last major tournament of Regulation F before we move on to Regulation G next month in May. And usually what happens is during these final, these final tournaments, we just had a big major with the European International Championships, and then we follow up with this regional championship. A lot of players start bringing out all the techs that they've been kind of hiding, kind of like the ones that they've been thinking about for a really long time. They're like, I don't know, should I bring this? And then they do.
Because if you're ever going to try it, now's the time, right?
Now's the time, right? So Toller, the winner of the previous Swiss round, that team that he brought was a team that he'd been working on for 4 months and finally brought it to competitive play, and we saw it play out.
I love to hear the breakdown as well of the way the Trastalizations get used, how one Trastalization choice affects another Trastalization choice. Those are the kinds of really deep, methodical, team-building, iterative, small changes that happen over 4 months like that. When you're just building a team from scratch for the first time, you're going to try it a couple weeks in the format. You haven't thought about the depth of how these different Trastalizations affect each other. but these kind of slow team building processes really can create amazing teams.
Yeah, so that was always really great to hear, but we also like to hear from you all watching at home. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at some tweets that are being tweeted out with us. So let's take a quick look at some. Of course, if you want your tweet to possibly be shown, feel free to use the hashtag #PlayPokemon. Here from Yuki Survives, Guzma 0-2 at Orlando Regionals, hashtag Pokemon, hashtag #PlayPokemon. Again, use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Guzma's one of my favorite characters, and it's sad to see that Guzma is currently 0-2 at the Orlando Regional Championships.
Looks like he's okay with it, though, having a fun time anyway.
It's your boy. It's your boy Guzma. So having a great time here at 0-2, but you know what? Hey, 0-2, depending if you're playing VGC, you still have a shot.
Yeah, 0-2 to 7-2, the dream, the Guzma dream.
The Guzma dream. The Guzma dream, exactly. Love to see it, love all the cosplay, love all the costumes. So, if you're here in the venue hall and you're listening in, feel free to use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. We'd love to see what you're dressed up as and, whether or not it's bringing you luck.
There's always a good amount of cosplay out there.
Here from Cymorg Comics, he wants to go on stream so bad at #PlayPokemon, hashtag #PlayPokemon. Clodsire.
Yeah, I just learned about these little horns earlier today. I'd seen a lot of Clodsire, but they'd always been kind of tentacles in, horns in. But I heard that there was this plush out there that had the horns
That's
out.
the one with the horns right there.
With the horns out.
Yeah, this is actually the first time that I think I've seen this plush with the horns too. I'm also with you where I was like, I just know Clodzire's being really flat.
It makes me wonder, does Quagsire have secret horns?
I mean, doesn't that kind of make you think what other Pokemon have different, parts of the Pokemon body that we don't see because it's not, in the sprite that we're so used to seeing?
Yeah, there could be hidden pieces, hidden details.
Could be any Pokemon. Clodsire, unfortunately, it's not your time to go on stream. We'll keep you in check though. We'll let you know. We'll contact you if we need you up on the stream. So stay tuned. We have your contact information right there. We'll reach out if we need you. From PBFMV, pick with goat, hashtag #PlayPokemon.
I love the DS selfie.
I love the DS selfie.
The DS selfie in 2024 is a work of art. Wolf looks like he's holding a Latias there as well.
It's just, the DS is what gets me here though. It is a recording device. You ever try to bring a DS into some place where they're like, oh, no recording devices?
Make a 3D video?
Yeah, exactly. Of course, that is a picture with Wolf Glick. So, hey, if anybody else out there also just has a DS on them, or 3DS, take a picture, take a selfie. It'll be funny.
Yeah, maybe if there's enough of you out there, you'll get a few street passes still.
Oh, street passes. I haven't heard that in a long time, but it's been a while. It has been a while for that. Thank you so much for sharing this selfie with the GOAT. Hashtag #PlayPokemon. I really appreciate it. I love it when you go to these tournaments and you see someone that you kind of think about in terms of oh, this is someone that is very good at VGC, and well, it's I'd like to get a picture with them, and then it kind of has really sweet moments sometimes when it's hey, can I get a picture with you? You were one of my favorite players of all time, right?
Who's your favorite player you've ever gotten a picture with, Dwayne?
My favorite player that I've ever gotten a picture with. You.
Oh, wow. Thank you, Dwayne.
Yeah. Yours?
Oh, with you, of course.
Okay, you don't have to lie to me, man. You don't have to lie to me.
It's not a lie.
Yeah?
No.
Well, yeah. It's really touching though when someone approaches a player and it's hey, you've helped me practice a lot, so can we please take a photo? And then it's wow, cool.
I really love those moments when people that you practiced with online, you've gotten to know, you've worked together, and you get to meet in person at a tournament and get to kind of have that first tournament sighting together. It's a lot of fun.
Yep, and here we go, another shot of the convention center. As you mentioned earlier, Len, a lot of people in this room. Over 3,000 at least competitors, not just the people that are just in the audience to be watching.
Think about how many Incineroars that means are clicking parting shot. Like the parting shot per minute out there in the crowd is got to be enormous.
Can we get a stat on that? How many the parting shots per minute of this tournament venue?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
we need like a little flare to go up every time someone clicks fake out, and you just see the sea of Rillaboom and Incineroar fake outs happening.
All the Rillaboom, all the Incineroar fake outs. That'd be a pretty funny stat to keep track of. I think that's what I'll work on. I'm just gonna.
You're gonna try to find some tournament-wide stats.
Well, I'm just gonna run down the.
You're gonna collect them yourself.
Yeah,
feverishly making tally marks as you run behind all the players trying to see.
Yeah, so I'll go by and it's like, oh, I saw one.
I wish you luck in seeing them all.
Do you believe in me?
I'm going to question the validity of your stats. I'm not going to think that they're necessarily the most accurate.
You're right. How could I be so silly to forget about the validity of my stats? So I'm going to have someone trail me as a verifier.
To double check.
As a verifier, yeah. As a verifier, they're going to trail me and just try to figure out if I was correct. But there's like a sort of lag between. I'm not saying I'm fast.
Yeah, but you can't see every screen at once.
Yeah,
Are you hesitating? Do you think you can see every screen at once?
No.
Okay.
But like in the moment, like a snapshot of the stats. That's what I will do.
I think you just have to find like a small sample size and try to like extrapolate to the rest of the crowd based on that.
No,
not how you do it. No,
that's not how you do it. It's all about first-hand accounts.
Only direct counting.
Only direct accounts. But anyways, we're getting ready now to jump into Swiss Round 6. It's going to be a very exciting battle. I'm super excited. These are players that we have seen on stream before, so, you know, it's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun, Len.
Yeah, it should be not teams that are completely unique, but teams that'll be interesting to see how they come up against each other. We're going to have Joshua Lorsi with a Calm Mind Raging Bolt team like we've seen a lot of, up against Jimmy Friedel with a Trick Room, Torkoal, and Ursaluna Blood Moon team. So two team archetypes that have been pretty common. If you've been to your locals recently, you've probably fought against both of those, and I think it'll be really great to see how two top players pilot them against each other.
Yeah, of course. You know, these two aren't the only top players. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at Swiss standings right now to see all the players that are. These are not all the players that are 5-0, but this is a snapshot of the players that are currently at 5-0. These are just 16 of them. Going through the kind of matchups that we had to take a look at, you know, there were a lot of people still at 5-0. It's still a pretty strong field out there.
Yeah, I mean, all these players at 5-0 are only 2 wins away from making it into day 2 already, undefeated, just in really impressive starts. And of course, two regional champions from this season still on that list, Toller and Wolf, both 5-0s on the day.
Yeah, we saw Toller in the previous Swiss round. We see Jimmy Friedel there, a player that we will be featuring in this next streamed match. But again, let's take a look at the notable matches here. You got Arath, Alejandro Vera Alvarez versus Ben Grismer, Rob McNeely versus Zay Zhang, Michael Anzavino versus Luca Paz, Jian Zhang Huang versus Henry Rich. Henry Rich, a player from Australia, as there's an event going on in Australia.
It's a long way to come for a regional.
There is a Melbourne, Florida. The featured match on the stream will be Lorsi versus Jimmy Friedel. So, you said that these two are very popular teams that you can see at your local very easily. These are teams that we see a lot on broadcast, well, just because these two are very strong teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it'll not only be interesting to see how they're piloted against each other, but some of the subtle decisions these make. Even within a broad archetype, there's a lot of decisions left to make. You know, the Incineroar on Joshua's team has taunt, not something you see that often. There's going to be details all across the board like that really help to differentiate these teams from the completely stereotypical version of it.
Lorsi this season coming off of a very strong finish at the Latin American International Championships. Jimmy Friedel on the other side, we saw him on stream in Knoxville in the last match of day 1 leading into day 2 as we take a deeper dive now into Lorsi's team here. The Raging Bolt, the Landers Incarnate, the Incineroar Ogerpon with the Heartflame Mask, Rillaboom, and the Urshifu Rapid Strike style. So again, this is balance.
Yeah, this is that balanced team. It's the leftovers Raging Bolt, the taunt on Incineroar. I think it'll be really interesting to see how that plays out. Of course, dropping Flare Blitz to be able to fit that. a team that's pretty well established. And what that means is that also Jimmy's not going to be surprised by this, right? Neither player is going to be thinking through this type of matchup for the first time. And so they will have kind of characterized how they normally approach this matchup, and then we'll have to see who has the better answer for it. Of course, Joshua's going to be fighting with that balanced team up against this Trick Room team from Jimmy. These Blood Moon Ursaluna with the Frigoraph, but a couple of fast options as well. The Choice Specs Fluttermane can put out a ton of damage next to Torkoal to add the Photosynthesis on top of that. And the Urshifu Single Strike, it's interesting, an Assault Vest there. So we've seen sometimes Scarf Urshifus on Trick Room teams or Choice Band Urshifus to try to do a bunch of damage into. This one a little bit more bulky. Also has the Poison Terastallization. No Fluttermane on the other side to get away from in this matchup. And so not getting as much utility out of that. But it'll be an interesting thing for Joshua to have to weather.
Yeah, and you know, the taunt on that Incineroar is going to be very important to try to prevent Trick Room from being set up over on Jimmy's side of the field. Fun facts for both players here. Jimmy Friedel, day 1 stream regular, hopes to see us tomorrow. Like I said, made it to in the Knoxville Regional Championships. He was in the last round of Swiss in day 1. Won his win in and moved on to day 2. Lorsi on the other side, chasing a championship after multiple top cuts. You know, it's a feeling to win a championship after being so close so many times, right? Like finally being able to hit a championship after getting so close. Top cut, great. A championship, even better, as the players now are in team preview, really trying to think this matchup through.
Yeah, trying to think about exactly how they want to approach this game 1. Both of them probably have multiple game plans in mind. Probably also thinking about, do I bring this game plan for game 1? What game plan am I then going to use after that if we have to play a full set? And trying to look one step ahead. What do you think your opponent is going to bring to that match? Both teams have plenty of modes, plenty of leads that are possible, and you don't want to get caught back-footed against one you just didn't expect.
Yeah, and even if Lorsi does whatever possible to stop Trick Room from being set up, Jimmy's team does have a few Pokemon that can operate outside of that Trick Room mode. That Fluttermane still hits extremely hard. Urshifu with the single strike will also be able to belt out a lot of damage here as both players have locked in. Ogerpon with the Wellspring Mask over on Jimmy's side of the field with the Fluttermane, as Incineroar and Ogerpon with the Heartflame Mask over on Lorsi's side of the field.
Yeah, so 2 Ogerpons out immediately. No Trick Room visible from Jimmy. This looks a lot more like a balanced team at the moment. It means it's going to be able to play pretty straightforward offense against these 2. That Fluttermane immediately looks like it could pump out a ton of damage, but is also a little bit vulnerable. Doesn't have to worry about a Flare Blitz coming in from the Incineroar on the other side, but of course does not want to take an Ivy Cudgel.
Yeah, and you know, Incineroar will be able to target down the Ogerpon over on Jimmy's side of the field with a fake out to you know, prevent possible Ivy Cudgels from landing into that Incineroar or the Hearthflame Ogerpon. It is intimidated, so it will not be doing as much damage, barring a critical hit. So this Fluttermane does have to watch out for taking some physical attacks from that Hearthflame Ogerpon, as Incineroar on Lorsi's side will switch out. It will be the Rillaboom to take the field here. Still has access to a potential fake out into that Ogerpon slot, but will also be able to deal with this Ogerpon on Jimmy's side of the field a lot better as Grassy Surge takes effect, Grassy Terrain takes the field. And here we go. Some terastallization going on here, as it is going to be that Fluttermane. It will terastallize into that Fairy type. It is carrying that Choice Spec, so it is looking to deal a lot of damage out onto the field right now. Ogerpon with a Ogerpon not going to care too much about any Fairy type attack because of its resistance, but it does just protect itself here as Fluttermane uses Dazzling Gleam, will hit into that Rillaboom switch. Still going to do good damage, but that Rillaboom is holding the Assault Vest, so a good boost to that special attack. But you see it almost does over 50%, and Ogerpon on Jimmy's side will follow up with an Ivy Cudgel into that Rillaboom slot.
Yeah, so Jimmy hunting for enough damage to take down Lorsi's Incineroar. Instead finds Rillaboom coming in and lands really good damage on it. Fluttermane doesn't go after the Ogerpon at all. Both Ogerpon and Fluttermane mostly targeting what was that Incineroar slot. Would have meant that an Ivy Cudgel was pretty free there to go after the Fluttermane, but Ogerpon just couldn't take that risk. It could have easily been a Shadow Ball coming in that spot, or a Follow Me and a Water Terastallization to mitigate an Ivy Cudgel. And so Ogerpon stays on the back foot for a turn, but now things are a lot more clear. The Terastallization has been spent on Jimmy's side, the choice specs has been locked into. The flexibility and options for Jimmy are a lot less reduced, which makes it possible for Lorcy to just play into those options. And those include, now that the Fairy Transformation has been on Fluttermane, that Fake Out is available. You can mitigate damage coming in for a turn in an additional way.
Lorcy will terrestrialize the Ogerpon here. Gonna drop that Mold Breaker ability. Will get that Embody aspect to get a boost to its attack. So this Ogerpon is setting up. This Ogerpon is ready to deal some big damage. Like you said, that Ogerpon on Jimmy's side will be taking neutral Ivy Cudgels here. As the Fluttermane on Jimmy's side will use Dazzling Gleam, gets the KO on that Rillaboom. So no Fake Out from Lorcy's side of the field. Didn't want to try to launch a Fake Out into that Fluttermane as Ogerpon uses Ivy Cudgel here. Gonna hit hard with that +1 attack into that Ogerpon, and that's a one-hit KO.
Yeah, just so much damage coming out on the other side. I think a little bit of a traded turn. I'm sure in retrospect, Lorcy would have loved to just have Fake Out plus Ivy Cudgel to take complete control of that turn. But on the other hand, Jimmy would have loved to have a Spiky Shield maybe and keep that Ogerpon safe. So both get a little bit of what they want, and KOs are traded. Rillaboom goes down, the Ogerpon goes down on the other side. Fluttermane continues to stay on the field, healthy, able to just put out a ton of damage, but with one Fake Out gone, another Fake Out comes out onto the field, so that play is still there for Lorcy.
Yep, Torkoal will take the field for Jimmy's side of the field. Lorcy will switch back in the Incineroar, so again, more Fake Out options, but, you know, Torkoal, well, I guess the Sun does a couple things. It activates Fluttermane's Photosynthesis, boosts its special attack, I believe. And, well, now it also boosts all the fire-type attacks over on Incineroar and Ogerpon.
Yeah, Torkoal just coming in and ratcheting the damage on both sides up a notch. Those Ivy Cudgels look enormous, and those Dazzling Gleams start to look like they're a threat even to Incineroar and Ogerpon with the choice specs and the Fairy Terrestrialization on top of the Photosynthesis. I have to imagine the Fake Out, though, means that Fluttermane just has to leave the field. Can't really take advantage of this position itself. There's not the same trades available if the Fake Out goes into another spot, and so instead it is just Urshifu switching in and taking the Fake Out.
And Ogerpon on Lorcy's side of the field will go for an Ivy Cudgel here. Hits into that Urshifu, which was that Fluttermane, picks up big damage right there and gets the KO, but Torkoal now gets to make a move here. Will go for an Earth Power into that Ogerpon slot, does good damage, but Ogerpon hangs on with just a sliver of health. Ogerpon and everything touching the field will recover from the grassy terrain, so that Urshifu over on Jimmy's side of the field just really switching in to sacrifice itself in order to allow Fluttermane to come back in, get that Photosynthesis boost again, so now this Fluttermane is ready to go.
Yeah, you can see just the sheer damage that was being pressured because of the Sun and the Embody aspect. I mean, that even Urshifu couldn't come out, and the Fake Out meant that pressure was actually there. But now Fluttermane lands into such a great position, but no, just goes down to Grassy Glide.
Big one-hit KO, grassy terrain, boosted Grassy Glide into the physically weaker Fluttermane. One-hit KO there as Incineroar will knock off the Torkoal, knocks off Torkoal's Charcoal. Torkoal now will use Eruption here. It is weakened because it took some damage, but gets KO on Ogerpon, but not much damage being dealt over to the Incineroar, and Jimmy now has to try to figure out what adjustments need to be made going into Game 2, because this Torkoal, quite frankly, does not have the offensive output to be able to deal with this Incineroar and this Raging Bolt that replaces the fallen Ogerpon.
No, absolutely not. For a brief moment, it looked like Fluttermane landed out on the field faster than both Pokemon, with Raging Bolt in the back with no Terrestrialization be available, and just be able to pump out so much damage with Dazzling Gleam. But Grassy Glide was enough damage to just take out the Fluttermane and basically into this game immediately. And so we're going to have to move on to Game 2. Jimmy has to be thinking about a different way to approach it. I think the most notable thing about this Game 1 is that Jimmy left all the Trick Room pieces behind. Basically played a balanced game against another balanced team, where you just have the Ogerpon, the Urshifu, and the Fluttermane with Torkoal there to support them. But I think that isn't a matchup that works well in Jimmy's favor. If you're both just going to play somewhat similar balanced teams, but one of your Pokemon is a Torkoal that has very little agency in the game and may work to just boost the Ogerpon on the other side as much as it helps your Fluttermane, and you don't have the Fake Outs, the pivoting, the things to really fight in that kind of game, it's going to be really difficult to beat a player like Lorcy at his own game of balancing the situation. But I have to wonder if Jimmy's hesitance to bring Trick Room means he just doesn't think it works very well against this team. Has to worry about the Ogerpon Hearthflame pumping out a ton of damage while you try to get Trick Room up.
Yep.
You have to be careful about keeping Furgraf alive because otherwise Blood Moon does not like to be up against these double Grassy Glides. It means you're going to have to be forced to Terastallize and still take a ton of damage from them, even if you use your Terastallization to get away from it. And so it's a difficult balancing game to both use Furgraf to get a Trick Room and use Furgraf to prevent all the priority that could come out during that Trick Room. But I have to wonder if it's even like, despite those difficulties, is not a better option than trying to play this kind of balanced game.
One thing to note about Jimmy's team is that there's no Intimidate option for Jimmy to bring, so this Hearthflame Ogerpon over on Lorcy's side is, if it does opt to be the user of Terastallization, automatically getting that one stage of attack boost, just automatically threatening so much offense. I mean, the Grassy Glide picking up the one-hit KO on the Fluttermane, as well as just being able to pump out so much damage. We saw the Ivy Cudgel from that Hearthflame Ogerpon, one-hit KO Jimmy's Ogerpon. So, yeah, I mean, you don't have any way to deal with that Hearthflame Ogerpon, then that Hearthflame Ogerpon will continue to deal problems.
If that Grassy Glide KO into Fluttermane is a consistent thing and not just a roll that worked right in that situation in Lorcy's favor, it's almost untenable to try to play this game plan that Jimmy went after, because if you look at Ogerpon versus the rest of the team, we saw the Ivy Cudgel just one-hit KO the Ogerpon on the other side. You saw one-hit KO the Urshifu on the switch-in. These aren't, like, you have no real answer for the Ogerpon if you're playing outside of Trick Room and without priority protection.
Yeah, so Jimmy has to try to find pieces that are required to break through Lorcy's team here. Again, mitigating this Hearthflame Ogerpon on Lorcy's side, not allowing him to pick up so many KOs, maybe targeting down a lot faster, but Len, as you mentioned, here we go, Trick Room mode. Lorcy leading the same thing with the Hearthflame Ogerpon. The Hearthflame Mask Ogerpon, as well as the Incineroar. Over on Jimmy's side, it looks like it will be the Fluttermane and the Furgraf.
Yeah, I really like seeing the Furgraf come out here. The Grassy Glides were a problem, but also the fake outs were a problem. They applied pressure to that Fluttermane after it Terastallized. I think Furgraf is going to be useful here. It also keeps Lorcy guessing a little bit. You don't know what Pokemon are in the back. You don't know how important a Trick Room is right in this moment. How much do you have to commit to trying to stop a Trick Room? Or is Furgraf really just there to support this Fluttermane, and there's a couple of other relatively fast Pokemon in the back?
Yep, Jimmy will opt to switch out for Regraf, will replace it with a Torkoal, so Photosynthesis boost for the Fluttermane, as well as some Fire-type attack boost for the Ogerpon and the Incineroar on Lorcy's side. So no Trick Room for this Torkoal, though. Torkoal operating outside of Trick Room does not seem ideal because Torkoal is not a speed Pokemon. Fluttermane will Terastallize, will become a Fairy type, so again, that Furgraf really just being a bluff to be able to have that Armor Tail ability and make sure that no Fake Out would be landing. Ogerpon on Lorcy's side will go for a Spiky Shield, and looks like Fluttermane will be moving no Fake Out at all because, of course, that Armor Tail. But here's a Dazzling Gleam from the Fluttermane. Terastallized, boosted. Choice Specs does so much damage to Incineroar, but Incineroar hangs on and will eat away at its Citrus Berry.
Yeah, Incineroar gets really chunked down by that. You can see the sheer damage. You can see why the Terastallization is also important on that side. That knockoff would have been almost a KO if the Terastallization hadn't come through. Now Fluttermane loses a chunk of health, gets the Choice Specs knocked off, which doesn't have quite the same damage output, but also then is free to switch moves, is able to chase after that Ogerpon with a Shadow Ball and try to put the damage together in a different way. But it looks like mostly Jimmy's going to be going after the same game plan, just with Furgraf there to support as well.
Yep, Incineroar will switch out. Rillaboom will take the field here. Again, that grassy terrain will be nice. It will allow the Ogerpon to Grassy Glide to be able to bypass, well, just get the KO right there. So twofold there, setting up the grassy terrain to set up residual healing, but also allow the Grassy Glide to connect and pick up the KO before Fluttermane can do anything at all. Here goes Torkoal with an Eruption. Rillaboom does not enjoy seeing that. Sun Boost, one-hit KO, and the KO on the Ogerpon as well. So big damage being dealt to both sides.
Yeah, I love that little trade there. Lorcy takes his shot, says Furgraf's not coming in. Grassy Glide's just going to KO this Fluttermane. But Jimmy goes, well, if you're going to get Rillaboom out on the field to enable Grassy Glide and then go for Grassy Glide into Fluttermane, well, that's just going to be two Pokemon who have not just damaged Torkoal. It's going to be sitting there at full health, and they're just going to both go down to Eruption. Two enormous KOs from Eruption traded for Fluttermane. I'm not sure it's clear whose trade that is the advantage of. The Fluttermane seems so crucial to Jimmy's game plan. probably may have done some of his job by getting Grassy Train down before this Raging Bolt comes in. The Ogerpon didn't spin the Terrestrialization in this game. That means it's still available for the Raging Bolt to go for a Fairy Terrestrialization if it needs help to deal with the single strike Urshifu. But definitely just an extremely explosive turn.
Yeah, big damage being dealt all across the board. Lorsi down to his final 2 Pokemon. It is the Raging Bolt hiding in the bag at full health, and the Incineroar that has taken a bunch of damage, as well as eaten away at its Citrus Berry. Urshifu single strike takes the field for Jimmy's side. Now comes the, well, the Raging Bolt. It has to Terrasilize. Like, Incineroar is not really a great option for Terrasalization here, so Raging Bolt Terrasalizing into that Fairy type to be able to withstand any Dark type attacks from that Urshifu, but it does have access to Poison Jab, as Farigiraf here will take the field, giving protection with that Armor Tail ability, and here it is. Raging Bolt will Terrasilize into that Fairy type, just trying to resist any Dark type move. Possible Wicked Blow, a possible Sucker Punch into that slot, but again, Poison Jab can do a lot of damage to this Fairy type Raging Bolt.
Yeah, and whether it does it this turn or not, it's just a close combat coming in this turn because it is Assault Vest. The Urshifu is going to be free to change targeting. It's going to be able to chase this Raging Bolt with Poison Jab on future turns. And of course, that means with close combat landing into Incineroar unable to protect itself, couldn't have been Fake Out with the Farigiraf coming in. That was a KO that had to land and put Lorsi down to just 1 Pokemon.
Yep, and Farigiraf does take a Dragon Pulse, will heal back with that Citrus Berry. So Farigiraf now at about 3/4 of its health remaining. Urshifu does have a defense drop from the close combat, but again, can now start targeting with the Poison Jab. So you do have to watch out, though, because the close combat defense drops could matter here. But here's a helping hand from that Farigiraf. Will boost this Poison Jab from Urshifu, and here's the Poison Jab into that Raging Bolt. Doesn't even do 50% at all, so Raging Bolt hanging on as Raging Bolt goes for another Dragon Pulse into Farigiraf, but again, that Grassy Terrain and that Citrus Berry taking it out of range from being KO'd from the second Dragon Pulse.
Yeah, I mean, I think that ends up being a pretty good turn for Jimmy. You have to imagine with that targeting, Lorsi was expecting the Urshifu to just switch off the field, try to get rid of that close combat special defense drop, but he can't allow these turns to go by. Well, that Poison Jab didn't do that much. It maybe made it feel like the game was still in play. That Poison Jab can't be traded for a Dragon Pulse that just does damage to Farigiraf without actually getting the KO, because that means another Poison Jab is coming in.
Yep, and Raging Bolt hangs on with barely any health at all, but here's a Dragon Pulse, and Urshifu, thanks to that Assault Vest, does hang on. It does have 1 stage of decreased special attack, so again, it's kind of interesting to note. This Poison Jab from the Urshifu, boosted by Helping Hand, is going to be a 3-hit KO anyways.
Yeah, it's going to be a 3 KO. You have to also look at that Dragon Pulse damage, which was not enough to pick up the KO on Urshifu. And imagine that was basically the best possible situation for Dragon Pulse damage into that Urshifu. The Sun was still up to give the Photosynthesis boost to the Raging Bolt. The Urshifu had been forced to close combat and lose 1 stage of special defense, and it still wasn't enough to pick up the KO. That means that Lorsi can't really play for that end game, because even without catching a move on Terrestrialization, Jimmy can just wait, find out where the Terrestrialization is, and just eventually win that with Poison Jabs.
Yeah, taking a quick look here at the replay, turn 1 was a pretty explosive start. Choice Specs, Terrestrialized, Photosynthesis boosted, Dazzling Gleam doing so much damage that Incineroar. Unfortunately, that Flutter Mane has kind of run into issues where it just could not be out on the field at the same time as the Ogerpon because of the threat of how much damage that Grassy Glide does. But that was a great turn because of the trades.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, the threat of the Grassy Glide is only there if you don't have to take too many other actions to enable it, right? In that case, it was the Rillaboom having to switch in, which meant completely ignoring the other slot. I think that was actually just a play that doesn't work for Lorsi in almost any situation, because if the Torkoal is staying in, then it's going to click Eruption. Really, really nothing else to click there.
Pretty straightforward, yeah.
Take those 2 KOs. If the Torkoal is not staying in, then it's switching to Farigiraf and blocking your Grassy Glide. It was a play that probably didn't have any real winning outcome for Lorsi, and instead it ends up with like a devastating double KO with Eruption. Flutter Mane does its job. It becomes a focus that allows the Incineroar to be weakened enough that close combat was able to pick up the KO later, and then to open the space for Torkoal to get those double KO with Eruption, which meant that left basically Raging Bolt on an island by itself, because with Incineroar weakened and without Protect, it just went down to close combat the next turn it was on the field.
Yep, and something for Jimmy to note here is that, Jimmy was able to win without setting up that Trick Room. Like, Fergraf really was just taking the field in order to provide that armor tail, which is super important to prevent the possibilities of, you know, the Rillaboom or the Incineroar fake out.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's absolutely critical Jimmy continues to bring it because the armor tail is helpful even if he doesn't go for the Trick Room, and it makes Lorsi at least think about the Trick Room all the time. Because Torkoal, you saw how much damage it was able to do when it got a free turn. There's a lot more free turns coming if Fergraf gets a free Trick Room.
Jimmy will lead with the same Flutter Mane and Ferrigraph. Over on Lorsi's side, it will be the same leads as well. The Hearthflame Mask Ogerpon as well as the Incineroar.
So twice now we've seen this Flutter Mane up against the Ogerpon, and the Flutter Mane just initially go for a Dazzling Gleam to mostly target thing sitting next to Ogerpon, while Ogerpon just protects itself. You have to wonder if Lorsi is ready to instead take the shot this turn and just Ivy Cudgel that slot. If you can just take a resisted Dazzling Gleam into Ogerpon and get rid of that Flutter Mane without having to spend nearly as many resources as you did in Game 1, which Lorsi was able to win anyway, or in Game 2 where there's ended up being too high of a cost to take down Flutter Mane, it's so easy. But of course, this could be the one game where Jimmy shifts it up and just goes for a Shadow Ball for enormous damage into the Ogerpon. You have to imagine that if it is that full damage combo of the Specs and the Photosynthesis, that it would be enough damage to pick up a KO onto Ogerpon.
Time winding down here for the decision of the turn. Looks like somebody is going to Terrasilize. It is going to be the Hearthflame Mask Ogerpon. Gonna get that Embody aspect and get that +1 attack boost. So now this Ogerpon will be threatening some offensive options. Where is it gonna land as Flutter Mane goes for a Power Gem here? Hits into that Ogerpon, gets the one-hit KO.
Yeah, I said Shadow Ball, but Power Gem is even easier to make sure that you lock up the damage, and so Lorsi finally takes the risk, doesn't Spiky Shield the Ogerpon on the first turn and pays the cost. Loses Ogerpon to a one-hit KO while just taunting this Ferrigraph. Really strong first turn for Jimmy.
Yeah, and Ferrigraph gets taunted, cannot use Trick Room, but such a big turn right there from Jimmy, being able to eliminate that Hearthflame Mask Ogerpon after it had Terrasilize. Raging Bolt will take the field here for Lorsi, but, you know, the Flutter Mane could be problematic if it can switch out and be able to reset its Choice Specs locked move.
Yeah, you have to imagine that that's what Jimmy's going to be after now. That may be so telegraphed that that's what the opening Lorsi needs to try to claw his way back into this game. Ferrigraph taunted, not much of a threat. The Flutter Mane locked into Power Gem. Can still try to just go on the offense against the Incineroar. You have to be a little bit careful that that isn't just Photosynthesis, Choice Specs, Power Gem landing into another super effective target. But this is the turn to try to get maybe a Calm Mind boost, try to reposition, and find a way back into this game playing 3-on-4.
Yeah, so Lorsi now has to find options for that Raging Bolt to be able to set up Calm Minds. Jimmy making sure that that Flutter Mane can come back in and put a lot of pressure down onto that Raging Bolt, switches out that Flutter Mane for the Urshifu, and Lorsi will switch out Incineroar for the Rillaboom. There it is, the grassy terrain that's going to be so crucial to make sure that Raging Bolt has a lot of power to stay, as Jimmy just double switching. It's a revolving door of Pokemon here as Jimmy switches out the Ferrigraph, and it will be the Torkoal to take the field with a Photosynthesis boost for this Raging Bolt here. You will get a boost to the special attack, so this Raging Bolt can do some more damage. But hey, you know what's better than more damage? Even more damage.
Yeah.
And more bulk.
A free Calm Mind. I think the bulk is really important. Of course, the bulk's not going to help you against the Urshifu on the other side, but it'll help deal the damage to these other three and withstand their attacks. You can see the really high positional cost that Jimmy paid for that turn one, right? It was an enormous KO, but then forced a double switch. And a switch that, you know, you don't really want Torkoal on the field here. You've just given Photosynthesis over to Raging Bolt. It at least threatens an eruption into Rillaboom that makes Lorsi have to acknowledge the Pokemon and give its credit, but it could easily be mitigated with a switch back to Incineroar. Raging Bolt resists that. Now a +1 special defense isn't really too worried about what Torkoal is doing. I do think there's a nice combination where if the Terrasalization is forced, it seems like Raging Bolt is going to have to Terra at some point to get away from Wicked Blow and super effective fairy moves. Well, once it's Terrasalized, then you're a little bit more worried about fire moves.
Can't Terrasilize.
Oh, the body aspect has already been used, yeah.
Already been used, yeah. As Torkoal gets knocked out immediately. One hit KO'd by the Raging Bolt as Rillaboom uses Wood Hammer here. Will connect into that Urshifu. Boosted by that grassy terrain, Urshifu will hang on, but yeah, so this Raging Bolt, it's stuck like that. Nice thing about that for Jimmy's side of the field is that, you know, we saw how much damage that Poison Jab did. not much. And instead now Jimmy can be content to just continue to use Wicked Blow, possibly even go for a Sucker Punch to be able to hit into that Raging Bolt slot.
Yeah, absolutely. I would have to imagine the next goal with the offense, though, is Flutter Mane. Torkoal paid the cost this turn, just went down in one hit, but that just paves the way for Flutter Mane to come back. And if you're sitting in Lorcie's shoes, you do not want that Flutter Mane to come back in. It's going to deal so much damage. Of course, Priority threatens it, but Frigoraph is still fully healthy in the back, is able to provide Armor Tail support. That would mean Dazzling Gleams would just do a ton of damage. Have to be careful. We saw the Rillaboom, Dazzling Gleam, Choice Specs, Photosynthesis damage in game 1, and it would not have picked up the KO on Rillaboom at this health. If Rillaboom just weathers an attack and then lands a Wood Hammer into Flutter Mane, that may be game deciding in Lorcie's favor. They can get rid of that Pokemon. So you have to be a little bit cautious, but it seems like Flutter Mane is just this huge weapon being ready to be spent to deal a ton of damage, and Lorcie can control a little bit where it goes to try to mitigate exactly how much he takes, but no matter what, it's going to be a lot.
Urshifu will switch out. Again, this Frigoraph with the Armor Tail ability is so important. Just does not want to get this Flutter Mane on Jimmy's side of the field get picked off by a Grassy Glide, or at least heavily damaged by a Grassy Glide. I find that maybe a combo of Grassy Glide and a Thunderclap into that Flutter Mane slot could do a lot of work and even be enough to pick up the one-hit KO. Or not the one-hit KO, but the KO at this range, right? So Flutter Mane does have to be careful of that, so that's why that Frigoraph is taking the field. Raging Bolt using Thunderclap, but it fails, so it was targeting into that Urshifu slot, as Flutter Mane just going for all-out offense, uses Moonblast here, targets down that Rillaboom, just wants to get off the field and gets the KO from that range. So we saw the Dazzling Gleam not be able to get the KO. Moonblast for sure will.
Yeah, Moonblast is enough to do it, and so that first KO was taken, and taken at very little risk to Flutter by Mane, by just prioritizing having enough damage to take the Rillaboom off the field. There wasn't really anything, the damage that could come back into Flutter Mane on that turn. You can't Thunderclap because of the Armor Tail. You can't Dragon Pulse because Flutter Mane is a Fairy type and just immune to it. And so Raging Bolt is just kind of sitting there hoping to eventually accomplish something. The best thing it could have done on that turn was Dragon Pulse Frigoraph. Maybe that would have been enough damage to pick up a KO, but that's not really the trade you're looking for. It would have meant Flutter Mane would have just stayed on the field healthy.
Yeah, but one of the nice things about removing Frigoraph from the field would be the access to Fake Out into this Fairy-type Flutter Mane right now. So Jimmy in a really strong position right here to get this Flutter Mane out onto the field with a partner Frigoraph as Incineroar takes the field, and it will be unable to kind of like go for the Fake Out here. So we saw Frigoraph does have access to Helping Hand, so really Frigoraph can just help Flutter Mane try to just get a big one-hit KO on this Incineroar right now.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen so many different tools for this damage to come together. This is now Helping Hand, Fairy Trastalization, Choice Specs, and Photosynthesis, all boosting this Moonblast to just insane levels of damage, enough to pick up the one-hit KO on Incineroar. And again, there is just no real answer into the Flutter Mane that is possible. The best thing that can happen is this Dragon Pulse into Frigoraph, and it's not even enough to pick up the KO onto Frigoraph, which means there's another turn of protection for Flutter Mane, and that is just one turn of protection, way too many, because that next Helping Hand, Choice Specs, Fairy Trastalization, Moonblast is going to be easily more than enough damage to pick up the KO on this Raging Bolt.
Yep, and Raging Bolt only has one option to hit into this Flutter Mane. It is that Thunderclap, so because of that Armor Tail, it looks like Lorcie recognizes the writing on the wall here, preparing to run as Jimmy, after losing Game 1, claws back in Game 2 and takes Game 3 to move on to 6-0 here at the Orlando Pokémon Regional Championships.
I really thought it was a great adjustment in this match from Jimmy. He started Game 1 with a game plan of not playing Trick Room. We're going to just play a balanced game and put a ton of focus on Flutter Mane. That was a consistent theme for this match from Jimmy. Game 1, turn 1 was a Fairy Trastalization focus on damage from Flutter Mane, but it didn't work out because of the priority on Lorcie's side. The Fake Out provided pressure. The Grassy Glide just eventually picked up an easy KO onto Flutter Mane, and so Jimmy makes the adjustment to bring the Frigoraph to still threaten Trick Room. We saw turn 1, Game 3, he still clicked Trick Room, it got taunted and denied, but to provide the Armor Tail support that just allowed this Flutter Mane to go off. And then Game 3 was blown wide open by this turn 1 play where Power Gem is easily enough damage to pick up the KO on Ogerpon. And Jimmy had laid the groundwork for that KO because Game 1 and Game 2, Lorcie had played safe, played careful, protected that Ogerpon on turn 1 while Jimmy had not even gone after it. But he cashes that in, lands the Power Gem onto Ogerpon, down on turn 1, and it feels like nearly ends the game from that point, because without the Ogerpon and with the Armor Tail to support, it was just so difficult to find the damage onto this Flutter Mane.
Yeah, the Armor Tail, truly the sort of MVP of that most valuable ability, I guess, MVA, but it was so important just because of the fact that, hey, a lot of times these balance teams really love cycling in these fake outs between Incineroar and the Rillabooms. Fake out U-turn, fake out parting shot in order to allow your Raging Bolt to be able to set up, but that Armor Tail really prevents the Incineroars or the Rillabooms from doing such a thing. You kind of switch these Pokemon in, but even if Farigiraf is not on the field, as long as you show that you have the Farigiraf, that makes it very dangerous for you to even think about clicking that fake out unless you know that Farigiraf is not going to be on the field.
I think it also kind of points out what is normally a hole that's very hard to exploit on these teams, which is the lack of Protect. Neither the Incineroar or the Rillaboom is usually carrying Protect, but it's hard to take advantage of that because they're just using Fake Out to cover the thing that they don't want to hit them and then pivoting right back off the field. But when Armor Tail is preventing those Fake Outs, then suddenly that lack of Protect just looks like a very vulnerable spot. We saw 2 turns in a row. Moonblast just land on the thing next to Raging Bolt and pick up KOs. Meanwhile, Raging Bolt, we talked about this in the pre-show, the Raging Bolt, because of the specific combination of offense, has priority, Sucker Punch style priority that can only be used against a damaging attack, plus Dragon Pulse is sometimes easy to take advantage of. This time it was the Armor Tail protection next to the Fairy Pokemon, meaning that Raging Bolt couldn't do anything, but it was sitting there on the field. And so that meant its partner Pokemon was just totally vulnerable. No Protect available, no partner to try to help it out, and with just 2 quick KOs kind of easily put an end to Lorcie's hopes in that 3rd game.
Yeah, and again, like, you mentioned it before in Game 1, Game 2, a lot of times that Flutter Mane was really trying to ramp up to do a lot of damage, but then, things happened, and then Flutter Mane got knocked out before it could really just be that monster that we saw in Game 3, right? The Grassy Glide just immediately knocking it out. In Game 2, there was everything was thrown at it.
But even in Game 2, you can see both players know the potential that Flutter Mane has to deal that much damage in the game. And so Lorcy has to take risks to prevent that, right? And so that is switching Rillaboom into Torkoal. Not something you'd want to do in a lot of situations, but you're looking at that Flutter Mane being, this might be my chance to just get rid of it. And I think that if I can just get rid of it, there's a path to winning this game. That's how Game 1 went down. But then just paying such a high cost for that because Flutter Mane had been this attention-drawing magnet.
And then Game 3, just Jimmy being able to pick up that big one-hit KO onto the Ogerpon, that was completely different than anything that we saw in Game 1 and Game 2 because that Ogerpon, Game 1 was the MVP, clearly, for Lorcy's side of the field. Game 2, less so, but it was still a very threatening Pokemon that if you didn't deal with, then it could lead to a lot of issues. But removing that threat, especially after it had already terrestrialized, was so important to be able to set up that, it prevented Raging Bull from being able to terrestrialize at the end and just stay that dragon type that it doesn't really enjoy being going up against choice specs, photosynthesis boosted Flutter Mane.
Yeah, you have to wonder if even if it had been a fairy, it would have been able to take that combination of moves that was coming for it at the end. But because it was really the damage output from Raging Bolt that was the problem. It was never the target. It was actually, I think the game, it was still at full health when that match ended because where it was hurting Lorcy was the fact that it couldn't really provide any damage output. It got the nice big 1-hit KO on Torkoal, but Torkoal's role in that match was always going to be somewhat sacrificial, right? It was playing without Trick Room. It's part of making the threat of Trick Room real, right? That's why the taunt had to come in Game 3, Turn 1, because if you give up the Trick Room and Torkoal then comes in, that's a huge threat. But I think it was really smart the way Jimmy was able to play that. I think it's an important skill to be able to recognize which of your Pokemon are actually really critical in a match and which one you're willing to take risky trades with. And I think both Game 2 and 3, Jimmy just kind of left Torkoal there. Game 2, he left it there and then it got a free eruption off and won the game. Game 3, he left it there, took a Dragon Pulse and went down, but it was never the critical piece to the match, so it was free to do that.
Yeah, there were a lot of resources that Lorcy had to spend in order to kind of keep up, if you will, right? That taunt had to go down because if not, then the Farigiraf was actually setting up Trick Room that turn, which would allow Torkoal to actually operate under its preferred speed mode, Trick Room.
Yeah, especially because of the other side of the play that Lorsi locked in, right? Because we have to mention, we never get to see what Ogerpon did, but if it's not going to protect itself, if it's going to Fairy Terastallize, it's probably going on the offense against the Fluttermane spot. And if you just let Trick Room go up while KOing the Fluttermane to give a free entryway to Torkoal, that also looks like a pretty rough start to the game. It's a trade that's not always in your favor. I think one of the levers that Jimmy was really able to push was just the type chart one. Yeah. There was only one natural fairy resist on Lorsi's entire team, which was that Ogerpon. You saw what happened when it just quickly went down in game 3. There have been points in this generation where it would have seemed crazy to only have one fairy resist on your team because Fluttermane is such a big offensive threat. But I think this is almost a reaction to the way Fluttermane has shifted. A lot of the Fluttermanes over the last month or so have been speed booster. They've often been taunt and substitute and playing Icy Wind and playing a little bit more of a control and supportive role rather than just the sheer offense that Fluttermane is capable of. But Jimmy showed us just how much damage Fluttermane can do when that's the focus for it.
He's not just going to show us, but he's going to tell us. We're ready now with Joe Brown and Jimmy in the lounge for an interview. Take it away, Joe.
Thank you very much, Dwee and Len. And we're joined by Jimmy, who is 6-0 on the day here, the Orlando Regional Championships. Congratulations on that victory over Lorsi. How do you feel right now?
I mean, it's obviously easy to say I feel really good, but it's also kind of funny. This is the 3rd regional I've gone to in a row where I've been streamed day 1 with pretty much almost exactly the same team. It's 2-1, so I did lose once, but you know, it's kind of funny that it's like the same team that just kept showing up and kept performing for me. So
well,
it's been fun.
Not only are you feeling good, but you're looking good. Look at this fit going on here. Give us a rundown. What's going on?
Well, you know, bucket hat from Worlds from Japan. Got to run with it. Just a nice Hawaiian shirt and just, you know, some kind of they're not really jorts, but they kind of look like them. I came down from Wisconsin, and like we just had a bunch of snow last week, so I'm just trying to get in my tropical vibe, you know, really feel like I'm in Orlando.
What's the temperature in Wisconsin right now?
It's warmed up a little bit. I think it's been hitting 60s, but I mean, last week was crazy.
Yeah, that's a snow in April. That's a Wisconsin thing, definitely. But let's get into this round 6 matchup against Joshua Lorsi, and you know, something that Dwee and Evan really noticed at the beginning of that match, especially in game 1, is that Lorsi is a great balanced player, right? He uses well-rounded Pokemon that he can position in and out. And your team definitely has more like specific modes, like Tricker mode, Torkoal mode, you know, different things. So how do you handle a player who is so used to using well-rounded conventional teams of 6?
Yeah, I think you have to play a little differently, especially playing against players, like you said, who've played a lot of balance, especially who've played a long time. They will play a lot slower than other players. So it's kind of just, you got to take your time and kind of take what they get you. And so I think a big thing there was just kind of positioning myself to overwhelm them with all of the damage I have on my team, and just making sure, mostly I had an answer for that Raging Bolt in the back. You know, the Calm Mind, leftovers Raging Bolts, if you let it kind of get going, it's unstoppable, right? So just keeping that in mind as I'm choosing my leads, as once it hits the field, is making sure that it doesn't just get carried away, take over the game, was probably the most important things.
And I noticed there was one moment in game 2, I believe, where the Torkoal got the full sweep. You got your board set up in the position that you want, and Torkoal claimed 2 one-hit KOs at once. Does that feeling ever get old, or is it always cool when it happens?
No, it's always great when it happens. Just picking up 2 full HP Pokemon, 1 hit, it's one of the best feelings ever.
Yeah, so is you know how your team's constructed, obviously it's working well. You're 6-0 at this point. Is it always a position of, can I get Torkoal on the field under tricking or under, you know, a position of success, or have you had to rely in maybe some of your other matches on some other strategies that were not about like Torkoal or Farigiraf?
It's been mostly a well-rounded team. Torkoal comes out a lot, but also the Fluttermane has been doing a lot of damage. So it's got the booster, special attack, and then you get this, you know, the Terra, the Specs, the Helping Hands. It just starts destroying teams if it's faster in it. But also had the Blood Moon Ursaluna, you know, pick up the weight. When Torkoal didn't have a good matchup, but Trick Room was still good, you know, it came out and kind of just swept through that team. So it's a team effort. Every Pokemon puts in work. But definitely some of them have some defined roles. In some games, I'm just never going to bring them. In some games, they're the best thing ever.
And I always wonder, when you have a team composition, revolving around Trick Room, and then you have fast Pokemon like Fluttermane, or usually you'll see on Trick Room teams, often you can see a Choice Scarf for Shifu, right? For once you're out of Trick Room, and you want to be moving fast. Like your Fluttermane's kind of filling that same role. So how do you play, for anyone watching at home that might struggle, if I'm Trick Room, I should have 6 slow Pokemon, right? No, you want to have some fast Pokemon for when Trick Room expires, right? So how do you handle your speed tiers like that?
I think the big thing is, first of all, making sure you have one really, really, really slow Pokemon. You never want to have a Trick Room team, but then outget Trick Rooms by another Trick Room team. And so Torkoal really helps there. Other than that, I think kind of getting a couple just solid Pokemon in the middle speed tiers, not necessarily the slowest, but not really going to be the fastest, just because they work in kind of that dual mode, inside Trick Room, outside Trick Room. And I think usually having at least one just really, really fast Pokemon. In past formats, I use Tapu Koko a lot for it, because it was just fast, good, it's always going to do something. So I think just having that balance just gives you a lot more room to play around and use different Pokemon different times, play against different teams, and you're not just forced in that single Trick Room mode. Oh no, I didn't get Trick Room up. What do I do now? Probably just lose. You've got options to kind of play around. You don't have to set up Trick Room turn 1, so it's kind of just giving yourself options is the way I like to think about it.
Now I'm curious, as you are a Torkoal gamer, but that's a specific type of gamer, right? We have a Koraidon plush over at the edge of the set. Are you counting down the days till Koraidon and Groudon become legal and you have faster Sunsetters to go with your, Roaring Moon and Fluttermane and some of these other past Paradox Pokemon? Or are you still gonna stick with the slow Torkoal?
I have no idea. I think Torkoal still seems interesting just because there's a lot of Calyrex ice out there and it's slower. And if, they keep that fire resistance, I feel like that Eruption's still gonna, knock it out like it does everything else. But I haven't really played much of the new regulation yet, so I'm kind of reserved in what's good, what's not good. But I'm definitely interested to see how things shake up. It's always super fun when the restricted legends come out and kind of just get to play around more with these more designed team comps is the way I like to think about them. You got 1 or 2 things, and you just really bit out from there, not as much balance or something like that.
And then one last one for you before we get into the fun action here. Do you have any shout outs for any friends or family that are watching at home?
Yeah, shout out to Colin and Casey. They also were staying together for this when we hit up Disney World yesterday. So that was super fun. My friend Micah, he's always helping me get Pokemon and whatnot. Also just, family, friends, everyone watching. Yeah.
All right, cool. I mean, you're 6-0. There's 3 rounds left. Obviously, we're going to be rooting for you. Hopefully you get that last victory. Who knows? Maybe even go 9-0 at the end of day 1. But for now, we're going to have a little fun here because how familiar are you with Pokemon Snap?
I played it growing up on the N64 when I was a kid, and I have not touched it in years.
Well, luckily for you, the Nintendo Switch has online use of the Nintendo 64 games, and we're going to play a little Pokemon Snap, all right?
Sounds great.
All right, so you're going to pick up that controller. I'll hold your microphone for you. As you can see, just press a button. You got on the big screen there now. You're going to go to course, and before you press it, use the joysticks. You're gonna zoom in with R, and A takes the picture, okay? So the bottom joystick is really really drastic movement, and the top joystick is slower movement. Okay. So you're gonna hit A, let's go.
Yes.
And Jimmy is on his way. So should be an exciting time. I'll hold your microphone for you if you have any words. R, the second one, that one. Oh God. Uh-oh, hold on, wait. Try that, wait. Hit, we have not had this. 1 second. Why is it not zooming in? Oh. No, it's not, Oh, it's not? Is the button not working? Yeah, oh gosh. If production could give us another controller because our R button doesn't work. So, enjoy the course, I guess, so I can look at it. No, it's definitely not you. I was pressing the button. Okay. So let's see. Try to grab that one there and hit start if it works. Because we haven't not had this issue so far. Maybe the home button. There you go. All right. So hit A. Yep. And then hit start. Is that not changing it? Is that not? We have not run into this issue before. Is this one? Yeah, that one's still working. Okay, so we gotta, I guess we have to unplug this one. Apologies, Jimmy, for the issues here. So if we can physically unplug this one, I guess, so that we can make that one the one that works. It says 2 connects. Now one, all right, now press button, see if that works. Anything? Nope, that's not working. The snapshot's in a tough spot right now, as that controller is not connecting.
Yeah, I'm just glad my stream game went better than this. You know?
Yeah, I mean, obviously. Well, you did go 3 games, you know, so.
Well, yeah, it's more fun that way.
Yeah, for sure. Is this? It looks like this one's still plugged in. Is that the issue? Yeah, okay. All right, hold on. Let's try it. Let's try again. Beach. Let's go. And then I'll just press the button. No. No, yeah. So this is this. It looks like this is still plugged in. So maybe we accidentally unplugged a different one. Yeah. So this. Yeah. All right. That one's unplugged. Okay. There you go. Okay. Production is the best. All right. So hit start. So you can retry. Obviously, hit start, the plus button, and hit retry. So does the zoom in work now? I guess we're
maybe we should try taking one.
I guess we should try to take one picture. Okay,
no,
we've got an issue here. What if you hit the home button? The home one, the middle where your thumb is. Yep. Hit X to close out. Close. Go back in. We're troubleshooting this on the fly. There you go. Yep. And then you're gonna see all the wonderful collection of Nintendo 64 games available to you.
My childhood right in front of my eyes.
The Nintendo Switch Online service. I don't really play many of them except for the Pokemon ones. There's Pokemon Snap. Hit A. Maybe we gotta play Puzzle League if Snap isn't working.
I never played that one, so.
Oh.
I'll
hit
definitely
A.
look like a scrub there.
Yeah, I mean I am terrible at that. So hit A. Let's go. Pokemon Snap. Press start. Continue. All right, we're gonna give it one more try. So you're good to hit A. Go to course. Beach. All right, 3rd time's a charm, Jimmy.
Hopefully.
Let's see. This is so much intensity. No. Oh wait, you got it. Okay. All right.
Okay,
We're back on track, ladies and gentlemen. We are playing Pokemon Snap with with Jimmy right now. You press A when it's zoomed in, and then you'll know that the photo goes through if their name comes up. So like the Pikachu on the bottom, that means that the photo was successful. That Butterfree was successful. All right. So since you had a bit of a slow start, how are you feeling right now? Has that did we accidentally ice you out? Were you in the zone before?
I feel like back in game 3, first.
Here, go right. Look right. There's a Lapras. Oh no, he left. You missed the Lapras. He was there. I was trying to help you out. Throw a ball. Yep. Throw the other one. B. Oh God, B. There you go. All right, he's awake.
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
Never Butterfree for good luck.
I'm gonna give Jimmy I'm gonna toss him a bone there since we had all the technical delays there. Other people, I wouldn't have helped him on Snorlax, but gotta help out. All right, upcoming. Looks like there's some rustling in the grass. Looks like Pokemon's gonna. Oh, there's the Scyther. You're the first person in there that's got the Scyther.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
I was just throwing things.
Great job.
Figured mine as well.
Oh wait, there's the Pikachus. What are the Pikachus up to? What are they doing? Backflip. Wow, you just assaulted that Pikachu like it was no one's business, Jimmy.
He was asking for it.
All right, now we're going over what's gonna be coming out of there. Throwing apple. Remember, they're not apples. They are apple-shaped fruits. I don't know who owns the trademark on apples, but clearly it is not Pokemon Snap. There's Kate. This is the big one.
Okay.
There's a lot of points on the line. There's also Lapras still, if you see it. Oh, no, it went down. Never mind. Don't listen to me. Yeah, get Kangaskhan's attention. It's going to roar at you. Go! Oh, what a shot. Nice one.
Oh, I saw the Lapras.
The Lapras is really tough to get. Then you got some Pidgeys.
Where are they taking me?
They got one more thing. They're going to use Gust on Meowth. You got to take a photo? There he is. Like, he's all dazed.
Yeah.
All right, and now you can hit the R1 to move faster or whatever, the other R. It's the end of the stage. All right, you're good. All right, so you're still good to, you're gonna still play. I'll use the mic back and forth, but Incineroar is gonna help me write down your scores. So you're gonna hit A, let all your pictures load. This is the hardest part, obviously, is choosing your best photos.
Oh, you're right.
All right, so hit A, and then each of the Pokemon, like you click that, it's hit A again, and you're gonna have 2 Pidgey photos to choose from.
Okay. Wait, so how do I?
And then go right, yeah, left and right, yep. So I'd go with that one. Yep, and then you'll have Doduo photos.
I got that. And I like this guy better.
That's a good photo. It's right in the center of the frame. And then there's Pikachu there.
There he is.
That's an awesome shot.
Yeah, the one I knocked out.
You kind of look like Winnie the Pooh there for a little bit.
Yeah, maybe.
Now, you're going to get a lot of points, the potential for you, because nobody else has even gotten sight there. So when you're adding up the points compared to everyone else today, you're going to be in the lead there.
Oh, okay.
That's a great Snorlax shot as well. Oh, you might have needed that time that it took to get set up to mentally prepare yourself.
Yeah, something like that. Don't rush perfection, right?
Yeah, exactly, because you got some great shots here. All right, so. Yep, so you choose one of every Pokemon, and it's going to tally up. And you're not going to worry, you're not going to worry about the shots on the left. It's only the shots on the right are yours. Oh, that's a cute one. Oh, that's funny. It's your choice.
Let's go with the confused one.
Yeah. That's a solid Kangaskhan photo, honestly.
Yeah, I like that one right there.
I think you've got big potential. All right, so is that every Pokemon? Hit left to see that the other way. Nope, that way. Keep going. No, on that stick. Yep. Keep going left to see if we've just taken a photo. Oh, there you go. Just add that Butterfree, because every little point counts, even if it's a low shot. There's a lot on the line here. All right, so hit B, down to Professor Oak, and then yay.
Yes. All right, let's see it.
All right, so it's very easy. You're gonna hit A a couple of times. There's like pose, there's size, there's technique, all these things. So keep hitting A until you get the end of the total. So we're gonna have Jimmy's Pidgey here with the no technique, so it's 12-10. That's all right. It's gonna add up quickly. Watch.
We'll save the other one.
Yep.
Better.
Always just save the, and if you have a score that's better than the original one, it'll automatically replace it. So just keep going through A till we get the end, so we can get your points up there. That's not a bad shot, honestly. There was no technique on that. Professor Oak, I might disagree. I thought that was great technique, Jimmy.
Well, I got a size advantage.
That's a great pose. Okay, technique. 34-20, you did better than me. Let's go. Thank you. You're just adding up my points there. This is my account, but.
Yeah, I don't think this Butterfree's making it.
No, Butterfree is left a lot to be desired. No, just kidding. Is it in the middle? Does it get count for that? Yeah, 22-20. That's not bad, actually.
I wish they gave me extra points for the Snorlax kind of also being there.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes the game's finicky because it'll only give you extra points if it's the same species that's in the shot. Like if you have 2 Pidgeys or something. All right, let's see what this Scyther gives you. 1,300 on the pose.
Right in the middle, we got the pose as well.
31-20. What a great score. Obviously, you saw way better than my Scyther. Pikachu on a stump. Look, that's a special photo.
No way, that's awesome. Oh, I don't know. Surfboard's pretty special.
Is that better than my surfboard photo? Keep going. I think it might be. Look at the size, it's 480. Oh, but I have a better pose.
Oh.
So wait, what's the times 2? Gonna end up at 55-60. You beat my score, nice.
I don't know though. I like the surfboard Pikachu more.
I mean, it doesn't matter. It's all good. And this Kangaskhan photo, kind of gas, not gonna lie.
Looks almost the same as yours from before.
Yeah, it's only a 30-point difference in the size. So you should have times 2, so 39-20. Honestly, you're cooking right now. You are in a really good spot. Last one, I think, is Meowth. I don't think, oh no, did we do Doduo yet?
Yeah, we did Doduo pretty early on.
Okay, so this should be the last one. 10, 70, Dieni for technique. Yes, you do. 2140. Wow. I'm not great at math, ladies and gentlemen, but I think we might have a new leader in Pokemon Snapshot here in Orlando. We're going to tally it up during the break, so you don't have to worry about it. But you can pick up your microphone again. So how'd it feel? First time playing in how many years? 20 years, something like that? 15 years?
Maybe not 20 years, but yeah, maybe 15 or so. It was great. I missed it, you know? I kind of, the double joystick, having that second one.
It is different, yeah.
I need that, really weird
used
looking
to the,
N64, the three-hander.
Yeah, for you kids out there, Google a N64 controller, because it is not as comfortable as a Pro controller is now, but the controls are still in 1999, even if we have a futuristic console here. But honestly, that was a lot of fun. I look forward to seeing what your combined score is going to be at the end. I think you're going to be on top of the leader. I think you're going to be happy about it.
That'd be great.
All right, so for now, we don't want to waste too much of your time. Once you get ready for round 7, that's a pivotal round, right? You get your secure your day 2 position with the victory there. So thank you so much for hanging out with us here in the lounge.
Oh, well, thanks for having me and let me, play an old game just for fun.
Yeah,
great.
For sure. All right, so best of luck to Jimmy. Fingers crossed you get one more victory, and we'll see you tomorrow in a day 2. For now, we are going to cut to a break first before we come back for our round 7 coverage of the Orlando Regional Championships.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important moments throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Jake Muller, and I'd love to take you back to the World Championships in 2015, the year Mega Kangaskhan claimed her biggest victory. But first, we need to go back one more year to 2014. Pokemon X and Pokemon Y introduced Mega Evolutions to competitive Pokemon, and Mega Kangaskhan dominated the metagame throughout the entire season. However, when the 2014 World Championships rolled around, Mega Kangaskhan fell to the wayside, failing to make a single appearance in top 8. Although Mega Kangaskhan surged back into the metagame as we moved into the 2015 season, its place at the top became crowded thanks to the introduction of even more Mega Evolutions from Pokemon Omega Ruby and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. As the World Championships loomed, the community wondered whether Mega Kangaskhan would once again be pushed out of the metagame by a high presence of Pokemon that could counter it. Anticipating this, many players from Europe and North America opted not to include Mega Kangaskhan on their teams, fearing history would repeat itself. Japan, however, had something else in mind. Just 2 months prior at the Japan National Championships, Shoma Honami claimed first place with an early version of a team structure that would come to be known as Chalk, which featured Cresselia, Heatran, Amoonguss, Landorus Therian, and Mega Kangaskhan. This team composition boasted an unmatched combination of power and flexibility, leading Shoma and many other Japanese players to ride the Mega Kangaskhan wave all the way to Boston. As the 2015 World Championships progressed, it became clear that Chalk was the team to beat, even though the competition was full of teams with outside Mega Evolution picks, like Mega Mawile,
does connect with the Garchomp and does pick up the knockout.
Mega Charizard X,
we go for the Flare Blitz here on the Thundurus,
Mega Salamence,
the Hyper Voice,
and Mega Charizard Y.
We go for the Flamethrower here.
6 of the top 8 players used teams that followed the Chalk guidelines, including Shoma Honami himself. While the extraordinary success of this team composition at the biggest event of the season was astounding, even more interesting was the variations seen within Chalk just inside this top 8. While all 6 teams had both Mega Kangaskhan and Landorus Therian, many players opted for some alternate options for the remaining Pokemon. Heatran was substituted for a different Fire-type Pokemon on 2 occasions, with one player using Entei and one choosing Volcarona. The 6th Pokemon on the team ranged from Thundurus to Aegislash to Tyranitar to Scrafty. Sylveon made an appearance in place of Cresselia in one instance, and one player even gave up Amoonguss to run both Aegislash and Thundurus. The 2 teams in top 8 at the World Championships that did not make use of Mega Kangaskhan were both defeated in the quarterfinals, meaning that Mega Kangaskhan was guaranteed to have her day in the sun.
Players shake hands knowing that the game is over. Rotom Wash falls and the crowd reacts, ladies and gentlemen. Yosuke advancing. We've seen him. This is the second time on stream playing incredibly well.
After taking down Naoto Mizobushi in top 4, Shoma Honami would be met in the finals by fellow Japanese player Hideyuki Taida, whose Volcarona set him apart from the rest of the field.
Oh my God, he's done. We get a medic in the field.
The championship match was a back-and-forth affair. Shoma won game 1 thanks to consistent damage output from his Landorus Therian and clever use of disruptive attacks like Thunder Wave and Swagger.
And here we go. Will it be able to hit through confusion is the question. No, it hits itself. Huge. Shoma very excited.
But Hideyuki turned the tides and even the score at 1 game all after his Pokemon broke through confusion on crucial turns.
A lot on the line for these two trainers. Almost $20,000 in prizing here as it hits through with a big Shadow Sneak, and I think that will pick up the feint here on the Thundurus. It is definitely at this point looking like Hideyuki's taking it to a game 3.
In the deciding game, Shoma made expert use of Heatran's defensive utility and offensive power, proving that the original Chalk Fire-type Pokemon was still #1.
Should do a ton here. Oh my gosh, picking up the feint on Hideyuki's Pokemon as well as catching the burn, activating the weakness policy there, but the burn is absolutely huge and it's only a matter of protects before this one is over.
Fittingly, Mega Kangaskhan re-entered the field right before Hideyuki conceded defeat. Shoma's decision to stay true to his run to the Japan Nationals title with the original components of the Chalk team composition paid off as he became the 2015 Pokemon World Champion.
Shoma Honami is your 2015 Pokemon Video Game World Champion.
Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Pokemon Unite!
In case you're looking for something to play along with at home, you can always download Pokemon Unite on your Nintendo Switch or on your mobile phone of choice. But here at the Pokemon Regional Championships in Orlando, Florida, we're playing the video game, the trading card game, and of course, Pokemon Go. My name is Gabby Snyder. I'm here with Jake Muller, and we are so excited to bring you into round 6 of this competition. We are over halfway there.
We are, and we have our very first win and ends of the day. Players featured in this round number 7, are 6-0. They need that one more win to make it to day 2 with that 7-win mark that everyone is trying to get on this first day of competition. And we have a very great match for you, Gabby. Not for you, Gabby, for everyone else.
For me?
It's just for, I actually picked it for you specifically.
Yeah. It's funny, if you actually wanted to pick a match for me, you would have picked the person running Komao, who's undefeated right now, but that's okay. This is still going to be an absolutely incredible match. So we'll be featuring Wolf Flick and Justin Karras playing each other. The two most recent Charlotte Regional Championships, Wolf having just won this season, Justin Karras winning last year in 2023. We'll be fighting for, I guess, who is the most champion of Charlotte? I don't know.
Most Charlotte of champions?
Yeah, something like
Which
that.
Which Charlotte champion has a friend named Charlotte?
That might be both of them, though.
That's possible,
yeah. So we don't know. But we do know are the Swiss standings for the current rounds here. We are currently looking at 13 trainers remaining in the field undefeated. And a healthy mix of names here. People we've seen on stream before. Jimmy Friedel, we just featured last round, of course. Ben Grissomer, Luca Paz, I think all familiar names. But then a lot of newer names as well up here. Shout outs to a fellow New England local, Dawei C, over there in second place. I really hope we get to see their team later because they're doing some cool stuff. But
still looking like a great setup for tomorrow so far.
I believe Avery is the trainer running the Como-O that you were talking about, Gabby.
Yes.
So hopefully we'll see them later on in this tournament as well for your sake. And also Henry Rich, I believe, all the way from Australia playing in this tournament. So clearly, I know he's actually come over to America for a couple of regionals before and had some success. So maybe he likes coming over here and, you know, showing us that Oceania is still a region to beat too.
And honestly, if you were to fly hypothetically to London for some reason, and then you were making your way back down to Australia, it would make sense to have maybe an extended stopover somewhere, so you're not doing all 24 hours of travel in the same go of it.
You just happen to find yourself in London, as one does.
As one does, indeed. We also have some notable pairings from this round, and you'll see Wolf Glick and Justin Karras on the top, but again, some incredible matchups here. I love that X1 shout out. Paul Ruiz, 2018 world champion, is here and currently 5-1. Very excited to see him compete, playing Jeremiah Paul at this round, also at X1.
Of course, another set of 6-0 matches. Those first 4 rows are all win and in. So those 4 players, as well as the other 6-0s you saw on your screen a few minutes ago, do have the chance to make it into day 2. Luca Paz, a regional champion last year over in Liverpool, but an American who I guess has some other experience traveling to another continent to play in a regional. Henry and him facing off for this day 2 berth as well.
Yeah, and something, you know, I'll always be thankful for is having the ability to just pick a random city somewhere and travel for Pokemon.
Yeah, it's so fun.
And knowing that you're going to end up there with a bunch of friends. So I love seeing people travel to these smaller regional events in addition to the international, the World Championships, where you'd expect people to travel to.
Yeah.
As you get to go to a cool place and play some cool games of Pokemon. That being said, we have our stage match ready to go. So let's go ahead and jump into Wolf Glick versus Justin Karras, which is going to be a really intense matchup. Now, I do know that Wolf is running the same team he ran last weekend at the European International Championships. Justin Karras sticking with the Iron Crown indeed.
Where's Wolf going? Wolf, where are you?
Well, you know, sometimes you just get intimidated. I mean, Justin has that fantastic hat.
True.
I'm kind of intimidated behind the desk, looking at his bucket hat.
Can someone check on Wolf, please?
I think he's okay. I think he's okay. But no, in all seriousness, though, I would be a little bit intimidated if I were Wolf as well, as Justin's Karras team has a ton of offensive pressure with the Iron Crown and Indeedee, Psychic Terrain plus Expanding Force combination. There's a Choice Scarf for Shifu. You have that Ogerpon Hearthflame with the ability to boost its attack, and yet another Reggie Drago with Dragon Fang. This is a team that can do so much damage. You can see why Wolf maybe wanted to take avoiding damage a little bit too literally.
I believe it's the same 6 Pokemon we saw from Adam Scruggs earlier on stream, round 4. And it's going to be cool to see how Justin opts to play it a little bit differently. I was going to say earlier, we were talking about, you know, seeing friends at regionals. Justin Karras does indeed have friends, which is a huge accomplishment, including the one sitting across from him, Wolf Blake. And I also want to point out, I saw Justin tweet, I think last night. I didn't have time to team build for Orlando, so I just counter-teamed my friends. We'll see how it goes. And now, considering he's playing a friend, I'm not sure if Wolf maybe saw that tweet, maybe feels, you know, a little personally attacked, but we'll see how these teams match up. Wolf is running the Urshifu Rapid Strike, Incineroar, Fluttermane, Amoonguss, Landorus Incarnate, and Tornadus Incarnate. And just looking at it, I think the matchup seems, you know, kind of even. Maybe not a full counter team, I wouldn't say.
I don't think it's a full counter team per se, but I do think that Justin has a lot of options that he can use to sort of shift the momentum in his favor as Wolf's team plays to his, I think, favored play style of slowing things down, you know, using the combination of Intimidate and Parting Shot to switch that Incineroar around and around and around.
Yep.
And just sort of see how that works out. But, you know, Justin may have friends, but Wolf also has friends. And notably Justin Karras. I feel like the notably is a bit of a call out there. That's a strong word.
Yeah, Wolf just is Justin's friend, but Justin is Wolf's notable friend.
Yeah.
And that's something.
Big. That's
it really
big.
is. This is the friendliest VGC match we've ever seen, you guys.
You know, I think you're right, but at the same time, they look so serious about this right now. It's good to see that you can sort of put your friendship on pause when it comes to competition. You know, it's like board game night.
Exactly.
Or if you're playing, you know, a party game such as Pokemon Stadium 2 mini games.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes you have to put your friendship aside while you figure out, okay, how do I destroy this person?
At a certain point, though, like you're right, Gabby, you kind of have to put that friendship aside. Of course, be cordial to each other while you're playing and whatnot, but I think once you sit down from a very good friend at a VGC tournament, playing against them, especially right now, 6-0 on day 1, fighting for that spot in day 2, you cannot let up. Both of these trainers are very experienced. They've both won regionals. One of them 7 more than the other, but who's counting? And at this point, you have to kind of put that aside and think, okay, I'm playing against these 6 Pokemon. If I do lose and it's to a friend, that's great, but I am here to win. I am here to secure my spot in day 2. And I think both of these trainers, even though they will joke around with each other probably during the game and before, like we saw, once the game starts, it's all business.
Yeah, I do think what I want to see the most from is, I feel like Wolf's going to start with a very safe lead. I'm very curious how Justin is going to start this matchup, because if you look at his team, I feel like there's just certain combinations that you would expect to see. Like, you're going to see the Iron Crown and the Indeedee if you see either of them. You're probably going to see the Tornadus with either the Regidrago or the Urshifu. I don't think you necessarily see an Ogerpon lead in this matchup, but let's see what the win-in is. We do get the Urshifu and the Tornadus lead from one trainer, but Justin Kerr is starting things off with good old Indeedee and Iron Crown.
Really, I think a kind of a safe lead for both trainers. Notably, Wolf does not have a terrain sitter, so as soon as Justin gets that psychic terrain up, it will remain on the field for the rest of the game, which is really good for Justin. You're blocking the priority, you're boosting the power of that Expanding Force, and importantly, making Expanding Force a double target move. In this case, the Urshifu will get clean knocked out by Expanding Force, and Tornadus will take a lot of damage as well. The only psychic resist on Wolf's side of the field is that Incineroar, which will come in very handy against the 2 psychic types and the steel type, but of course, you're not going to pack a team with Psy spam like this without Incineroar answers.
We see Tornadus kick things off with a Protect, and Urshifu, thanks to that Choice Scarf item, will use U-turn and give Wolf the opportunity to pivot in that Incineroar. You have to assume that's exactly the Pokemon that's going to come to the field. Just like you were saying, it is really the only Pokemon on Wolf's side of teams that can handle the Expanding Force, as its Dark typing means that it cannot take any Psychic type damage. This does mean that the Indeedee does have a moment here to get a little bit of damage in with that Dazzling Gleam, but that's so much less than the threat that the Expanding Force had that it's a very fair trade for Wolf.
It's a very fair trade, and also I think a very smart non-trick room from Justin there. I think the U-turn into Incineroar was kind of the most easy, the most forthcoming play that Wolf could have made there, and obviously it was a great win. Like, that's very hard to punish, but at the same time, if you can see that coming as Justin, going for Trick Room there makes the Incineroar much more of a threat, whereas now you have the possibility of at least scaring it with the Terra Blast water type.
Follow Me from Indeedee means that any single target attacks will not be able to target down that Iron Crown, and we see Wolf set up Tailwind for speed control. Knockoff will be enough to KO that Indeedee. Will not reveal the item, but we know from open team sheets it's safety goggles. There we go. And then that Expanding Force, again, unable to connect with the Incineroar, will connect with that Tornadus, bringing it down to 1 HP and revealing the Focus Sash.
I think that's a really nice turn for your Wolf there. The Trick Room threat is now gone. The Follow Me threat is now gone. You got Tailwind up. You know that your Incineroar is faster than Iron Crown and Tailwind, which can come in handy, especially considering you have the option to Parting Shot out. Make sure it's not getting any of those really strong Expanding Forces off. And the Focus Sash on Tornadus that's coming in very handy here, because it is able to stick around, possibly set up a Rain Dance if you want to boost your own Urshifu's water type attacks later on in the game. And of course, just keep that Pokemon advantage. You have the tool to switch it out and back in if you need to. And this early on in a game, especially a game as important as this one, I think that's a really smart play from Wolf.
Yeah, I think that you really have to slow things down in this kind of position, especially when you have an Iron Crown and an Urshifu on the opposing side of the field. Yes, you're not going to be dealing as much damage. You might not secure a knockout this turn or the next turn, but I think the big difference for Wolf as he navigates into this end game is just getting enough chip damage down onto the opposing Pokemon so that when his Urshifu takes the field, when his final Pokemon takes the field, he can lock in those knockouts. He does take this opportunity to lock in his Terrassalization Grass type into the Incineroar. Urshifu will dodge the Bleak Wind Storm from that Tornadus.
which means it will not take any damage this turn, and we see Surging Strikes hit the Incineroar 3 times, but I think the bigger question is, will Iron Crown be able to attack and just knock it out now that the Dark typing's gone?
Exactly. Removing that Terrestrialization, removing the Dark type means that there is no longer that Psychic immunity, and because Booster Energy was consumed, that knockoff doesn't even do too much damage.
Yeah, that Incineroar will hold on with a little bit of health from that Expanding Force, but unfortunately the Tornadus will be KO'd this turn, and Wolf, while he does still have the advantage of Tailwind on his side, will have to play very carefully, especially seeing how little Knockoff did after the Booster Energy activation.
There's an unfortunate Bleakwind Storm miss there too if you're Wolf that Tornadus, considering the Focus Sash might be trained more offensively, so you maybe expect a lot of damage, if not a 1-hit KO into that Urshifu without that Bleakwind Storm miss. The Surging Strikes damage kind of inconsequential though, because you again did Terrestrialize into that Grass type, but now this Urshifu coming back in for Wolf, I believe is also the Choice Scarf, so should be able to attack before Justin's, possibly score a knockout on this Iron Crown with the Surging Strikes. That may be kind of close, but this Urshifu on Justin's side, I wouldn't say is really being threatened at all, Gabby.
I don't think it is, and the big question for me is, yes, you can use your Urshifu to knock out the Iron Crown here, but if you don't have a Pokemon in the back that can handle the opposing Urshifu, that might not be your best play, and especially looking at how Wolf opted in to lock into close combat instead of the Rapid Strike attack, I do think that's an indication that he's trying to optimize for damage on the opposing Urshifu long term, who is currently locked into Surging Strikes. That being said, though, even though those Surging Strikes are not very effective, they are more than enough damage to pick up the KO on Wolf's Incineroar, bringing the Pokemon score down to 2 Pokemon each.
Yeah, good call out there. You kind of have to lock into close combat at this point. If you do lock into that Surging Strikes, you're giving yourself very few options to damage the Urshifu on Justin's side of the field. Fortunately for Wolf, Flutter Mane does come out, which is one of the best Pokemon you can possibly have to damage an Urshifu because of that strong Fairy-type Dazzling Gleam or Moonblast. The Hearthflame Ogerpon comes out for Justin, and unlike some of the other ones we've seen throughout the day, this one does carry Follow Me. So considering that close combat is the lock, you don't have to worry about taking a Water-type Surging Strikes in this Urshifu, and you are going to be resisting any damage from this Flutter Mane, so this actually is a pretty good spot for this Ogerpon to come into.
Yeah, and I love how Justin, I believe, locked into the Terrestrialization on his own Urshifu as well. Now that the final Pokemon has been revealed to be that Flutter Mane, I think you want to just try and get as much damage out from that Pokemon as possible. You don't necessarily want to Terrestrialize on your own Ogerpon. You can go for the 3 hits into the opposing Urshifu, and with the combination of the attack boost from that and possibly a little extra damage from your Ogerpon as well, that should be enough to lock in the KO and give Justin the advantage here. So we'll see how Wolf plays his way around this. We do know the Urshifu still locked into close combat, misses the KO on the Ogerpon by just a little bit, unfortunately for Wolf, but Dazzling Gleam immediately next will pick up the KO on that Ogerpon. It is just Justin's Urshifu left, and with the Surging Strikes, with the Terrestrialization boost, opts to take out the Flutter Mane.
So it goes to show you just the raw power of Urshifu. That close combat to the full health Ogerpon on Justin's side almost gets fully knocked out and is put in range for just a single Dazzling Gleam from this Flutter Mane, which is a difference maker there. If the Ogerpon is able to get an attack off on this turn, I think the game just kind of immediately ends in Justin's favor. You have the 2v1 with your own Urshifu versus Wolf's because that Flutter Mane does go down to the Surging Strikes. And now, even though Wolf's Urshifu is at -2 defense, this Surging Strikes, I don't know if it will be enough because Urshifu, even at -2, has some pretty good defense. This is going to be very close though, Gabby.
This is going to be very close. We see it hit 2 times. It's just below half. We see it hit a third, and it is not enough for the KO. Good information for Justin and Wolf to know that this turn, Justin's Urshifu went faster, but close combat is indeed enough damage to pick up the knockout. In return, Wolf Glick up 1 game in the set.
Good info for both players, like you said. Those Choice Scarf Urshifus we did not see interact at the same time without Tailwind up on Wolf's side until that very turn. Surging Strikes just barely not enough to close out that game for Justin. You have to imagine if Justin had one more turn to attack with maybe the Iron Crown, maybe that Ogerpon that came in and just got immediately knocked out, that could have been a difference maker. But Justin is not able to get past Wolf's offense. That Flutter Mane coming in at the perfect time, right with Tailwind still running, with Tailwind still up, gives it the chance to attack before that Surging Strikes and claim the victory for Wolf.
You know, I was also somewhat surprised to see the Fluttermane in the back for Wolf, given that I feel like after watching a lot of his games, he likes to have a bulkier Pokemon in the back and usually balances out his teams pretty well. You know, you have your Incineroar and your Tornadus, who are the more supportive roles, and then you have your physical attackers. And for some reason, in that setup, in this matchup in particular, I was looking at this Fluttermane thinking that's probably going to be the lead with the Scarf or Shifu to sort of clean things up. But Wolf completely inverted that.
Yeah.
And just looking at how Justin saved the Ogerpon in the back as well, just makes me wonder if maybe he was trying to read into their friendship a little bit too much. And as a result, just barely fell short in the end.
It did. I think the Fluttermane's a cool bring as a fourth Pokemon there for Wolf. It is the Booster Energy Special Attack set, which is much different from the speed boosting set with Icy Wind that we've seen a lot lately.
Yeah.
The kind of Booster Energy Special Attack Fluttermane operates much more similarly to like a Choice Specs Fluttermane, which is very, very good at coming in at the end of a game and closing it out with that boosted special attack. It's just how Wolf opted to use it in this game. Obviously, it still can't stand up to the Terra Water Surging Strikes, but that was more than enough for Wolf in this first game.
Yeah, it was really just that Dazzling Gleam was all the damage that Fluttermane needed to do. And as we go into game number 2, we're already seeing a Pokemon adjustment here. Amoonguss and the Landorus Incarnate again versus Justin Karras' Iron Crown and Indeedee lead. This is not necessarily the Pokemon you want to be staring down if you're an Amoonguss.
Yeah, it's not. Amoonguss does not want to be taking these big Psychic-type expanding forces. Fortunately for Wolf, the Landorus on his side is the Steel Terra. It's not the Poison that we see somewhat often for both the defensive and offensive capabilities with Sludge Bomb. So Steel actually will come in very handy here. Will allow it to resist both the Tachyon Cutter and Expanding Force from this Iron Crown if Wolf needs Landorus to stick on the field here.
And again, it's the Incineroar that is the Pokemon to switch in for the partner of Wolf's primary attacker. But this time around, Follow Me redirects an Earth Power into the Indeedee. Here comes that Expanding Force. No damage on the Incineroar, but the Landorus is just barely able to hang on.
Yeah, just barely. That's a really big survival from Landorus. That means it will be able to stick around and get at least one more attack off if it chooses to. Obviously, it being the fastest thing on the field here is a massive benefit for Wolf because an Earth Power would be able to KO the Indeedee. It does not carry Protect, so there's nothing that can switch in there other than Justin's Tornadus that would take even resisted damage from this Earth Power. And of course, Iron Crown itself really cannot take an Earth Power without Terastallizing.
Well, it does look like Justin was considering Terastallization this turn. I can't help but wonder, though, if Wolf is going to try and Terastallize as well. You know, we did see him Terastallize into that Grass-type Incineroar earlier in game number 1, and that certainly would be something to consider here in game number 2, especially knowing that the Iron Crown on Justin's side of the field is that Terra Water, Terra Blast variant that usually can very easily KO opposing Pokemon like Incineroar.
Especially with a possible Helping Hand boost from that Indeedee, which we are seeing come through right now. Helping Hand into the Terra Water Iron Crown.
Who's it going to target? Will have to take an Earth Power first, but without that Steel-type weakness to the Ground-type attacks, it's able to hang on and fire back a Terra Blast into that Incineroar.
Oh.
That is an easy one-hit knockout.
Great play from Justin there. Going for the Helping Hand means that even if Landorus attacks the Indeedee that turn, the Helping Hand goes off first with that booster priority. Terastallizing the Iron Crown not only allows you to survive that Earth Power, but gives you access to the Water-type Terra Blast. Exactly what Justin needed on this turn to take care of that Incineroar. Huge one-hit KO there. Although the Fluttermane coming in here, again, you kind of have to worry about this boosted Dazzling Gleams, especially because Wolf does have the option to go for that Terastallization of his own here.
I almost think that a Terra Fairy boosted Dazzling Gleam is Wolf's best out in this situation. Assuming that it is fast enough to outspeed the Iron Crown, you then can threaten definitely the KO on Indeedee, most likely the KO on the Iron Crown, knowing that it's now a Water-type Pokemon and it's already below half its health. And then you just hope that whatever Justin has in the back is also similarly weak to that Fluttermane. We will see a switch from Wolf to start things out with the Amoonguss making a return to the field. So a great call from Wolf, knowing that you either knock out the Iron Crown or in this instance, there's a Protect and Wolf Moonblast the Indeedee. Again, sending in the Amoonguss on a turn that a
Expanding Force seemed so likely from Justin. That was a fantastic read.
Fantastic read, and specifically, I think the Moonblast there is really important. If you don't want to waste your not even waste, if you don't want to use your Terrestrialization just yet, going straight for the Moonblast into Indeedee, make sure that Trick Room does not go up, which I think is really important for Wolf in this case, because if Trick Room goes up and the Indeedee is still on the field, you have the option for the Safety Goggles Follow Me, so nothing can get spored. That gives you space to go for more Expanding Forces, which would be pretty bad for Wolf in this scenario. But Fluttermane going straight for the Moonblast into the Indeedee on that turn ensures no Trick Room. It ensures damage getting onto the field. Again, there's no protecting that Indeedee slot, but there is on the Iron Crown, so a smart target there from Wolf.
Unfortunately for Wolf, there is still the threat of Follow Me on the field thanks to the Ogerpon Hearthflame Mask, which is most likely why we see that Terrestrialization lock into the Fluttermane this turn. Thanks to that extra Fairy type damage, this Dazzling Gleam should do more than enough to pick up the KO onto the Iron Crown and does a little bit of damage as a bonus to the Ogerpon Hearthflame. But most importantly, without the Iron Crown on the field anymore, the Amoonguss is much more comfy. Could have the opportunity to go for some damage into the Ogerpon, but instead Ivy Cudgel is more than enough to pick up that KO.
Really nice Terrestrialization there. Again, the Dazzling Gleam damage is really, really big, especially considering, again, this Hearthflame Ogerpon on Justin's side of the field does carry Follow Me, so you can't rely on Moonblast being able to knock out the Iron Crown. You really need the Dazzling Gleam to do it. And if the Dazzling Gleam doesn't KO, then you just get knocked out by Tachyon Cutter right afterwards. So a good use of Terrestrialization to ensure that boosted damage is enough for a KO. Unfortunately, Urshifu coming in here, I think is actually really good for Justin. There's no Tailwind on Wolf's side of the field this time around. The Choice Scarf Urshifu should be able to outspeed both Fluttermane and Landorus. And of course, you can see Landorus at very low HP now. One more attack will be able to knock it out. And a Shadow Ball from Fluttermane probably isn't enough to KO this Ogerpon. We might actually see Justin take this game off the back of this Choice Scarf Urshifu coming in.
I think all Urshifu has to do to lock in the win for Justin is go for Surging Strikes into the Fluttermane. We saw how much damage it did in game number 1, and I don't think you necessarily need the Terrestrialization to ensure that KO unless it is some sort of damage roll. And then once the Fluttermane is gone, Landorus really can only attack one Pokemon. Instead, though, we do see the Surging Strikes target down that Landorus for the knockout. So Fluttermane should have the opportunity to attack this turn. And it goes for a Dazzling Gleam with that attack. Not going to do much to the Ogerpon, but is able to get the one-hit knockout onto that Urshifu. So it's all down to Ogerpon for Justin, and it looks like he is hoping that he will find a KO here. It's Woodhammer. There is no grassy terrain, but it's still enough to pick up that knockout and bring us into game number 3.
Who needs terrain when you have a big, big hammer? That is enough for the KO on Fluttermane, sending Justin to game 3 here against Wolf Glick. I couldn't have asked for more from this set, Gabby. It's been really back and forth so far, especially between two players of this caliber. Like in a win and in at Orlando Regionals, so much fun.
I was honestly surprised at the start of that game number 2 because I think like Wolf, I wasn't expecting Justin to lead the Iron Crown and Indeedee for a second game in a row. But because he did that, it felt like he just caught Wolf on the back foot with two Pokemon that really did not appreciate that Psychic type combination. And as a result, he was able to try to find some sort of opening, but again, just fell short at the end game.
I think Iron Crown and Indeedee is such a strong combination of Pokemon that, you know, sometimes if you're not sure what to lead, you can just say, oh, I'll just throw these out there and see what happens. And especially how this game played out, it was in a position pretty much the entire game, or for the first few turns at least, that there was not really a big threat into that Pokemon, right? Especially since we saw the huge, you know, Terra Water, Terra Blast play into that Incineroar with the Helping Hand. That worked out so well for Justin because that eliminated what was really the best answer to that Iron Crown right off the bat.
It did, and it was very clean. I can't help but wonder if that Helping Hand was there more so to try and anticipate the Grass-type Terrestrialization on the Incineroar to still do bigger damage, rather than just ensure that it would knock out the still Fire-type version of Incineroar.
Yeah. It was cool too. I think Wolf did make some very, very smart plays there, specifically that Moonblast into Indeedee to ensure no Trick Room, and then using the Terrestrialization later on to ensure the Dazzling Gleam KO. Unfortunately, just not enough because Ogerpon came in here and immediately took 2 one-hit KOs of its own.
Yeah.
So it's kind of the cool part about Justin's team too, right? You have the really scary Iron Crown that is able to dish out a bunch of damage in Psychic Terrain with that Expanding Force, and then the Hearthflame Ogerpon comes in and says, okay, it's my turn now, and it also gets KOs of its own. Like, there are so many Pokemon on Justin's team that have the capability ability to do that much damage that even though you feel like you finally get through one in Iron Crown, the Ogerpon just comes out and says, okay, what do you got left? And the answer was not enough.
Yeah, and the other cool thing about his team is that you really can mix and match your big attackers.
Yeah.
You can't really bring Iron Crown without Indeedee, but you could certainly bring Indeedee and the Urshifu, or Indeedee and the Regidrago. There is a lot of flexibility to how you can approach these matchups, and I think a lot of the game is just at this team preview. You know, I let Psychic spam once. I let Psy spam twice. Am I gonna lead it a third time? Well, let's find out, because these trainers are ready to go and get into this final game of Pokemon in round 6 of Swiss. The winner of this game will be moving on to play tomorrow, and Wolf Glick starts it out once again with that Urshifu and the Tornadus with a third Indeedee Iron Crown lead from Justin.
Looks familiar, exactly the same leads from game 1. I think this is a much safer lead from Wolf here. You have the Focus Sash on Tornadus. You have the option to U-turn with Urshifu, so you give yourself flexibility right off the bat. And if you are Justin here, you kind of have to wonder, you know, is Wolf going to go for a very similar play? Do you have to, you know, commit to this U-turn play right away? The nice thing for Wolf is that if, you know, Justin tries to get fancy and maybe you like Water, Terra Blast the Urshifu slot, you get to U-turn first, and if that Terra Water comes out, you just don't bring your Incineroar in there, right? Like, you just kind of have to.
Well, there it is. We do see that Water-type Terastallization from Justin onto the Iron Crown to start off game number 3. We have the benefit of knowing that he decided to pick something a little bit different after the Terastallization, but Wolf, here comes the big decision. You have the U-turn, you bring that Indeedee down to about half its health. Do you bring in the Incineroar expecting a Terra Blast, or do you reveal your other Pokemon?
It's such a hard choice here. Incineroar comes in, and if Expanding Force is the choice, it's still a great turn for Wolf. But if Terra Blast goes into that slot, it's going to be pretty much a disaster.
Bleakwind Storm does find its target, bringing the Indeedee down into the red and dropping Iron Crown's speed and Indeedee's speed a stage each. And it was the Terastallization into Expanding Force. Justin trying to be a little tricky there, but does not catch Wolf off guard, and the Tornadus will not be KO'd as Indeedee went for Trick Room.
Trick Room does get set up there. Interesting. I think the Terra Water means it's already, you know, you have the option to go for the damage on Incineroar right off the bat. But I think that was a kind of a tricky play from Justin, going immediately for that Terastallization, even though it wasn't really necessary, you know, defensively. It kind of forced Wolf to reconsider bringing an Incineroar. And like we said, if that Terastallization primes the Terra Blast into that slot, trying to make the read for U-turn. But Wolf has to think twice, you know, do I bring an Incineroar risking the Terra Blast there, or just bring it in because it's still safe? You probably survive one without a helping hand, and if you go for the Expanding Force, obviously it's a much better swap here, because now the Trick Room is up. Incineroar should be able to attack before the Iron Crown, maybe get a parting shot off, or just knock out this Indeedee. And of course, because Wolf did not Tailwind, those speed interactions stay the same.
Indeedee will switch out, revealing Justin brought his own Tornadus in the back. A very peculiar pick, knowing that he opted to Trick Room the turn prior. We will see Wolf lock in the Terastallization into that Incineroar for grass typing, so will not be taking super effective damage from the Terra Blast anymore from Iron Crown.
No super effective Terra Blast, but that does, again, open up the option for Expanding Force to connect into that slot. Wolf opts to protect his own Tornadus, not wanting to take any damage, but Terra Blast comes through. Great Terastallization from Wolf means that this Incineroar will take barely any damage and have the option to attack freely.
One interesting note here about the speed interactions as well. I'm pretty sure it was the speed drop from the Bleakwind Storm the turn prior that does allow this Iron Crown now to outspeed Incineroar in the Trick Room. So it was great for Wolf. He was able to take that Terra Blast the previous turn. Now Justin, though, I think can click Expanding Force pretty freely.
He can, yeah, especially now that this Incineroar, again, no longer a grass type. The Tornadus on Wolf's end has used its Focus Sash up. This Expanding Force can come here pretty freely, and no double protect from this Tornadus on Wolf's side.
Trying to find an opportunity to stall out Trick Room, unfortunately does not get the double protect on the Tornadus. Incineroar able to hold on through that Expanding Force and get one final attack in here. Will opt to parting shot the opposing Iron Crown to drop its special attack and attack by one stage.
That's what I'm surprised we didn't see come through the prior turn, especially considering you're using that Terrestrialization to keep Incineroar healthy so it can combat this Iron Crown, but instead going for that knock off to try and kill the Indeedee. Flutter Mane, the option here, comes in off the parting shot, will activate its booster energy and boost its special attack thanks to Photosynthesis. But Justin's Tornadus has the option to throw out a Bleak Wind Storm here, get some decent damage off there. That's probably expanding force range, Gabby, and no speed drop, it looks like. No speed drop. So good for Justin in Tailwind here, or in Trick Room.
And especially knowing that the Psychic Terrain has not expired yet either. Wolf can't even go for a fake out into that Iron Crown to try and stop it from moving this turn. I think Justin has the momentum on his side, and unfortunately for Wolf, will have to can protect one turn with the Flutter Mane, but will have to potentially opt for a double protect and then must be like a Choice Scarf Aqua Jet or something if you want to at least get some damage onto a Pokemon once the Incineroar has been knocked out. Wolf does try and flinch the opposing Tornadus, but it does opt for a protect, so no damage this turn. And here comes that Expanding Force. It KOs the Incineroar, but Flutter Mane is able to hold on with just a fraction, a sliver of its health, and get one attack in here. Will it be enough to turn the tides?
Moonblast comes out here into this Iron Crown. Huge damage, but not enough for the KO just yet. Really big survival there from that Flutter Mane, thanks to the parting shot on the prior turn, lowering the special attack of the Iron Crown. Unfortunately for Wolf, this Choice Scarf Urshifu comes in, and it cannot Aqua Jet because the Psychic Terrain is up. Indeedee is still around in the back, I believe, so we have the option to reset it up later on in this game, and the Tornadus on Justin's end. Even if Trick Room ends, you can just go for your own Tailwind, because I believe this might be the last turn of Trick Room.
It is the last turn of Trick Room, and it is, I think, the last turn of that Psychic Terrain as well. Flutter Mane able to protect this turn, but that Urshifu will be taking the full power of this Expanding Force, minus the parting shot that dropped the special attack, but that is not enough to protect it from a KO. Knocked out in a single hit. Now Tornadus able to go on the offense with Bleak Wind Storm, but Wolf down to his final Pokemon with Trick Room expiring and with Tailwind available to Justin. It seems like Justin will be taking the win here in just a turn.
That's really well played from Justin there. Preserving that Indeedee to reset up that Psychic Terrain later on if needed, I think was very smart. But of course, making great use of the Trick Room of those 4 turns it was available, making sure that Iron Crown stuck around as long as possible to get those huge Expanding Forces off.
And not only that, playing it super safe this turn, opting to swap in the Indeedee, drop the special attack drop that was present on that Pokemon earlier, and ensure that Tailwind is 100% set up so that the Iron Crown should outspeed the opposing Flutter Mane for the KO. So even though it looks like Wolf may have found his footing here, I think Justin found the way to guarantee that Tailwind gets up. And you still have your Ogerpon on top of all that.
You sure do. The Ogerpon and Iron Crown will easily be enough to dispatch this Flutter Mane and send Justin into day 2 here in Orlando. I believe Justin also made it into the top cut last year in Orlando before we had the day 2 structure at regionals. So even though they're both Charlotte regional champions and Wolf's the defending Orlando champion, Justin's saying, hey, I can play down here in Florida too.
Yeah, and even though Wolf did lose this round, Justin moving on undefeated, 7-0 to compete tomorrow, of course, in day 2, but also for a couple more Swiss rounds here today. I don't think you can necessarily count either of these trainers out at this point.
No.
Like you said, Justin, day 2, or top cut, I should say, Orlando in the previous year. Wolf, obviously no stranger to the latter phases of events as well. This was just his first loss, and arguably someone like Justin with this much momentum, probably a good person to have on your resistances as well. So I'm sure we'll be seeing more of both these trainers later on.
And of course, if you're Wolf, you don't want to lose. You never want to be losing, but if you do have to lose and win it in for day 2, may as well make it to a good friend in Justin, who apparently may be counter-teamed anyways. Maybe you weren't expected to win that, but we'll see.
I don't know. I mean, maybe that's the question you ask.
Of course.
Or is that like the friendship breaking question? Like, how much did you counter-team me? I mean, honestly, just looking at how this match played out, I don't think that Justin necessarily counter-teamed Wolf specifically.
No, I agree.
But I think he made a very great metagame call with the Ndidi Iron Crown. And I mean, I know he's been running it for a few tournaments now, but it just seems like it's one of those cores that slips through the cracks. You know, people just kind of forget it exists until it does very well. And then you go to your next event like, oh yeah, I should make sure I at least have some sort of game plan here. But you know, I think that Wolf tried to play his way out the best he could. It's just there was so much damage just so early on from those two Pokemon, and every single game it was just hard to come back.
It was, and there's certainly a difference between like counter-teaming a person and counter-teaming the metagame, like you mentioned, Gabby. I agree that this Iron Crown and DD combination seems very well poised right now. A lot of teams like Wolves will have one, maybe two psychic resistances or immunities. In this case, it was only that Incineroar on Wolf's end, and we saw the Incineroar terrestrialize into a psychic neutrality twice in that set, which just set up the expanding forces so well from Justin's side.
Yeah, and that's what I love about the Terra Blast, Terra Water Iron Crown in particular, is that it forces that terrestrialization. And as soon as you force that onto an Incineroar in particular, it just opens up the board state for everything else.
Exactly. Once that Incineroar was a grass type, expanding force all the way.
Yeah, and then you still have the Ogerpon Hearthflame in the back as well, on top of all that.
Well, that's true. Yeah, we saw in Game 3, like, the game is pretty much over without the Ogerpon, and then it came in and got the 4th KO anyway.
Yeah.
It's kind of just like Ogerpon and Iron Crown are both very strong. They had really great support with Tailwind and Trick Room and Follow Me and whatnot. And so you kind of have to worry about both. And if you expend all your resources dealing with Iron Crown, Ogerpon still comes in and just kind of takes KOs.
Yeah. It also almost feels like a sneak preview of what we're going to see in Regulation G, because the oppressive power of Expanding Force reminds me of the attacks that the Calyrex Shadow Rider and Calyrex Ice Rider use.
I wasn't ready to think about them this weekend.
That's okay. I know, I wasn't either, but I did. So now you do too.
And now all of us are cursed.
And now all of us are cursed.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a great comparison though. Like Iron Crown is a very strong, very fast special attacker with a spread move.
Yep.
So is the Calyrex Shadow Rider with the Astral Barrage.
Yes.
We got to worry about that starting in May. But I think right now we're still focusing on Regulation F. We got the expanding forces coming through from Justin. I'm excited to hear more from him about the team and that match, just because I'm sure he has a lot to say about it.
Yeah, for sure. So we're currently waiting for that interview to be set up, but I gotta say as well, I'm excited that we're getting like the Regulation F greatest hits in this metagame so far today. I mean, we had a Dondozo game, now we had an Expanding Force game. All we need now is a Komao game. And I guess we need, I don't think we've had Ursaluna. Well, we had one Ursaluna, we haven't had Blood Moon yet.
Correct,
I don't think. Yeah. So we got to get those on stream, and I'm sure they're still in the field somewhere too.
Surely, yeah. Well, maybe Jimmy had the free graph. I think that maybe he had a Blood Moon or Ursaluna. He just didn't bring it.
I got to check my notes.
Yeah, we'll see.
All right. Well, I will check my notes while I send y'all down to the lounge for an interview with Joe Brown and Justin Karras.
Thank you very much, Gabby and Jake. I am joined by one of our first trainers who has ensured his position in day 2 tomorrow of the Orlando Regional Championships, Justin Karras. How does it feel being 7-0 right now?
That's not even at the forefront of my mind. A fun fact, I have played Wolf. I think this is our 8th total match in my entire life playing him. It's the first time I've ever beaten him.
Really?
Yes. So Worlds, we played twice in 2016. He got incredibly lucky with Thunder Waves to roll me in Game 3 of our first set of day 1 in 2016. And then in day 2, in top 8, he cheesed me with the timer, which I give him crap for every single time that I get the chance to. I was like, they changed the timer the year after that happened, and I always
the
like,
Gen
that's
6
your
timer
fault.
certainly was a world.
1 year later, man, maybe I could have won that set. So, but no, I mean, obviously, like Wolf is a great friend of mine. We've been friends ever since that moment in top 8, and man, there's so much history to like the build-up of this specific match, because outside of just being friends, and again, I'm not focused so much on being 7-0. There's more to that, but we practiced this matchup before he went to EUIC. Specifically this matchup, he asked me, he was like, hey man, I need practice in Spam. I know that you have like a good crown team. We played, and like I was just whooping him over and over and over. And it stood out very much that this was a very bad matchup for him. So I made a little joke in the fun fact section. I was like, I counter-teamed Wolf for this tournament because he's actually the reason that I got convinced to run it. I was like, man, this team works so well. It's obviously a terrible matchup for what I believe would be the best player at the tournament. So let's check it. And I was testing it into other things and was like, man, it still works. So.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's what I first noticed when we saw, like, you know, the pairings and, you know, just kind of a perfect matchup here of you versus Wolf. And you see each other on the stage as well. Wolf is, like, kind of having fun with you, hiding, you know, like, it was like he was waiting for you to notice that he wasn't there. How was that from your side?
Oh, I looked over and he was like, hey, Justin, but I could hear it from, like, coming from under the table. So I looked at him, he's like, no, not down here, look up here. And I look up and he wasn't there. And I was like, oh, where'd he go? And I mean, it's funny, man. Like, we haven't played in so long. We knew too. We were both 6-0. We were talking before. I'm like, dude, it's bound to happen. It'll be the stream match. If we end up playing this round, because you know, if one of us moves on, then we won't be on stream for round 8 or 9. Right. So happy it happened. Again, forefront of my mind, not the 7-0 thing. I actually came to this tournament just like pretty leisurely. I didn't practice that much. I didn't have a team going into the tournament. I've done a little bit of coaching with my students. The main reason I wanted to go is, you know, Orlando's a pretty easy tournament to get to for people in Jersey, New York area. So I came. Wolf, I think, also decided to come like last minute. So now we have all the friends here.
Yeah, literally last minute. I think Wolf landed at like 2 in the morning or something like that.
Yeah, it was really bad.
So, I mean, but hey, you still got 2 more chances to move on to day 2, round 8 and round 9. But you talked about how you practice this matchup against Wolf and you play it. I think that's so interesting when you have friends that team build together or practice and, you know, try to learn and understand matchups against each other. When you then play each other in the real event, does prior games and prior practice matches influence future decisions? You know what I mean? Like if you played against that team with 5 best of 3s, do you take his prior, you know, turns and prior decisions in those practice matches into consideration, or is it just a clean slate when you start game 1 in live?
That's a great question. So there's like 2 parts to that answer. The first, I think, is that at a very macro level, me and Wolf, in a similar vein, don't want to have to make reads unless we need to, absolutely need to. So I call it like GTO, game theory optimal, where it's like, okay, what are the best amount of turns I can get neutrally correct? Like, you know, whatever reads they make, whatever plays they make, if I just make these plays, it'll get me to a position where I don't have to do too much work. Those decisions, those turns, that GTO stuff, when we labbed it, that's what we were doing for him, where it's like, okay, what is the maximum amount of damage you can do? Like his Lando taking that expanding force, it's actually a roll to live. I don't know if it's in my favor or his favor. It's like probably like somewhere like 60-40%. And then the Amoongus going down to the Ivy Cudgel, I think is also like a roll. So there was some funny business there, but the turns that you take, like there were so many times in practice where I would just like helping hand Terra Water, Terra Blast his Amoongus as it switched to Incineroar, and I never did that this set because all I could think to myself is like, okay, he knows that's an option, and I would lose so much tempo if I tried to do something like that. So while I did say that like I'm taking this tournament pretty leisurely, when I'm in the chair, when I'm playing the game, I love playing the game. I'm so happy to be here. I obviously want to give it my all, and again, this is like one of the first times where I felt like, okay, I have matchup on my good friend. I know how this plays, but he knows how it plays too. Yes, there was tons of cataloged game plans where like it was definitely influencing a lot of our decisions. I clicked Expanding Force into Incineroar on the field several times, and I could have gone for Terra Blast. Him Terra Grassing, he actually like only did that once in like maybe 30 games that we played. So wow. I was like, I'm surprised that he factored that into his game plan. But it worked out really well, and I thought he played excellently. And I think honestly I got a few rolls in my favor. So surprising that I ended up pulling it off, but I'm happy.
Well, that's one of the things that Cassius actually picked up on in the match when he Terrasalized into a grass type was like, uh-oh, now you're not immune to Expanding Force. And then on the other way around, we know Terra Water Iron Crown is really used as a kind of an anti-Incineroar play, right? You turn to a water type, now you resist Flare Blitz, and you have Terra Blast that can hit it super effectively. So when you have such a, for lack of a better word, like rock, paper, scissors cycle between Incineroar and then the Terra Grass versus Iron Crown and Terra Water, like it seems like every turn, just getting that one read wrong could cost the whole game.
Yeah, you have to be very precise. The weird weakness of Crown is that Psychic types and the Regidrago on this team too they have very countered immunities. So like there's dark types, Incineroar, Chi and Pao, Dark Urshifu, King Gambit. if you can't do you usually can't do damage to the dark types that you want to attack in Expanding Force. We're gonna have a similar problem with stuff like Calyrex, Shadow Rider in the next format, and same thing with Drago, where it's like if something terras into a fairy, I cannot touch it really. So my offense is kind of like, if I'm getting those turns wrong, it's a lot of baiting. It's a lot of, okay, I want them to use their Terra here, so that way my Urshifu can clean it up, or go ahead, give me your Terra Fairy, so that way my Iron Crown can take it out with a Tachyon Cutter later.
Okay, yeah, I think just like watching backstage, you guys are obviously high-level trainers, and it seems like every decision there's so much information behind it. But it's not just in the moment, right? It's the building of the teams. And one thing that Len and we were talking about as we were watching backstage was the speed dynamic and the interaction of these teams. You both have Tornadus, you both have Tailwind, yet there's also Trick Room access, and like depending on how a Pokemon, you can have the same Pokemon with different amounts of investment in speed, right? So how do you handle those situations when like there are so many tools of speed at your disposal?
It depends on what they bring. So like if Wolf brings his Tauren Ursh mode, it's like there's an onslaught of offense. I have to use Follow Me as a shield, or I'm like forced to expend Terra in a spot that I don't want to. I'm also very keen on like playing around the Parting Shot threat. Like if Parting Shot goes off into Crown, I'm not trading at the pace that I need to. And I will just get outpaced in damage. Like Flutter, Urshifu, bar none, are going to outpace an Iron Crown, especially if it gets Parting Shot. It just doesn't do enough damage. There's the spread multiplier where it's reduced. So I use Follow Me on this team to protect all of my offensive pieces. It's more of a double Follow Me team than it is actually a Psy Spam team. The speed control element, like Trick Room is not really there for me to abuse it. I don't actually have, if you look at the team, I don't have that many Pokemon that abuse it. It's to counter other Tailwind, where it's like, okay, if I'm in a spot where I can like light you up with a Trick Room, because if you have Tauren, Ursh, Flutter, and Lando, then you're gonna get rolled by Expanding Force on the Trick Room if you try to Tailwind. And then I have that pressure from my own Tauren, Scarf, Urshifu, where it's like, I can also go just as fast, if not faster than you. So people are trying to like match Tailwinds, trade into those positions. It's very often like, okay, take a knockout, I'm gonna get you off guard in a spot where you can't stop Trick Room from going up. We both have Tailwind up, and then I'll knock myself out. I'll like let you take the KO, but you can't take on DD. I'll Trick Room, and then Crown will wipe out, or the other way around, where it's like, go ahead, let's break it down in Trick Room, and then soften things for like a late game Tailwind Ogerpon or Tailwind Urshifu.
Well, let's talk about you mentioned Regidrago, and obviously we all know Expanding Force in Psychic Terrain is such a difficult thing to deal with from the special attacking side, but you talked earlier about how Expanding Force is immune, dark types are immune to it, and then Regidrago has issues against fairy types. So like we consistently see Regidrago on these Psy Spam style of teams where you see these really offensive aggro teams that are put together, and I was wondering like what you think is the reason behind that. Is it because if there's a game that you can't bring Iron Crown, at least Regidrago can still be kind of a special attack nuke? Or is there another reason that you're willing to have two really strong Pokemon that have glaring, immunities or Pokemon that are immune to their big attacks?
So this team is run back from Charlotte. I had Fluttermane in that slot. And I think that like people definitively started figuring out like, oh, it's Ogerpon Fire over the water, and then Dark Ursh, or Chi-Yu was what people were using. I had Ogerpon Fire, Scarf Ursh, and then the Flutter slot ended up becoming a Drago. The Drago was always, I actually almost ran Drago at Charlotte because Dragon typing specifically is great. And this is something that Michael Zhang figured out at Vancouver. I believe they ended up getting top 4. Kind of almost by happenstance, their team building cycle ended up with them having Komao on their last slot, which kind of looks like a comfort pick. Obviously, he's like the Komao guy, won a regional with it. But in that last slot, like everything that Iron Crown doesn't want to face, dark types, you have like Iron Defense Body Press set up, and then specifically Incineroar and Rillaboom, which could change your terrain. Komao was fantastic, like could 1v3 that with Urshifu, etc., with Iron Defense. I just took my own adaptation of that. I'm like, okay, I'm going to use Regidrago instead. I prefer to play offensively. I don't want to have to use a setup strategy where I'm prone to getting crit. I like my matches to go quickly. I'm getting older. I'm almost in my 30s. So the match is going quickly. It saves my stamina. It saves my mental bandwidth. That stuff is actually really important to me. And I'm not like, I never really considered myself a very offensive player, but man, I lacked self-awareness, because if you look at my teams throughout time, I must be an offense guy. I just didn't want the label, I guess.
That's so funny that like your team building composition is like it's being influenced by real life decisions. Like, I would like to rest more than my other opponents get to rest between rounds.
That's super important. Like, when I work with younger students specifically, and I love coaching the young kids specifically because they're so adaptable and flexible. They learn so fast. It's awesome. They sponge everything. I love going over mentality stuff and like things that you can do to save mental energy between turns. If you have like 5 options, right, that you can make as a play, if the first 2 are really good, don't spend too much time thinking about the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. You burn calories, you burn like yourself out throughout the day. Go listen to music, make sure you're sitting down, make sure you drink water. And also, you know, big shout outs to Toller Webb, who's also kind of helped me implement that into my life. By necessity, as I said, I can't, these tournaments are long, man.
Now, you did mention earlier on, you spoke about the name of Calyrex, and we are going to be, after Orlando, when we move into May in Indianapolis and Los Angeles regionals, we're going to be moving into Regulation G, which is the new format. For anyone who doesn't know, our upcoming VGC format is going to allow 1 restricted Pokemon onto your team of 6. So obviously, Calyrex is the boogeyman right now. But what are your general thoughts and expectations as we start to prepare for that next format?
So I'm very vocal about how I feel for formats. You know, big Series 2 / Regulation B fan. I am of the opinion that having a lot of options and lack of counterplay, like the strength of the options being so disparate, there being not a lot of parity, is problematic. But there's this weird like 2016 zone where if something is so strong, an entire metagame forms around it. Like it commands so much respect, like an overlord of the meta, that things can get really creative. And that's what I feel like Calyrex Shadow is going to do in the next format. Some people have been writing off its power level, but it's very rare that like I'll be playing a practice match and I'm playing against a Pokemon and I'm like, what do you do to beat this? Because normally I feel like I'm coming up with solutions very quickly. Like even Xern in 2016 kind of is what I'm referring to when I mean that, like that overlord of the meta, something that's so centralizing and powerful. That is what Calyrex feels like right now. And I genuinely am a little bit worried if we don't cross into that threshold of this commands every decision you make in the meta. That's how strong Calyrex is. We're gonna be in this really weird counter-picking, matchup-dependent flux zone that I'm kind of really worried about. So, but I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I hope that it ends up being in that zone, or the other way around. It's not as strong. I'm just like dooming about it.
Well, I mean, I'm going to say, if it feels like 2016, summer of 2016 was pretty good for you.
For Xerneas?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean for me?
For you specifically.
Oh, for me.
So
well,
I'm saying maybe summer of 2024 is also going to go Justin Karras' way.
Maybe, but unfortunately I'm not actually going to Worlds this year. It's just a lot of vacation time.
What about New Orleans?
New Orleans I am going, yes.
Okay, maybe NAIC champion?
The international result is like, I feel like it's the one thing missing from my resume. Like I've had a couple of top 32s. I feel like I always get right there, then, just like peter out. Like I'll get hot. I was really excited in 2022. I like started 1 and 2, and then I beat Alberto Lara, and I like made it all the way back to day 2. That was like a big moment for me. And then day 2, I barely won like 2 games, and I was like, man, I can't compete with these people at this level. So yeah, I would love to get into NAIC and like be in like the best shape of my life and just give it my all for a result. I felt like I did that last year, and I fell short. I played the best I possibly could, and I went 6-3. I felt like there's nothing I could have done better. My opponents just, sometimes they're way more cracked than you are, and they had better teams. So yeah, NAIC would love to try and give it my all, and hopefully this format is fun to play. You guys should play it anyway. I'm sure that there's plenty of brains out there that could solve these problems.
Yeah, well, I mean, we want to get you a little bit of rest before your round 8 match because, fingers crossed you can go 8-0, 9-0 in these last 2 rounds. So before we let you go, do you have any shout-outs for any friends or family watching at home?
Oof, man, I have millions of friends. Obviously an exaggeration. So many friends.
Your lower third, has so many friends.
What's it called? I have to just kind of give like a blanket shout out. If you are a good friend of mine, if we work on Pokemon together, obviously, I love you, I appreciate you. Shout outs to all my students who inspire me all the time, who work so hard at this game and they play with so much joy. I feel like that's the one thing I've been really working on myself. You have to have fun playing this game. Obviously, it hurts to lose, and we all want to win, but have a great time. Tons of friends out there making my life in this game so much more beautiful and more fun. Shout out to my family, my grandmother, my girlfriend, lovely girlfriend, Carly, love you. And shout outs to you, because you gave me a nice pep talk before this tournament. I was like, man, I'm just coming for the vibes.
Bro, I always believe in Justin. Honestly, every event I see you're registered for, I'm like, Justin can win the whole thing.
Yeah, it's in my Twitter DMs. He said, he's like, man, you're going to have a great tournament. I believe in you. Let's get you on stream. And I'm like,
I believe
manifest.
My exact quote was, I said, I really hope you're going to do well, or I hope you scrub out so we can do an interview. I think that's exactly it.
Well, best of both worlds,
so we got,
right?
Yeah, either way, yeah.
Nice. I appreciate it. I give you all the credit, man.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, we want you to rest up for your last 2 rounds. So thank you, Justin. Congratulations on your win over Wolf here in round 7. But we are going to take. Actually, I'm getting reports that I'm already out in the floor, even though I'm at the lounge right now, because I got to speak with Henry Rich earlier on today, who traveled all the way from Australia to compete at the Orlando Regional Championships. So take it away, myself. I'm here with Henry Rich from Australia to Orlando. Henry, how are you doing today?
Doing really good. It's been a very long trip to get here. I'm still catching up on jet lag a bit, but it's awesome to be at another event. And yeah, having a great day so far.
Yeah, I mean, you travel all around the world for Pokemon. So like, what is the average, I don't want to say average, but like, how long does it usually take for you to get from Australia to whatever regional or international level event? Like, what's that travel day like?
So I'm from a pretty remote part of Australia anyway, so just our regionals take me like 4 or 5 hours minimum. But the international stuff, like from Sydney to LA, is about 12 to 14 hours. And then it's the connections from there, trying to get everywhere. It's pretty hectic, but once that long haul's done, it's pretty good from there.
Yeah, okay, so now you are here in Orlando, you're playing. You told me earlier that you haven't played in a live event since November. There's some new Pokemon in the DLC. Like, do you know what Raging Bolt is? You know, what did you like see a Gouging Fire today and say, I don't remember this in November?
Yeah, so November being that very different meta, finding kind of these new things, trying to ease off that rust in the early rounds. Last round I came up against a Raging Bolt that, from what I've heard from everyone and from what I've seen, is supposed to be super bulky and really hard to take down. The team I'm running has a couple of unconventional moves, and I hit it with a resisted move that I knew it hit a bit hard, but it kind of just one-shot the Raging Bolt, which I wasn't expecting. So all these things about these new Pokemon that I'm like, okay, I've seen it on stream, I'll do this. Let's get down to it and actually know my calcs, and they're kind of throwing me off a bit, but I'm trying to keep up with it as much as I can.
Hey, yeah, I got faith in you. You're a great player from Oceania, and we know there's a lot of top trainers from Oceania. Can you describe the Oceania VGC metagame compared to other regions? Are you more offensive? Are you more defensive? Is there a difference in play style?
I'd say there definitely is. We don't get a lot of the Oceania players able to come over to these international events too much. So we our players generally take bits and bobs from different regions. As a whole, we just have a range of everything. So rather than being more centric to say like the positioning of Europe or like those big heavy hits from the US, you'll come across anything. You can go from Slice Bam 1 round, Tailwind, Ursaluna, just all sorts of things to something you've never seen or come up against. And it's kind of fun when you do that, because if you don't know what you're coming up against, it's really, you've got to pull that knowledge of your team, your skills of playing, but it's also cool to just see all these interesting strategies that you'll never see otherwise.
Yeah, and then last one for you, Henry. We know we have a new regulation coming up next month. You're gonna be prepared for that. That's gonna be the World Championship format as well. So are you starting to dive into Regulation G at all, or are you just waiting until May?
In the last week or so, I've looked into it. I've always loved restricted formats. They're where I've had my best performances. I've heard everyone talking about Calyrex Shadow coming back. I'm so sad that Yveltal didn't come back. It's always been a favorite of mine to use in these restricted formats. But even with Calyrex Shadow being the ghost type that everyone's talking about, I personally think Lunala is going to make a bit of a rise. That wide guard, having such good speed control options with Tailwind, Trick Room, and great offense, and it's getting Meteor Beam again. Incin is the answer to these ghost types, and it's not going to be taking those Meteor Beams well. So yeah, I think Lunala is going to be coming up there. It's probably not everyone's first pick, but a really solid pick as it goes on.
All right, I'll definitely keep an eye on it. Great job today. We wish you the best of luck throughout your time here in Orlando. All right, so we'll be right back with more coverage from the Orlando Regional Championships.
Let us give you an experience.
at the Pokémon Center, EUIC London.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 Pokemon Video Game Regional Championships here in Orlando, Florida. So many players have signed up. We are through 7 rounds of Swiss now, getting ready for our 8th round of Swiss. My name is Dui Ha. Joining me at the desk right now is my favorite Pokemon player of all time, Lendul, getting ready to jump into round 8.
Yeah, we've already had the first batch of players punch their ticket into day 2 by starting the day 7-0. Well, the next round, we'll see another batch of players moving on to 7-1.
Yep, and then after that, well, hey, players at 5 and 2, nope, 6 and 2.
6 and 2, yeah, in the final round of the day, they will need to have that last chance to earn their spot into day 2.
I remember when I said I was a math guy early on stream.
Yeah, that was a while ago. The math degrades over time.
The math has gone away, but yeah, last round of Swiss, round 9 will be 6 and 2 players trying to punch their ticket, their last attempt to be able to make it to day 2, and those are always really exciting matches because, you know, there's a lot on the line, and once you can make it to that day 2 threshold, then you have a little bit to relax, but also, like, you know, the records carry over, so you have to make sure that you're still on top of your game.
Yeah, you want to keep winning, and once you're 7-0, another win today counts just as much as another win tomorrow, so you want to keep winning those matches, and there's some pretty cool stuff that's already earned its spot into day 2. I think you saw a mouse hold moving into day 2 at 7-0, so a really impressive start too.
Yeah, mouse hold has made it to 7-0. Some of the players that we're actually able to I'm getting called out right now. Math expert? Yeah, the question mark there is deserved. I appreciate that.
Maybe just not a counting expert. You know, math isn't quite counting.
Maybe it's logic. Maybe it's logic that's missing right now. Maybe I'm not a logic expert, but yeah, Mousehold has made it 7-0. A couple of players that we have seen on broadcast so far, obviously Justin Karras, who defeated his good friend Wolf Glick, secured day 2. Jimmy Friedel, who we saw earlier, made it to day 2. So a lot of players really still vying for it, and even then, like, you know, players at 6-1, or sorry, 5-1 right? No, math, 6-1 right now.
Yep.
6-1 right now. Like Wolf Glick still are trying to vie for that title of being able to move on to day 2. So there's a lot going on still, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's back up. I think you should just avoid mentioning X and 1 records, or just say X and 1 the rest of the day, and then.
I want to make sure that the number is right.
Okay, well, I'll practice it with you after.
Thanks.
Between rounds. We'll come back next round and
we'll
have it
practice doing
ironed out.
math. Yeah. Sorry about that. It's been a long day. There's been a lot of Pokemon action that's been happening here at the regional championships, and.
Well, you're probably out of breath from running around counting all those fake outs and parting shots and stuff
exactly.
earlier.
That's where I spent all my math.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Don't ask me for the stats yet. I'm still processing the data.
You gotta
still crunching the numbers, right? Len, there's been a lot of talk about Regulation G going on, just like, you know, the early stages of theorying throughout Regulation G. I'm going to ask you right now, what are your thoughts? What do you think is going to be some of the best things in Regulation G? We heard Justin Karras talk about it a little bit earlier about how Calyrex is going to be one of the most dominant Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, I think Justin is right on the money that Calyrex Shadow Rider is going to be kind of the starting point for the metagame development. It is so fast. We have a ton of Pokemon at very similar speed numbers. Fluttermane, Qianpao, Miraidon all sitting at that same number. And Calyrex Shadow Rider, a decent chunk faster than all of them, and provides so much damage output. But it has its flaws. It's a Pokemon that isn't unbeatable, right? I think Justin mentioned that you may have to like be kind of specific about how you beat it, but dark types and normal types and wide guard are all like pieces of the puzzle to beating it. So I think, while it may be the starting point, I think there are a lot of powerful restricted Pokemon that'll have an impact on that metagame.
I always find that the beginning of most formats, it really starts off like pretty hyper offensively, right?
Yep.
And then eventually people start to try to work on counters or ways to mitigate that and try to slow the format down just a little bit to make it not just so much of a, I'm going to knock out, I'm going to get like 4 one-hit KOs on your team.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this one starts a little bit slower. We already have Incineroar and Rillaboom, and a lot of players already in peak parting shot U-turn fake out form. And there's definitely some Pokemon you can stick in that core, kind of in the Raging Bolt spot. I've seen some Zacian being used that way with Swords Dance. I was actually playing some practice games with Zamazenta doing that. You can Iron Defense, Body Press, put out some damage. That's pretty fun. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that core and that kind of pace from the beginning of the next format.
That's very good insight, Len, and I appreciate all of your insight into the early stages of Regulation G, which hasn't even started yet, but just the theorying of it.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I love to think about new formats. I'm so excited to see what comes to the top at that first Regulation G regional in Indianapolis in a few weeks.
I mean, I already know some of your team, actually.
Yeah?
Garchomp, Tyranitar.
Tyranitar does answer Calyrex Shadow Rider pretty well. If you need a one Pokemon answer,
you can work on the graphs, and we'll present it later.
Okay.
You can work on the graphs and see how Tyranitar does. Don't forget, for everybody watching out there, round 8 is actually going to be a community choice. So on Twitch, you will be able to vote for who you want to see or what match you'd like to see coming up on round 8. All 4 of these matches, 6-1.
Nice. All players trying to punch their ticket into day 2. Of course, the player who loses won't be out of the running yet, but then they'll be in that stressful final winner go home kind of round.
Yep, super stressful. So the poll, I believe, is actually live right now. So don't forget, vote. Just go on twitch.tv/Pokemon and vote.
Who are you gonna vote for?
I'm no bias.
No bias.
No
okay,
bias.
we
no
won't
bias
vote.
here.
We'll hold out. We'll see what the community would like, and put the match in their hands.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and throw it down to Joe with a quick little trivia to test someone's VGC history right now. So take it away, Joe.
I am here with Yuki Zaninovich. Yuki, we saw you in Yokohama. Now you're here with us in Orlando. How's it going?
It's going well, yeah. I actually started pretty slow at 2-2, but now I'm bringing up to 5-2, and yeah, there's 2 more to get day 2.
All right, so wishing you the best of luck, but I have a question. Are you a fan of trivia and competitive Pokemon questions?
I absolutely love it. I think this is where I'll need a little bit more luck.
All right, cool. So these are some tough questions, but remember, there are 3 questions. If you get all 3 of them right, you're going to get a free Play Pokemon shirt as your reward, okay?
Gotta do my hardest.
All right, Yuki, so I have 4 cue cards here. You can choose one number, 1 through 4. Which one do you want?
Which way is 1?
This is 1 right here. 4, so this one? All right. So this is our answer. All right. First question is going to be easy. It's going to ramp up in difficulty, all right, for Pokemon trivia. Question number 1. Name a water/ground type Pokemon that only has 1 weakness.
Gastrodon.
Right. There's like 6 different Pokemon. We're just trying to throw some easy layups for you.
I think they only have 1 weakness, right?
Yeah. So it's like Swampert, Whiscash, Gastrodon. Shout out to Lou with Gastrodon, obviously. Right, question: pink Gastrodon or blue Gastrodon?
I'm gonna have to go with blue.
That's the correct answer. That's an extra. You're gonna get 4 questions now, but that was a correct answer. That was your second question.
Okay.
All right, now the real question number 2. Name a location that has hosted the Pokemon World Championships more than 1 time.
Hawaii.
That is correct. So not even counting Honolulu this year, obviously prior to that, it still is correct. Hawaii is hosted in 2007, 2010, and 2012. And then, of course, this upcoming summer in 2024 in Honolulu. Now, here's the tough question. You ready for question number 3? T-shirts on the line.
Okay.
Whew. All right, Yuki. Question number 3. Name one of the 5 Pokemon that have won the Video Game World Championships 3 times in the highest division.
Incineroar.
That is correct. 2018, 19, and 2022. Yuki goes 3 for 3 and wins the Play Pokemon shirt. Show it off to the crowd. How do you feel?
Ecstatic. Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, that is awesome. So that's our first person today that's gotten all 3 of our trivia questions correct. Yeah, so you're a VGC trivia master.
Yeah, well, looking forward to future editions.
All right, we're going to take a break here at the Orlando Regional Championships.
I love VGC history trivia.
Yeah? You think you'd be pretty good at it?
I think I'd be pretty good at it. I'll test Joe.
Oh, you were going to throw the questions back at him.
Yeah.
Come up with your own questions.
I'm a reverse trivia person. I'm just going to sit down. I'm going to tell Joe, hey, ask me these VGC trivia questions. But before he can throw out a question, I ask him the question first. Mm-hmm.
What does Joe win if he gets them all right?
A T-shirt.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're going to give him the T-shirt. You're going to first win the T-shirt,
The
and then
prizes
you're going
don't
to give it back
change.
to him.
Why would the prizes change at all? Right?
That's true.
How do you think you'd fare with VGC trivia?
I feel like I would do pretty well. I feel like I was there for a lot of those World Championships. I'd remember what was happening, hopefully. But they were a long time ago.
I think it'd be pretty fun to get you and me into like a speed round of VGC trivia.
Buzzing in?
Buzzing in, yeah, for speed, because like we've been around VGC about almost the same time, right? 2009, so I think it'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, we're coming up on 15 years of VGC.
Okay, all right, sure. Remind me of how long we've been around, sure. All right, 15 years. We've been friends for 15 years now. Yeah. How does that make you feel?
Great.
Me too. Me too. Len.
Yeah.
We're getting ready to seat the players now for round 8. Are you excited?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really looking forward to whatever the community has voted for. I think Tim Edwards was about to win that poll when we looked away. With Tim Edwards and Stephen Mott.
I think they won.
Yeah?
Yeah, I believe that. I think so. I think so.
So that should be pretty exciting to see, obviously off to a good start to be here at 5-1 already, 6-1 already.
Hey,
and trying to,
what'd you say?
I was just, it was a throwback.
Oh, it's a callback.
It's a callback,
it's a callback. I get you. You're just poking fun at me. I get it. Yeah, that's fine.
I wouldn't have made the mistake myself for sure. But yeah, to see that continued success to carry over from EUIC and continue to be on a hot streak. I mean, it's not quite X&O, but obviously 6-1 is still an incredibly impressive start to a day and looking to punch his ticket on.
I mean, 6-1, you can still make it day 2. You can still qualify for top cut, and then once you make it to the top cut, well, you just got to win matches. That's it.
Yep, that is the goal the rest of the weekend. You got to win as many matches as you can.
The goal should be to always win a match, right? Yeah. But even though you're not undefeated right now, you still have a shot. That's what I'm trying to say here.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's hard to be undefeated this deep into the weekend. Probably most regional champions were not undefeated this deep into the weekend because you're going to take a loss here or there. You're going to have an unlucky round, a matchup that you really didn't like. Seemed like Wolf didn't like his matchup last round, the way he was withdrawing away from it. That's just going to happen at some point during your tournament run. But being able to take that loss and then just move forward, rebuild your momentum, keep going into day 2 is so important.
Let's go ahead and take a quick look at some Swiss standings to see the top of the leaderboards right now. A mix between 7-0s and 6-1s. Of course, the players that have made it to 7-0 have already secured their spot into day 2, but each match is extremely important. You need to win as many as you possibly can in order to get really high placements. You never want to be on the bubble. You never want to have to worry about your resistance being what carries you into top cut.
Yeah, especially in a tournament this large with more than 800 players playing today, you probably are not going to be too safe at 11-3 tomorrow.
Yep, and the players that this is not an exhaustive list of all players at 6-1 right now. This is just a sampling up until the top 16 in the Swiss standings. So let's go ahead and talk a little bit. I mean, we still see Wolf Glick and James Beck here, two players that can be able to repeat as regional champion. Henry Rich, who Joe had just interviewed, traveling all the way from Australia to compete here at the Orlando Regional Championships. A long-haul flight across the Pacific, and then a long-haul flight across the United States of America.
Yeah, sounded like some travel in Australia to get started as well. That's a long journey to get here and play Pokemon.
I mean, haven't you traveled all around the world to play Pokemon, Len?
Yeah, absolutely. I've played a tournament in Australia before.
I haven't, but that's cool. Good for you, Len. Good for you. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at the notable matches of this round. Taking a look at it, Arath Alejandro Vera Alvarez versus Nicolas Del Campo, Avery Bieri versus Andrew Zhang, Henry Rich versus former world champ Paul Ruiz, all the way from Ecuador. So, you know, a little international travel here. And our featured match will be Stefan Mott versus Tim Edwards.
Yeah, Henry and Paul definitely adding some international flavor to the tournament just off of International Drive here in Orlando, both coming in for this tournament. That would be an incredibly fun one to watch, but this one should be even better. Stefan Mott and Tim Edwards, both at 6-1 and looking to punch their ticket into day 2.
Yep, Stefan, a former regional champion, and Tim Edwards, a player who had an amazing run last weekend in the European International Championships.
Yeah, and I think basically going to be using the same team, maybe some small changes here and there. Stefan has a Pokemon that we were talking about a little bit in the pre-show. There's going to be a Clefairy in this next match, do we?
We believed in Clefairy.
Yeah, I believe in Clefairy, and I believe it's pretty good exactly for the matchup that Stefan's about to find himself in.
We believe that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, not just you, we both of us as a collective, yeah.
I agree.
You changed it to I at some point, and I was like, well, I believe the same things as you do, Len. We had the same caster predictions, but it's going to be an exciting battle, so you don't want to miss this one at all. I mean, both players in a high-stakes battle. Again, the winner of this match will secure a spot to day 2. I think one of the most fascinating things about Tim's run last week was the fact that prior to the European International Championships, his highlight simply said top 32 at a tournament, and then now over one weekend has added, you know, finalist at one of the largest VGC competitions ever.
Yeah, I mean, I think probably the biggest VGC tournament ever, and then looks to be continuing that momentum. I wouldn't be surprised to see another finish that improves over that regionals top 32 this weekend.
Yeah, and you know, if the team got you there, why not run almost the same team, maybe tweak it a little bit just to make it so that, you know, maybe when you've competed with it last week, you found some changes, make some tweaks. Let's go ahead and throw it down over to the stage now to see the players and a detailed look at their team. So Stefan running with the Ogerpon with the Wellspring Mask, Golden Go, Landorus Incarnate, Tornadus Incarnate, Incineroar, and that Clefairy that we talked about. Tim running, yeah, it's the same 6, maybe some tweaks. We don't know. He knows. Raging Bolt, Rillaboom, Hearth, Flame Mask, Ogerpon, Incineroar, Urshifu, and Fluttermane.
Yeah, and so immediately you're looking at two teams that both have a boosting special attacker kind of at their core with support around it. Stefan's got the Nasty Plot Golden Go with the Clefairy to support it, of course, versus the Raging Bolt with all of those support options on the other side. The Clefairy is going to be pretty important in this match, I think, if you want to contain the Raging Bolt. And the Raging Bolt may be difficult to contain because if you're pressing the offense with Golden Go, that's difficult into Raging Bolt. We've seen some of them opt for Dazzling Gleam, so you have a damaging option before the Raging Bolt terastallizes. That's not here. Just Shadow Ball is the option for Stefan. But he does have other damage threats into the Raging Bolt as well, like the Landorus, that can really do a ton of damage with Earth Power if he's able to get it in and fighting against Raging Bolt before it terastallizes. Of course, that can be hard to do. That's the thing about these Raging Bolt teams is you see the window. You think you're going to land an Earth Power at some point, but one fake out after the next keeps disrupting that offense, and that's what Rillaboom and Incineroar are here to do. That's what the Urshifu Rapid Strike can do to try to put pressure back onto Landorus and all of these other threats on Stefan's side. The Golden Go does not really want to take a Surging Strikes while it's trying to set up. The Incineroar does not want to try to take a Surging Strike, so it's the kind of tool that you can use to punch a hole in one of these defensive teams. I think both players are going to be looking for that first KO, try to like open up this game somehow.
Yep, and you saw previously that Stefan was the 2022 Indianapolis Regional Champion. Tim here keeping the momentum up after underdog EUIC Finals appearance, and that was a run. That was an amazing run. Like watching him play versus Alex Gomez in the top 4, seeing that maneuvering of the rotations of like the Rillaboom and the Incineroar, just be able to make sure that my Raging Bolt can keep up with Alex's Raging Bolt's Calm Minds. Just making sure that, you know, if you're gonna call mine, I'm gonna call mine. So it's gonna be interesting. Like it's about that cycling, right? That you mentioned. It's gonna be about that cycling of Rillaboom, Incineroar, just to make sure that the Raging Bolt over on Tim's side will be able to set up.
Yeah, I think it should be a really fascinating match to watch. I think it's going to be a match that plays at a pretty slow pace. You're going to be looking for little incremental positional advantages that lead to little incremental damage or resource advantages that slowly build on themselves. Or one of these Pokemon gets caught unexpectedly. You know, the Golden Go or the Raging Bolt could just take a ton of damage out of nowhere and really put a hole in one of these teams. And things can develop so fast after what has been a pretty slow match up to that point.
Yeah, and like you said, you know, Clefairy is a choice, right? Like the Friend Guard will give different numbers. It kind of disrupts the calcs that you already know based on what you've built your team to be about. And then also that redirection is really annoying. You and I talked about it before, how Clefairy can kind of wall Raging Bolt.
Yeah, the Clefairy can just wall Raging Bolt, and like you mentioned, the Bolt can be really helpful. You look at a Pokemon like Landorus that can often try to break the core of Rillaboom and Incineroar, but it still has to watch out. It doesn't want to take a knockoff and then a Wood Hammer or something that just breaks through it. But those look a little bit easier if you're a Friend Guard to help, and then even a little bit easier if you can spend the time Follow Meing to support. I wouldn't be surprised to see Landorus and Clefairy up against each other trying to break that core, but I think it's going to be a really interesting balance of whether Seven tries to kind of focus on breaking that core next to Clefairy, or focus on having Golden Go next to Clefairy to boost and try to keep up with Raging Bolt if it's itself on the field boosting. I think both players are going to have that little bit of push and pull where it's going to be hard to both have the damage and the support and the boosting all at the same field at the same time.
Yep, and 2 friends enter this battle. One friend will make it to day 2. Of course, the other friend will also have another shot to make it to day 2 with Swiss Round 9. Both players have selected their teams, and we're getting ready to get underway here with Swiss Round 8. Tim leading with Urshifu and Incineroar, while Stefan will lead with Ogerpon and Tornadus.
Yeah, this looks to be a pretty strong lead for Stefan. Finds the Tornadus in against the Urshifu on the other side, is able to either threaten Bleak Winds immediately or give a speed advantage to the team. Ogerpon doesn't really like the Intimidate, but otherwise doesn't mind being in this position. You kind of like to be against the Urshifu on the other side. It makes it very unsafe to click Surging Strikes, but then you also have the Ivy Cudgel threat back into Incineroar, kind of backfoots both of these Pokemon. If one of your Pokemon is backfoot with one of these teams that is so capable of cycling, it's pretty easy to cycle out of that position. But if you're worried about both of them at the same time, that's the kind of small incremental advantage that can open up a hole.
Yeah, so Stefan now trying to decide what the best course of action is, and it looks like the battle was canceled. Okay.
Yeah, we'll have to get an explanation on what was happening there. Players will exit back out of the match.
Yeah, so interesting leads. Looks like there's going to be some talk about what is going on with the judges as we, you know, try to figure out what exactly was the issue there. So it wasn't a run. It wasn't like Stefan saw the leads and was like, nope, not this game. Not this game.
Sometimes there are matches that feel like that. I don't think that this lead was one of those, so we'll have to see what's happening.
Yeah. Yeah, those were leads.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to note that neither player had their boosting core of the team on the field immediately. No Golden Goes or Raging Bolts to be spied. You'd have to imagine Clefairy was still in the back somewhere. It seems like it's really important to this matchup, but you can't take anything for granted. I think every Pokemon on both of these teams could have an impact on this match, and so you can also kind of make someone keep preparing, keep hoping, thinking they have to eventually deal with X or Y Pokemon. There's eventually going to be a Raging Bolt or a Clefairy that has to dealt with, and then not even bring it, so that you just have a different set of threats. And so I think it's going to be a really interesting knowledge game within this match of at what point all 4 Pokemon are revealed.
Yeah, so looks like there are some technical difficulties going on the stage right now. So I guess the question now is, were both players happy with their leads, or do you think some adjustments will be made?
Yeah, I mean, I think whether or not both players were happy, I think there'd be adjustments made. You can't just lead the same thing and hope to get the same output on the other side, even if you were happy with it. I do imagine it was in Stefan's advantage. I think the Urshifu was not in a great position there. This one does not have U-turns, so can't try to just get some damage and come off the field. Also, would have been worried about just getting outsped either naturally, because Urshifu also not holding a Choice Scarf, and so naturally slower than both the Tornadus and the Ogerpon on the other side, but also because of the tailwind, and so I think it was in a pretty difficult position.
Yeah, so yep, it's adjustments are probably gonna have to be made unless both players agree to just unless both players agree to just lead the same thing. Just the only information that's been revealed has been the lead so far.
Yeah, and like you say, they don't know what Pokemon are in the back behind that, and they won't be having to bring the same Pokemon. They'll be free to make new choices.
Yeah. As somebody that has used this team to great success at the European International Championships, Stefan probably knows a lot about this team, especially since they're friends too, right? So I think that I wonder if it comes down to whether or not Tim has to do something different, because if they're friends, they probably practice together. And then if they practice together, then they probably know each other's tendencies. And then I wonder if it's like, well, I know what you're going to do here. And then it becomes this weird mind game between two friends.
Yeah, you heard Justin describing the match in that way about his and Wolf, that because they had practiced together, they knew details about the roles and what plays were available to each other at each position. Both of these players may be in a similar situation here, but you also have to imagine, even if not practice against Tim using this team, Stefan's played against this 6 plenty. Anyone playing VGC at a high level over the last month will have played against those 6 Pokemon a good amount. And so you have to imagine Stefan has an idea of the game plan that he's after, and Tim will have to try to disrupt that.
Yeah, and the name of the game, I believe, for Stefan will be make sure that the Raging Bolt cannot just sit there and calm mind. You always want to have an offensive presence in order to be able to make sure that the Raging Bolt does not sit safely. Be able to deal with, again, one of the great things about this balanced team with the Raging Bolt, with Incineroar and the Rillaboom, is just how you can easily cycle those Intimidates, you can easily cycle those Fake Outs, you can easily cycle those Parting Shots. You just have to be able to deal with that and make sure that you have a big offensive threat over on Stefan's side, which is presented with the, as you said, the Golden Go, the Landers. Landers is a very strong option too. It goes back to during the Open when we had that conversation about, Landers versus Raging Bolt. They both had high usage at the European International Championships, and well, Landers kind of will be able to attack really heavily into Raging Bolt, so long as Raging Bolt cannot get those Calm Minds off.
Yeah, you have to wonder if maybe that's where Tim was trying to be one step ahead and had Urshifu out in the lead, because if you think Landorus is likely to try to immediately be on the field to put pressure onto the Raging Bolt, keep it from ever setting up, then you'd of course love to have your Urshifu also on the field to fight against that and put pressure. That's the kind of little bit of rock, paper, scissors, a little bit of push and pull that happens in these lead matchups, where you're always kind of hoping for one specific set of Pokemon on the other side when you lock in your two.
Yeah. So Stefan knows this team. Stefan knows they're friends. They know how each other play. So it's about how I bet the Raging Bolt's in the back. I bet the Landers is in the back, right? Just because that's the kind of end game that you want. You want the Raging Bolt to kind of want to fish out for the Landers, knock out the Landers, if you're Tim at least, and then get that Raging Bolt in. If you're Stefan, you want to see where that Raging Bolt is and then challenge that Raging Bolt once it finally hits the field.
it is interesting because it can be pretty hard to use the Raging Bolt as a win condition because of the way Clefairy disrupts it. We talked about this in the open, but if you're using Follow Me with a Fairy type, then Raging Bolt cannot do damage on that turn. It's either going to have a Dragon Pulse redirected for an immunity into the Fairy type, or have a Thunderclap redirected into a Pokemon that used Follow Me, not a damaging attack that turn, and so it also won't do damage. And so you may want, Raging Bolt may look appetizing as a win condition because it plays against a bunch of Stefan's Pokemon really well. Things like Ogerpon can't put enough pressure on it. Golden Go, if it hasn't had to Terastallize, and you have a Calm Mind boost, it's really hard to break through that with Make It Rain and Shadow Ball, but you can't really play for an end game there, because if too many Pokemon on Tim's side go down, so the Raging Bolt is left by itself or with too little damage output next to it to break through Clefairy, if you just have an Incineroar that doesn't even have Flare Blitz, then you're not going to break through Clefairy with Incineroar either. So it can be a dangerous game to go for a Raging Bolt win condition, because in a moment it can become, well, I would eventually beat this Golden Go if they had to fight each other, but because Clefairy is there, it's just going to get to Shadow Ball until eventually it wins this game.
Yep, both players will restart game one. It will start 0-0, so it's like nothing happened. They're just going to restart game one as they jump back into Swiss round 8. So I just want to update everybody as to what's going on. 0-0, restart game one. So that's the state that we're at, Len.
Yeah, so just a clean start to the match. It's like that game one didn't happen. Both players will a little bit have it on their mind what Pokemon get led. It's like an extra
mind game.
Extra mind game, yeah. About what the options are, what your opponent's mindset is about how to approach the game. But we will get a clean start.
And also, like, you see the leads, and then you think to yourself, well, what was in the back? Do I have stuff in the back that can deal with these two leads, right? So back to it. Players are on the stage getting ready to jump into team preview here in game one of Swiss round 8. Again, for those of you just tuning in, the winner of this round secures their spot in day 2 here at the Orlando Regional Championships. The loser doesn't make it to day 2 just yet, because then they'll drop to 6-2 and then have an opportunity in Swiss round 9 to make it to 7-2. Math.
You're getting the hang of it.
Getting the hang of it, Len. Quick team preview here. The Pokemon on Stefan's side of the field. Again, the Ogerpon with the Wellspring Mask, Golden Go, Landorus, Tornadus, Incineroar, Clefairy. Over on Tim's side, the team that he had piloted to be a finalist at the European International Championships, Raging Bolt. Importantly, this is a Raging Bolt that carries a leftovers item. Rillaboom, Hearthflame Mask, Ogerpon, Incineroar, Urshifu, and Fluttermane.
There's an interesting detail about the Fluttermane as well. It does not have Shadow Ball, which a lot of Fluttermane have been getting a little bit more creative about what moves they have to try to fit things like Substitute and Icy Wind. In this case, it is Icy Wind and Taunt. And Shadow Ball doesn't have a lot of things it's trying to find. Moonblast really is your main damage output, but as soon as you see a Golden Go on the other side, you're probably wishing a little bit
you had
that Shadow Ball, because it'd be another great way to pressure that Golden Go. But without it, Fluttermane doesn't really have that much damage output. You, of course, can't use Taunt to stop nasty plots either, because of the good as gold. You can use Icy Wind to try to drop down the Golden Go speed, make it a little bit more vulnerable to Incineroar, but otherwise a Fluttermane versus Golden Go matchup, instead of being in Tim's favor, actually becomes kind of largely in Stefan's favor.
Both players now have made their selection here in game one of Swiss round 8 as we get ready to show the leads here. Again, Stefan Mott versus Tim Edwards. Tim changing it up, leading with Raging Bolt and Incineroar, while Stefan will stick around with Ogerpon and Incineroar.
Yeah, and so now Incineroar on the field for Stefan. No Tornadus up against this Raging Bolt, but Raging Bolt does find itself up against the Ogerpon and immediately on the field, looking a little bit more comfortable to start trying to boost up. Not really threatened too much by either of these Pokemon. Of course, doesn't really want to take a knockoff and lose its leftovers, doesn't really want to get Parting Shot and have that first boost undone, and Fake Out could just disrupt it this turn, but nothing is immediately putting damage pressure on it. It's going to be comfortable to sit on the field and start doing its work, but just because it's comfortable doesn't mean there aren't plays available for Tim to try to get out of that position, because Raging Bolt will always be able to find some future comfortable position.
Yeah, and the nice thing about leftovers Raging Bolt is just how much damage it can heal back up. after taking some damage, so you don't want to lose that leftovers just yet. Stefan's Ogerpon will Terastallize, will get the Embody aspect and boost its special defense, which will be able to deal with Raging Bolt's attacks a little better, as Incineroar on Stefan's side will go for a fake out into the Incineroar on Tim's side. Incineroar not being able to retaliate, and here's an Ogerpon Swords Dance, so trying to boost up its attack stat by 2 stages, trying to deal some damage out onto this Raging Bolt that is going to be more specially defensive because of that Calm Mind.
Yeah, so both sides just get their first boost off. Fake out into Incineroar. The Incineroars just kind of look at each other for the turn and let one Calm Mind go up on the Raging Bolt and one Swords Dance on the Ogerpon. Ogerpon kind of commits Terastallization very aggressively there, so that must be a clear part of Stefan's plan, but there wasn't that much need for it on that turn. Unlikely to really need the special defense boost. We know what this Raging Bolt is out here to do for the first few turns and get those Calm Minds, but it means this Incineroar is immediately looking pretty vulnerable. Of course, there's probably a Rillaboom there that Incineroar may just be looking like an Incineroar for a moment, but at +2 and Terastallization boosted, even Rillaboom doesn't really want to take an Ivy Cudgel on this switch-in.
And Tim switches out Incineroar. It will be the Rillaboom, so Stefan calling that, going to be crashing into that slot with a Flare Blitz from the Incineroar. The Grassy Surge will take effect, Grassy Terrain will cover the battlefield, and that's going to be important to the longevity of the Raging Bolt on Tim's side. Ogerpon uses Ivy Cudgel here, connects into that Rillaboom slot, does 50% damage to it. Here's Raging Bolt using Dragon Pulse, but thanks to that Embody aspect, does about 50%. Incineroar now crashes into that slot and picks up the KO on Rillaboom, so a pivot piece from Tim's team has been knocked out. Really kind of a telegraphed switch right there, right?
Well, it was a really nice pin from Stefan, right?
Yeah.
Like, even if Incineroar stays in, it obviously goes down to Ivy Cudgel. If you look across the 6 possible Pokemon for Tim, probably nothing could take that Flare Blitz plus Ivy Cudgel double up. And that's the kind of guaranteed hold that you really want to place in one of these teams. That's one of the fake up Pokemon gone. The cycling is going to get a lot more difficult. It doesn't really pay that high of a cost for it. It loses about half of the health on the Ogerpon. But the Raging Bolt, we talked a second ago that if it is left on an island, left at the end of the game, and there's a Clefairy hiding in the back for Stefan, then it's going to be very difficult for Tim to actually find win conditions. And so getting that first hole down, that makes it a little bit easier to get the second KO and start to kind of cascade these knockouts that simplify the game state. I don't think that's in Tim's favor, and I think this is a pretty strong start for Stefan. But Urshifu loves to find a free entry onto the field, gets out here with its Focus Sash intact, is threatening both of these Pokemon. Ogerpon might be low enough to just go down to a close combat of its own, and of course Incineroar doesn't want to take anything from this Urshifu.
No close combat for me, no Aqua Jet, no Surging Strikes at all. But one of the nice things about Incineroar is that even if you switch it out, having access to that Intimidate will kind of matter for the Incineroar over on Tim's side, not going to matter too much against this Urshifu or the Raging Bolt. So, Tim really thought that turn through about what was needed to be sent in, as Stefan gonna retreat the Ogerpon with 2 stages of increased attacks. So, 1 stage of increased attack actually because of the Intimidate from early on. Clefairy takes the field here, so Clefairy, a very important Pokemon in this matchup, takes this close combat so well.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really smart switch from Stefan. It looked like that was almost a pin on the Ogerpon. If you're really committed to having the Ogerpon on the field, then it is a pin. Even if you bring Clefairy into the other slot to make sure that you can take close combat, if you're attacking that turn, then you're going to go down to a Thunderclap. But just recognizing Ogerpon was in a vulnerable position, even with the boost, couldn't stay on the field. And so really safely glitz Clefairy in there, keeps Ogerpon for later on in the match, and then also manages to get the parting shot to get Incineroar out and just reset this position into the Landorus next to Clefairy position that we talked about before the match. Can be really difficult for Tim to deal with. This Landorus is going to be able to pump out a ton of damage. Raging Bolt at the moment, if Follow Me is clicked by Clefairy, offers no damage at all, and Landorus is able to go after Urshifu. Now, Tim may not hate a Surging Strikes into Follow Me trade, right? If you can get rid of Clefairy, then suddenly this looks very different. Raging Bolt looks like it's about to take over the match, even down a Pokemon. And Urshifu has the Focus Sash, that means it can at least get through 1 turn and get one of those attacks off. But it would be a really volatile trade. Both players would be giving something of like incredible value. The health bar of this Clefairy versus the health bar of this Urshifu. So either one of them could opt out of it. I think it'll be really interesting to see how they approach it if either player just doesn't want to make that trade.
Yeah, and Surging Clefairy, bulky Pokemon with that Eviolite, but it does not want to take that many Surging Strikes at all.
But Surging Strikes may also be the only real way to get through. We talked about that Incineroar does not have Flare Blitz, and is going to be trying to knock it off. The Raging Bolt can never get to Clefairy at all, and so Tim just commits this Water Terrestrialization, takes an Earth Power that will actually take it all the way down to the Focus Sash, but that's because this is the window. This is the one chance to try to really get a lot of damage into the Clefairy.
There's no follow me, I believe, as Urshifu uses Surging Strikes, and that just lands straight into that Landers here. Big damage, and it will be enough for the KO.
This could be enormous. If this is Moonblast coming out from the Clefairy to confirm this KO, well, then how do you ever deal with Clefairy?
Yeah, so Clefairy not opting to go for a follow me here. Stefan sending in that Lander is just a very juicy target for that Urshifu here, as Raging Bolt content to go for a Calm Mind, as Clefairy does double up into that Urshifu slot and picks up the KO on that Terrestrialized Urshifu. So a big threat to try to break through the Clefairy, gone.
Yeah, I think it's just a really smart play from Stefan to recognize that, yes, Clefairy could be used to protect Landers and keep Landers on the field, but that means Urshifu would have the chance to protect itself. I think that's probably still a winning path for this game. You can probably try to eventually land an Earth Power onto Incineroar as well, but just saying, actually, Landers is not the most critical thing here. Getting rid of Urshifu before it can land 2 Surging Strikes. That could have still been 1 Surging Strikes into Clefairy that turn, but before it could land 2 Surging Strikes onto Clefairy means that I'm going to probably win this game. It's looking very difficult for Tim to find the right damage. He will try. There will be plenty of damage coming out, but the grassy terrain means that it's going to be slow going, and meanwhile that Incineroar on the other side will probably start getting targeted down by Ivy Cudgels.
Yeah, so the final 2 Pokemon on Tim's side of the field, going to be that Raging Bolt, going to be that Incineroar that does not have Flare Blitz. So if it does hit into that Clefairy, it'll have to be a knockoff to knock off the Eviolite, and then after that...
This is one kind of open turn for Tim. This is the one chance he's going to get to have to fake out a Clefairy on the other side, but no, it just...
it just gets faked out instead.
Yeah, but I think Seven makes a really smart play here, because if you were too aggressive in trying to get... it just sings it to really turn off the damage coming in the other side. If you got too aggressive here and it tried to just immediately switch the Incineroar into Ogerpon to create that situation, that it could have been a fake out into Clefairy and a Dragon Pulse that tried to get rid of the Ogerpon. Now with Incineroar asleep on the other side, and no fake out ever going to be available for Tim, again, it looks a lot more like that Follow Me is just going to be enough to really ice out Tim's offense.
Yeah, so Clefairy now doing what Clefairy does best, gonna protect its friend and just redirect all attacks. Raging Bolt still continuing to try to get as many Calm Mind boosts as possible, as Incineroar on Stefan's side will Parting Shot away, targeting down the Incineroar on Tim's side. So this is a way to be able to get the Ogerpon in safely. Incineroar has to take a turn of sleep here, so Ogerpon comes in for free.
Yeah, Ogerpon comes in for free and is really free from here on out. I don't think -1 knockoffs are going to beat this Clefairy very fast at all, and that's really the only damage Tim has available to him now at this point in the game. As long as Follow Me is clicked every turn, Raging Bolt can't do damage, Incineroar can only use knockoff into a resisted Clefairy. It's kind of a checkmate situation.
Yep, and the grassy terrain will disappear from the field, so Raging Bolt will not... Well, I mean, I guess Raging Bolt hasn't really needed to take advantage of it yet, because Stefan has just kind of ignored this Raging Bolt because of this Clefairy here becoming the center of attention. Raging Bolt will use Thunderclap, but again, redirected into that Clefairy fails immediately as Ogerpon just goes for an Ivy Cudgel here. Will target down the Incineroar, will be doing some big damage and gets the KO.
Yeah, and now there's no damage, right? I mean, the Incineroar, beyond the fact that it had so little damage output coming in, was facing down a faster Water Terrestrialized Ogerpon who was very happy to just Ivy Cudgel a sleeping Incineroar, and now it's just follow me and maybe sword stance to speed it up a little bit, or Tim can just run and end it. But it is just a checkmate situation because of the relationship between Clefairy and Raging Bolt. And that's going to be such an important part of this match, because there is some path through this match where Tim wins a game off of Raging Bolt being the carry. But it has to involve keeping other Pokemon like Rillaboom and Urshifu that can actually do damage to Clefairy alive into the end game. He's got to have a Pokemon advantage that, because Raging Bolt dealt some earlier damage, that means he's able to trade those Pokemon for Clefairy and then have Raging Bolt win the game. If it happens the other way, like it did in this game, where Stefan has the earlier offense, pushes the hole through the team with his Flare Blitz into Raging Bolt, and then the second hole through the team with the Earth Power plus Moonblast into Urshifu, then he will always win that, because Clefairy just wins against Raging Bolt in the end game. I think it'll be really interesting to see whether Tim just decides that this is not a valid enough path through the game to try to create Raging Bolt win conditions, that it's going to be too difficult to get Clefairy off of the field early enough to not just get checkmated this way. And then what modes does that leave for the team? Because this is a team that is so focused on the Raging Bolt, that doesn't mean there aren't other ways to play. He has an Ogerpon of his own that can deal a lot of damage. Of course, doesn't like beating up against Incineroar and some of these other Pokemon, but it might at least avoid that checkmate situation.
Yeah, so if Tim wants to maintain that Raging Bolt win condition that this team sometimes chases a lot, needs to preserve that offense. Like you said, that Clefairy just sticking around on the field, not going to be great. Like, you need something to be able to just go off on the offense, and there's options, right? There's so many different options, like not like the Hearthflame Mask Ogerpon can also be an option to try to chunk away at the Clefairy. You know, using the Terastallization there to get the Embody aspect and just hammering it away with an Ivy Cudgel or something like that.
Yeah, I think one way or another, the first KO is just so pivotal this match. It's that first block out of the wall that makes it start to collapse. And I think Stefan just did a really great job in that game one of identifying a way to create that. Getting the early sword stance never really allowed much risk to the Ogerpon with the special defense boost from turn one, and not clicking a damaging attack that turn. There was no real way for Raging Bolt to do a ton of damage into Ogerpon before it created this position where the Ivy Cudgel and the Flare Blitz were going into one slot, and that was going to be a KO.
Tim changing it up here, and so is Stefan. Urshifu and Rillaboom over on Tim's side of the field, Ogerpon and Tornadus for Stefan. So Stefan changing it up a little bit. Tornadus going to be able to provide some Tailwind support, as well as a Bleak Wind Storm into these two. Wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, Tim makes the adjustment. Doesn't have Raging Bolt on the field. This is what we saw from that first game that never actually happened, where I think you have to have a little more of your offense out early to try to punch that first hole. But Stefan, I think, has the right things in against it. The Ogerpon and the Tornadus really don't mind fighting against these Pokemon. It's a little bit of a volatile position. Lots of damage can go either way. The Tornadus, of course, can still be faked out. Does not have a covert cloak, but it pays some recoil damage in the process for that. But yeah, Urshifu cannot fight in this situation. Has to worry about the Ogerpon on the other side and a Bleak Wind Storm possibly coming in. So instead, it's just Raging Bolt into that slot to resist this one leech.
Yeah, so nice defensive switch right there from Tim to be able to get that Raging Bolt in for what is essentially free here, as a Bleak Wind Storm connects onto the Rillaboom, as Rillaboom will retaliate with a big Wood Hammer here, but does not get the one-hit KO on the Ogerpon. So Ogerpon hanging on with just a little bit of health, as everybody will take their Grassy Terrain healing. So really great defensive switch right there from Tim to be able to get that Raging Bolt in. And again, with the leftovers and that Grassy Terrain, it will heal back up. It will be fine.
Yeah, it'll be fine. It does mean that it is in this match, right? It means that that Clefairy in-game is a looming possibility once again. A lot of damage is traded. Stefan gets the Bleak Wind into Rillaboom. But the big difference is when that KO doesn't actually happen, it's easy enough for Rillaboom to try to pivot off the field here. The Ogerpon was pushed low enough in health that a Thunderclap is a real threat. Thunderclap also a threat into Tornadus, so you can't just take it for granted that a Calm Mind is what's going to happen on the other side and just continue to try to press offense into Rillaboom's partner in the same way that Game 1 happened. And so yeah, Ogerpon just flees this situation, doesn't want to take a Grassy Glide or a Thunderclap and go down. So it's Clefairy coming in and being exposed to damage. This is the kind of initial pressure that Tim needs to try to get a lead in this game.
Yep, and there's a Grassy Glide connecting into the Tornadus. Will be damaged from the... Ooh, that's not even enough to get the KO there, though. The Thunderclap not enough to get the KO, as Bleak Wind Storm from... Oh, that's a big miss right there. So There's Rocky Helmet recoil on the Rillaboom that it took. Almost like it's low in health, and the Bleak Wind Storm would have KO'd, but that's an unfortunate miss right there for Stefan.
Yeah, I mean, I think a smart switch from Stefan, right? Tornadus is only still not KO'd right now because of the Friend Guard from Clefairy, giving it enough health to take that Grassy Glide and Thunderclap double up. Tim, I think, knew the damage outputs there, right? He knew that Thunderclap wasn't enough on its own, and so tried to add in that Grassy Glide. But with Clefairy on the field, just changing those damage calculations the way that you talked about, it still wasn't enough. And so Stefan got that chance for the Bleak Wind that would have gotten that crucial first KO and started to make life difficult for Tim, but it misses. That's what you're always the problem with Bleak Wind Storm. When you're trying to hit 2 of them over 2 turns to KO a Pokemon, your accuracy starts to look somewhat bleak. And so doesn't get the KO onto the Rillaboom, and once again it's able to just try to pivot out of this position and keep all 4 Pokemon alive, or try to go out on the offense. You don't want a Wood Hammer to land into Clefairy either. I mean, any moment could be where suddenly a ton of damage comes in. Clefairy does just follow me, make itself a little bit vulnerable for this turn.
And here Tornadus does use Bleak Wind Storm, and again Rillaboom dodges the attack. A double miss right there. Rillaboom uses Wood Hammer though, will connect into that Clefairy, does big damage. That's the big damage that you need to lay down onto that Clefairy as Raging Bolt uses his turn to go for a Calm Mind. So big Bleak Wind Storm miss right there for Stefan, allowing this Rillaboom to stick around on the field and going for a huge chunk of damage into that Clefairy.
Yeah, I mean, that just a devastating couple of Bleak Wind Storms for Stefan, because it looked like a fairly safe play. Grassy Glide could have come in before Bleak Wind Storm into Clefairy, but wouldn't have done that much damage. You can trust that Grassy Terrain will slowly heal that off, but because of the pair of Bleak Wind Storm misses, instead it's a Wood Hammer landing into Clefairy, now it's looking a lot lower. That's definitely in, like, for instance, Surging Strike's KO range. We saw in Game 1, he was able to keep Clefairy on the field against the Urshifu without too much risk because it was healthy. It's not going to be the same this game, even with a couple more turns of Grassy terrain recovery. Clefairy will always be vulnerable to his Surging Strikes, and it starts to look a little bit more like now that boosted Raging Bolt could have a win condition in the end game.
Yeah, as long as that Clefairy gets knocked out, that Raging Bolt will be an absolute menace. Clefairy using Follow Me again this turn, does not want to allow the Tornadus to be able to take a Thunderclap as Grassy Glide connects into Clefairy, and here Tornadus connects on that Bleak Wind Storm. Will be able to get the KO on that Rillaboom, but Clefairy has paid quite the price here. Clefairy is very low in HP, so this Clefairy does not have that much staying power left, as Raging Bolt can tend to go for yet another Calm Mind.
Yeah, and this is the problem with using the Clefairy in the early game this way, is if you're in the situation where you're down to the last couple of Pokemon, then Raging Bolt having dead turns means that it's just not doing anything. But when those dead turns are early on, it can just continue to get boosts, right? It could not have done damage that turn. Even if Tim had wanted to do damage, there was no damage to be had. But it can continue to boost and mean that when this Clefairy goes down, for instance, it's very easy to just bring in the Urshifu right now, or the Ogerpon works just as well. And now you put pressure. You can put an attack into the Clefairy slot. It either stays in to keep Tornadus safe, or it leaves and leaves Tornadus on an island by itself, having to actually fight against this Raging Bolt without either protection. Neither option is good. You have to kind of give up something now if you're Stefan, because of how low Clefairy's health bar has got.
Yeah, so there are a lot of options that Tim has adjusted to be able to bring to try to chunk away at this Clefairy. The Rillaboom, the Urshifu, and this Ogerpon adjustment. Really cool to see that, you know, Tim saw, hey, this Clefairy's a problem, I gotta do something. Incineroar, a Pokemon that is so good with his balance team, just not brought at all. The Intimidate, don't need it.
Yeah, recognizing that 2 dead Pokemon against Clefairy, 2 Pokemon that really have no damage output against Clefairy, is just too much. That's really difficult to overcome.
So Clefairy here will protect itself, does not want to get knocked out just yet. Tornadus will use his turn to opt for a Tailwind, a little parting gift for the team behind Stefan here, as Ogerpon will use Ivy Cudgel into the Clefairy Protect, and Raging Bolt will go for a Dragon Pulse and secure the KO on the Tornadus.
Yeah, and so exactly this is where Stefan has to give something up. There was no way to continue to follow me that Dragon Pulse on that turn. Even if you would click the button, it would have been Ivy Cudgel landing in the Clefairy for a KO and then Dragon Pulse landing into Tornadus. Tornadus tries to survive an extra turn by Tailwinding, which would have prevented Thunderclap damage, but just goes down to a Dragon Pulse. I think Tim making smart targeting to understand that just needs to start taking KOs. And now you look at low health Clefairy, low health Ogerpon. Landorus, that is in that situation where it would have loved to fight against Raging Bolt early on in the game, but now this is a twice boosted special defense Raging Bolt. It looks a lot more difficult for Landorus to actually find the offense, and we know, because Tim led it, that there's also still an Urshifu lurking in the back that's going to love to be up against that the Landorus on the other side. The Tailwind probably not making too much difference here. It may have shifted the speed relationships between the two Ogrepons. Often Ogrepon Hearthflames are trained a little bit faster than Ogrepon Wellsprings, but now because of the Tailwind on the last turn, we can trust that Stefan is faster. Clefairy may also, Clefairy a very slow Pokemon. Not impossible that it became faster than Raging Bolt after the Tailwind. But yeah, once again, Clefairy, if it follow me's to try to keep a Thunderclap away from this Ogrepon, then it should be going down to an Ivy Cudgel on the other side, because the Ogrepon Wellspring on Stefan's side just doesn't have the damage to immediately take out the Ogrepon Hearthflame on the other side.
Yeah, so Tim sacrificing those Calm Mind boosts, switches out, will send back in the Urshifu. So Urshifu will try to go up against these two, and looks like there is going to be Terastallization. It is going to be the Ogrepon on Stefan's side of the field, getting that Embody aspect. Special defense boosts at such low health, probably not going to matter too much, especially if this Ogrepon on Tim's side will be going on the offensive. So let's see how this turn plays out, as Ogrepon over on Tim's side will Spiky Shield here, does not want to possibly take an Ivy Cudgel into that slot and just take big damage. The Terastallation could also be to make sure that the Ogrepon has enough damage output to be able to KO. And here's a Sing from Clefairy, but it misses. Urshifu dodges it. Got some earplugs in.
Yeah, Clefairy trying to go after what was the Raging Bolt, maybe hoping to be faster or just still trade something and get Raging Bolt put to sleep so that it can't have continued damage output. The Terastallization from Ogrepon trying to see if that is enough damage to just KO the Ogrepon. Maybe with a critical hit it would be, but Ogrepon keeps itself safe, and Tim makes the adjustment to have two big attackers on the field and really put a bunch of pressure on Stefan. He has the speed advantage, but he's got a lot of damage coming back his way. There was a high cost paid for that, though. If Tim doesn't think that it's Landorus in the back, that is still an unrevealed Pokemon, still a Pokeball on the screen, and those special defense boosts don't matter as much. But with it being the Landorus, that was actually a pretty high cost to switch that out, and we'll have to see if that is a regret for Tim in the end game.
Tim will switch the Raging Bolt back in, save that Ogrepon for later on, as Clefairy perhaps one last follow me here, as Ogrepon will use Horn Leech into the Urshifu, will be super effective damage, will heal Ogrepon back up into green health range, as now Urshifu will connect with the Surging Strikes, and yep, no more Clefairy on the field. So that Raging Bolt is breathing a sigh of relief, but we'll see if Tim is breathing a sigh of relief when he sees that Landorus is the last Pokemon in the back for Stefan.
Yeah, so that checkmate scenario from game one is gone here in game two. Clefairy goes down to a Surging Strikes this time and paves the way for Landorus to come on the field. In some ways, this is a strong position for Stefan. He's got the Focus Sash broken, has the speed control on his side. Ogrepon may have actually healed enough from that Horn Leech to not be vulnerable to a Thunderclap anymore either, which could make a big difference to try to be able to put an Earth Power into Raging Bolt and a Horn Leech into the Urshifu on the other side, or an Ivy Cudgel to be cover for the Ogrepon to come in, and make it a little bit easier for Stefan to press the offense. Definitely, despite losing Clefairy and losing that really easy end game that we saw from game one, would not count Stefan out here. He's got the speed, he's got a couple of big attackers on the field, and Tim looks a little bit vulnerable here.
Yeah, it will come down to if Tim can stall out this Tailwind, just so that way not all of Stefan's Pokemon will be outspeeding Tim's Pokemon, as Ogrepon uses Ivy Cudgel here. It does connect. You see the excitement on Stefan's face as it knocks out the Urshifu here. So now, how does Tim react to this after taking a Landorus Earth Pound? That's just a one-hit KO.
That's just a one-hit KO. Those special defense boosts are a thing of the past, and that's just a KO. Tim doesn't even try the Thunderclap into Ogrepon there, and so the Ivy Cudgel just goes off. The Urshifu on the other side also could have protected that turn and tried to keep itself around, but it doesn't happen. And so nothing could have gone better for Stefan than the way that turn played out. Gets the Ivy Cudgel KO, gets the Earth Power KO, and now is in prime position to get this last KO against Ogrepon and win this set.
Yeah, so Tim with just the Hearthflame Mask Ogrepon against Landorus and Ogrepon. Not a position that you want to be in, as Ogrepon will fight this out. Does connect a Wood Hammer onto the Ogrepon over on Stefan's side. Does get the KO, but again, Landorus has such great typing coverage because of its access to Sludge Bomb. Sheer Force boosted, Life Orb boosted, Sludge Bomb, but looks like it's just going to be an Earth Power into that Ogrepon slot, and that will get the KO, and Stefan Mott will make it and secure the spot in day two here at the Orlando Regional Championships.
Yeah, Earth Power recovering for a possible Trisolization. Tim had never had to use it in that game. But yeah, just has so much damage left there at the end. You can see the power of Clefairy. Game 1, it has the win condition mode. But even in Game 2, it became one of those magnets of focus. Tim really had to think so much about how to deal with it. So he had to make team adjustments. Doesn't bring in Cineroar because he can't be left with 2 Pokemon. Has to prioritize getting it KO'd. That means leaving Rillaboom out to just also get knocked out, right? There are very few situations when you're playing this kind of balance team that you just stay with the Rillaboom and go for this Wood Hammer. Go for the Grassy Glide on the next turn, knowing that Rillaboom's just going to go down. But that was because Tim had to prioritize so much finding damage onto Clefairy, and he finally gets enough damage. He gets it done, and then is just up against Ogerpon and Landorus with the Tailwind, putting out so much damage.
A few times really allowed Tim to have opportunities to, really chip away at that Clefairy, that end game that was so important, Stefan, and, that Clefairy hung on just long enough. It really comes down to that Raging Bolt switch, right?
Yeah, I think that Raging Bolt switch was a really crucial moment. I think Tim was trying to not have to give up too much on the turn that he got rid of Clefairy, right? Or maybe he's not confident the Ogerpon would have even been able to take an Ivy Cudgel, and so it wasn't going to be that easy. If you think that Ivy Cudgel is just going to KO the Ogerpon Hearthflame, then the Clefairy is still actually playing that win condition role, because with Raging Bolt on the field next to it, it can't do any damage alongside that. If Ivy Cudgel is just going to KO Ogerpon, then you're going to lose that Pokemon, and so maybe a switch was forced, but gives up a ton in switching out that boosted Raging Bolt to find more damage on the turn that Clefairy goes down, and then pays for it. When Raging Bolt comes back out, Landorus just picks up that enormous one-hit KO onto Raging Bolt.
Yeah, so that was a battle. That was a battle. I mean, Stefan played that magnificently, just making sure that Clefairy was around to be able to provide that support. Again, Game 1, such a crucial win condition to be able to keep that Clefairy versus that Raging Bolt, just to wall that Raging Bolt. Hey, Raging Bolt, I know that you enjoy sitting there, setting up your Calm Minds and stuff, but hey, you can't Thunderclap and you can't Dragon Pulse. Now what are you going to do? And my partner Pokemon are going to start knocking out your Pokemon.
Yeah, we've seen players do it with the Fairy Terrorized Amoonguss, who can play a very similar role. If you're Rage Powdering with a Fairy Amoonguss, the same thing happens. But then you have to save your Terrestrialization for that. Clefairy allowed Stefan to use the Terrestrialization on Ogerpon and really press the offense. It was what made it so easy to get those couple of KOs that broke open Game 1 with the boosted Ivy Cudgel landing into the Rillaboom and weakening it down, and also what allowed the Ogerpon to have the offense to close out that Game 2, getting hits into the Urshifu on the other side, and also threatening the Ogerpon on the other side enough that Tim wasn't willing to just make that trade.
Yeah. So again, they're friends. They know how each other play too, right? So that must go into the mentality of how they prepared for this and how they thought about trying to go into just, hey, usually your tendency here is to not do that. Hey, your tendency in this situation is to typically do that. So I wonder if that had anything to do with how they played this match out.
Well, I just know that it's going to be a tricky spot as friends if Tim is constantly getting put in that Clefairy checkmate position. That's no fun to be in. To just see your Pokemon and then just see your win conditions vanish as you have no way to deal with it.
Yeah, and thinking about it, like with this team that Tim piloted being such a popular team, it's got a lot of presence at any tournament that you go to. It's one of the best teams. I mean, you take 6 of the best Pokemon in usage, right? The top 6 Pokemon in usage, that's this team. That could basically be this team, right? And then you get kind of walled by Clefairy.
Yeah, I mean, when a team is that common, it has very clearly exploitable flaws, and with a Pokemon that's not that bad to begin with, Clefairy, a very strong Pokemon, it's not like you're paying a huge tax to have that matchup advantage. It makes a ton of sense. Well, let's hear from the man himself and hear about from Stefan about that match.
We'll talk later.
Thank you, Evan, or Evan's on SME. Thank you, Len and Dwee. Sorry, we were actually just talking about Dwee's Tangela pin and talking about the viability of Tangela in competitive Pokemon. That's legitimately what was actually going on over here in the labs. But we are here with Stefan Mott.
Hi.
He has moved on to day 2 here at this after round 8. So he had a 2-0 victory over Tim Edwards, who obviously just got second place at EUIC. So, but you're on a hot streak yourself, top 32 at EUIC last weekend as well. So everything's going great.
Yeah, I've had I talked about this a little bit in my stream interview at EUIC. I've had not a bad season, but a weird season. I've just been 6-3ing everything, and like it's been like they're good results. I qualified for Worlds before EUIC, but like it gets a little frustrating. Like I had a really good start to the season. I top 16 Sacramento, and it's just kind of been like very mid since then. So it's really nice to not only go 8-1 for the first time at EUIC, but also make back-to-back day 2s, which I haven't done since around this time last year. So I'm really happy, and especially against a player as amazing as Tim. It feels good to get another win.
So what do you think has been a factor to your benefit over the last couple weeks? As you say, you've had a lot of 6 and 3s, which is, you know, to the layman player, that's a great performance, but to a regional champion like yourself, obviously you hold yourself to a higher standard. How have you now performed these last 2 weekends, these last 2 events in a row, to that higher standard you hold yourself to?
Yeah, so a lot of it is a team building thing. I've been on this team for about 8 weeks or so, and when I team build, it's I have the very, very descriptive thought process of vibes on, vibes off, and there was something about this team where I wasn't doing very well with it for the first like month and a half that I used it, but I could feel that it wasn't a team issue. It was that the team is just really hard to pilot well, and I just wasn't playing it well enough. So I stuck with it. I've been on the team for about 8 or 9 weeks now, and that's really been really beneficial to me. Before, like the first half of the season, I was making like meta calls, and like they weren't bad, but you go in and if you don't have that much time to prep your calcs, to prep your lines, it can be really difficult to play on the fly, especially some of the North American events where you play a lot more random stuff, so to speak. And then more recently, I just kind of like, at the beginning of this year, I stuck with the team for about 2 months, but it was like a very volatile team, lots of inaccurate moves, and that like it had a very high ceiling. I was able to beat really good players and play super well when everything hit, but then you'd play 9 rounds of Swiss in a day, you're gonna miss a bunch of moves. So it's kind of nice to have a team that I've played for about 2 months. The meta hasn't shifted in a way that is bad for the team. If anything, it's gotten stronger, and I don't really have a lot of inaccurate moves. Bleakwind Storm was great up there, though.
I was gonna say, we're talking about inaccuracy, we're talking about the vibes being on. The vibes were off for Tornadus with that. I don't know if you could, obviously you have headphones on, but the crowd with the double Bleakwind miss is like, how do you handle stressful situations like that where you have to rely on inaccurate moves which are inherently unreliable?
It's really tough. I'm a bit of an emotional player, so one of the biggest things I've had to work on is like, I'm still gonna get annoyed when stuff like that happens, but you have to just not let it affect the way you play the game. You kind of like take a deep breath and go, okay, observe the board state. What happened last turn does not matter. I observe the board state. I make the play that's on the board state that we're on. After the last Bleakwind miss on the Rilla, I hesitated a little. The plays always follow me Bleakwind again. I just have to get rid of the Rilla. But I did hesitate a bit because I'm just sitting there thinking, am I really going to miss another Bleakwind? Am I going to lose this game off another Bleakwind miss? But eventually I had to go for it because it is the correct play. And when you think about it, like a couple turns before that, like the line is, I need to not miss 3 Bleakwinds in a row on the Rilla, and the chances of that happening are fairly low, so, you know, it worked out in the end. It was okay. The Sing miss was a little sad. That was a really nice play.
Whoa. First of all, I will allow you to be upset at the Bleakwind misses because it's 70% accurate. You're like, oh, shucks, I wish that one hit. But Sing, you gotta just tip your hat when Sing misses. 55%
I wasn't sad.
accurate.
I wasn't mad.
Like, yeah.
I was sad. Because the Urshi comes in, and I'm like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not 100% sure why he switched out the Raging Bolt there. But it goes out, the Ursh comes in, and I'm like, oh, if this Sing connects, I win the game. And then it missed, and I was a little bit sad, especially like compounded by the Bleakwind misses. But ultimately, like, Bleakwind is a move that if you're planning on playing a Bleakwind spam line, like, you're trying to position yourself to have a lot of opportunities to click Bleakwind, so it's not like, oh, I need to hit every single Bleakwind. I need to hit 9 Bleakwinds in a row to win this game. Well, it's like, obviously, that's not going to be very reliable. But, you know, it's like, if you only need to hit a few of them, like, it can work. If Torn hits all of them, like, it's kind of fire.
Now, I noticed in game 2, you spent a lot of those turns just using your first 3 Pokemon and saving the full health Landorus in the back. So obviously at that point, you were able to have full HP, have your HP, use it as a resource as players talk about all the time, and then get the final KO onto Pokemon Hearthflame on the other side. So when you're playing at this high of a level against another great player like Tim, how early on into a match are you saying in the back of your head, I have to conserve Landorus at full HP for the end game?
So the matchup is really interesting because it's not actually about Landorus preservation. It's about preserving Clefairy. You have to keep Clefairy alive. You're not allowed to Terra Clefairy because the Clefairy is what walls the Raging Bolt.
Right.
So you have to keep Clefairy alive and you have to not Terra Clefairy, which is really hard against the Ogerpon Hearthflame because it's really tempting to just turn it into a fire type and click follow me. But it's about conserving Clefairy's HP while also not letting the Clefairy go down. But like you need to have it on the field, otherwise the partners are weak and you need the redirection. So it's a really interesting game of sort of mental calculations and like risk mitigation and knowing exactly how much Clefairy can take. Because it doesn't matter if the Clefairy is on full HP or 1 HP against the Raging Bolt. At the end, it's really just like if the Clefairy is alive, you win against the Bolt. And with the Landorus, it was more just that I couldn't find, like I needed Clefairy on the field to support its partner more so than like switching in the Lando would have not really given me a lot of tempo. Like a lot of the stuff that was going into the Clefairy probably would have KO'd the Lando. Like if I take a Surging Strikes or like a +3 Dragon Pulse or something, like I'm not gonna live. So the Lando was just kind of hanging out because I just couldn't really find a time to bring it in. But Clefairy did her job really well, and then we got into a bit of a read at the end there on my last turn of Tailwind in game number 2 where I threatened Substitute, which is why Tim attacked there. Like he read Substitute and he wanted to Dragon Pulse the Substitute so that when Tailwind went down, he would be able to KO the Lando. So I had to make that read where basically I had to sacrifice the Clefairy near the end, bring in the Lando, force that read, and then get it correct.
Yeah, I think it's just always fascinating watching top players and having you explain your turns, in advance, knowing that VGC is a game that it takes so many turns at once. Like you can't just go moment by moment. You have to really start to map out your game plan and your win conditions. And I think it's always great talking with you and hearing your insights. So before we let you get ready for your round 9 matchup, do you have any shout outs for anybody watching at home?
Yeah, really, really big shout out goes to Borgie, who's one of my good friends, one of my Clefdengo brothers, and one of the Small of Garden brothers, my main sort of building group and friend group here in Pokemon. He helped me sort of theorize lines into Tim's team once I saw the pairing and we were waiting for the stream to go up. And also a shout out as well to Montana Mott, who helped me run a lot of lines into the general archetype. It wasn't quite the same team, but I lost to Montana at Vancouver, and Montana was gracious enough to give time to me to help figure out that matchup, which even though it wasn't quite the exact same matchup here, that kind of experience really, really helped carry over into this match.
Was it a Mott connection? He was like, I gotta help a fellow Mott out. Yeah.
The first time we played was at a win-in Vancouver. Like that, it's this is a rivalry that's destined to happen. So I did not win, but next time. As of right now, I am not the superior Mott, but next time.
Hey, we'll never know what happens here this weekend in Orlando. But again, congratulations, Stefan. We're rooting for you in round 9, and we look forward to seeing you on broadcast in day 2 tomorrow. But for now, we are going to take a break as we get prepared for our final match of the day on stream. Round 9 will be right here when we come back.
One thing I would tell a new player before they do their first tournament is to watch previous tournaments. You have access to high-level players competing with one another, and you get to see a whole lot of cool ideas to build your team around. Like, for example, the team that I'm running today was based off of Lawrence's team that he used at EUIC.
A piece of advice I would give is definitely to sit down and talk to the person across the table from you. They're not always going to talk back, but more often than not, someone sitting across from you is just as nervous potentially as you. And every time I strike up a conversation, it eases a lot of nerves and it helps you play a little bit better because you're less in your head and you're more so having a good time playing Pokemon.
So something I would tell a new player for their first tournament is definitely reach out to the community. There's so many awesome people in this community. I definitely wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the awesome community. So I definitely say to talk to some friends, make some friends, kind of enjoy yourself, learn from them. A lot of people in the community love to help. So that would be my top advice.
What I would tell a new player at their first regional
is just try your best to have fun, stay as positive as you possibly can. Even if you lose your first match, first 2 matches, feel like you want to drop, there's side events, but you practice for this, just do your best to have fun.
One thing I would tell a new player who's coming to their first tournament is to bring a team that they're comfortable with. Knowing your Pokemon, how all the matchups play out, goes a long way.
The first thing I would tell someone who is, getting ready for their first tournament is to not be so nervous. I get it's a big event, you don't know how many people are going to be playing. You're going to meet new people, a million deck options out there, but just lock into whatever deck you're practicing with. Bring some extra sleeves in case you break a sleeve, whatnot, and maybe a water, some snacks. Other than that, just have some fun.
Brings it down though by not nearly enough as the Thunderbolt, even at -2, was enough to pick up the Flutter with that crit. And Toller Webb wins the Knoxville Regional Championships.
I learned to read playing Pokemon when I was 4. I was playing Pokemon Silver without being able to read the text, and I would keep asking my grandma to read it for me, and she would read it for me. And through that process, eventually, I figured out how to read sometime in pre-K after having gone through and okay, I need to actually understand the words so I can know what to do with the Sudowoodo with blocking my path. Not that I knew it was a Sudowoodo, because I couldn't read. So 15 years ago in 2009, I was playing my very first tournament in Philadelphia. I remember losing a one-off of getting to play in the equivalent of Top Cut back then, and just bawling my eyes out. I was so convinced I was gonna be so good at the game the first time I did it. I was so confident. And then my mom was walking me out of the convention center I'm so sorry about my child. I was snot coming out of my nose, just crying. I remember that especially because that was how I started, was crying walking out of the convention center. I transitioned to competitive for the same reason that I was so sad when I lost my first tournament, because I was convinced that I was gonna be good at it. And then the game showed me that I was not good at it, and I was not talented at it, and that I was gonna have to work really hard, and I can't stand leaving a challenge unfinished. So that's what pulled me into it, was seeing myself fail that way and being like, no, surely I can do this, I am a fearful person, and the game taught me how important it was to sometimes not be afraid. And the game shows me that if I want to win, or if I want to play the Pokemon that I want to play, because I also love the game, I need to be ready to work for it and ready to fight, even when I'm afraid. So it's given me a kind of courage that I don't think I would get from anything else. 2017 regionals in Virginia, my best friend Kazuki Kanehira was playing his first tournament. And we had both brought a kind of similar Mimikyu Snorlax team. And I went undefeated in Swiss, which was fine, my achievements or whatever. But what was really exciting was watching him succeed. And he made top 4 of that tournament, and I was just sitting there beaming. Watching him succeed at his first tournament, watching him be excited, watching him be happy, that was, all I could have asked for. The thing that's really beautiful about competitive Pokemon is that I get to see everything from people. I get to see the lows, I get to see the highs, I get to know people in a way that I wouldn't ever know them otherwise. And so I think being so connected to other people that way and being able to fit it in as part of the rest of my life is immensely gratifying. I look up to almost everyone I play, just to be clear. But Wolf just won a regional, and I definitely look up to the way he plays. The way he manages risk is really impressive to me. And James Evans has played some amazing Pokemon this whole year, and he keeps fighting, and he's totally public with other players about what he's doing, what he's trying to do. I think that's awesome. And I'm inspired by my friends. They've helped me a lot. I think anyone who keeps it up and shows that passion for the game, that's kind of a fundamental appreciation for it, I'm inspired by. My goal this season is to play beautiful Pokemon. 15 years, obviously it's nice to win Worlds or have that dream, and I want to, but you win Worlds by winning one game at a time. So I'd prefer to make all of those games as wonderful as I can make them and do this game the justice and honor that I think it deserves.
Before a big match, I just like to think of it as the same game that I've been practicing with. It's really just the same as my practice games. And I like to remember that we're just here to have fun. So I like to go into every set just wanting to have fun and play it like I'm practicing.
I think nerves are definitely inevitable because I've been to a few of these things and I'm still nervous, but I actually call my mom and I talk to her for a minute and then I listen to music when I'm in the hall around everybody, so it doesn't get as overwhelming and as loud. So
yeah, something I do to calm my nerves before a match, I like to flip through my binder and just check out my cards and like really just trying to not think about the match. 'Cause yeah, it helps a lot because yeah, if I think about it too much, game's not gonna go good. But yeah, that's what I do.
Something I do to calm my nerves is first I just take a breath and try to remember that at the end of the day, this is just a fun game. We're both here to have fun, win or lose, no matter what.
I think spending time alone as well as like being able to like take time for yourself and focus on a match especially is really important. I find that like sometimes like even talking to friends or even just like being alone and relaxing, it's really just, it helps a lot with like calming down nerves, and especially for a big match, it really just takes the focus onto the game and lets you play at your best basically with the best mindset possible.
So before a big match, I tend to get pretty nervous, and I usually like to take some deep breaths, kind of focus on the moment. Nothing else matters, just this next game. So really I've just been focusing on my breath and yeah, just trying to stay in the moment.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 Pokémon Regional Championships here in Orlando, Florida. 8 rounds of Swiss have already happened. Guess what? There's one more to come.
Yeah, the stressful, all-important win or go home match. Of course, those players who lose will still get some championship points on the day, but they won't be playing tomorrow, and their hopes of winning the tournament will end. And so this is that crucial round of the day.
This is the most important round of the day. Because, well, I said the day, there's more important rounds tomorrow, but yeah, for day one, this is the most crucial round of the day. You know, players who are currently 8-0 right now, just trying to strengthen their record for day 2. Players that are currently 7-1 already have their ticket to day 2.
You're really testing yourself trying to go through the records again.
I am. I know the math now. Players that are currently at 7-1 are currently trying to add more wins. You know, if you lose that one, it's fine. You're still 7-2 going into day 2. You know, not the best place to start day 2, but you made it to day 2. And then of course, these 6-2 players, these 6-2 players that are gonna be vying for that ticket to day 2. Of course, you know.
Yeah, a lot of strong players have already punched their ticket on to day 2. People we saw on the stream earlier today, like Zay Zhang and Wolf Glick, have punched their ticket and will be playing tomorrow. But still a lot of players out there hoping for this last round to make it happen.
Yep, a lot of players are currently out in the field still doing well, but hey Len, let's take a quick look at how well we're doing with our caster predictions that we made before this tournament. So let's go ahead and take a quick look at the caster predictions on the Pokemon that have been most likely to succeed.
Are we bringing this up to pat ourselves on the back for that Clefairy?
No, we actually brought it up because, you know...
Because there have been no Porygon 2s on stream yet?
We haven't had no Porygon 2s on stream yet, so that's bad for all of us in the casters.
Yeah, I think Porygon 2 has been really interesting over the last couple of months. Ever since, I think, that team that Scott Iwafuchi really popularized in some online tournaments and then himself used in Vancouver a few weeks ago, it's been there. There have been players, you know, earning their World Championship invites by having strong finishes at regionals, winning locals with it, and earning a lot of championship points, but it's never really broken into that top usage. We've obviously never seen it in a top 12 graphic. And this weekend's no change. I'm sure there are a few players out there in the field who are having success with it, but it shows no sign of taking over the format completely.
And you mentioned it. We saw Clefairy from Stefan's team just doing a lot of work against one of the most popular teams in the format, that Raging Bolt Balance team. So Clefairy really putting in the work that it can do, right? Like that Friend Guard ability is so nice to be able to change all the damage calcs. We saw it be very important in that match where the Tornadus on Stefan's side survived a Grassy Glide and a Thunderclap because the Friend Guard from Clefairy that had switched in changed all the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really also impactful when you can get that. The Clefairy switched in, was able to take the Thunderclap plus Grassy Glide double up for Tornadus, but then that left Tornadus at very low health. The Clefairy is there to just follow me, keep it safe for several more turns. Without Clefairy, Tornadus goes down on that turn. Instead, it had the time to miss a few more Bleak Winds and then eventually pick up a KO under Rillaboom.
Yep, and a Pokemon that all of us had predicted, Ursaluna. Not the Blood Moon variant of Ursaluna, but, you know, we all predicted Ursaluna to be doing well. We did see an Ursaluna take the field on stream, I believe.
Yeah, Rajan, I don't think his day went as he'd hoped after that point. Won't be moving into day 2. But again, a Pokemon that, you know, honestly, ever since it was introduced back last summer and going into the World Championships, has been a Pokemon that some players have had success with, has always been around, something you have to account for in your team building process, but has never surged to the top. And I think this weekend, no change for that.
Yep, and Joe Brown there predicting Blood Moon Ursaluna over the non-Blood Moon variant, just normal Ursaluna. And yeah, I believe it was on a team, but it was not brought to the battles.
Yeah, it was on the Trick Room team that Jimmy Friedel went 7-0 already, punched his way into day 2, but I think smartly found that path of the game that didn't actually include the Ursaluna Blood Moon.
Yeah, so I think, you know what, I'm going to say it right now, even though we haven't seen Porygon 2 on stream, I think that we're all doing great with our caster predictions.
Thank you, Dwayne. I think you're doing great with your caster predictions.
That wasn't just towards you, Len. That was towards everybody. That was for Joe, Gabby, and Jake as well. But yeah, you're doing great.
Well, someone who's doing great with their caster predictions, Jake, we saw the Archaludon win on stream earlier today and really have a massive impact on that match. And coming up in our next match, we're going to have another Archaludon on the field trying to repeat that success.
Let's go ahead and take a quick look at Swiss standings right now, the lay of the standings here in Orlando. The 8-0 players currently, Killen Van Severen, Andrew Jenkins, and Ben Grismer. A lot of 7-1 players that have already secured their spot. Again, this is not an exhaustive list of players that have secured their spot, but up till the top 16 currently in seeds. We see that Jimmy Friedel, who we saw and talked about just a little bit earlier, has fallen to 7-1. Wolf Glick, regional champion over in Charlotte, world champion, national champion, international champion, Players Cup champion, any championship that has been dealt out by Pokemon, Wolf has won it, currently sitting at 7-1, trying to become a player that will be able to make it onto the champion graphic twice. Of course, at the 11th seed right there, you see James Beck, also a player that has that shot to do a repeat regional championship this season.
Yeah, so many strong players on this list, hoping to pick up their 8th win, but comfortably knowing that they will be playing tomorrow and at least trying tomorrow to win this tournament.
Yep, and Zay Zhang we saw earlier on stream with the Mamoswine.
Yeah, we didn't get to see the Mamoswine on stream in that match, but you have to imagine it's pretty impactful at some point today.
We saw the sprite.
Yeah, that's true.
It made it to the stream.
I don't think it counts unless we see a 3D model.
Fine, I will yield to you on that, Len. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at the notable matches here in Swiss Round 9. Ashton Cox sitting at, well, all of these matches are currently sitting at 6-2. Ashton Cox versus Carter Davis, Nicholas Hegel versus Jody Azzarelli, Dong Hun Yoon versus Jamie Mancini, Jeremy Parson versus Dylan Salvanera, and our featured match will be Yuki Zaninovich versus Chance Hines.
Yeah, should be a pretty fun match to watch. I think 2 really interesting teams. And yeah, a set of really strong matches across the board. Jeremy and Dylan, both players who have been in regional top cuts in the last year. Ashton, one of our players to watch. A lot of hopes and dreams resting in this final 9th round today.
Yeah, Ashton, last year's finalist here at the Orlando Regional Championships, running a team that consists of Chestnut. Chestnut currently sitting at 6-2. Would like to see that success be repeated this season, this year in Orlando, but we'll have to win this match as well as climb through the ranks of day 2 as well. But I'm excited to see the match. I have the team sheets in front of us, and we got some spice.
Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna see a Comfy and a Sableye up against the Archaludon on the other side. Should be fun.
You forgot Galarian Moltres.
Yeah, is Galarian Moltres the most fun one?
I think it's the most fun one. I'm a big Moltres fan.
I think Galarian Moltres and Annihilate, who's also on the same team, both being supported by the Comfey and Sableye, are two of those Pokemon that you always kind of worry about having to play against. You don't practice against them enough. You don't team build with them in mind to where you are certain about what your matchup is like, and they play in such specific ways where they're both very sustain-heavy Pokemon that try to boost up and make life very difficult on you, and then sometimes you just have to improvise your matchup against them at the last moment. Maybe Yuki, I should give him way more credit. He's thoughtfully prepared his Comfey, Sableye, Moltres matchup. But I think likely something that'll be being figured out on the fly, and it'll be really interesting to watch.
This is a test, and let's go ahead and throw it to the stage right now where the players are seated and take a deeper dive into their teams. Chance on the left, Yuki on the right. Again, that's a team. That's a spicy team, Len. That's the Annihilate, Incineroar, Rillaboom, Galarian, Moltres, Sableye, and Comfey. Yuki running a team that has Pokemon that we know what they do with Amoonguss, Thundurus, Urshifu, Archaludon, Incineroar, and Landorus.
Yeah, I mean, a team with spice of its own. The Thundurus instead of Tornadus in order to set up that Prankster Rain Dance. But yeah, let's talk about some of the mechanics here on Chance's team. Not Pokemon that we get to see a lot of. Comfey is here on the team because of its ability Triage. That gives +3 priority to all healing moves. That means both that Draining Kiss and Floral Healing will be operating with priority. Sableye, of course, has a much more familiar priority boosting ability in Prankster, which will mean it can put up Light Screen and Reflect with boost, but also use Will-O-Wisp to mitigate damage coming on the other side. So both these Pokemon, Sableye and Comfey, Sableye mitigating damage with screens, and with Will-O-Wisp, Comfey healing back up health using priority Floral Healing, or to keep Annihilate and Galarian Moltres very healthy while they boost themselves with Bulk Up and Nasty Plot. Moltres also gets an additional boost when it falls below 50% health, something that can happen many more times than once in a game if you're having priority Floral Healings going into Moltres. And so well, these Pokemon are going to try to accumulate boosts and then sweep their way through Yuki's team. And then those final two Pokemon to close out the team composition are the ever-familiar Incineroar and Rillaboom, who form that pivoting core that can also help support those boosting Pokemon. And they're going to be up against what is a Rain team without a Pelipper. You have the Archaludon, the Choice Scarf, Urshifu, Rapid Strike, who love to benefit from that Rain Dance, but it's going to be Thundurus Incarnate setting the Rain Dance. The difference with using Thundurus over the Tornadus, you no longer have access to that Prankster Tailwind. We've seen that support for Urshifu so often, but instead you have a different set of offense coming out of Thundurus. Thunderbolt can be really useful into a lot of different Pokemon, but also have Eerie Impulse, which is a because of Prankster priority move that's going to reduce the special attack of a Pokemon on the opposing side by 2 stages. And so it's like Charm, and you're going to be dropping the special attack of things on the other side. You know, you can you would love to be able to undo, for instance, the Nasty Plot on Moltres and mitigate it, but you're only going to be able to do that if you can force a Terastallization, because the Dark typing on Moltres is going to make it immune to the Eerie Impulse because of Dark type's immunity to Prankster boosted moves. And so it looks like something that's going to be pretty difficult for Yuki to contain.
Yep, Chance offering that if he were to choose a first partner Pokemon, he would choose Yamper. Yuki, on the other side, well, the first winner of Joe Brown's VGC History Trivia with an asterisk next to it. Yeah. Asterisk next to the winner.
I think we saw him win, pick up his T-shirt. I think, you know, he was the second person to win the prize, but I think actually got all the questions right.
Okay, yeah, all right. Well, that checks out. But yeah, this is a really interesting team over on Chance's side. Like, these are all, usually when you bring a team with less commonly used Pokemon, more underutilized Pokemon, you have one, maybe 2 pushing it, but the fact that there's the 3 here with the Sableye, the Comfey, and that Galarian Moltres those are all 3 Pokemon that we don't commonly see at all.
It's true, but I would argue there are pieces of this team that are way more familiar than they look like. If you look at, you know, I talked about the Raging Bolt earlier in the day is like the core of the Incineroar and Rillaboom team, and in some senses is so popular because it is the best thing to benefit from that core. Well, Galarian, Moltres, and Annihilate are just 2 examples of other Pokemon that can try to benefit from that core. And then Sableye and Comfey are just the kind of Pokemon that can give very dedicated support to a boosting attacker. It's like you take that just grassy terrain fake out support and crank it up a notch to have this really dedicated support. I think it's going to be interesting to see which of the Pokemon Chance focuses on. You often just kind of want one egg at the center of the basket, whether that's Annihilate or Galarian Moltres, because you want 3 supportive options for it. I'm sure there are game plans that Chance has where he brings both of them. That may be a possibility in this game as well, but probably one of them is going to be more the focus than the other. And I don't think there's a super clear answer from Team Preview which that should be. I think Annihilate has some better matchups across the board, but really doesn't like to fight against the Amoonguss on the other side. Is going to have a hard time dealing with that, does not have a grass terrestrialization, does not have safety goggles, is going to be vulnerable to Spore and getting redirected the entire time. Galarian Moltres has a lot easier time KOing Amoonguss itself, and so can deal with that, but doesn't have some of the same positive matchups against, for instance, Archaludon, who would love to land an Electro Shot into it. There's not as much defensive boosting for the Moltres, so it's going to look a little bit vulnerable. So it may not be that there's one answer here we may see between a couple of games in the match going back and forth.
Yuki having to double take this team sheet here, just trying to make sure he knows exactly what to do against these Pokemon. And you're right, like, one of the cool things about this team is just like, it's a team that benefits from just, if the game lasts long, then Chance's team does well. Like, Annihilate does, if it keeps getting hit and then healing back up, and then Moltres, if it can continue to get those Berserk boosts, you're right.
It absolutely does, but Archaludon on the other side also a Pokemon that really loves to have long games. If it can accumulate a couple of stamina boosts, a couple of Electro Shot boosts, then it can also try to win a late game and try to keep up with some of the boosting happening on the other side, and has its own support options as well. The Incineroar and the Amoonguss are pretty good support Pokemon, and I think Yuki has better options for trying to blow an early hole in Chance's team. There is no early aggressive damage from Chance's side. If KOs happen, they're going to happen after a little bit of buildup. But Yuki can get a Choice Scarf Urshifu out on the field, or a Landorus Incarnate, and just threaten a ton of damage into things like Incineroar or Rillaboom, and try to punch that first hole that makes it a lot harder to support that boosting Pokemon at the middle of it all.
And here we go. Both players now will send out their leads, Archaludon and Thundurus over on Yuki's side of the field, while it is Annihilate and Sableye over on Chance's side of the field. So again, this Sableye will be able to set up screens promoting longevity here for this Annihilate on Chance's side of the field.
Yeah, going to be able to set up a light screen, try to mitigate the damage coming in from Archaludon. You can imagine something like an Electro Shot or a Flash Cannon is coming this turn, but the bulk up is not going to help with that. You probably still want it to start getting the attack boost, because you're not going to KO either of these Pokemon too quickly, but a light screen may not be enough damage, especially if it's repeated Electro Shots where Archaludon starts to boost its own special attack in response, are going to really mount damage quickly against this Annihilate.
And Annihilate does use his turn to use bulk up as Thundurus over on Yuki's side sets up the rain. Light screen is set by that Light Clay Sableye, and here is an Electro Shot from that Archaludon. Will boost its special attack by 1 stage here and deal some damage, but again, that light screen from that Sableye will be paying off really well, and Sableye does not take 50% damage. Sableye not the bulkiest Pokemon, but it is kind of a pesky Pokemon to deal with.
Yeah, it's looking like little enough damage that even with another boost, probably wouldn't be able to pick up the damage on Sableye. And we may be telegraphing a little bit with where the damage is focused. I talked before the match that one of the problems with using Annihilate is that if the Amoonguss is on the other side, it's a problem, but of course Sableye has the priority taunt, would be able to shut down Amoonguss, but if you can get rid of that taunt, then Amoonguss starts to look like a much bigger problem. Also, just maybe the Sableye looks a little bit more vulnerable, and you may be expecting this game to go so long that that first light screen can expire, and you'd like to just not have Sableye around by that point.
Amoonguss will take the field for the Thunders, but the taunt lands right into that Amoonguss, so the Amoonguss will not be able to provide Rage Powder or Spore support, and this Annihilate content to just continue to go for bulk ups, boosting its attack and defense. Now 2 stages of increase both. So the Electro Shot again from Archaludon boosts it to 2 stages of increased special attack now. It's getting scary right here. This Archaludon will start dealing damage, and that light screen won't matter as much if it keeps boosting like this.
Yeah, both Pokemon boosting up quickly. Oh, it is enough damage with the extra stage of special attack to just get the KO on the Sableye. I think that's a pretty important thing. Sableye does manage to land 1 taunt on Amoonguss almost by accident as Amoonguss comes in for what was the Thundurus, but that'll be the only taunt that happens in this game, which means that Thundurus and Amoonguss are going to have a little bit more uncontested presence on the field. But now this Annihilate is a couple times boosted. Amoonguss is taunted, can't try to Rage Powder or support the Archaladon in this moment, and so starts to look like a big attack into Archaladon could be threatening. We've also seen that Annihilate is faster than the Archaladon. Not necessarily something we could have taken for granted, but looks to be the case, which means that Chance doesn't have to find speed control, but Yuki might need to. He does have options like the Thunder Wave on the Thunderous on the other side. I think that's the only speed control option really available. And so if he ever wants to be able to get outpaced this, that'll be the way to make it happen.
Okay, all right. That's some spice. Looks like Chance is turning down his own Annihilate with the Grassy Glide here. Archaladon will Terrasilize, will turn into that Grass type right now. Wants to shake off that weakness to a potential Drain Punch from the Annihilate over on Chance's side, but Chance really using this option right here to give boost to this Annihilate for its Rage Fist attack, and here it is yet another bulk up. So now 3 stages of increased attack and defense. Here's an Electro Shot from Yuki's Archaladon. Again, now this is 3 stages of increased special attack. Will be targeting down what I believe is going to be this Annihilate to try to get damage down onto it. How much damage will it do at 3 stages? Nope, it's actually going to land right into the Rillaboom.
Yeah, Yuki taking a tactic that a lot of players will employ against the Annihilate, which is just refusing to attack it. If you have the Amoonguss on the field, it's really, you're going to take a lot of boosts to start trying to Drain Punch your way through an Amoonguss, and so if you can just refuse to give it Rage Fist boost and it stays as a 50 base power move, that's one way to handle it. But Chance has been in this situation before. He's seen players try to do this to him and recognizes he's got to get that to at least 100 base power, and one side Grassy Glide will do that. And now with 3 boosts and a 100 base power Rage Fist, it's starting to look a lot easier to deal with both of these Pokemon. And yes, Archaladon is boosting itself up quickly. Now has 3 stages of boost special attack, but still hasn't actually landed any damage onto this Annihilate yet.
Yep, as again, another side Grassy Glide. That does a lot of damage with the critical hit. Not what you want to see, as Annihilate now with 100 base power Rage Fist will go for it, hits into that Archaladon, and Archaladon hangs on, gets a stamina boost. Not going to matter too much unless that Archaladon can continue to heal up from this grassy terrain multiple times, but that grassy terrain is going to expire once. Yeah, it's going to expire because this Rillaboom has been knocked out. So here's a Pollen Puff, will connect. That is another chance for Yuki's Archaladon to heal. So now that Pollen Puff will heal it back up to a lot of HP.
We saw how much damage that Rage Fist did last turn. That Pollen Puff is not enough to make Archaladon safe. It also has an Assault Vest. It can't protect itself. This taunt expires at perfectly the right moment, though. That's going to give an option to Rage Powder away and attack and let Archaladon continue to go out on the offense. Comfy's going to look pretty vulnerable to a Flash Cannon. I think one more turn without taunt would have really put Archaladon in a hole. Either takes a Rage Fist that turn, or it switches out and loses all of those boosts. But the taunt shakes off at the right moment. I think that side critical hit was impactful as well. And now we're maybe getting to the point where there's so many special attack boosts that the Archaladon would have been able to just KO this Annihilate, but it's going to definitely at least force a side Floral Healing here to get the Annihilate back to full health, because it's been damaged a decent amount from those side Grassy Glides.
Yeah, so the triaged Floral Healing will be able to heal Annihilate back up to max health. In Grassy terrain actually heals more. Here it is, the Comfy will use Floral Healing, will heal Annihilate back up to max health. Amoonguss can still opt for the Rage Powder. It will go for the Rage Powder here, but it will be taking a big Rage Fist, 100 base power, gonna connect into that Amoonguss.
Yeah.
150 base power now.
Yeah, been a couple times boosted and KOs that Amoonguss with just an enormous hit. Meanwhile, this Archaladon continues to boost itself up, using every single turn of this Rain Dance to continue to get those boosts, and is now out on the offense against Annihilate. This is going to be a crucial turn. Is it enough damage?
With the critical hit.
Wow, that could have been an insanely impactful critical hit. I think there was a safer path to this game for Yuki where he tried to just KO the Comfy, because then you can play a 2v1, try to get speed control with the Thunderous, but Comfy could have just protected itself that turn. In this game, so narrow and close that you can't afford that. But because the critical hit lands, maybe would have just been enough damage anyway. That Archaladon had boosted itself up so much, but it gets the critical hit, KOs Annihilate, and Comfy, well, Comfy doesn't really do anything by itself. That's the, one way to lose with these teams that have just one central core to the team is as soon as it goes down, you just have to click that run button. Comfy's not going to do anything on its own. I think that was a really fascinating game to watch as both players just kind of boosted up what felt like these unbeatable Pokemon who never actually fought each other until almost the end of the game. They were just busy taking down partners. Yuki recognizing that he needed to get rid of Sableye to prevent future taunts and screens, and because he didn't want to boost the Rage Fist himself, and then continuing to play after that and get other KOs, and then Chance being forced to go after the Amoonguss because of the Rage Powder at the critical moment.
Yeah, and the strategy there, just being able to go for those Grassy Glides to boost that Rage Fist power. Again, that's such a crucial, you know, whiffed KO there on to that Archaludon slot. You know, the game would have been different, completely different, if that Archaludon got knocked out, right? Like, that Archaludon was where Yuki had invested a lot of his resources into, just staying out on the field and just going for all those boosts.
Yeah, absolutely. It felt like whichever one of those two Pokemon went down first was going to lose their trainer that game. I mean, you know, we never saw like the complete picture of what the game looks like. If Archaludon goes down early, there are, I think, not quite as much dependence on it from Yuki's side as there is from Chance's side on the Annihilate. But still, would have been devastating either direction.
Both players have locked in now. Game 2, Chance needs to force a game 3 if he wants to make it to day 2. Yuki looking for his ticket to day 2. Oh, a little change up here over on Chance's side of the field. Yuki can lead with Thundurus and the Archaludon. Over on Chance's side, it is the Galarian Moltres and the Sableye.
Well, Yuki sees no problem with the Game 1 game plan. It got him a win, and so Thundurus is out there next to Archaludon once again, but Chance changes it up completely. Goes for a different core, this time with the Moltres out to boost it. Pokemon that looks, at the surface, pretty vulnerable against these two Pokemon, both electric-type attackers, and of course, if you try to Terastallize and get away from that weakness, then vulnerable to an Eerie Impulse on the other side that'll mitigate any nasty plots that Moltres goes for. But for now, it's just the Rain Dance, no Terastallization. Chance probably relying on Light Screen to be enough to keep the Moltres safe.
Yeah, so Sableye with the Light Screen. Moltres, the Galarian Moltres will use Nasty Plot here to boost its special attack by 2 stages, as Archaludon will go for an Electro Shot, giving it 1 stage of increased special attack here. And that's going to be something that everybody will need to keep track of watching at home, as well as the players out on the field, and us too. We know that another Electro Shot will be able to KO Sableye from this range after it gets another special attack boost, so Sableye is not safe in this moment.
Yeah, that looks a lot more clear this time. That first Electro Shot doing a decent amount more damage than the first Electro Shot did in the last game, indicating it was a low roll. Once again, Archaludon not immediately going on the offense against the boosting Pokemon, because you don't want to give it extra boosts. In this case, that would be probably dropping it below 50% health and giving it a boost while it's still the fastest Pokemon on the field. Instead, you'd like to get a couple more of these Electro Shot boosts, but even one might be enough to start threatening a KO, depending on how these Pokemon are trained.
Okay. Thundurus on Yuki's side will switch out. Yuki will send out the Urshifu, so more offense over on Yuki's side of the field. Galarian Moltres will Terastallize, become a poison type here, so not wanting to take Electro Shots, just wanting to be able to stay safe and stick around onto the field as much as possible, as Sableye uses Taunt onto the Thunder slot, which is now the Urshifu. So trying to prevent that Thundurus over on Yuki's side of the field to go for Eerie Impulses. And here's another nasty plot from Galarian Moltres. Now that's 4 stages of increased attack, special attack. Yuki's Archaludon now goes for Electro Shot, now at 2 stages of increased special attack, will land into that Galarian Moltres slot, but because of the Terastallization, it's not super effective.
Not super effective, and wouldn't have even been enough damage even if Galarian Moltres hadn't Terastallized. I like that turn from Chance to commit the Terastallization to keep Moltres a little bit healthier, but also put the Taunt onto Thundurus at the same time so that you're not immediately vulnerable to Prankster boosted moves. Of course, the Thundurus is in the back. It's going to come back in at some point, be able to Thunder Wave this Galarian Moltres and slow it down, or go for an Eerie Impulse, but right now it's the Urshifu that's the problem. It's going to be the fastest thing on the field. It's going to be boosted by Rain Dance. You can't put up a Reflect to try to stop that because they're going to be critical hitting the Surging Strikes, and so it's threatening a lot of damage. Moltres might be able to hang on through it, but if it doesn't, if this is another situation where Chance has this vulnerable boosted Pokemon and has to give up those boosts, but for now, Yuki doesn't want to go for the Surging Strikes, doesn't think it's enough to KO, doesn't want to risk Urshifu, which can always come back in and play that role in the future, but just sends it into the back and has the Amoonguss come out to take that Will-O-Wisp that would have mitigated a lot of that Surging Strikes damage.
Yeah, so Amoonguss now takes the field, gets burned, not going to care too much about that, not as much as that Urshifu will. And here's a Fire Wrath, does big spread damage right there, does activate the stamina, did get a critical hit there as Amoonguss will eat away at its Citrus Berry and heal back up. Does have a 20% chance to flinch targets here, but nope, no flinches over on that Archaludon. Archaludon uses Electroshock yet again. Now it is currently at 3 stages of increased special attack. It will hit into this Galarian Moltres. Galarian Moltres should be able to hang on, but so much damage has been dealt. Here's a Berserk boost, so now Galarian Moltres is at 5 stages increased special attack. You really want that Comfey out on the field right now.
Well, I actually think that Berserk boost is really important because you can see Archaludon took that first Fire Wrath for just under half health. By the way, really impressive from both the defense of the Archaludon and how little offensive training is probably on this Galarian Moltres that a +4 Fire Wrath did less than 50% of this Archaludon. But that extra Berserk boost probably means that's enough damage to pick up the KO on Archaludon. Galarian Moltres is the first thing moving. Amoonguss can't do anything to stop this. It's a spread move. That's just 2 KOs being threatened. And you don't want to bring your Thundurus or your Urshifu into a +5 special attack Fiery Wrath. Archaludon can't protect itself. It's got an Assault Vest on. There's really nothing that's going to be able to save this. And meanwhile, Sableye has done its job. It's got the screen up. It doesn't need to do anything on this turn because 2 KOs are being threatened, and so it is free for the Comfey to come back in and be able to threaten on the next turn that side floral healing to get Galarian Moltres back high in health. It is going to be the Urshifu trying to come in and take this Fire Wrath. We're going to have to see how much it does.
Fire Wrath connects onto both targets over there. Archaludon hangs on with just a sliver of health, not enough. And another stamina boost to boot. And here is an Electroshot. Connects into that Galarian Moltres and will be able to secure the KO. So, wow, that is an unfortunate whiff of a KO on Chance's side. We saw it get another boost, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, the 5th boost, every boost contributes less to the damage than the boost prior to that 5th boost. It doesn't contribute that much extra damage, but also must have been a damage roll for that first Fire Wrath to come so close to doing 50%, and then after a boost for it to not be able to pick it up. The game really just falls apart, Chance, in that moment. As soon as Moltres goes down, it looks very difficult for him to fight this back. Not going to give it up in this situation. Still has 3 Pokemon, has Rillaboom at full health, and a couple of very chipped low Pokemon around. The Amoonguss, after eating a Citrus Berry and getting a Regenerator, is going to be looking a little bit healthier. But these Pokemon on the field are very low and maybe in Grassy Glide KO range. Comfey also has priority with its Draining Kiss that can try to pick up the KO on maybe either of these Pokemon.
Rillaboom also has access to Fake Out, so could go for a Fake Out and Draining Kiss option here. You have to watch out. Fake Out probably won't be able to get the KO on that Archaludon because of its stamina boost, but I think the Draining Kiss, it might be in range for the KO there. So, you know, Chance trying to fight back here has options, but it's an uphill battle. It's an uphill battle,
but the low health bars on Yuki's side are a sign of hope, a sign of life. I think it's going... The Thundurus probably also doesn't have much damage output in this position, but I think the Amoonguss made the thing that's very difficult to deal with. Neither of these Pokemon are going to have a lot of damage output against it. And it also has the Sludge Bomb to go on the offensive itself, even if Amoonguss has to try to get this job done.
It's a double switch over on Yuki's side of the field. Thundurus and Amoonguss will take the field, and again, that Regenerator ability is so important to just be able to heal back after you switch out. Draining Kiss doesn't do anything at all, and here's a Grassy Glide that connects into that Thunder slot. Not very effective as the rain stops here, so this is really good positioning right here for Yuki. I mean, this Amoonguss is also comfortable to just kind of Rage Powder away anything. You do have to watch out for the high horsepower from the Rillaboom, but that's all you really have to watch out for.
Yeah, Amoonguss and Thundurus both just very defensively strong against these 2 Pokemon. Rillaboom can try, like you say, to go on the offensive with high horsepower, but it's going to be slow going. The damage is there if you can get to those Pokemon in the back, but you also have to be keeping in mind that you really do need these priority options. If one of them goes down and then the Urshifu comes out, or the Archaludon, and you don't have those priority options to just quickly take care of them, then again, they look like potent Pokemon where they weren't a second ago.
Thundurus will use Thunder Wave, slows down Rillaboom, and also gets the chance for Paralysis. Rillaboom high horsepower is into the Amoonguss slot. Does do some pretty good damage. It's close as to whether or not another high horsepower will be able to get the KO as Comfey protects itself from the Sludge Bomb.
Comfey protects itself from the Sludge Bomb. That burn also paying some dividends for Chance here. It means that the Amoonguss is not getting healthier in this grassy terrain instead is just maintaining its same health at the end of each turn. And that's pretty important because the Amoonguss is getting whittled down slowly but surely. Wouldn't be surprised to see Yuki opt for a generator boost. That's actually a pretty important amount of damage given how slow Chance is able to contribute damage onto either of these Pokemon. And both things in the back maybe really just don't have that much value because they are so low health and because of the priority options available in the side. But also a full Paralysis could just shift this game at any moment.
Amoonguss will opt for a Regenerator healing option here. Will switch out. It will be the Archaludon who is heavily damaged here, as Comfey will use Draining Kiss and connect onto that Archaludon to get the KO. Most likely doubling up into that slot to opt for, you know, maybe the high horsepower doesn't necessarily get the KO. Thunderbolt from Thundurus will land into the Comfey for some pretty decent damage as the high horsepower connects into the Thundurus, which doesn't do anything because Thundurus is flying.
Yeah, high horsepower doesn't do anything, but one Pokemon goes down for Yuki, and Chance really doesn't pay much of a cost for it. That Thunderbolt just does so little as Grassy Terrain continues to heal back the Comfey, but it's the Amoonguss that is the problem for Chance to deal with. The Amoonguss is going to be the one that's hardest to find the damage to put together, and maybe the Amoonguss that actually does the most damage at this point. And so it comes back in with a lot more health than it left the field with, and the Urshifu comes back in at the same time.
Yep, Comfey will protect itself, does not want to get KO'd from a Sludge Bomb here, as looks like it's going to be a Wood Hammer into that Urshifu slot. Will get the KO, so now Thundurus and Amoonguss are going to be the last two Pokemon for Yuki. Sableye still hiding in the back right there for Chance, but Sableye doesn't really provide much. Could set up another screen possibly, as a Pollen Puff from that Amoonguss lands into nowhere, trying to find a turn to really heal back up that Thundurus, or if, you know, Chance invested all of his eggs into the Amoonguss basket, then would be able to heal up the Thundurus.
Yeah, it could have been a really impactful moment. There's not that much time left in this grassy terrain. If Urshifu could have come in and gotten healed, could have then been able to take a Draining Kiss if you can get away from the grassy glide threat, then suddenly Surging Strikes is back available again. It would be a lot of great damage. But yeah, it's starting to look more and more like Chance just has the tools he needs. Even without that boosting Pokemon in the middle, just has the defensive options he needs to work his way through this team. I think the grassy terrain expiring may actually be to Chance's benefit, because then Amoonguss will start to go down on its own. The other crucial thing about that Urshifu KO is that now Amoonguss will never get another Regenerator boost. It's stuck on the field for the rest of the time. If you can get rid of that 60% of Amoonguss health, and this Thundurus continues to do very little damage, then 1 HP!
1 HP. Here's a high horsepower from that Rillaboom, does damage into that Amoonguss, as Amoonguss will go for Spore, though, will be putting that Sableye to sleep. So, you know, hang on with 1 HP. I guess it is asleep now, so it can't set up a light screen. So if it survived and it wasn't put to sleep, then it cannot set up another light screen.
Yeah, the Sableye is going to contribute nothing to this battle, whether it went down to the Thunderbolt or because it gets spored and eventually KO'd. But the one thing it can contribute is time, and time is in Chance's favor. The longer this goes with the burn trickling down on Amoonguss and Yuki struggling to find the damage, the more in favor it is. But now those Thunderbolts start to add up, but look how little they do. The Assault Vest on Rillaboom coming in there and really mitigating this damage.
Oh, and Rillaboom hangs on, as Amoonguss will most likely, it's close to see if it will be able to survive another turn of burn. Len, you said that you're a great counter for burn counters.
I think that's a KO.
That's a KO?
Yeah, I don't think that Amoonguss can take another turn of burn. Of course, I don't think Chance wants to let it Sludge Bomb again either, and so may just opt to KO it first anyway, because we saw how little that Thunderbolt does into Rillaboom.
Ooh, Sableye wakes up, does set up a light screen here, so more turns of boosted special defense here as that Thunderbolt does absolutely nothing. Here's a Woodhammer that connects into the Amoonguss, does get the KO there. So now it's going to be Thunderous versus Sableye. Rillaboom and Comfey in the back. Comfey, if it can take the field, can heal back this Rillaboom. So not over yet.
Yeah,
Chance
there are a
got
lot
tools.
of great options for Chance now. He wants to reset Grassy Terrain. Thundurus would not be getting it because it's a flying type, but his Pokemon would be. He can get Comfey out and start healing his Pokemon. That way, he can put a Will-O-Wisp down onto the Thundurus and start accumulating damage. That way, it just looks like a lot more work than is possible for Thundurus to deal with these 3 Pokemon and the defensive and sustain options that they provide.
Comfey will take the field here as Sableye goes for the taunt into that Thundurus. Does not want to allow Thundurus to Thunder Wave other Pokemon. Here's the Thunderbolt from that Thundurus, hits into that Comfey, and because the Light Screen does no damage whatsoever, so now an opportunity for Rillaboom to possibly come in to a floral healing.
There's nothing that can stop this play now. The Rillaboom will come in. The +3 priority floral healing will go into that slot, and all of that long, hard work Yuki did, repeated Thunderbolt and Sludge Bombs, will be wiped away in a moment with the Grassy Terrain boosted floral healing, nearly full healing, or maybe entirely healing this Rillaboom.
Yeah, so here's the floral healing. Triage boosted, healing the Rillaboom for so much HP, right back up to max health as the Comfey continues to take a barrage of Thunderbolts here. Will eat away at its Citrus Berry, a well-deserved Citrus Berry for this Comfey after providing so much triage to this Rillaboom.
Yeah, this Comfey providing enormous value in this game. Provided value at one point as a damage threat. Remember earlier on in this game, Yuki had 2 big attackers on the field. Like, felt like he could press so much offense, but it was the Grassy Glide and the Floral Healing, or the Draining Kiss that diffused that. Meant that Yuki couldn't actually get any attacks off. He was forced to double switch out into 2 Pokemon that really had no damage presence. They were just taking hits, but they weren't able to do anything back. And that slow slog of a fight we got into from that point on was always in Chance's favor. He was just able to sustain better than Yuki was able to, and just slowly accumulate the right damage. The Regenerator was the only real source of healing for Yuki, and after a couple of KOs were spent, there was no more Regenerator, and Amoonguss was slowly getting worn down. I think it was just really well played by Chance to continue to find what the path was in that game.
Yeah, what a fight this was. I mean, this Galarian Moltres was at some point 5 stages of increased special attack. It didn't get a KO at all. It did not get a KO with 5 stages of increased special attack. You know, the Urshifu switching in for that Amoonguss to be able to withstand that barrage, as well as that Archaludon being able to hang on from 2 of those after that Berserk boost. And this is something that, in my mind, that I thought was this Galarian Moltres is the damage dealer of Chance's team. You've just lost your damage dealer and you have to go up against 4 other Pokemon. How do you do it? I didn't believe.
Yeah, he found a way. I think that's what's so impressive. I think a lot of players would kind of see the writing on the wall in that situation, maybe not click the run button, would not be fighting as hard to keep their hopes alive for day 2 as Chance was there, and finding the way back in, finding the way to reset this at 1-1, one final game to decide who's going to move on to day 2.
Yeah, so that was an intense battle. I mean, that's mentally exhausting. Like, you know, if you're going into the mindset of Yuki right now, you had that opportunity to take such strong advantage because, like, you know, you knocked out that Galarian Moltres, and then all of a sudden your team is getting picked apart by this Assault Vest Rillaboom. Yes, Rillaboom is a very strong Pokemon, right? It has offensive options, but you have this Rillaboom going up against this Amoonguss. You have this Rillaboom going up against Archaludon, which if it Terraslized could resist, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, this Rillaboom, Comfey, Sableye lead just picked my team apart. As we get now into game 3 here, same leads for Yuki, Archaludon, and Thundurus. Over on Chance's side, it's going to be the same leads as well. It is the Sableye and the Galarian Moltres.
Yeah, so right back to it. No Annihilate on the field once again. It is Moltres, and no hesitation on the Terastallization this time. Straight into the Poison type for Galarian Moltres. I wonder if that isn't preemptive. That means it's going to be a little bit easier for Thunderous to try to have an effect on this game without having to straight switch out the way it did game 1 and 2.
Yep, Thunderous.
Oh, the taunt immediately this time.
Yeah, taunt immediately this time. Thunderous will set up Rain Dance again, just to set up for that Urshifu in the back. Here's a nasty plot from this Galarian Moltres. This time around, I don't think Chance wants to risk any opportunities for this Electro shot to target down into this Galarian Moltres. Looks like it will be an Electro shot. It will target down the Galarian Moltres at +1 stage of special attack. So not opting for the light screen just yet. You do have to watch out though. Another Electro shot will be able to get the KO, so Sableye forced to use light screen this turn.
Yeah, I don't think Sableye is unhappy with that. The light screen needs to go down at some point.
Yeah.
Now is as good of a time as any. It's going to keep Moltres a little bit healthier. I do think Chance has to watch out that the damage doesn't accumulate just too fast. The Galarian Moltres went down in that last game because Comfy was 1 turn too late coming out onto the field to try to heal it. It's not looking like Comfy's going to be any faster to the field this time. I don't think Chance wants to rely on winning the game in the same way he had to last game. Much rather the Moltres have more staying power, but he's forced to go on the offense sooner. That isn't +4 Fiery Wrath, that's +2 Fiery Wrath. And so it does a lot less damage to this Archaludon.
Yep, it could be +3 here if this Electro Shot targets down the Galarian Moltres, which it does. So the Berserk will activate as Moltres will get 1 more stage of increased special attack here. So now it's at 3 stages, but at the same time, Galarian Moltres is hurt. And it looks like he's just going to switch out this Galarian Moltres right here. Doesn't want to stick around. Just going to sacrifice those 3 stages of increased special attack to be able to pivot and not have that Galarian Moltres be sacrificed.
Well, recognizing that there's no real way to protect it.
Right.
I mean, he can try to Will-O-Wisp the Urshifu the same way that the play that he made in the previous game, but it might still be enough damage to pick up the KO onto the Galarian Moltres. That's a little bit lower this time and doesn't want to have to give it up that early. And so Rillaboom is going to come out onto the field sooner. Galarian Moltres can still have a big impact on this game. It only takes 1 formal healing to reset that health bar on Galarian Moltres and undo the work that Yuki has put in. The only problem in the meantime, the burn is great, but the Archaludon is probably going to continue to be boosting itself up.
Yeah. So you have
Galarian Moltres, if it comes back out, is not going to be facing a neutral special attack Archaludon, but a very boosted special attack Archaludon.
Yeah, so now what does Chance have to try to take down this Archaludon before it can do more damage? As here is yet another Electro Shot. More special attack boost for this Archaludon. At this point, I don't think it will get the KO. I don't think it will get the one-hit KO on that Sableye. If Sableye does hang on with just a little bit of health here, so Archaludon, again, those boosts are getting really scary, so Chance now has to figure out a way to deal with this Archaludon.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are positive things in that turn for Chance. Gets the burn onto the Urshifu. That means it's going to be doing much less damage for the rest of this game. And keeps the Galarian Moltres safe, but the Archaludon just continuing to get healthier with the Grassy Terrain down. That first +2 Fiery Wrath is very quickly getting healed off, and meanwhile the Archaludon is boosting itself up and looking like it's going to start just cleaning up Chance's team.
Yeah, and that Archaludon does have a stamina boost from taking that Fiery Wrath, so it is going to be an uphill battle for Chance yet again here, as Urshifu will switch out. It is going to be the Amoonguss here, but Sableye just going for the taunt into that slot, so good taunt right there to make sure that that Amoonguss cannot Rage Powder away any attacks or even go for some Spores here. As here's Rillaboom with a high horsepower, super effective damage, but it gets another stamina boost, and I think it might be out of range from a KO at this point, as Archaludon content to just go for another Electro Shot and continue to boost.
Yeah, I think that is really solid damage to get, though. Make sure that this Grassy Terrain doesn't just try to get Archaludon back to full health. You have to worry about a Pollen Puff just landing and undoing it. If you miss the KO next turn and you just bring something like Comfrey that doesn't have damage presence of its own out on the field, then Pollen Puff could quickly undo all of that work. And every time you have to try for an attack into Archaludon, you're just boosting its defense and making it harder. So I think this is a really tricky decision for Chance. If you bring in Moltres, you can maybe right now go for the double up on Archaludon and actually get a KO. But you may give up something enormous in the process. For instance, Galarian Moltres getting put to sleep. That makes it a lot harder to deal with the Pokemon in the back.
Well, so because it got taunted.
It got taunted on the switch in.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's Comfy.
But you have to watch out for the Sludge Bomb.
The Sludge Bomb could do a lot of damage. The Comfy comes in, though. And I think this right now, Comfy doesn't really have a great job to play. Comfy wants to be adjacent to a damaged Pokemon that it can heal, or up against something very low that it can try to pick off with the Draining Kiss, but instead just protects itself because it doesn't really have anything better to do on this turn.
And does not want to take a Sludge Bomb from that Amoonguss. Here's another high horsepower into that Archaludon slot. Again, those stamina boosts are paying off so much, as here is an Electro Shot from this Archaludon. It has so many boosts to its special attack already. Just adding on one more, just kind of hitting into that Comfy slot though. So here is Amoonguss. It will be going for a Pollen Puff, and that's going to heal that Archaludon right back up.
That Pollen Puff immediately starts to make this game look impossible for Chance. You saw the work he had to put in to just get that damage onto Archaludon in the first place. That was a +2 Fiery Wrath and then 2 high horsepowers. The damage isn't even easier the second time. The stamina defense boosts have come in and mitigated what that high horsepower is. It's never going to be Comfy that gets it done. It's really unclear how it's going to be Galarian Moltres that gets it done when it's already low in health and fighting against an extremely boosted Archaludon.
Yep, so Moltres will take the field here, but again, this Floral Healing will connect onto that Galarian Moltres, but even if it heals back up to full health, doesn't get there. But here's a Flash Cannon, does connect onto that Comfy, does get the KO there, so now down to Rillaboom and that Galarian Moltres, as the Amoonguss will be able to move, will use Pollen Puff here. And again, that Archaludon is now back to full health. So all the work that was spent from Chance to try to weaken and whittle away this Archaludon has been completely undone by the grassy terrain and 2 Pollen Puffs.
Yeah, and Yuki just pulls further and further ahead as Amoonguss shakes off his taunt and is going to be able to threaten a Spore. That KO was really unavoidable for Chance on that turn. The Comfy had protected on the previous turn. Of course, you can't just switch in the Galarian Moltres into that slot and lose it instead. And so Comfy goes down, gets one last crucial Flora of healing off to boost Moltres, but we've seen how much damage a +2 Fiery Wrath does. We've seen how much damage a +4 Fiery Wrath does. Neither of those are enough damage, and there's not going to be time to accumulate the +6 couple of Fiery Wraths that you would need to actually deal with this Archaludon. It starts to look extremely difficult.
Where there's a Fiery Wrath, there is a way though. Amoonguss will switch out here. Thundurus will take the field. Fiery Wrath does have a flinch chance, so that might be the best option right now. Chance does use Fiery Wrath, hits into the Archaludon. Does Archaludon flinch here, as Rillaboom will go for a high horsepower, fishing for a critical hit. That's going to be so important right now to break through all of these stamina boosts, but it doesn't. And here's a Dragon Pulse from that Archaludon. Does connect into the Rillaboom. Rillaboom hangs on. Again, that Light Screen and that Assault is so important.
Yeah, able to keep Rillaboom alive even against such a boost for Archaludon. And you hit the nail on the head. You can see where Chance is at in this game. There's no straightforward path back. So instead, you're fishing for Fiery Wrath flinches, and you're fishing for Stomping Tantrum crits to actually put the damage together. With Thunder Wave, that just got rid of any option for a Fiery Wrath crit. You're now slower. You cannot Fiery Wrath flinch. You're slower. You will not be
Here's a high
flinching.
horsepower, no crit there. You cannot break through that stamina boost, but yeah, that Thunder Wave is so important right here. And here's a Dragon Pulse from that Archaludon, does get the KO on that Rillaboom. So now it's this paralyzed Galarian Moltres just versus all the Pokemon on Yuki's side of the field.
Yeah, Yuki just very cleanly moving through this game. He took an unsurmountable lead and then knew how to close it out. Focusing damage on Rillaboom so that as few high horsepowers had to come through as possible, using the Thunder Wave to make sure the Fiery Wrath couldn't extend and give an extra opportunity for a high horsepower to come through. And now Galarian Moltres, we've seen how much damage it does. Even if it gets a couple of Fiery Wrath crits, those just aren't going to be enough damage. It can't get flinches. It's just kind of a writing on the wall at this point.
Critical hit on that Thundurus, but again, it is currently at one stage of decreased special attack. Here's another Eerie Impulse. Will lower it down to 3 stages of decreased special attack. But again, that Thundurus with that paralysis is so important as the Dragon Pulse connects onto Chance's Moltres and gets the KO. And Yuki Zaninovich is going to move on to day 2 here at the Orlando Regional Championships.
Yeah, I think Yuki just played that really well, weathered the storm with his Archaludon, recognized that it would just keep boosting and was in a better position than that Galarian Moltres. I think the path of the match is really interesting because I think Game 1, the Annihilate seemed stronger within that game than Galarian Moltres ever felt in Game 2 or 3. But Chance, the win he actually got was with the Galarian Moltres in Game 2, and so maybe felt like that was the better path in, and so stuck with it in Game 3, but it just never felt like it had what he needed. It was forced to be a Terra Hog because it was weak to Electroshot. Even with boosts, it wasn't doing that much damage into the Archaludon, and it just ended up kind of providing not that little, while all of its friends around it spent everything they had to try to help it.
Game 3, taking a look back, right, a little bit different. Chance did not opt for getting as many boosts as he did in Game 2. Opted to just start going on the offensive for after just one nasty plot. And again, we saw how much damage a +5 special attack boosted Fire Wrath did to Archaludon, not even 50%. So Chance just trying to kind of like, it's diminishing returns, right? If you keep boosting, you're not going to be dealing as much damage as you would just two +2 boosted Fire Wrath. So he just started going on the offense there.
It's fair, but the +2 Fire Wraths just weren't doing enough damage. It was going to take too many of them. And I think part of the problem was that he had to immediately not use the light screen and take the first Electroshot without it, which kind of put him behind the damage curve. I mean, Galarian Moltres was going down even faster, but that was almost a forced play, because if he had tried to just get up light screen on that turn and not taunt the Thunderous, then he has two options. He either doesn't Terastallize the Galarian Moltres and takes even more damage than he actually took from Electroshot, or he doesn't do anything about the Thunderous on the other side, and it'll be free to use a Prankster move into the Galarian Moltres on the subsequent turn. We saw how Chance really didn't want to have that happen. Both times that he Terastallized Moltres, he immediately taunted the Thunderous on the same turn to prevent it, but because he had to take those pains to prevent that opportunity, he paid a pretty high cost in health.
Yeah, so going back to Game 1, like you said, Annihilate was kind of the Pokemon that on paper seemed like it would do really well, but I think one thing that Yuki did really well was just positioning that Amoonguss right up against that Annihilate. That made it kind of difficult for Chance to be able to go like, well, I can't just sweep with this Annihilate because I have to pick off targets one by one. Maybe the Galarian Moltres will be able to do better, get some nasty plot boosts up, be able to, you know, ideally the situation would be kind of teeter in and out of Berserk range all the time and continue to get those boosts. I mean, it doesn't matter once he hit +6. He got close, it was +5, but then the Fire Wrath just wasn't doing enough damage. Like, it didn't get the KO on the Archaludon. Archaludon is so bulky that Assault Vest was so important. And I think the important thing was just getting... The important thing is in Game 2, getting that Archaludon down to just a sliver of health and being able to pick it off, basically not allowing that Amoonguss to take the field and Pollen Puff. Those Pollen Puffs in Game 3, crucial.
Yeah, I mean, that was the end of the game, right? It felt like there was some path to claw and get rid of the Archaludon before it was too late, but as soon as that first Pollen Puff landed into Archaludon, hope was a little bit lost. At that point, the Archaludon just had too much health. It was not possible to stop the second Pollen Puff. And then you just have a full health Archaludon with a bunch of boosts on both sides, just ready to move through your team. I think Yuki's game plan was really smart in that regard. Just fight fire with fire. Have your boosting Pokemon in from the beginning against the other one. I think it could have been tempting to have something like Landorus on the field that could just provide a bunch of instant offense. You know, there are paths where you just 2-hit KO Annihilate with Earth Power while it tries to boost. But recognizing that those paths are maybe a little bit more flawed, and just having Archaludon to boost itself, be the one that actually can win in the end game was what Yuki needed.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and throw it down to the lounge with Joe Brown and Yuki, the winner of Swiss Round 9. Take it away, Joe.
Thank you very much, Dwee and Len. We are here with our final winner of the day, of day one here at the Orlando Regional Championships. A rare situation, Yuki, where you are one of the only people that's actually won twice on stream on day one, as you won the trivia earlier today. So congratulations on that. Was like a really long set for a round 9 match. How are you feeling?
Good, yeah, thanks, Joe. I remember when we were doing our little trivia game earlier, you said, you know, best of luck in like in the games. And I said, well, you know, I think your questions are pretty hard. I might need a bit more luck in the trivia, but actually I think I got pretty lucky in that set. So yeah, I think I got lucky in multiple ways today. I'm feeling really, really good.
Yeah, I think it works out anyway. That's the storyline. That's just what happens in competitive Pokemon, right?
Absolutely.
So talk me through that. You're sitting out for team preview and you see, Galarian Moltres and Sableye and Floral Healing and all the comfy Like these are not the top 12 usage Pokemon that you're used to facing at a conventional round 9 position, right? So how do you approach a team matchup like that?
Yeah, so I mean, the two main attackers my opponent had was Annihilate and Moltres, and as you saw in game 1, I was pretty happy to see the Annihilate because it doesn't really do immediate damage. Moltres can do, it can boost its stats by 2 every time, but Annihilate can only do 1. And that kind of gets outpaced by Electro Beam because while they have to, boost their stats by using status moves, I can use a special attacking move. I can do a lot of damage while raising my moves. So Annihilate, I can kind of just let it sit there and get my boost going and, recover with my Amoonguss, and that worked out really well for me in game 1. But in game 2, they really adjusted what I was really scared of, which is bringing in the Moltres. And yes, I can do super effective damage with Electro Beam, but if they Terra, it gets a little bit tricky, and they have Will-O-Wisp on Disabilize, so I just had to really maneuver when my Urshifu comes in, when my Amoonguss comes in, and I think it worked out for me.
And I feel like your team composition was so interesting because you had Archaludon and the Thundurus, where Thundurus is really not as popular as it used to be in prior years of VGC, right? So what led you to bringing those two specific Pokemon here, and how did it help you in this matchup?
Yeah, so Thundurus was actually a pick I really liked, and I kind of had my eyes on for a few months. Like, it's a really good Pokemon because, first of all, yeah, everybody loves Thunder Wave, right? And you can really raise the damage thing on Urshifu by using Rain Dance. Urshifu has the Choice Scarf item, it can move before a lot of Pokemon, and just being able to boost its really strongest move by 1.5 is really, really strong in Rain. So it just had really good synergy there. And it can just really disrupt opponents really well with Eerie Impulse. I actually didn't know that you could Eerie Impulse ground-type Pokemon, so it can kind of, wall Landorus because, their Sludge Bombs will do, maybe 25% or something like that into my Thundurus after one Eerie Impulse. And if I have my own Landorus there, then yeah, I think it can really win that mirror well. So I prepared a lot against what a lot of people colloquially call the balance teams. I think Thundurus can really disrupt really well there. So, and then Archaludon, yeah, I think I was able to kind of show what happens if you let Archaludon go a bit unchecked.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think your team really showcased the importance of damage mitigation, right? Because you have the stamina boost on your Archaludon, which it took a Stomping Tantrum and it did maybe 8%. You had so many stamina boosts, and then once your opponent Terastallize into a poison type on the Galarian Moltres, then you were free to Eerie Impulse, where if it was a dark type, the Prankster would have stopped. So, why do you think the damage mitigation on your team is so important?
Yeah, I mean, that's where Amoonguss really comes into play. I get basically an infinite health pack, right, with Pollen Puff. So if I can mitigate my opponent's damage while also doing some damage myself, positioning well so I can recover, then, I think I can slowly whittle down my opponent while my, health gauges are pretty high. I think the one concern on my team is maybe I might lack a little bit of offensive output. So if their, offensive pressure is a little bit too much for me, then maybe I don't have the time to heal and mitigate damage and things like that. So yeah, that time I have to, really outplay my opponent.
And then, of course, can't end the interview and can't end day one without asking for your shout-outs for any friends or family that are watching along.
Thank you. Yeah. I always have a lot of great friends who help me prepare. Wolf, Marcus, Aaron Trailer, Aaron Zhang, Barish, Dylan. I hope I'm not forgetting people. I also had Yusei who helped me out with this. And then, yeah, even outside of Pokemon, I want to give a special shout out to my friend Chansey. He actually just started playing Pokemon recently, and at the last Vancouver Regionals, actually went positive. Even it was their, first tournament, and really only started playing Pokemon for a week. So I'm really proud of him, and I hope he keeps playing.
Oh, that's awesome. Shout out to Chansey. Best of luck in the future for your future Pokemon events. But Yuki, congratulations. We'll see more of you tomorrow. Maybe you'll actually wear your winning T-shirt on stream. I was kind of expecting to see the T-shirt.
Yeah, I was going to say, the Orlando weather, I'm not able to hold up with this long sleeve shirt, so I think I might just do that.
All right, cool. So we'll let you celebrate with your friends, and we're going to actually toss back to the desk here as we get Gabby and Jake headed into the lounge. So going to need Len and Dwee to talk just for a little bit, guys.
Thanks, Joe. We're going to talk for a little bit, Len.
Yeah,
we're just going to talk for a little bit, right?
How was your day one?
Day one was great. I saw a lot of cool things on stream. I got to see a lot of cool matches, but most importantly, I got to do it with you, my favorite player of all time.
My highlight were all the matches that we saw today.
Yeah?
Yeah.
With your favorite player of all time?
With my favorite player of all time, Dwee Ha.
Oh, great. Thanks. No, it was a really great day one. There were a lot of exciting battles, and I think, there's a lot of cool teams still out in the field. Again, this is something that we talk about. It's the last major Regulation F like tournament, right? And we've seen so many cool things on stream. We've seen Annihilate, we've seen Galarian Moltres, we've seen Sableye, we've seen Confi. Yeah, that was all in the last round, but like there were other cool things that we saw too, right? Like the sprite of Mamoswine made it. There's a mouse hold in day 2.
Yep.
So there's a lot of really cool stuff still out in the field to see.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing some of it tomorrow. Maybe the Mamoswine will actually get brought to the match this time. Maybe we'll be able to find Mousehold and see what it's up to.
Yeah, it's a family of 3, right? So, are there any highlight matches that you have that you got to see?
Yeah, I mean, I think back to the matchup of the basically, it feels like the Clefairy versus the Raging Bolt. But that match between Tim Edwards and Stefan Mott, I think, was my highlight of the day, to really see that push and pull of how the Clefairy was able to have such an impact on that game and really twist the way that Tim had to approach it. Was really fun to see because the team is so common. It's fun to see almost success in the team builder in that way, where Clefairy was able to have exactly the effect that it was meant to have by being brought to the tournament and win a crucial match against a really top player.
Yep. My favorite moment, exactly what Len said. Let's go ahead and throw it down to the lounge right now to hear what Joe, Gabby, and Jake have to say about day 1 here at the Orlando Regional Championships.
All right, thank you, Dewey and Len. Filling the time to get the lounge ready. I'm joined by Gabby Snyder and Jake Muller to close out the show. We don't have much time to waste, guys. We got a busy day tomorrow, so let's just end it here. Give me your most important match that you saw today. Your favorite moment of the day.
I think my favorite moment was honestly just seeing how the metagame developed since the UIC. You know, I think we saw a lot of really fun strategies and unique Pokemon, and it wasn't just all Incineroar's game. Now tomorrow, who knows? This probably will be Incineroar's game again, but for today, there was a brief respite.
I liked the +5 Ogerpon, Ivy Cudgel, KOing the Raging Bolt. Friend Pokemon go bonk. That was good. That was good.
Yeah, I mean, those are definitely fair answers. I know we had a lot of fun today. We saw a lot of trainers that are actually going to be in day 2 tomorrow. So if you've been following the stream at home, you're gonna have some players that you can be rooting for as we check out some of the day 2 Swiss players here. So obviously we're gonna have more with over 900 trainers in the Masters Division here in Orlando. More than these names, but definitely some important players that we saw on stream today that have made it day 2.
Yeah, and shout outs to Dawei C in that top spot. I don't think they're undefeated anymore, but you know, Jake, you and I kept talking about seeing our locals here.
Yeah.
I believe we both have several locals here on this list of day 2 Swiss players. Can't wait to see how everybody's going to play tomorrow.
That's going to be great. That's the best part of these events, is seeing how people progress from day 1 to day 2, what kinds of Pokemon make it through, and then what shakes out even into the top 8 and onto the finals.
Yeah.
Yeah, and speaking of day 2, make sure you tune in tomorrow. You don't want to miss the action starting at 10 a.m. Eastern. If you're on the West Coast, you're gonna have to wake up just a little bit earlier, but it's definitely going to be worth it because I believe, I think we have extra rounds of Pokemon. We have so many players that are still alive at the start of day 2 tomorrow. It should be a great time.
Yeah, you're not going to want to miss it. And for those of you who are watching in the future or in the past, you can always check out the VODs on YouTube or on Twitch and, catch up that way.
If you play Scarlet, you're watching in the past. If you play Violet, you're watching in the future.
If you play Violet, you already know. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon to let us know who has already won the Orlando Regional Championship if you are a Violet gamer for sure. But yeah, definitely make sure you follow us along everything. It's going to be a great time. But before we end it, let's just do one little moment to just see the road to Worlds, see where we are at this moment in time, in the schedule, in the season in North America. We have one more day in Orlando, and then come May, it's really going to be start to come down to the home stretch.
It is. Indianapolis and Los Angeles are your final 2 regional championships here in North America to compete in.
And then after that, we have the North American International Championships in New Orleans, Louisiana, your final chance to qualify for the all-important World Championships over in Honolulu, Hawaii in August. The biggest event of the year, the culmination of our season, and the end goal for everyone attending these tournaments.
It certainly is going to be an exciting home stretch of the season, but we're just focusing on Orlando because tomorrow we will be crowning another regional champion. Will it be a 2-time regional champion this season? There are a couple of people that are eligible for that, so definitely should be exciting. You two get prepared tomorrow. Get your get your Todd Snap trigger finger ready, for your photo fingers ready to play some Pokemon Snap tomorrow because it should be a fun time.
I might have been looking up some guides on how to get the pictures I want because it's been a while. Not gonna lie, it's been a while.
I'm leaning into embarrassing myself. I'm gonna be so bad.
Hey,
I'm setting the bar low
as long
right
as
now.
you score more than youngster Joey did, that's all that matters.
I don't count on that.
Well, just don't wear shorts tomorrow, and I don't know.
But then you won't be comfortable.
That's true.
Well, there goes my wardrobe.
Shoot. Well, we can talk about this later.
What am I supposed to do? Let's close out for the day. Thank you, everybody who has been watching along with us from the start. Our day 1 coverage of the Orlando Regional Championships. Tomorrow, it's going to be even better. I can promise you that. So we'll see you at 10 a.m. Eastern tomorrow.